The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the past. It is Tuesday, February the 4th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 211 AD, Roman Emperor Septimius Severus dies in Eboracum in England, now present-day York, leaving the Roman Empire in the hands of his two quarrelsome sons, Caracalla and Geta. In 960 AD, coronation of Zuan Kaiagani as Emperor of Tezu of a Song initiates 3 centuries of Song dynasty dominance in southern China. In 1789, First U.S. Electoral College chooses George Washington as president and John Adams as vice president. In 1859, one of the oldest known copies of the Bible, the Codex Sinaiticus, is seen in Egypt by Constantine von Trizendorf, who takes the manuscript home. In 1865, Robert E. Lee is named General-in-Chief of Confederate Forces. In 1969, the Palestinian National Congress appoints Yasser Arafat chairman of the PLO. In 1988, Panamanian General Manuel Nigria is indicted by U.S. federal grand jury for drug trafficking and racketeering. In 2004, Mark Zuckerberg launches Facebook from his Harvard dormitory room. In 1970, Patton, directed by Franklin J. Schaffner, and starring George C. Scott, premieres in New York. Academy Award, Best Picture, 1971. In 1977, Rumors, 11th studio album by Fleetwood Mac, is released. Grammy Album of the Year. In 1991, New Zealand cricketer Martin Crowe and Andrew Jones make a world record 467 run stand against Sri Lanka at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. Born on this day, Kazuko, Emperor Norton, which, look him up, that is a very interesting story. I'm surprised no one has made a movie about him. Raymond Dirt, Charles Lindbergh, Rosa Parks, Betty Friedan, George A. Romero, Chen Kun, Alice Cooper, School for Summer If you want to see the best episode ever of The Muppet Show, watch the Alice Cooper episode of The Muppet Show. You won't regret it. Clint Black, Byron Nelson, Lawrence Taylor. Dying on this day, Septivius Severus, goes without saying, James Donnelly, Louis Jordan, Liberace, Whipper Billy Watson, Betty Friedan. And that was This Day in History, and now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 144, regarding a murder in Mint Canyon. All Newhall substation cars be on the lookout for suspicious persons in your district. That's all. Rosenquist. America deserts its homes to live in trailers on the open road. Once again, the country echoes to the rumble of the covered wagon. And from one of these modern gypsies comes a letter addressed to Calling All Cars.
6 months ago, I gave up the idea of getting a new car, bought a trailer instead, and gave up my home to live on wheels. Every day I'm on the road, a different town nearly every night. There was only one objection to my idyllic new life. My old car lacked the power to pull the heavy trailer when we came to hills, and the slightest grade reduced me to whirring along in second gear. I've tried every gasoline sold in the West. None made any difference until I tried Rio Grande Cracked. I don't understand this patented cracking process you advertise, but I'll gladly testify that Rio Grande Cracked gasoline has actually increased the power of my car. It hardly seems possible, but my trailer and I hit the hills on high now. Rio Grande Cracked gasoline has made all the difference in the world.
That letter is from Carl Hale Dixon, trailer tourist, whose temporary address is 1000 North Curzon Avenue, Los Angeles. His enthusiastic letter proves again, from a new angle, that Rio Grande Cracked gasoline must be the most powerful, the fastest, the quickest starting gasoline on this market. Else, why should it be specified more than any other brand to power the hundreds of police cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment in the largest cities and counties of the West? When are you going to discover what a difference Rio Grande Cracked makes in the performance of your car? And now it is our pleasure to present Sheriff Eugene Biscaluse of Los Angeles County. Sheriff Biscaluse.
Good evening, friends. It is a strange thing how the legend of buried treasure persists. Thousands of dollars have been spent by fortune-hunting expeditions to discover the hidden hoards of the pirates Captain Kidd and Jean Lafitte. Yet there has never been any conclusive indication that those worthy buccaneers ever buried any treasure. Closer to home, we often encounter a similar circumstance with more ghastly results. Some gossip will start an idle tale that this or that person has buried his money under his house or keeps it in a jar on the pantry shelf. The rumor becomes a fact to the busybodies who embroider it with every telling. The amount of hidden wealth increases with each recountal. It becomes solid gold instead of currency. Imagination weaves ridiculous fantasy around the private life of some poor recluse who asks nothing but to be left alone. Sooner or later, the story is told to an unscrupulous person, and we have another attack, or as is often the case, a murder on our hands. And in almost every instance, the criminal finds no gold. There's a very good reason for this. Even the most eccentric miser these days realizes that a bank is the safest place to keep money. You citizens could do a vastly important service and perhaps save a life if you scoff at any, refuse to believe, or repeat the next story about buried wealth that comes to your ears.
It is Sunday evening, May 18th, 1930. In a little ranch house in Mint Canyon, 70-year-old Albert Horton and his half-deaf nonagenarian brother, George, are reading the Sunday papers by the light of an oil lamp.
Well, George, according to the papers, Hoover says prosperity is just around the corner.
Eh?
Just around the corner.
Oh, he's been saying that for 6 months now. There ain't been no change. Price of alfalfa still going down, and the price of food still going up.
Yep, but don't know what it'll all come to.
Well, what this country needs is William Jennings Bryan. If he'd only won the election back in '96, we wouldn't be in this mess now.
No, George, know very well bimetallism wouldn't work. It just ain't good government.
Well, that's the trouble with you, Albert. For a young feller, you're the most set in your ways I ever did see.
Well, for a fella that'll be 90 next year, you talk like one of these here radicals. No, I never could understand. Wait a minute.
What is it now?
Well, it sounds like the horses are out.
What in tarnation?
I'll go see. Where'd I put my pistol?
Pistol over there on the mantel.
Somebody's been fooling around that corral and scraped the pressure from the leather. Look at that.
What's the matter out there, Albert? Who's there? Albert, what is it?
Take it easy, Grandpa.
Oh, stars. Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Just get over there and sit down on that bed and you won't get hurt.
Oh, what's the matter? What's happened out there?
Just a little argument. Don't let it worry you none.
You got Albert's pistol there.
Yeah, and one of my own. And if you start any funny business, I'll empty them both into you.
Why, we used to string rascals like you up to the nearest tree when I was a young man.
Yeah, but times have changed, Pop.
Well, what are you going to do with me?
Nothing. I'm just keeping you quiet until my pals get through.
Well, what are they after?
You ought to know. They're going to relieve you of that gold you got hidden out here.
Gold? We haven't got any gold here.
Yeah? Well, maybe you've forgotten about it, but we know different. I wonder what's keeping those guys. Should have answered. Now, listen, Pop. I'm going out to see where those guys are, and don't you move out of this house, because I'll be covering the door.
Young whippersnapper, giving me orders. Wait till I get my shotgun. I'll show him I'm just as good a shot as I ever was. Tell you, get away with this. No, sirree. I can't get... What's this? Albert, speak to me. Albert, it's your brother George. Oh, speak to me, for God's sake.
L.A. Sheriff's Office. Hutchinson speaking.
This is James Catlaw speaking. There's been a murder up here.
Where?
Up at the Hortons Ranch, 15 miles up Mint Canyon from Saugus. Old George Horton just walked down to my place and says his brother's been shot.
Okay, tell him to keep his shirt on. We'll be right up. Deputy Sheriff Hutchinson immediately phones Captain Bright, Chief of the Sheriff's Homicide Department, at his home, who instructs him to have the substation at Newhall confirm the murder report and then notify him. In less than 10 minutes, the answer comes in from Newhall affirming the first call, and Captain Bright starts in his own car for the Horton Ranch. Arriving there in record time, he attempts to interview the badly frightened George Horton, but finding that he can get no more than vague answers to his questions, he leaves the old man and continues his investigation by himself. And by the time Hutchinson arrives with camera equipment, he has found...
One brass .32 shell casing, 2 sets of footprints leading to and from the porch, tire tracks in the soft dirt of the road.
With these facts in his possession, Captain Bright supervises the taking of pictures, mentally notes the position of the body, then assigns Deputies William Penpraise and Virgil Gray, who have arrived on the scene, to take over the investigation. They begin by questioning James Catlaw, who first reported the murder.
Well, it's just like I told the officers over the phone. Old Mr. Horton came down to the house half scared out of his wits and said his brother'd been murdered. Then I called the sheriff's office and started back up the road toward the house with Mr. Horton. And the only people we saw was Mr. and Mrs. Heinrich coming down the road.
Yeah, my name's Heinrich. I live about 100 yards from Horton's place. I've farmed some of his land on a share basis. But we weren't home when the shooting occurred. We were down to Newhall to the movies.
Did Horton have any enemies?
Well, there was some bad blood between him and Dayton Furnival. He was the fellow that sold the ranch to the Hortons, and they was having some argument over the details of the transaction.
Anybody else around here that might be called enemies of the Hortons?
No, not so you could say no.
Did he have any close friends around here?
Well, there's George McCoy and his wife. They live up the canyon a piece.
Well, yes, Albert was having some trouble with Furnival, but Well, I don't think Furnival bore any ill will.
Can you think of any reason, Mr. McCoy, why Mr. Horton should have been so brutally attacked?
Well, of course, there was plenty of folks around here that thought the Hortons had gold buried on their ranch.
What's that?
Yeah, you see, they come down here from Tulare County where they had a big ranch, and, well, it was legend up in those parts that the Hortons buried a lot of money on the place. Of course, nobody would have known about it if it hadn't been for that Mexican.
What Mexican?
Mexican kid that worked for them up in Tulare and came down here with them. Oh, he told folks around here all about the gold.
What was that Mexican's name?
Tony Martinez, I think it was. Oh, he don't work for them any longer, though. He got a job at the Bulldog brake lining plant out in Watts.
What do you know about Dayton Furnival?
Well, he and his brothers-in-law, a couple of fellows by the name of Brothers, they traded ranches. They took the Hortons' place in Tulare County, and the Hortons took their place down here. Oh, it was kind of a mixed-up deal. I never could understand it.
Furnival still lives around here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's still got a place here.
Oh, great. I'll go talk to Furnival, and you look at Horton's place. Look it over and see if there's any indication of hidden gold.
Okay, I'll meet you back there.
So you can see, Mr. Furnival, any light you can throw on this case will be of great help to us.
I'll be glad to be of any assistance I can.
First of all, what do you know about this buried gold legend about the Hortons?
I've heard the stories. And when my brothers-in-law took over the place up in Tulare County, they heard it up there. But I don't place much faith in it. I happen to know that the Hortons have over $200,000 safely deposited in various Los Angeles banks.
I understand there was bad blood between you and the Hortons.
Nonsense. If there was any bad blood, it was on Albert's part. He felt that we hadn't lived up to the terms of the agreement we made when we traded ranches. But I didn't dislike him. He was a nice old fella. I didn't have it in for him, if that's what you mean. Ask Walter Hewitt. He can tell you that.
Who's he?
Well, he's related to my marriage, and he's also a nephew of the Hortons.
When can I get in touch with him?
I imagine he'll be out here today. I phoned him when I heard what had happened, and he said he'd come out.
Well, when he gets here, I want to talk to him. Well, Gray, have you found any buried treasure?
Not much. I found 2 canvas sacks full of $20 gold pieces and an old trunk. $280 in all. You could hardly call that treasure.
No sign of a search being made for it.
No. There hasn't been anything disturbed in the house. It's very puzzling.
This man Furnival seems to be on the level. He tells me the Horton brothers have a couple of $100,000 in the bank.
I don't get it at all. They bump off the old man and never even try to look for the money.
I beg your pardon, Sheriff. Here's Mr. Hewitt. You said you wanted to see him when he got here.
Oh, yes. I've been wanting to talk to you, Mr. Hewitt.
Well, I want to talk to you. Who did it? That's what I want to know. Who killed my uncle?
Well, that's what we all want to know, Mr. Hewitt. That's what we're here for. Have you got any ideas?
None whatsoever.
What about this feud with Mr. Furnival?
Oh, that was some argument about the roads on this place. Nothing serious.
Well, just what are the details of that deal?
Well, my uncles were getting old, and I wanted them to be near me in Los Angeles. So I arranged a deal whereby my uncles took this ranch in exchange for their ranch in Tulare County, plus a $25,000 mortgage on the place. My uncles had threatened to foreclose the mortgage on Furnival and his brothers-in-law because they were having a disagreement about the road.
Sufficient motive for murder, Mr. Hewitt?
Ridiculous. The disagreement wasn't that serious.
The officers, working slowly and meticulously week after week, are unable to discover any evidence to strengthen the tenuous theory that the involved land deal might have been the reason for the murder. However, their developments cause actual accusations to be made from another source. When, after George Horton, weakened by the shock of his brother's death, follows him to eternity. Walter Hewitt and his sister are named the sole beneficiaries of the Hortons' fortune. Disgruntled heirs, cut off without a penny, actually charge a conspiracy to murder. But before this nasty mess has progressed to an embarrassing degree, a new twist enters the case when on a day in early September, Deputy Sheriff Gray receives a telephone call.
Huh?
Let me speak to Gray.
This is him speaking.
Listen, Virgil. This is Cantor down in Long Beach.
Yeah?
Listen, I just fell across something that looks like a lead on that Mint Canyon murder.
Yeah, what is it? We certainly need a lead on that job. We've been working on it for 3 months, and we haven't gotten any further than the mudslinging of the heirs to the Horton estate.
Well, you come down here and talk to Mrs. Eva Stone at 2020 Atlantic Avenue. She's got a story that you'll be interested in.
Well, gentlemen, it isn't a very nice thing to discuss. It makes me very unhappy, but I think it's for the best.
I'm sure it is, Mrs. Stone, and now suppose you discuss it.
Very well. I suppose I'd better begin at the beginning.
That's the customary way.
Well, you see, I have 2 daughters, one 16 and the other 14. And you gentlemen can't know what a task it is for a widow woman to bring up 2 growing girls nowadays.
Undoubtedly.
But what have your daughters to do with that murder?
I'm coming to that. My oldest daughter, Ella, recently fell for a no-good oil driller by the name of Lloyd Dye. I tried to break up the thing, and I tried to reason with Ella. But you know how girls are nowadays. Or do you?
Yes, Mrs. Stone, I do.
Well, I looked up this young man, and I found that he'd been sent to the Ione Reform School some time ago on some sort of a dirty charge. Well, I just don't let myself think about such things. But who knows with such a person whether my daughter might be next. Well, he wouldn't let her alone, so I decided to get the goods on him and get him out of town for good.
And did you?
Did I? Wait till you hear. I checked up on him and found that at the time he was making love to my daughter, he was talking on dark roads with young Mildred Root, who lives over on Balboa Street. I did a little detective work myself, and I found that he had confessed to Mildred that he had killed that old rancher up in Mint Canyon last May.
Are you sure about that?
Positive. You don't have to take my word for it. Go ask Mildred.
That's just what we're going to do.
Yes?
Miss Root,
Yes?
we'd like to talk to you for a few moments.
Well, what about?
We're from the sheriff's office.
Oh,
May we come in?
well, I don't know. My mother isn't here right now.
We want to talk to you, not your mother. And we've got to talk to you right away.
Oh, well, very well. I suppose you can come in.
Yeah, thank you. May I introduce myself? I'm Deputy Penrose, and this is Deputy Gray.
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Well, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Well, we'll come to the point, Miss Root. Do you know Lloyd Dye?
Well, no. I don't think... Well, that is...
We know that you do.
All right. Yes, I know him.
And he confessed to you that he killed that rancher up in Mint Canyon last May.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Oh, come now, Miss Root. Please, the truth.
Oh, I don't want to get in trouble. I'm a good girl. I don't want to get in a jam.
You won't get in any jam, Miss Root, but you've got to help us.
Yes, tell us about it, Miss Root.
Well, he came down here on May 19th.
That'd be the day after the murder, Pen.
Yes, go ahead, Miss Root.
Well, there isn't anything much to tell. He said he was shot, and he was afraid that he was going to die. And then he told me that he killed the old man, and that he disposed of all the evidence, and the police would never get him.
Why didn't you report this to the police, Miss Root?
Oh, well, I thought he was bluffing. I thought he was trying to impress me.
Where does Dye live?
Well, do I have to tell you that?
You'll save us time if you do. We'll find out anyway.
Well, he lives in a hotel over on Pacific Avenue at number 263.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
We're looking for Lloyd Dye. He live here?
Dye? Yes, he's got a room here.
Is he in now?
No, he isn't.
When do you expect him?
Oh, he usually comes in around 5 o'clock.
What number's his room?
110.
Let's have the key.
Well, I can't do that.
We're from the sheriff's office, buddy. Hand over the key and don't tip him off when he comes in.
First thing to do is to see if we can find that gun.
Right. You look through that bureau and I'll see what's in this clothes closet.
Never mind, Gray. Here it is.
Oh, let's see.
Look, 32. I'll bet $1 this is the gun that killed Albert Horton.
What a break, boy.
Quiet. Somebody's coming down the hall.
Here's our boy.
All right, Dye. Up with your hands.
Say, what is this?
You're under arrest for murder.
For murder? You're crazy.
No, you're crazy. To think that you could get away with that job out in Mint Canyon last spring.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stick out your arm.
Say, listen, you. I'll get you guys for false arrest.
That's your privilege. If we made a mistake, for the time being, you'll be smart. You'll just quietly answer our questions.
What was the idea of killing that old rancher?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, who was in that deal with you?
You own a car, Dye?
I used to.
What happened to it?
The finance company.
What finance company?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out through the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
I'll go ahead and find out, but I don't know what company.
Want to tell us the truth, Dye?
I am telling you the truth.
All right, my friend. Have it your way. It's all the same to us whether you talk or not. You're going to jail anyway.
While the ballistics expert checks the .32 caliber gun found in Dye's room, Penn Praise tracks down the car Dye formerly owned, finds it, compares its tires with the photograph of the tire prints at the scene of the crime, returns to headquarters.
Well, Gray, the tire on Dye's car checked with our pictures.
Good.
3 of them are still on the wheels. The 4th is on the spare.
And the gun we found in his room is the same one that shot Albert Horton. Furthermore, I had the doctor examine him. He's got a scar from a bullet wound in the abdomen. I questioned him about it, and he claims he was shot by some dame's husband down in Long Beach as he was crawling out the bedroom window.
Modest lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll talk about anything but the Horton mess. Absolutely denies it.
But he thinks he's big stuff for the women, eh?
I should say he does.
Then he's done a lot of boasting to them.
I don't follow you.
He shot off his face to Mildred Root. He's told her more than she'll admit.
So, if we can't make him talk, we'll make her talk. Is that it?
Exactly. Come on. Now, listen, Miss Root, you've got to help.
Oh, why can't you let me alone? You've got him in jail. What else do you want?
We want to know everything he told you.
It's bad enough that I had him put in jail. What will he think of me?
We told you we'd keep you out of this. He doesn't even suspect that you put the finger on
We're
it.
protecting you. Why can't you play ball with us?
Oh, all right. What else do you want?
Who was with him out at the Horton Ranch?
Well, he told me that he went out there with Gordon Gauss and some Mexican fellow.
Gordon Gauss. How do you spell that? G-A-U-S-S?
Well, I guess so.
What was the Mexican's name?
I don't know.
Sure you don't know?
I'm telling you the truth. I don't know his name.
All right, now, don't get excited, Miss Root. Just go ahead with your story.
Well, that's about all I know. Lloyd told me that they went out there because they'd heard that the Hortons kept a lot of gold hidden out there.
Where's this Gauss live?
I don't know.
Does he drive a car?
Well, yes, I think so.
What kind?
Well, last I heard, he had a yellow Ford.
Calling all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, all Long Beach cars, be on the lookout for a yellow Ford Roadster, license number 7 Victor 348, 7 Victor 348. Arrest the occupant of this car and notify Long Beach Sheriff's substation. That's all.
Pull over, buddy.
What's the matter? I ain't done nothing.
What's your hurry? Looks like you're going on a trip, all that baggage back there.
Well, yeah, I'm going down to the Imperial Valley.
You were going to the Imperial Valley.
What's the charge? I was only driving 25 and I stopped back there for that light.
I don't know anything, buddy. I got orders to pick you up. That's all I know. For further information, you'll have to ask the sheriff's office.
I don't know what you're talking about, I tell you. I didn't have nothing to do with no murder. I've never even been to Mint Canyon.
No use, Gauss. We knew you were there. You drove up to Horton's ranch with Lloyd Dye and a Mexican fellow in Dye's Pontiac sedan. One of you shot and killed Horton. Probably it was Dye. The other, probably you, held up the other Horton brother, the old man, for several minutes. Now let's have the straight of it.
I tell you, I'm innocent.
Where were you the night of May 18th?
Well, how should I know?
No, think now. It was a Sunday night.
Well, if it was a Sunday night, I was in bed by 10 o'clock.
How come you're so sure about that, huh?
Well, because I had to be up at 6 in the morning to get to work.
Where do you work?
Out at the Bulldog Brake Lining Plant in Watts.
Who was that Mexican that was with you that night?
I don't know no Mexican. I've never known no Mexican.
Hey, wait a minute, Gray. I know who that Mexican is now.
Who?
Tony Martinez, the boy who used to work for the Hortons.
How do you know?
You remember? When we were questioning the relatives of Horton, they said that Martinez had quit to go to work for the Bulldog Brake Lining Plant in Watts. Sure, that's the bird.
How about it, Gauss? Was the Mexican Tony Martinez?
I never knew no Mexican.
Inquiry at the Bulldog Brake Lining Plant reveals the fact that Martinez left his job the day after Dye's arrest. The Border Patrol is notified, but fails to produce the missing Martinez. The two deputies center their questioning on Gauss, the weaker of their two prisoners. Day follows day of grueling questioning. And then, finally...
All right, I'll come clean. I don't see what you got on me anyway. I didn't shoot the old man. You can't pin murder on me. We went up there all right. All three of us. Dye, Martinez, and me.
And what happened?
Well, let me tell this my own way, and it'll be the truth, every bit of it.
Okay, start talking.
I met Martinez a year ago over at the Bulldog plant. As soon as we got to know each other, he told me about the ranch where he used to work and how the old men that owned it kept a flock of gold money hidden out there. He wanted me to help him rob them. I put him off for months. I've never been mixed up in no beefs, and I didn't like the idea. Finally, he persuaded me to go up there and look the place over. I did. And a little while later, I introduced Martinez to Dye, and Martinez suggested we cut Dye in on the deal. We told him about it, and he liked the idea. And that Sunday in May, I run into him in Long Beach, and he suggested we pull the job that night. I was scared, but he insisted, so we picked up Martinez over in Downey and drove out to the canyon. When we got there, it was late in the evening, and Martinez let the horses out so as the old men would come out of the house. We were going to hold them outside the house while Martinez went through the place to find the gold. We didn't plan no murder, but only one of them come out, and Dye jumped him while I run inside and held the other one up. I didn't hear nothing from outside, so I went out, and Dye and Martinez had scrambled. I had to hitchhike back to Long Beach. The whole thing was a mess, and I didn't have nothing to do with the shooting.
When this confession is typed out, will you sign it?
Yeah.
This confession has been given without any force or intimidation being used on you?
None that I know of.
Armed with Gauss's signed confession, the officers interviewed Dye, who, after carefully reading the document, comes clean.
We didn't mean to bump off nobody. I was wrestling with the old guy on the porch, and he pulled out his gat and shot me in the middle. Well, I started to run. He fired a second shot at me, so I turned around and I let him have it.
It is the opinion of this court that insufficient evidence of guilt has been presented in your case, Gordon Giles, and therefore you are acquitted of the charge of murder. However, there is no question of a doubt that you, Lloyd Dye, are indeed guilty of second-degree murder, and the court hereby sentences you to serve a term of from 7 years to life in the state penitentiary.
But Dye's attorney appeals his case to the Supreme Court, which grants him a new trial. And the result of that trial is one of the strangest ironies in California legal history. The day at last arrives when the judge delivers his verdict.
In the opinion of this court, there can be no question of the guilt of the defendant, Lloyd Dye, of the crime of murder. In this case, the useless, brutal murder of an old man. This court cannot see the justification of leniency shown in the defendant's previous trial and cannot be swayed in the interest of the defendant in consideration of his voluntary confession. In the opinion of this court, only one verdict is possible, and this is guilty of murder in the first degree. And the court hereby sentences the defendant to Folsom Penitentiary for the rest of his natural life.
Had Dye been satisfied with the first court's verdict, he would have been freed under the parole system in a few years. But as it is, he must live and die in Folsom Penitentiary. Our men kept constantly after the missing member of the murder trio, Tony Martinez, and having located him in Mexico, tried to lure him across the line at Calexico. But he was too wily and escaped the Mexican police waiting there for him. However, it's only a matter of time until he, too, is brought to trial for his participation in the plot to rob the Horton brothers.
Thank you, Sheriff Fitzhugh. Remember when you were a youngster how you wanted to be a policeman? Or perhaps you wanted to be a detective and solve crimes. Rio Grande has made it possible for thousands of boys and girls to achieve this ambition. These youngsters belong to Rio Grande's junior police department. All wear a metal police badge. Nearly all have handcuffs, microscopes, fingerprint outfits, or some of the other 14 articles in Rio Grande's junior detective outfit. And they got these valuable gifts through the generosity of motorists like yourself who use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You can outfit your own children or some neighborhood youngster with a 14-piece detective outfit at absolutely no cost to yourself. Just drive into any Rio Grande cracked gasoline station and ask. Get a free copy of the Calling All Cars News and read all about it. You've got to buy some motor oil this week, and if you seriously want the best oil for your car, you'll ask your Rio Grande dealer about Sinclair motor oils. He'll tell you how the special Sinclair de-waxing and de-jellying process ensures that you get an absolutely pure oil free from all waste, guaranteed against breaking down under engine strain. Rio Grande dealers recommend Sinclair motor oil according to your own car manufacturer's specification to all users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Your engine feels so much peppier with cracked gasoline that you can't resist speeding up. Cracked gasoline starts your engine so quickly that ordinary oils often fail to lubricate those first few seconds. Rio Grande dealers guarantee Sinclair motor oils to give never-failing lubrication in any emergency. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Rio Grande Oil Company. Rio Grande Oil Company. Rio Grande Oil Company.
A beautiful seductress comes to life.
Kamala is the key to peace between our two worlds.
A woman destined to end years of war.
You learn so quickly what stimulates a man.
And determined to satisfy forbidden desires.
Don't do this. This you do with men.
But will Picard sacrifice peace for passion?
Would you ask me to stay and ask two armies to keep fighting?
On Star Trek, The Next Generation.
From the sound of music and Bing Crosby. Lee is up next.
Ha, 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 ha.
Say, that Groucho Marx was really flying tonight, wasn't he, Ken?
Hey, Bing, we're on the air.
Well, that's Wednesday night for you, I guess.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins were the mayors, and Bing's guests, Miss Peggy Lee and Hop-Along Cassidy. Wait a minute. Hey, what's this? What's going on here?
Out of my way, tenderfoot. Make way for Creep-Along Crosby.
Why, Bing, what's come over you?
This is what's come over me, partner. Just look at the smog pouring out of this here gun barrel.
Bing, what's the matter? What's the idea of this He-Man talking?
Well, I'll tell you what the idea is. We got Hoppy on the show tonight, and my kids is a-listening. I don't want them to think their pappy's a sissy.
Now, wait, look, creep along. I think we ought to calm down now. Pull yourself together.
You think I better, huh?
Yes. I don't blame you for being excited, though. I think it's wonderful that we have Hop-Along Cassidy on the program tonight.
Yeah, Ken, this is our answer to television.
It's about time we came up with something.
Hi, Bing. Hi, Ken.
Well, we came up with Peggy Lee. Peggy Lee, folks.
Say, Peg.
Yes, Ken.
You should have seen Bing before you got here. He was firing his six-shooter, talking out of the corner of his mouth, and really blowing his top.
Well, he's been acting a little strange ever since he recorded Mule Train.
Get along there, you lop-eared, sway-back critters. Hold there!
Ouch!
Pardon me, Peggy. My slip whipped. I mean, my whip slipped.
You know, Peggy, Hop-Along Cassidy's going to be on the program tonight.
Well, I thought so. Look out there in the audience.
All right, settle down, little doggy. He'll be along directly. Now, Ken, if you'll excuse Peggy and me, we shall burst into their opening number, which is Here Comes Santa Claus. Santa Claus and Hop-Along Cassidy. Boy, we got everybody going for us tonight, ain't we? John Scott, hit it, if you please.
Happy days. Happy times. Listen to the bells and chimes as Santa Claus comes your way today.
Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Right down Santa Claus Lane.
Vixen and Blitzen and all his reindeer are pulling on the rein.
Bells are ringing, children singing.
All is merry and bright.
Hang your stockings and say your prayers,
'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He's got a bag that is filled with toys for the boys and girls again.
Hear those sleigh bells jingle jangle, what a beautiful sight. Jump in bed, cover up your head, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight.
Hey, here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He doesn't care if you're rich or poor, for he loves you just the same. Santa knows that we're God's children, that makes everything right, right. Fill your hearts with the Christmas cheer, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight, tonight. Santa Claus comes tonight, tonight.
Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Right down Santa Claus Lane. He'll come around when the chimes ring out. Then it's Christmas morn again.
Peace on earth will come to all if we just follow the light
Let's give thanks to the Lord above, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Santa Claus is coming tonight. Stand by.
Happy days,
Happy times.
listen to the bells and chimes.
Here comes Santa Claus.
Peg, Bing, and kids.
Thank you, Ken.
Say, Bing, have you got my Christmas present yet?
Got her all bought, Ken.
Oh, good. By the way, Bing, what size hat do you wear?
7 3/8. You get me a hat for Christmas, Ken?
No, I've got an uncle back in Peoria with a head about like yours, and I got to get him a hat. Oh, don't worry, Bing. No, I've already purchased your Christmas present.
I'll tell you what I bought for you if you tell me what you bought for me.
Oh, no. No, that would spoil the surprise. But I would like to tell the folks listening that Chesterfield has a beautiful Christmas carton this year.
Say, by the way, Ken, would you like to get one of those Chesterfield Christmas cartons containing 200 milder Chesterfields for Christmas?
Oh, I sure would.
You got it.
So have you.
Oh, joy.
And friends, the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Arthur Godfrey on the cover will make all smokers happy. Take our tip and see your neighborhood tobacco dealer or phone him with your list and order some of these gay Chesterfield Christmas cartons. In no time at all, your shopping will be done, and you know your gift will satisfy.
Well, with everybody holiday-minded these days, I guess one more rendition of Dreamer's Holiday shouldn't get us in any big trouble.
Climb aboard a butterfly, take off on the breeze. Let your worries flutter by, just do the things you please. In the land where dollar bills are falling off the trees, on a dreamer's holiday. Every day for breakfast, there's a dish of scrambled stars. And for luncheon, you'll be munching rainbow candy bars. You'll be living a la mode on Jupiter and Mars, on a dreamer's holiday. Why don't you make it a long vacation? Time there is plenty of. You need no reservation. Just bring along the one you love. Help yourself to happiness. Sprinkle it with mirth. Close your eyes and concentrate. Dream for all you're worth. You will feel terrific when you get back down to earth. From a dreamer's holiday. From a dreamer's holiday.
You will feel terrific when you get back down to earth.
From a dreamer's holiday.
Holiday.
Oh, take it easy. He's coming. Now, don't get excited. Now, here's Peggy Lee with some special Christmas lyrics to one of her biggest tunes, Mañana.
Well, these words are brand new, Bing.
Yeah?
Will you join in and help me?
Well, I'll join, but I don't know if I'll be any help.
Way before Thanksgiving, you could hear the people say they're putting up the Christmas trees all over town today. So everybody starts to think that Santa Claus is due. You have to sing the jingle bells before the turkey's through.
Mañana, mañana.
Mañana is soon enough for me.
So you think there's lots of time before St. Nicholas Day, and there'll be signs to tell you if he's many days away. And then one morning you decide to get your shopping done, And instead of 30 days, you find there's only una.
Mañana, mañana, mañana.
You get your shopping done.
So then you make a great big list of lots of ties and socks. You run and get the ribbons and you pack 'em in that box. You say this tie is pretty. You might even say it's swell. You give it to your uncle. He don't like it very well.
Mañana, mañana, mañana.
You have to change the tie.
But there are lots of other things about the Christmas day. And Christmas really is, you know, for the children anyway.
They go to bed on Christmas Eve and wait for Santa's sleigh. And soon it's not mañana, it's Merry Christmas Day.
Mañana, mañana.
Get ready for Santa and his sleigh.
Mañana, mañana.
Christmas is not so far away.
Not far, not far.
Christmas is not so far away.
Not far, not far.
Merry Christmas is not so far away.
Mañana.
Guest time is here, and I'm sure we're all happy that the hoppy moment has arrived. You know, folks, it seems to be a fact that as the children of the nation go, so go the grown-ups. Right now, the kids and their mothers and dads are going for our guest of honor in a big way, and it's a very heartening and a healthy sign that we Americans have the good sense to go for a gent who is symbolic of adventure, clean living, and fair play. Here now is Bill Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy.
Thanks, Bing.
I'll be doggone, he didn't come on horseback. Howdy, Hoppy.
Howdy, hippie.
What's that, hippie? Well, it's good to hope got to you, huh? It's good to see you, Bill. Tell me, do you have anything to do with these Hopalong Cassidy cowboy suits that they sell in the stores?
I certainly do.
Well, I have a complaint.
What's that?
I've been all over town. I can't get one to fit me.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Bing. I'll give you one of mine.
Well, I don't know. Our figures are so...
All right, I'll give you two of mine.
That might do it. But look, say, you are in wonderful condition, aren't you? You're in good shape. How do you keep that waistline down, Hoppy?
Well, I've been on tour around the country, and what really does it, Bing, is bending over to shake hands with thousands of little children.
Shaking hands with children, huh? You think that would work for me?
Well, you got the equipment at home. Why don't you try it?
Pretty good suggestion. I might do that. I got a question, Hoppy, something I've always wanted to ask you.
What's that?
Well, it's about cowboy pictures. Have you ever attended one of those Saturday matinees for children?
Yes, and I've never seen anything like those kid fans for enthusiasm.
Oh, I know what you mean. There's a sign on the front that says, doors open at 12:30. And brother, they better, or down they go.
Those ticket takers are braver than anyone on the screen.
Yes, and the lobby is a dangerous place to be. And if you ever get caught in that rush between the popcorn machine and the washroom, boy, you're a dead duck. Traffic is something interesting.
But isn't it wonderful, Bing, that the theater owners have those special Saturday matinees and let the kids in for only 15 or 20 cents?
I don't see why they charge the kids at all, Hoppy. They don't use the seats. I took my mob the other afternoon. They didn't touch leather once.
Well, a Western movie is just like watching a baseball game, Bing. If you enjoy it, you gotta go home limp.
At least when a baseball game is over, everybody leaves. But your audiences stay there. Do you know when those kids finally go home?
Sure, when they get hungry.
That's it. The kids get hungry, they go home, they sit down to their supper in front of the television set, and they see you in the same picture again. They love it.
How do you like this guy? I don't think it's as bad as that, Bing.
Bad? That's good. Golly, I'm sorry I never made a Western.
Why, I saw you in a Western picture the other night.
You saw me in a Western? What was the name of it?
Top of the Morning.
That That isn't a cowboy picture. You must have come in the middle or something. It confused you.
No, I saw it from the very beginning.
Well, that'll confuse you even more. So while we're on this happy topic, Bill, you know there's a very strong rumor going around Paramount that you and I are going to do a Western picture together.
But, Bing, if we do make this Western together, I want to straighten something out before we start.
What's that?
Which one of us gets the girl?
I'll get the girl, Bill.
Boy, am I relieved.
And that's another thing that puzzles me, Hoppy. How is it that a handsome two-fisted fellow like you never marry the girl at the end of the picture?
Being after 8 reels of jumping off cliffs, ducking Indian arrows, falling down mine shafts, getting caught in a stampede and slugging it out with 4 or 5 tough hombres, a fella just wants to be alone.
Honestly, though, Bill, I'm really excited about this movie we're going to do together. But tell me, you think, partner, that there's room in one picture for 2 such virile, red-blooded, hard-riding fellas as you and me? Huh?
Well, I'll take care of you, Bing. I'll put a rumble seat on my saddle.
I can ride a horse all by myself. I'm a rancher, you know.
Oh, that's right. You got to spread up around Elko.
Yes, I take my boys up there every summer for a vacation. The oldest lad stacks hay all day, the twins dig post holes, and the youngest boy takes care of the lawn and milks the cows.
And what do you do?
Well, I keep busy, too. Every morning right after breakfast, I grab my fly rod and I go out after a mess of trout.
That is back-breaking work.
Well, the trout up there run pretty big, you know. Then after lunch, I shoe the horses.
Nah, you're getting somewhere. That's really tough work.
Yeah, I shoe the horses. I shoe the horses out of the mint bed so I can make a julep.
I don't know how you really keep up that pace.
That's no pace. That's nothing. After I shoe the horses, I shoe the chickens.
Shoe the chickens?
Yep, shoe the chickens out of the hammock so I can lie down.
Oh, I must apologize. I never knew you lived such a rugged life.
I do.
You must be a wreck at the end of the day.
I am. But, Bill, with you here tonight, you know what I think we ought to do? It'd be real clever if we do a Western play. You game?
Oh, we can't do a Western,
Why not?
Bing. We haven't got a villain.
I'll be the villain, Hoppy.
Bing, do you think you could play a bad man?
Listen here, Cassidy. I'm the toughest hombre you ever seen. I eat raw meat. I pick my teeth with a live porcupine. John Scott, while I'm strapping on my 6-gun, set the scene here.
Somewhere between the Rimrock country and the Badlands lies the rip-snorting little town of Rip-Snorting, Arizona. And there in the sheriff's office, we find the town constable discussing the local crime situation with Hopalong Cassidy.
What's up, Sheriff?
Cassidy, the town's getting restless. Any news on Wildcat Crosby yet?
Well, Monday he held up the First National Bank. Tuesday he held up the Second National Bank. So this being Wednesday, I waited for him at the Third National.
What happened?
The double-crossing coyote held up the First National again.
I told you he was slick as a weasel. I don't know how we'll ever get our hands on him.
Oh, hop along.
What is it, California?
That Wildcat Crosby has taken a cymbal lesson over at Arthur Murray's dance hall.
Is he causing any trouble?
Yup, he spiked 3 hostesses with his spurs.
That settles it. I'm going over to Murray's for a showdown. This town ain't big enough for Wildcat Crosby and me.
It's hardly big enough for me.
Never mind, California.
I'm warning you, Wildcat. Hopalong Cassidy's in town. You better get.
I ain't a-gonna get getting, and anyone that gets in my way is going to get got before they can get getting. You get it?
Wildcat, you're a bad man.
Oh, shuckins. I just rob from the rich and I give to the poor.
Well, how long do you expect to go on like this?
Till I ain't poor no more. I ain't such a bad sort after all.
Well, if you got so much money, why don't you pay me for the cymbal lesson I just gave you?
Oh, no, I don't want to.
Well, you took a dancing lesson, and I want my money.
You heard what I said. No money.
Pardon me, but if you want to stay healthy, pay the girl.
Why, no one tells Wildcat Crosby what to do.
Why, you spavined horn toad, you lop-eared, low-down, thieving, ornery, treacherous, sidewinding rattler.
Oh, yeah? Say that again.
Why, you spavined horn-toad, you lop-eared, low-down, thieving, ornery, treacherous, sidewinding rattler.
What a memory.
Wildcat, I've been waiting to meet up with you for a long time.
And who might you be, stranger?
I'm Along Cassidy.
Well, you can't be Cassidy. I've seen Along. He's a little short, fat man who wobbles when he walks.
You must have a cheap television set.
You better smile when you say that, stranger.
Look out, Hop, he's going to shoot.
Ouch! My hand.
Let that teach you a lesson, Wildcat. And if you ever reach for your gun again, you're going to die with your boots on.
Well, might be neater that way. I got a hole in my sock.
All right, Wildcat. Come along to the jailhouse.
Okay, Hoppy, you got me. Just goes to show crime doesn't pay.
We're having a little trouble with Paramount, too.
Oh, we'll get that straightened out. Before we leave this sagebrush atmosphere, I'd like to do a chorus of a genuine Western favorite. See them a-tumbling down, pledging their love to the ground. Lonely but free I'll be found, drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweeds. Cares of the past are behind, nowhere to go but I'll find just where the trail will wind, drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweeds. I know when night is gone that a new world's born at dawn. I'll keep rolling along. Deep in my heart is a song. Here on the range I belong, drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweeds. Hey, friends, if you want a wonderful smoke, get some Chesterfields for yourself. Get a carton, take out a pack, and when you open it up, you'll notice something that you find only in Chesterfields.
It's the mild aroma of the world's best mild, ripe tobacco, something you find only in Chesterfields and in no other cigarette. This mild aroma is due to Chesterfield's perfect blend, the blend we know is the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. And you'll find because of that blend that every Chesterfield will be A, always milder, much milder than other cigarettes, B, better tasting, will taste better than other cigarettes, and C, cooler smoking, will smoke cooler than other cigarettes.
And what's more, you can count on every Chesterfield to leave a clean, fresh taste after smoking. So keep those ABCs in mind and always buy Chesterfield. It's the best cigarette for you to smoke. A new song from a new Broadway show, Stay Well, from Lost in the Stars, with Peggy Lee. Stay well, O keeper of my love. Go well throughout all your days.
Your star, the luckiest star above,
unto you my one love is given, and since with you it will remain.
Though you bring fear at dawn, despair at even,
stay well, come well to my door again.
Stay well, oh keeper of my love, go well throughout all your days. Your star,
The luckiest star above,
your way,
the luckiest way.
since unto you my one love is given, and since with you it will remain.
Though you bring fear at dawn, despair at even, stay well, come well to my door again. Stay well.
Thank you, Peggy. My profound thanks to Peggy Lee and Along Cassidy for joining up with us tonight.
Thanks, Bing.
Well, you got a mighty nice outfit here, Bing, and it sure was a lot of fun.
Who's with you next week?
Next week, Peg, Jimmy Stewart and Carol Richards join us. Good night, Peg.
Good night, Bing.
Night, Hopalong.
Good night, Creep-Along. See you at Paramount.
Righto, Bill. Righto, Bill, and folks, we'll see you next week for Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke. Now, for more singing, why don't you stay tuned right where you are and catch the new rave, Sugar Throat Burns. Thanks very much.
The Bing Crosby Show is produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next Wednesday and hear Bing and his guest, Jimmy Stewart. This Christmas, give the gift that makes every pipe smoker happy. A Christmas humidor of mellow Granger. Granger is made just for pipes by the tried-and-true Wellman method. Rough cut to smoke mild and cool, and humidor packed to stay ever fresh. Yes, make this Christmas a Merry Christmas for all the pipe smokers on your list. Give them each a Christmas humidor of mellow Granger. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How nice to see you again. It's good to know that you've become a regular visitor. And since you're such a good customer, it's only fair to warn you that the story you're about to hear may be a little bit more disturbing than most. If the sounds of a woman screaming in utter terror unnerve you, then perhaps you may not want to listen to a tale called Where Fear Begins. It's a story about exactly that, fear. But perhaps the best way to find out is to hear what happens to Amanda Shepard on a dark night when moonlight streams through her window, but not just moonlight. Our mystery drama, Where Fear Begins, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Kim Hunter. The night is still and peaceful in the small town known as Manassas Valley. Most nights are peaceful here. And one person who enjoys that stillness is Miss Amanda Shepard. The big city is only 50 miles away, but for Amanda, it might as well be 50,000. But there are many ways to shorten distances. And tonight, something is going to happen that will destroy the peace and stillness of Amanda Shepard's life.
Yes. Hello.
Amanda, is that you?
Yes. Who's this?
It's Vera.
Vera? Oh, for heaven's sake, what's the matter with you? Don't you know what time it is?
Amanda, I need help. You've got to help me.
What are you talking about? Where are you?
Amanda, I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I'm so frightened. You've got to help me.
Listen, are you drunk?
You've got to come out here. You've got to stay with me.
Vera, will you please make some sense? It's 2:00 in the morning. I'm 50 miles away.
Well, then come. Tomorrow, come. Oh, please. Please come as soon as you can.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Vera, I've got a class to teach tomorrow. Come to think of it, it's even worse than that. I have a faculty meeting.
Amanda, don't you understand? I need you. Don't make me explain. Just come.
All right. Look, I can't promise when I'll be there exactly. Where are you staying? Vera? Vera, what's the address? Did you hear me? Vera, are you still there? Vera! Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. What can I get you?
Nothing, thanks. I was looking for the manager.
So are his creditors.
Well, maybe you can help me. Have you worked here long?
Truth is, I don't work here now. I'm what you might call a guest bartender.
Oh, I see.
Tell me anyway.
Well, I'm trying to find someone. I know she no longer works here. She told me she quit her job about 2 months ago, but it's the last bit of information I have about her.
Now, who is her exactly?
Her name is Vera Shepard. Do you know her by any chance?
Nope, I can't say I do.
Well, she called me last night and sounded as if she was in trouble. I'm almost tempted to call the police, but knowing Vera could just be some of her melodramatics. Well, thank you anyway.
It's okay. Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
This Vera Shepard, is she blonde, pretty, about your height?
Yes.
There's a girl I met in an encounter group last month. Her last name was Shepard, but her first name was Roxanne.
Roxanne? Well, that could be her. She always hated the name Vera. She was always threatening to change it. Look, have you any idea where she might be living?
Sure. She lives with me.
What?
In the same rooming house. Upstairs. In indescribable squalor, I might add. What's a nice lady like you doing with a friend like Roxy?
She's my sister.
Ouch. Well, excuse me, I think I'll go see if I can pry my foot out of my mouth.
Wait a minute. Where's this squalid rooming house of yours?
Number 9 Hudson Street, near the river. If you see a bum sleeping in the doorway, that's the place. Hey, you weren't thinking of going there now.
Of course.
It's not a good idea. Now, you can't go into a neighborhood like that looking the way you do.
What's wrong with the way I look?
Wait a minute. My friend Tony will be back here in 5 minutes to take over the bar. I'll go with you.
Well, I'm sure I can find it alone.
There's some pretty bad customers around there.
Well, they don't look any better here.
You can trust me. Underneath this dirty shirt beats a heart of pure soap.
Well, all right.
Careful of those stairs. They're in bad shape.
How can people live in a place like this?
Nobody lives here. We exist on another plane. Our bodies may wallow in filth, but our souls live in penthouses.
Is that what you learned in your encounter group?
Well, here's her door. The grand portal of the Princess Roxanne.
She has a radio on.
I hope that isn't all she has on. Princess is a little hard of hearing.
She must be home. Let me try. Vera? Vera, you in there?
Might be asleep or stoned. Maybe she just went out and left the radio on.
Look, I'm terribly worried about her. She really sounded dreadful. She said she was frightened about something.
I could always break the door in. It's pretty flimsy.
Do you think we should?
Just say the word.
All right. Please.
That's the word. By the way, what did you say your name was?
Amanda Shepard.
My name is Kurt Davies. Pleased to meet you. There. That was easy. Come on in.
Ooh, what an awful place.
I told you, indescribable squalor.
The beggar must be in here. Vera? Vera, it's me. It's Amanda. Oh, my... Vera! Oh, my God!
What is it? Is she sick?
Look at her. Look at her eyes.
Easy, take it easy. I don't think she's breathing.
She's dead. Oh, my God, my poor sister is dead.
All right, Miss Shepard, if you think you can talk about it now, let's get a few of the facts straight.
There's only one thing you have to get straight, Lieutenant Duryea. Somebody did this to my sister.
Yeah, you told me. How long were you two separated?
A little over a year. She left Manassas Valley about 14 months ago.
Well, what for? Just to come to the big city?
I suppose that was her reason.
Any other reason you know about? Was there a man, for instance?
There was a man, all right, but not what you're thinking. Vera had a fight with our father.
Your father live in Manassas Valley?
Yes, my sister and I never got along very well with him.
The both of you?
Yes, both of us. But then Vera had this fight with him, and she packed her bags and left. She had some idea of becoming an actress or a singer or something like that.
And did she?
No. I don't know what she became here.
And when she called you last night, what did she say exactly?
She just said she was scared. Scared out of her wits. And I heard this terrible scream. Lieutenant, there's only one explanation. Somebody was after her. Somebody was in her apartment last night and killed her.
I'm sorry, Miss Shepard, but this is no murder case.
But you saw her eyes. You saw the way she looked as if she'd been frightened to death.
There's just no such thing, Miss Shepard. At least not on the law books. Your sister suffered a cardiac arrest. That's a heart attack.
I can't believe that. That look on her face.
It was just a death agony. That's all you saw.
Somebody was after her. Some man, probably. I'm sure of it.
Maybe she was scared because she was sick.
There was nothing wrong with her health.
Look, the medical examiner knows his business, miss. Of course, if you want to insist on an autopsy, that's your privilege.
An autopsy? That means cutting her open.
That's what it means.
And if it proved you were wrong? That she didn't die of natural causes?
Oh, we'd be the first to admit it.
All right, then. I want an autopsy. Look, I'm sure that something horrible happened to Vera.
Okay, whatever you say, Miss Shepard. I'll be in touch with you. Oh, where will you be staying?
I'll be staying right here.
I just don't see how you can live in that place.
Well, the rent's been paid until the end of the month. There's no reason I should stay anywhere else.
I thought you had a job in Manassas Falls.
Manassas Valley. I do have a job. I teach school. I've already asked for a leave of absence. Look, I'm not leaving here until the police do something about this.
You may have a long wait.
It doesn't matter how long. I know something happened to my sister, and nobody seems to care.
Listen, I'll be taking care of the bar for another couple of hours. Why don't I meet you later for a drink or something?
Look, no, I have to get home. I have to call my father, and I have to get some sleep. I'm so dreadfully tired.
Okay, but if you need a friend, remember, I live 1 floor away.
Yes, I'll remember. Dad, there was no way I could make the funeral arrangements yet.
Why not?
Because the police are performing an autopsy on Vera's body to determine the exact cause of death.
What? I thought you told me she had a heart attack.
Yes, but I still thought it'd be wise to learn more about it. Dad, she was only 26 years old.
Yeah, but she wasn't a well girl, Amanda. You know that. She had rheumatic fever when she was a child.
Always seemed perfectly well to me. Look, Dad, I'm just not satisfied about this. That's all there is to it. That's why I'm not coming home until I find out more.
You're a stubborn woman, Amanda. You're just as stubborn as your mother was.
All right, Dad. I'll try to speak to you again tomorrow.
What's the hurry? You haven't talked 3 minutes with yet.
I'm exhausted. I've got to get some sleep. Goodbye, Dad. How can I sleep? How can I? I know I'm just going to lie awake all night. Just thinking about Vera. Oh, Lord, why did I decide to stay in this horrible place? I have to clean it up tomorrow. It's so filthy. At least that'll give me something to do. Oh, if only I could sleep. I wonder if Vera has anything in the medicine cabinet. Won't hurt to look. There. But a mess of bottles. Half of them are empty. What's this one? Aspirin. Oh, wait a minute. This one's marked. For sleep, thank God. It's the only way I'll get to close my eyes tonight. What is it? It sounds like someone at the door. At the front door. 1 minute. All right, I'm coming. If I can just find my slippers. Who is it? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, who's out there? Who is it? Who's out there? Go away! Go away! Whoever you are, go away! The door! The box is broken. It's coming in here! Oh, God, it's coming in! Ah! Oh, dear Lord, help me! Help me, somebody!
Well, now that's what I would call an unexpected visitor. Of course, there are neighborhoods in every large city that have their share of gorillas, but they're customarily of the human variety. How did this specimen get to Amanda Shepard's apartment? I'd be glad to tell you, but that would be spoiling the surprises that... And now, here's the second act of Where Fear Begins. Well, it appears that no harm has come to our friend Amanda Shepard, unless you call a good case of hysteria harm. But now there's another visitor to the apartment, Kurt Davies, who quickly raced up the stairs when he heard her cries for help.
I saw it. I saw it. So help me. I saw a gorilla. An ape. I don't know what you call it.
Sure you saw it, Amanda, but in a dream.
I know the difference between a dream and reality. It was a real gorilla. It broke the door in.
No, honey. I'm the one who busted in the door, remember? And first thing tomorrow, you've got to get a lock on it.
Kurt, please, listen to me. This was real. I know it was. This animal tried to get in here and kill me. When I started to scream, it went away.
Amanda, I didn't see any gorilla coming out of this place. I mean, wouldn't I have seen it, too?
Well, maybe it's hiding somewhere in the building. Maybe it has a hiding place.
This is really crazy.
Look, maybe that's what Vera saw. Maybe that's what she was horribly frightened about.
Amanda, have you ever searched this apartment?
Searched it? What for?
Well, maybe you'd find something. Letters, a diary, maybe.
Oh, Sarah never kept a diary.
It's worth a try, isn't it? Come on, let's look right now. I'll help you.
Why? Why should you want to help me?
Why not?
You don't really care what happened to my sister. You hardly knew her.
Maybe I didn't want to know her.
Why not?
What's the point of knocking the dead?
No, tell me, please. Why didn't you like Vera?
I didn't like Roxanne because she called herself Roxanne when her name was Vera. I didn't like the way she spent her time looking for one kick after the other, even if it meant kicking somebody else in the teeth.
Was she really like that?
Look, it's late. Maybe you should go back to bed. We'll search the place another time.
No. You're right. You know, I should have done this before. Yeah, I remember seeing something in the bedroom, as a matter of fact.
See what?
It looked like an address book. Wait, I'll get it.
Maybe it is a diary. A record of all the kicks she got out of life.
No, it's an address book. Not too many names in it.
Let me see if I'm in it. No, guess I didn't make that much of an impression.
Do you recognize anybody's name?
Let's see. There's Tony's. That's the place where I work.
I thought you were only a guest bartender.
That's only temporary. Till my rich uncle in Argentina dies. That is, if I have a rich uncle. Wait a minute.
What'd you find?
Are you sure your sister was healthy?
Well, my father doesn't agree, but I think she was, yes.
I mean healthy in the head. Ever occur to you that the call she made to you that night was just, well, that she might have been wigging out?
Oh, no. Look, I'm sure Vera wasn't crazy.
Well, the reason I ask is she has Dr. Swaley's number in her book.
Who?
Dr. Raymond Swaley. I've heard of him.
What kind of a doctor is he?
I suppose you could call him a shrink, but I think he calls himself a psychologist. If your sister Vera was all that together, would she be seeing someone like that?
I don't know.
How would you like me to see Dr. Swaley and ask him?
No, the name isn't familiar, I'm afraid. But I won't trust my memory. I have a book that my secretary keeps for me.
She might have called herself Roxanne Shepard.
It's a very neat alphabetical book. Miss Riegelman tends to be a little compulsive about her record keeping. I'll have to explore her subconscious one of these days. No, there's no one of that name who was my patient.
Maybe you knew her personally.
Oh, I'm quite sure I didn't.
Yeah, but your name was in her address book.
She might have heard about me.
You mean she might have taken down your name but never called you?
That's possible, isn't it?
I guess so.
How old did you say the girl was?
26.
Pity. And the cause of death?
They called it cardiac arrest, but her sister doesn't believe it. She insisted that an autopsy be performed.
Was it?
Yes.
And the result?
Negative. It was heart failure, all right.
Well, then, why isn't the lady satisfied?
Because she still thinks that people can die of fright. Pure and simple fright.
What's the use of my staying any longer, Kurt? I'm just packing up Vera's things and leaving.
You want me to help you?
No, I'm just taking everything that belonged to her, not even trying to sort it out.
Don't forget the stuff in the medicine cabinet. I'll bring it to you.
Most of the bottles are empty.
So I see, but this one isn't. What's this, Amanda?
Sleeping pills. I took one of them last night. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that again. Kurt, look. The label.
How about it?
It says Dr. Swally.
What?
You said that Swally denied that Vera was his patient, yet he prescribed these sleeping pills.
Are you sure?
Well, see for yourself.
Well, what do you know? Now, why would he lie about something like that?
I don't know. He must be hiding something. I have to know what it is.
Yeah, but how? If he lied to me once, he'll lie again.
Look, what if I went to see him?
But I told him about your being Vera's sister.
What if I didn't go there as Vera's sister? If I went as a patient? I'm so miserable all the time, Doctor. So depressed and nervous. I don't want to wake up in the morning. I want to go right on sleeping, hibernating from the world. Do you think you can help me?
Well, that all depends. How much do you know about my treatment?
Well, not really very much. Just that I've heard you've been able to help people.
But you must have also heard that my therapy isn't quite orthodox.
Well, no, I guess I've never heard that.
Oh, don't be alarmed. Basically, I'm a Freudian. I believe in the theory of the subconscious, but I look at it slightly differently. I call the subconscious the dungeon of the human mind, the place where we hide all our guilty fears. The conscious mind tries to forget their existence, but they cry out and rattle their chains and make our lives miserable. Do you understand?
I think so.
Personally, I believe that fear is the true enemy of mental health. What I try to do for my patients is eliminate fear. We're all afraid of something, aren't we? Right now, you look as if you're afraid of me.
No, I'm really very interested.
It's one thing to know what we fear. Insects, mice, grizzly bears, high places. But many of our fears are so buried in our minds that we forget their existence. Do you ever have nightmares, Miss Lewis?
Yes. In fact, I had one just the other night. I dreamt that a gorilla tried to break into my apartment. It was, so terribly real.
Are you especially afraid of gorillas?
I've never even thought about them, not since I was... For heaven's sake.
You were about to say, not since you were a child.
Yes, when I was a child, only 4 years old. I'd forgotten all about it.
But you remember now.
Yes, my father took me to the zoo. I was having a good time until he brought me to the gorilla cage.
And it frightened you?
Well, at first I was fascinated. I'd never seen anything like it before. So much like a man and not a man. So Daddy picked me up so I could get a better look. And it reached for me. It reached out for me. Oh, God, how could I have forgotten that? I screamed at the top of my lungs.
And just the other night you screamed again?
Yes. Isn't it incredible?
But don't you see what happened? You relived this fearful event of your childhood, what we call a traumatic experience. Now that you've done it, faced it, perhaps you've also uprooted it, along with other repressed fears.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is I was absolutely terrified.
Terrified, yes, but perhaps also purified. Miss Lewis, I'm sure you've heard of LSD, haven't you?
LSD? Oh, yes, of course. It's that drug that makes you see hallucinations.
No, it isn't the only drug, you know. There's mescaline, psilocybin, and a new derivative of LSD-25, which I've developed, known as EN30.
I don't understand.
Well, LSD is the chemical shorthand for lysergic acid and diethylamide. A very small amount can produce hallucinations of every form and variety. EN30 is rather different. It produces only one kind of hallucinatory affect. The affect of fear.
Fear?
Some people call it, incorrectly, the horror drug. It's a powerful hallucinogen. Dangerous when used carelessly. but extremely useful under controlled conditions. It goes right to the sub-basement of human consciousness and brings up images from the very place where fear begins, the dungeon of our minds.
You mean it makes people see the things that they're afraid of?
Yes, usually the things which frightened us when we were children.
And what makes it dangerous? The fact that we might be scared to death?
Oh, scared to death is a highly inexact term. But in certain cases...
In the case of a heart condition?
Oh, I would never administer the drug to anyone with such a history.
How long does the effect last?
Well, varies greatly among individuals, but like LSD, the effect can often be cyclical. That is, the hallucinations can return on a cyclical basis, even if no EN30 has been taken for several days. This is one reason why controlled use is very important.
Dr. Swally, are you giving this drug to all your patients?
Oh, no, my dear. Only to a few, and under strictest supervision. And, of course, with their complete understanding and agreement.
I see. Yes, I really think I understand now, Doctor.
Listen, Amanda, do you know what you're saying? You're accusing Swally of being a criminal.
That's why he lied to you. He was afraid to admit that Vera was his patient because he gave her this horror pill of his. And she died.
Well, you don't know that for sure.
I don't know it. He says he never gave anyone the pill except under controlled conditions. But he lied. He said he'd never give one of those things to someone with heart trouble, but he gave one to Vera.
Look, you're all worn out. You better get to sleep, and we'll talk about it in the morning.
I'm going to the police in the morning, Kurt. Will you go with me?
Amanda, I've already been to the police.
What?
I saw Lieutenant Duryea.
But why?
I've been worried about this undercover game you've been playing. So I talked to Duryea, told him about what you were doing and what you suspected.
And?
Duryea made a check of Swally's records, Amanda. He made it part of the routine police inquiry into your sister's death.
What are you trying to say?
Swally wasn't lying about it.
What?
He wasn't lying about your sister. She was never his patient.
But the sleeping pills...
They must have belonged to one of your sister's roommates, or maybe she just swiped them from somebody else's house. Didn't you tell me that Vera was always swiping things?
Oh, Kurt. Then I'm wrong. It wasn't his fault.
That's the way it looks. If your sister was having nightmares, she was having them on her own.
Oh, it's so warm in here. It's too warm to sleep. I've got to open that window or I'll suffocate. Oh, it's so hard to open. Oh, there. Whew, that should help a little. What was that? Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord, something flew in here. It's right in my room. Ah! It's not a bird, it's a bat. It's trying to get in my hair. Ah! It's in my hair. It's all tangled up in my hair. Ah!
What is there about a bat which fills almost all of us with dread? Is it the cape-like wings, the rat-like face, the raking claws, the terrifying screech of their voices? Can anyone blame Amanda Shepard for the cry of horror she emits when that winged monster comes flapping into her room? Or was there really a bat? Was it only a creature of her imagination? Amanda Shepard has had another nightmare. A dream so vivid that she lies in her bed this morning in a state of shock, still unable to believe that the bat which flew into her room the night before isn't still entangled in her hair.
It may have been the heat, Amanda. This building is a real hot box when the weather turns warm.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe I had some kind of a heat stroke.
If you ask me, you ought to get out of this apartment right now. Maybe that's another reason you have bad dreams. This place is depressing you.
Yes, you're right. There's no point in my staying here anymore. The police have proved that, haven't they?
You just have to accept the truth. Your sister died because she died.
And I guess that means I should go back.
Doesn't mean you have to go back to Manassas Valley. Listen, have you ever thought of teaching right here in the city? We've got an awful lot of kids here who
No, Kurt. No, it's time for me to go home.
So the whole thing was a waste of time, wasn't it?
I suppose so, Dad.
I told you you've been stubborn, wasting 2 weeks on a wild goose chase.
Dad, don't you understand? Vera died without either one of us being there. She died all alone, in agony.
And whose fault was that? Who told her to leave home?
All right. Let's not talk about it anymore.
Oh, now you even sound like your mother. Whenever she didn't want to hear the truth, she'd ask me not to talk about it anymore.
We've said it all, haven't we? I'm going to bed early. I've been sleeping very badly lately.
Amanda, wait.
Yes, Dad?
Look, why does it have to be this way between us?
I don't know what you mean.
It's been like this for years. This wall of ice between you and me. What put it there? I've asked myself 1,000 times and I still don't know the answer.
Maybe you'll never know, Dad.
Oh, I know it started right after your mother died. That was when you turned against me. You and Vera both.
Oh, please, Dad. We'll discuss it some other time. I'm really too tired.
Oh, no, you'll never discuss it with me. You'll just go on hating me for the rest of your life.
I don't hate
I
you.
saw the look in your eyes the day your mother died. I saw the way you looked at me, Amanda.
I don't remember how I looked at you. How could I? I was in a state of shock.
You were in a state, all right. And you've never snapped out of it.
Please, Dad.
All right, go to bed. There's no use trying to reach you. Never been any use.
Hi, handsome. Hey, this is turning into a permanent job for you, isn't it?
I guess I'm just a natural-born bartender, that's all. What can I get you tonight?
Well, how about a Manhattan? Did you learn how to make one of those?
I'll give it a try.
Hey, how's your blonde friend these days?
Which one? I know half a dozen blondes.
You know the one I mean. The one who looks like a school teacher.
She is a school teacher.
No kidding. Now, where is she now?
Going back to teaching school, I guess.
Hey, you really liked her, didn't you? That's what I heard around.
I liked her. But she's strictly a small-town girl.
Is it true that she was Roxy's sister?
Tried.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? That Roxy Shepherd would have a sister like that. Hey, did you know that I was her last roommate?
What?
That's right. I paid half the rent on that filthy tad of hers. I couldn't stand her more than 1 week. She was stoned all the time, you know.
Yeah, I figured she hit the stuff pretty hard.
That girl would take anything, as long as there was a kick in it. She even went to some doctor just to get some kind of pill he was handing out.
What'd you say?
She heard about some nutty kind of LSD that a shrink was using on his patients. She told me she was going to see him and get some...
Hold it a second. Do you know the shrink's name?
No.
Was it Swally? Dr. Raymond Swally?
Well, how should I know?
Well, I've got to know.
How many times do I have to tell you I never had a patient by that name? If you don't believe me, ask the police.
All right, maybe you never had a patient named Shepherd, but maybe she didn't give you her right name, first or last.
I'm quite sure you're mistaken about this. I've only administered EN30 treatment to 4 patients. I can assure you this girl wasn't one of them.
Dr. Swally, will you just look at this photograph?
Oh, all right.
Now, look, does she look at all familiar?
Nope. I never treated her.
Look carefully. It's a professional portrait. She thought she wanted to be an actress, and she's pretty heavily made up.
Never saw this woman before.
Well, I guess I'm wrong. All right, Doctor. Sorry I bothered you again.
Wait. Just a minute.
Something come to you?
She does look familiar. She wasn't a patient, but I have seen her before.
Where?
Right here in my office. She came in without an appointment. That's why there was no record of her. She just sat outside and waited.
And did you see her?
Just for a few minutes. Just long enough to realize that she wasn't interested in therapy. All she wanted was the drug.
EN30.
I told her that I wouldn't accept her as a patient, that she wasn't nearly stable enough. I gave her a prescription for a mild sleeping compound, nothing else. But then...
Then what?
Well, I don't know this for certain. I could be mistaken about it.
About what, Doctor?
I always suspected that she might have been the one who stole those pills.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that Vera Shepard stole some EN30 from you?
I can't prove it. It wasn't until days later that I missed them. I remember stepping out of the room for a few minutes to take a call from a hysterical patient.
Dr. Swally, Vera Shepard was a klepto. Her sister told me that she stole things all the time. If she stole those pills of yours...
Good Lord. Can it really be? The dosage was so large, too large for safety. If she took them, anything might have happened.
Something did happen. She had a nightmare, Doctor. She conjured up a nightmare so terrible that it killed her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. You know that wasn't my intention.
Oh, wait a minute. You did say that you gave her a prescription for sleeping pills.
Yes, I did. I doubt that she ever filled it. It was the EN30 she really wanted.
Then what was in that bottle? What were the pills her sister took?
Her sister?
Dr. Swally, I've got to get to a telephone.
Hello?
Hello, is Amanda Shepard there?
Oh, yes, she's here, but she's asleep right now. Who is this?
Is this Mr. Shepard?
Oh, that's right. Can I take a message?
Mr. Shepard, you don't know me. I met your daughter in the city, but it's very important that I speak to her right away.
Well, I'm sorry, but I told you she's fast asleep.
Would you know if she's taken anything to help her sleep?
As a matter of fact, I thought I did see her take something. She's very tired.
Mr. Shepard, you've got to get a doctor for her right now. I know it sounds crazy, but if she took a pill that her sister was using, she may be in danger.
Well, wait, what are you talking about?
I'm driving out there, but your daughter may be in terrible danger right now.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's your father, Amanda. Let me in.
Dad? The door's open.
I can't open it, Amanda. You'll have to open it for me.
Oh, all right.
Why? I couldn't open the door, Amanda. I have your mother. I have to hold your mother.
Oh, God, she's bleeding. She's covered with blood.
I warned her, Amanda. I said I would kill her one day, and now I've done it. I've killed your mother. Now, it's all right, darling. It's all right, baby. It's okay now.
Oh, my God. Oh, Daddy.
It's just a dream, honey. Just a bad dream.
Daddy, please hold me. Don't let me go.
No, Amanda. No. I won't let you go.
That's what Dr. Swally told me himself, Amanda. He's discontinuing the use of EN30. Says it's far too dangerous to take any more chances with. Frankly, I think he's right.
Kurt, Do you know what my sensation was?
What?
I saw my father walking into the bedroom, carrying my mother's dead body.
Ouch, that must have been pretty grim.
Well, the strange part is, it reminded me of something. Something I'd forgotten a long time ago.
What was that?
When I was a little girl, I used to hear my father and mother arguing downstairs. Fighting with each other night after night. Well, I was so afraid.
Well, it's understandable.
But you know what I was afraid of? I was afraid that my father was going to kill my mother.
That's an awful thought.
Well, it wasn't true, of course, but it was a fear that stayed with me all this time. But now I feel as if I can get rid of it. Kurt, I know it sounds crazy, but wouldn't it be something if it turns out that Dr. Swally had the right idea?
Well, personally, I don't think I would care very much for that kind of shock treatment. In fact, I think I'd rather have my neurosis and gorillas, bats, and so forth in my house. But to each his own, huh? Our cast included Kim Hunter, Mason Adams, Alan Hewitt, Ian Martin, and Phoebe Doran. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
The Eddie Cantor Show with Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, our Russian friend, Billy Gray, Leonard Seuss with Roy Shields Orchestra, yours truly, Joe Kelly, and starring Eddie Cantor. No gal maid has got a shade on sweet Georgia Brown. Two left feet, but oh so neat, has sweet Georgia Brown. They all sigh and want to die for sweet Georgia Brown. I'll tell you just why. You know I don't lie, not much. It's been said she knocks 'em dead when she lands in town. Since she came, why, it's a shame how she pulls 'em down. Fellas, she can't get our fellas. She ain't met. Georgia claimed her, Georgia named her, sweet Georgia Brown. And here's Leonard Seuss, the young man with the horns. Georgia Brown. They buy clothes at fashion shows with $1 down. Oh, boy, tip your hats. Oh, joy, she's the cat's. Who's that mister? Ain't her sister. Sweet, sweet, sweet Georgia Brown. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Joe Kelly, for pinch hitting for our regular announcer, Harry Von Zell. You see, he's selling bonds on the coast and couldn't come to your windy city.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. You aren't going to start complaining about our weather, are you?
No, but that Chicago wind is very unfair. The way it blows women's skirts up above their knees, you know?
What do you mean unfair?
That same wind blows dust in your eyes and you can't see.
Well, Eddie, you know, bringing your program to this fine Navy exhibit is a great advertisement for the wonderful country this is.
What do you mean, Joe?
Well, to think that last night on this same pier we had a great program like Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Yeah?
And tonight we've got you. Yeah. But that's what we're fighting for, Eddie. Live and let live. The strong and the weak.
Wait a minute, Joe. I don't like that inference, the strong and the weak.
You don't, huh?
No. I just wanted you to know that I didn't travel 2,000 miles to stand here and have you run down my best friends, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Well, I'm glad you didn't take it the wrong way, Eddie. But say, speaking about your trip, you certainly covered a lot of ground playing Army camps and hospitals during the past season, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I'll say I've been to San Francisco, New York, Texas, up to Portland, Seattle, and now to Chicago. But, Joe, I'm sure glad I'm in Chicago. In California, you know, you can't get any cigarettes, but here it's different. Isn't it? Oh, it isn't it? Oh. But I don't have to worry, Joe. I can get all the cigarettes I want.
You can?
Sure, I have the ashtray concession at the Servicemen's Center. No ifs or ands, just butts.
You know, Eddie, the cigarette shortage puzzles me.
It does?
Yes. Statistics prove that there's a carton of cigarettes for every man, woman, and child in Chicago.
You're right, Joe. But when you have to divide one carton among 4 million people, what have you got? I thought that would get a bigger laugh. Shall we try it again? Sure, go ahead. Now, Joe, I'd like you to meet some of my gang. Our trumpet-playing maestro, Leonard Susan. Oh, Leonard.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Leonard, I bet you're all excited about Chicago.
Oh, boy, are we going to Chicago?
Poopsie, that's where we are, Chicago. You know, Leonard, the name Chicago is an Indian word that means wild onions.
Onions?
Yeah.
Then those sailors I saw last night don't know what town they're in either.
They don't? Why?
They were looking for wild tomatoes.
Never mind, Leonard. I want you to meet Joe Kelly. You've heard him many times on that popular radio program, The Quiz Kids.
The what?
Quiz Kids. That's information, please, with diapers. Leonard, Mr. Kelly is the man that asks all the questions.
He does? Oh, boy. Ask me any question, Mr. Kelly. Any question.
Well, all right, Leonard. Tell me, in what year was the Magna Carta signed?
Oh, boy, that's a good one. Ask me another one, Mr. Kelly.
Leonard, you're supposed to give the answer.
I'm no show-off.
Oh! What about that? Stop acting foolish. Oh, Nora Martin.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Say, Nora, when the Navy offered to fly you and Leonard to Chicago from the coast, why did you insist on taking a train?
Oh, Leonard and I have more fun on a train.
In what way?
Well, who ever heard of a plane going through a tunnel?
Nora, I was young once. Tell me, what do you and Leonard do when you go through a tunnel?
Any man that has to ask that was never young once.
All right, you win, Nora. Now, how about singing a song especially for our announcer tonight, Joe Kelly?
All right.
What are you going to sing?
In the Middle of Nowhere.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, lovely Hello? How do you do? Say, Russian.
Yes? I can't hear you.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't speak yet. Russian. You're supposed to be down here at Navy Pier. Where are you?
This I must explain.
Yes.
You see, I was standing in front of the Wrigley building when the wind came along and blew my hat into our Boilers Theater on Clark Street.
Russian! The Wrigley building is on Michigan Avenue. How could the wind blow your hat into a theater on Clark Street?
So I kicked it a little.
Russian, can't you forget, girls?
Is that all you ever do is to go to see girls? Certainly not. Sometimes I go to see my brother. Which brother? The one that knows all the girls. You should be ashamed of yourself. Instead of being here at this wonderful naval exhibit, looking at the planes, the torpedoes, the PT boats, you're at a burlesque theater. Cantor, you look at what you like and I'll look at what I like. Never mind. Just get over here, will you? Sing, Nora. What are you writing?
A question to ask the quiz kids Sunday night, Eddie. This program's giving me a lot of ideas.
Well, what's the question?
Well, here it is. What comedian in radio is known as having the biggest eyes and the tightest pocketbook?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Come on, Nora Martin. You should know it. You've been on the radio a long time.
Yes, and I want to stay on.
Wonder who it could be, huh? Look at Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly, a lot of people in California have asked me to deliver messages to their friends and relatives here in Chicago, and I want you to help me.
Me help you, Eddie?
Yeah. You know your way around Chicago, and some of these addresses are hard to find. Like one soldier I met in San Francisco would like me personally to tell a girl that he loves her, and she's the only girl in the world for him.
Well, who does he want you to tell that to?
A brunette on Dearborn Street and 3 blondes in Cicero. What a guy.
Well, all right, Eddie. Come on, I'll show you around Chicago and help you deliver those messages. Where's the first one?
I have it written down right here. Call me at the Ambassador East when you get through working. What is that?
Wait a minute, Eddie. That's the note you wrote the waitress when we had lunch.
How do you like that? I must have slipped her $1 bill instead of this note.
Why, Eddie, flirting with waitresses. What would Ida say if she knew about that note?
Oh, Ida's very broad-minded. I don't think she'd be angry.
She wouldn't?
No, but if she found out about the $1 bill, she'd kill me. Well, come on, Joe. Let's get going with these messages, huh?
Where's the first stop, Eddie?
It's here it is. Mickey Haggerty's Bar and Grill on Clark Street. I've got a message for him from his son, Joe. He's a Marine.
Well, come on, Eddie. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Bartender.
Yes?
My name is Cantor, and Joe sent me.
Look, them days is over. If you want a drink, ask for it. Ask for it.
You don't understand. Your son, Joe told me that he got that case of beer you sent him and to give you a message.
Yeah? What's the message?
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Stevens?
Yes, what is it?
I met your son, George, in California, and he asked me to bring back this fudge you sent him.
The fudge I sent him?
Yeah, he wants you to put nuts in it.
Oh.
And here's the cake you sent him. He wants you to put raisins in it. And he also sent back the sweater you knit for him.
Well, what does he want me to put in that?
The girl next door.
Oh, say, Eddie, What on earth did you drag me out here to Waukegan for?
I have a little present for Jack Benny's father from Jack. See, tomorrow is his father's birthday.
There's something I can do for you, gentlemen.
Mr. Benny, tomorrow being your birthday, Jack knows how fond you are of traveling, so he sent you this little token.
Thank you. What is it?
A token. It's good for one ride on a streetcar.
Listen, Eddie, delivering messages is one thing, but what are we doing alone here in the Blackstone Hotel with a 5-week-old baby?
Well, I promised Mrs. Von Zell I'd take care of the baby while she did some shopping in Marshall Fields. You see, this is Harry's kid, Eddie Cantor Von Zell, Jr. Harry named him after me. Don't you think he looks like me?
Yeah, but his wrinkles will go away.
Wait a minute. Kelly, you shut up. Oh, stop crying. Come on, baby, stop crying.
Say, Eddie.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Goo goo. I don't know, Joe. I guess he's trying to talk. You know, every week I wonder what the baby is saying when he says, go, go.
Go. Go. Well, here I am in Chicago. Gee, I'm cold. This town is sure windy. Lucky I got a strong safety pin. Or I'd be colder. Wonder what my old man's doing tonight in Hollywood. Probably went to the Elks. The Elks. I know where he is. He's out with the boys. I wonder who the boys are out with. Gee, I hope my wrinkles go away. Then my face will be round and smooth like the other guy's head. I wonder what happened to his hair. The Windy City. He must be the guy that's taking my old man's place. I hope he's lousy. Look at him. He'll be lousy. I like my old man. He bought me a war bond. Took the money out of the bank. My piggy bank. Working for Popeyes, he must have a piggy bank of his own. Those bonds must be good. Even the guy with the big eyes buys them. And when he spends for something, brother, it's gotta be good. Uh-oh, my mummy's back. I better get ready. Same old routine. Here I go again. Over on my back, grab my legs, more talcum powder. That stuff tickles. If they sprinkle it on me, I just know I'm going to giggle.
With your high starch collar and your high top shoes and your hair piled high upon your head,
I went to find a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead.
Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw you, I fell.
Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake.
Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When you smiled, I could feel the car shake.
You tipped your hat and took a seat.
I said I hoped I hadn't stepped upon your feet.
You asked my name, I held my breath.
I couldn't speak because you scared me half to death.
Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel.
Stop, stop, stop went my my heartstrings.
As I started to go, then I started to know how it feels
When the universe reels. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw you, I fell. You know, you're very pretty,
Oh, you shouldn't say that.
but you are.
Oh, no. But you're very handsome.
You shouldn't say that.
But you are.
I know I am, but you shouldn't say it. So softly. Tell me, do you always travel alone on this trolley?
Oh, no. Sometimes I bring all my children.
Or how many children do you bring?
22.
22? Well, button my shoe.
Yes, you see, I'm a school teacher, and they're my pupils.
22 children. You have a lot of class.
Well, what do you know? I'm way past my stop where Wilcox meets Beverly.
Wilcox knows about it.
Yep. Conductor, be still.
I wonder how I missed my stop.
Why, don't you remember? As you started to leave, I took hold of your sleeve with my hand.
And as if it were planned, you stayed on with me, and it was grand.
Just to stand with your hand
holding mine
to the end of the line.
Everybody out the city end of the
Joe, now that you've been on the program and met all the people in my cast, I'm sure we'd like to have you introduce someone from your program, one of the quiz kids.
All right, Eddie. I have the most phenomenal quiz kid of them all outside. I'll just ring my school bell, and he'll come in.
School days, dear old golden rule days, reading and writing and shooting crap. The pretty blonde teacher who'd sit on my lap. She was my queen in calico. I was her Russian gigolo. I wrote on her slate.
Go on, Russian.
Who can I?
Russian, are you a quiz kid?
Most, yes. I am Boris Soros Jr. I am 46 years old, and I'm in the second grade at Lincoln Grammar School.
46 years old and you're in the second grade. How come?
I skipped kindergarten.
You a quiz kid? Ridiculous, Russian. You are positively idiotic, an illiterate, stupid moron.
Tell it to Cantor. He thinks about joints. Go ahead, ask me any question, and I will answer it correctly.
All right, Russian, I'll ask you one question. By the way, where were you born?
Vladivostok.
All right, I'll make that your question. How do you spell Vladivostok?
Correction, please. I was born in Minsk.
All right, spell Minsk.
Minsk, eh?
Yep.
Very well. S?
Wait a minute. Minsk can't begin with an S.
South Minsk.
Quiet, Russian. Continue with the test, Joe.
All right, Eddie. This is a concentration test. Russian, I want you to think of objects and see if you're able to describe in detail the picture in your mind.
Very well.
Now, first, I want you to think hard and visualize two beautiful girls.
Two beautiful girls.
Well, Russian, how long is it going to take you to think of two girls?
Two I already got. I'm thinking of four.
Sure. That's not necessary. You should stop at two girls.
You didn't.
Quiet, you.
Now, then, I want the mental picture of the two girls, Russian, and try to describe what they're wearing.
The girls I'm thinking of?
Yes. Yes. Yes? What are they wearing?
Silly boy.
Come on now. Stop stalling.
Well, as I picture the girls, they are in bathing suits, and there is something draped around their necks.
Yes? What is it?
Me.
You've got no business being around girls. After all, Joe, you know the Russian is a married man.
Well, I'd like to see his wife.
What a coinky-dinky.
You want to say it again?
What a coinky-dinky.
Say, I would like to see his wife.
I would like to see his wife.
What a coincidental.
Yeah.
I have my wife's picture here when she worked in the stockyards. She's standing alone with a Guernsey cow. You see the one that's the Guernsey cow?
Yes.
It ain't.
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here, Russian.
You stay away day after day. How can you be so mean to me?
Each night I pray you'll come and say, oh, I've been dreaming of you, but you never do. You kissed me once.
You kissed me twice.
You kissed me 3 times.
And when you took me home, you kissed me at the door.
You kissed me 4.
You kissed me 5.
You kissed me 6 times. And now you act as though we'd never met before. You took my kiss. What hurts is this? You took my heart, and now we are apart. You kissed me once.
You kissed me twice.
You kissed me 3 times. And now you've left me wanting more and more and more. Now for a little hillbilly.
Yeah.
Kiss me once, kiss me twice, kiss me 3 times. And when you took me home, you kissed me at the door. You kissed me 4.
You kissed me 5.
You kissed me 6 times. And now you act as though we never met before. You took my kiss. What hurts is this? You took my heart. And now we are apart. You kissed me once.
You kissed me twice.
You kissed me 3 times. And now you've left me wanting more and more and more. And more and more. And more and more. Ma, who's keeping score? And more and more and more and more and more and more. Oh, yeah.
We'll be back with Eddie Cantor in just a moment. Right now, I'd like to remind all of you writers listening about the Globe Theater Radio Playwriting Contest. Herbert Marshall, the director of Globe Theater, invites all you listeners with a talent for writing to submit radio scripts to the contest editor, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Sample scripts are available to those of you not familiar with the radio form at your local Armed Forces radio station, or further information may be obtained from your special service officer. The 3 winning scripts will be produced on Globe Theater with an all-star cast, with special music written for your play and production and direction by one of the contest judges. Address any questions to Contest Editor, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And now, by popular request, Eddie, Nora Martin, and the Sportsmen in a medley of your favorite songs.
When your hair has turned to silver, I will love you just the same. I will only call you sweetheart. That will always be your name.
Gee, but you're swell. When I say swell, I mean you're lovely as well. When I say lovely, I mean glorious too. I'm mad about you. You're about the grandest thing that I ever knew.
Wait for me, Mary, till the world will sing again, till I bring my love again to you.
Don't sweetheart me if you don't mean it. Don't come sweet words if they're not true.
I wish that I could hide inside this letter and seal me up and send me out to you. What a surprise in store. They bring me to your door. I'd pop right out and kiss you like you've never been kissed before. But
don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me.
No, no, no.
Anyone else but me.
No, no, no.
Anyone else but me.
Miss you since you've been away, dear. Miss you I'm wait for no one. It passes by. It rolls on forever. Like the clouds in the sky.
We did it before and we can do it again. And we will do it again. We're gonna show what a G.I. Joe can do to Superman. We did it before. We'll do it
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, two people who live together and like it. Starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. And now, let's look in on the Cougats and see what they're doing. Oh, but hold your hats. Liz and George are having an argument about their plans for the evening. Liz wants to go to a symphony concert, and George wants to have a poker game. And in this corner, wearing a peak satin house coat and weighing 120 pounds, battling Liz Cougat. And in this corner, wearing a gray pinstripe suit and weighing 170 pounds, is her husband, Gorgeous George. Well, the first round ended in a draw, and here comes the second round. They come out of the corners fighting.
Concert.
Poker.
Concert.
Poker.
Concert.
Poker.
Poker.
Concert.
All right, we'll go to concert.
Now, wait a minute.
Who's that concert?
Well, I didn't mean it. I was tricked into it. Oh, gee whiz, Liz. Well, why are we arguing so much lately?
Well, it's all your fault. Whenever I want to do something, you want to do something else.
I don't get it. When we first met, you wanted to do everything I wanted to do. Now, what happened to change that?
We got married. Oh, come on to the concert, George. It'll be fun. Think how long it's been since you've worn your tuxedo.
Oh, that will be great fun. Now, look, I'm not going, but purely as a matter of information. Why do men have to wear formal clothes to a concert?
Because when they fall asleep, the stiff shirt keeps them from slumping over.
Well, now I know. I can play poker with a clear mind. Now, what's the matter?
You don't love me. You wish you were married to a poker player.
Oh, now, honey, I do not.
I can see it all now. The bride looked lovely in a white satin gown, sleeve bands, and a green eye shade.
Oh, Liz, please, calm down, honey. I'm sorry I upset you.
And then will you go to the concert?
No.
All right, George Cougat. I'll go to the concert by myself.
Okay, and I hope Leopold falls flat on his Stokowski. I'm going to play poker.
Oh, go ahead and play poker. I hope your partner trumps your full house.
Oh, Mrs. Cougat, can I get you some lunch?
Lunch? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Katie. I'm going to a woman's club luncheon. So you better make me a nice big sandwich.
I know what you mean. Who's going to speak today?
A marriage consultant named Professor Milmoss. He's going to talk to us about happy marriages. I'm so upset about that argument George and I had, I don't even feel like going.
Well, why don't you stay home?
Oh, I can't. I have to sit on the speaker's platform as an example of a woman who's been happily married for 10 years.
Oh, well, it'll be worthwhile if he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, certainly he knows. He's been happily married 8 times.
I don't know if that qualifies him or not. I've been married 6 times, and I'm no expert.
6 times? I didn't know that, Katie.
Let's see. First there was Peter, Harold, Oscar. Then came Orville, Engelbert, and Yancey.
Well, congratulations. How can you remember all the names?
Oh, it's easy. When they're in the right order, their first initials spell phooey.
Katie, you always told me your first husband was named Clarence.
He was. I left him out.
Why?
Because you can't spell phooey with a C.
Well, if the professor sounds like he needs help, I'll send him to you.
Ladies. Quiet, please, ladies. Girls. It is my pleasure to present to you one of the world's greatest authorities on successful and happy marriages, Professor Philpott Milmoss. Professor Milmoss, that's you. They're waiting.
Ladies, pardon me till I take a swallow of coffee. There. Ladies, I speak to you today on one of the most wonderful of human achievements, a happy marriage. Now, don't take that plate. I haven't finished that pastry. Now, ladies, the trouble with most marriages lies with you.
Oh, I don't agree with that, Marge. How about the husband?
You said it.
Right from the beginning, you must realize that the answer to the question about love, honor, and obey is I do, not who does. Let us consider for a moment the arguments between husbands and wives.
Now we're getting someplace.
Now, most of these arguments are caused by the husband and the wife having varied interests, wanting to do different things.
You know, Marge, that's exactly why George and I had an argument this morning.
If there are any of you who have had an argument for this reason recently, hold up your hand. And I see all of you have your hand up. So we will proceed to the remedy.
This ought to be good.
Be a pal to your husband. Learn to like the things he likes. Be interested in his hobbies. For this way lies peace and happiness in marriage.
I'd like to ask a question, Professor.
Certainly.
Does this system really work?
Oh, you have only to read the testimonials in my book, which will be sold at the door as you leave, 79 cents.
Well, but, Professor, why does it have to be the woman who gives in?
A very interesting question. The answer lies in my book, which will be sold at the door as you leave.
79 cents, I know, yes.
Let me quote from page 65. Quote, be your husband's best friend. Be like his dog.
You never hear a man arguing with his dog.
But, Professor,
I haven't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Unquote. Yes?
Professor, I'm going to try your system. Almost.
What do you mean, almost?
Well, I don't mind running out to greet my husband when he whistles, or even running and jumping into his lap, but I'll be darned if I'll sit on the floor and lick his hand while he's eating dinner.
Pardon me, Mrs. Cougat, but Mr. Cougat just came home. You asked me to tell you.
Oh, thanks, Katie. I've been studying Professor Milmoss's book all afternoon.
Oh, then you learned something from him?
Yes. The way to get along with your husband is to let him treat you like a dog.
Did he say that?
Well, not exactly, Katie. What he did say was that a wife should be a pal to her husband. She should like everything that he's interested in.
That wouldn't have worked with my first husband.
Why not?
He was interested in a little blonde waitress.
Oh, fine. Well, I think it'll work with George. You know, Katie, our marriage might have been ruined by my attitude. I'm going to be a pal to George.
Well, he's in there reading the paper.
Good. I'll start in by reading the paper with him, the part he likes. Wish me luck. Hello, George. How's my little husband tonight?
Your little husband is fine, and he is not going to that concert.
Oh, who cares about an old concert anyway? Give me part of the paper, honey.
All right. Here's the society page.
Society page? Oh, give me something interesting. Where's the sports page?
Sports page?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen you read the sport page.
Oh, I never miss it. Give it to me. I'll read it to you.
Yeah, this should be interesting. Here.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see now. Williams bags crown by Tico in 8th.
Tico?
Mm-hmm.
That's TKO.
Well, how would you pronounce it?
Technical knockout.
Oh. Well, I never cared much for basketball anyway.
I see.
Oh, well, now here's something I didn't know about. Midget racing.
What about it?
They ought to be ashamed making those little men run around the track.
Thank you, Ted Husey.
And you didn't think I knew anything about sports.
Tell me, Red Barber, what else is new in the sports world?
Oh, my goodness. This is even worse. They're racing little girls.
This I've got to see.
It says so right here. Yesterday at Tanparan, a race was won by a 3-year-old maiden.
You can't fight a thing like this. You've just got to let it go.
Well, she certainly was carrying a lot of money for a little girl. She had $2,000 in her purse.
Liz, that would do credit to Grantland Rice.
The what?
Haven't you ever heard of Grantland Rice?
Certainly I've heard of Grantland Rice, but I never tasted it.
Oh, Liz.
George, I have something to tell you. I'm not going to the concert tonight.
Oh, you're not?
No, George, I'm going to be a real pal to you, sharing the same thing. I'm going to stay home and play poker with you and the boys.
What? But, Liz, you don't know how to play poker.
Well, I'm going to learn how. I've got a whole hour before they get here.
Oh, no.
Well, now that you're all here, we might as well get started with the game. Huh, fellas?
You're sure you guys don't mind if Liz plays with us?
Oh, no. We're delighted. Aren't we, Corey?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
You're up.
That...
Oh, let's start. You deal, Joe.
Well, all right.
Isn't this fun? I love playing poker.
All right, Liz, it's up to you.
What is?
You start.
Start what?
Pass?
Pass who?
You open.
Open what?
What have you got in your hand? Any pairs?
No, they're all different numbers.
Can anybody open?
No.
All right, Sergeant.
Funny thing, they were all different numbers. We're all the same suit.
Your deal, Corey.
Do I have to? Oh, well.
Ooh, a queen.
Liz.
Ooh, sister.
Liz, you're supposed to keep your cards a secret.
Ooh. What did you get, Joe?
I shouldn't talk, but tell your two app for Laverne. All right, I open for 2.
I'm in.
I'm in. Put in 2 chips, Liz.
Okay. 1, 2, they are.
Cards?
They're in your hand.
Now, give me 2.
3. How many cards do you want, Liz?
Oh, do I get more?
You throw away the worst cards in your hand and try to draw better ones.
Why?
Because that's the way you play poker.
Oh, well, which one shall I throw away? The 2. Chips over to me for?
Because as much as I hate to admit it, win.
I do? Oh, this is fun. Come on again. I could play poker all night.
Corey, I'm glad you came over. I don't know what to do about Liz. This pal business is driving me crazy.
She's still acting like your shadow, huh?
Is she? Yesterday she spent the whole day at the bank. Said she wanted to learn all about my business.
Did she find out anything?
Yes, she found out how to lock our president, Mr. Atterbury, in the vault.
Oh, brother. Mad?
I don't know. They couldn't get him out till this morning. I'm licked, Corey. I'm going on a camping over the weekend to get rid of her.
Wait a minute, George. I have a wonderful idea. Take Liz on that trip with you.
Very funny.
Oh, I'm serious. Take her with you and work her head off. By the time she's hiked through the woods, waded through icy streams, and slept on the cold ground, she'll be sick of being your boon companion.
Corey, that's a great idea. If I don't kill this thing some way, she'll be buying us mother and daughter suits.
Let's clear up a misconception about NATO, the North Atlanticization. Although NATO is a military alliance of freedoms, it is not in violation of the United Nations Charter. The UN specifically permits its member nations to band together in smaller groups to guard their independence. That's why, ever since NATO was founded in April 1949, it has been a help to the UN rather than a source of embarrassment. Because NATO, like the United Nations, is helping to maintain the peace and has served as a most effective deterrent to forces of aggression. Not 1 inch of NATO has been lost through internal subversion or from military intervention for the time that NATO has been functioning. And just as important, countries have also raised their economic self-sufficiency of living to. Is it any wonder that NATO is known as the shield and the hope of the free world? Give NATO your support and interest. Learn more about its vital work, military, cultural, and economic. Remember, NATO is guarding freedom.
And now, back to my favorite husband. He's going to take Liz on a camping trip to discourage her from being his inseparable pal.
Here's a box of food I fixed for Dad.
Well, thank you, Katie. George will put it in the car. He and Corey are packing the things in now. Hunting outfit.
Fine, but aren't you supposed to wear something red so others can see it?
Oh, I'm wearing something red, all right, but it's long and other hunters better not see it.
Mrs. Cougat, I don't know whether to tell you this or not. You overheard something around here yesterday?
Katie, I'd listen to anything you picked up by eavesdropping, do you? What was it?
Well, Mr. Cougat can on this trip make it good and sick of being his pal. He's going to bag it with hunting and hiking and fishing.
Katie, are you...
I was right outside the room when Corey Cartwright suggested it. Slump on my head. I forgot the door open.
Katie, I'm going to give you a day off for service above and beyond. So it was Corey's idea, huh? Just tell him I want to see.
Anything else to go, George?
Never mind. There's Brutus Cart now. Can I see you a minute, please?
I'll be in the kitchen if you want to.
What is it, Liz?
So when I come back from this trip, I'll be sick and tired of a pal to George.
How did you find out?
A woman's into...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Some tells me your intuition can also cook.
You're a fine friend.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liz. I was just trying to help you. Is there anything I can do to make it right?
Yes. This is going to be the first cross in history. You're going to help me frame George on this trip.
Oh, Liz.
I'll tell that pretty person girl everything I know about you.
You don't know anything.
Don't I?
I can't take a chance. I'll do it.
Now, you follow us in your car, and whatever you do, sight. Now, let's want you to do.
mountain air is... I never get enough of it.
Oh, boy, isn't it great?
This looks like a good trout stream.
Yep, that looks...
Start. Maybe I'll give you some instructions.
Oh, George, I know how to fish.
You could, too.
Who won?
Tell me how you do it, Isaac Walton.
It's very simple. You just flip the pole over until all unwinds this little spool, see?
Uh-huh. And then what happens?
The thread of water wraps around the fish and chokes it to death.
You don't choke it to death.
I know. You hit it with a pole.
No, I'll cast. Now, take the rod in your right hand.
Yeah.
Now, whip over your... That's it. Now, forward.
Oh, George, I think I've caught something.
Oh.
Do you have a trout?
It's a cougat. Help me get the hood of my pants.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
Take it here, you... Rip my pants.
Well, George, you said you couldn't get this mountain air.
Oh, let's face it. You're sure you won't get tired of this out in this cold stream for hours?
Oh. George, tell you what. Let it up and who catches the most...
All right.
I'm going to bend.
I'll do you a favor. Now, don't go up there. It's too shallow, not enough rapids. Aren't any fish there.
But it's pretty around there.
Fit your way. Well, I'll see you there with a lemon.
Goodbye. Let's see now. Be right around the bend.
Yes, over here.
Oh, got him?
The best they market. Sick out. Aren't they beauties?
Wonderful. Show him to me, Corey. Then I won't be lying. I tell George I caught him.
Here, silly.
Thanks. I'll see you later, Corey. For me.
Okay, I'll where I was before.
Okay. George! George!
Em.
Hi, George.
I was right, huh? Take a magician at your fish up there.
Shake hands with Houdini.
What do you mean?
Haven't you caught fish yet?
You?
Only this?
Only... Liz, where did...
I caught him.
Dream? Those lake trout.
Yeah?
They're strange. Huh. Well, I can't hope to be... you feel up to hiking back?
Sure.
Yeah, we can see it. It's pretty rough on you.
Brought you back any day.
Oh, you...
Certain. A race to camp.
Oh, you...
Now, George.
I'll hang you in a... I'll give you $5.
Uh-huh. I'll have you waiting when you get... Now, where did Corey get to? Oh, many places. Fine. You have your car here?
Yeah, what?
The camp in it. Before you just trot. It's getting dark, Corey. Georgia?
No, gee, I'm lost.
Oh, wait a minute. There he comes now. Road.
Where? I don't see anyone.
Well, crawl hands and knees.
Get out, it's me.
Okay, thanks for everything. George, is that you, pal? You like hiking, is there? George, tired, are you? George, say something.
What?
I had time.
You got back then?
Yes, but I can most of the way. Well, George, how'd you go to bed? Remember, you promised to take me hunting at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, are you sure things straight, Corey?
I think so, Liz. George is...
Oh, the poor guy. He was tired. Ashamed to get him out of bed. Now, this one's with me.
All right. I hide up tree,
Yeah.
and every time you I throw on a dead duck.
That's right. And if you don't, I'll be a likewise. Now, what if we shoot at a target?
I choose horse attached to the fence over there, and I'll bang this one with a rock like this.
Good. Uh-oh. Get up, George.
Okay, now don't worry about a thing.
You? Here I am, George.
Ready?
Yes, dear.
Here's your rifle.
Oh, it's... What's the first thing I do?
You do is stop looking down the barrel.
Well, let's start hunting. I want to shoot some ducks.
Ducks? There aren't any ducks 100 miles of here.
Oh, now, these look like pretty good trees, hey?
Now you're just being stupid. Ducks in swamps, not in trees.
Want to bet?
If there's a duck in any of these, my name isn't George Cooper.
We'll just see. Here goes. What'd you say, Sam?
I don't believe it. All gone set for the win.
Well, maybe this one could face it.
Mason, you couldn't win in a million years.
Of course I could do it. I got
Something very funny going here.
What do you mean?
I mean this. First you catch lake trout in a... And now you've shot the dark's bird's eye froze.
Well, that's what gets for not going south.
Look, we'll just shoot at something we can spot or a camp. Oh, there's a horseshoe on the fence.
Horse?
Yeah.
Oh, no. We don't want to shoot at that.
Oh, yes, you do.
But it's so little.
Well, maybe you're right.
Okay, you do it. Here I go.
Yes, you did it.
Nothing to it. Watch my eye closed. That.
Sensational. Especially if you were facing in the opposite direction.
I banked it off that tree over there.
Let's see you do that again.
All right.
Ha ha! You missed it.
That was one of my slow ones.
Give me that gun, Liz. I'll show you some real fancy shooting.
What kind?
There's a wolf up in that tree.
There is?
Yes. A blonde one with a bow tie. You know, they often climb trees to eat ducks. Now, watch this. 1, 2.
Hold it, George!
Come on down, Corey. It's all over.
Put the gun down, George. We were just having a little fun.
Are you mad, George?
I don't know. It was a pretty cheap trick you pulled on me.
Well, it was a dirty trick you pulled on me, bringing me up here to run me ragged.
Yeah, I guess it was.
Oh, come on. Let's make up, George. Let's not be pals or companions. Let's not even be friends anymore. Let's just go back to being man and wife. George, are you asleep? George. I'm sound asleep. What's this paper pinned to his chest? Oh, it's a note. Oh. Dear pal, yes, I am asleep. I took a sleeping pill to make sure of it. Good night. Oh, isn't he cute? Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable. If you can. What is our story tonight? Why, tonight we're going to see what happens when an honest man yields to temptation and descends into the murky depths of murder and despair. It's the story I call dark, dark destiny. In the office of Dr. William Norris, Joseph Harrison, a man in his 30s, is waiting anxiously as in the next room, Dr. Norris is finishing his examination of pretty young Mary Harrison.
It isn't anything serious, is it, Dr. Norris? Please tell me it isn't.
I'm afraid it's too soon to say, Mrs. Harrison. Until the X-ray plates are developed, I can't say yes or no. And now, your husband is waiting outside, and he's probably beginning to worry,
Yes,
so...
of course, Doctor. Poor Joe, he does worry about me.
Well, here's your wife, Mr. Harrison. You must have thought I'd kidnapped her.
No, but I was getting a little worried, Doctor. I hope you didn't find anything very wrong.
Well, I took a complete X-ray series. I won't be able to tell much until they're developed. I'd like Mrs. Harrison to come back the day after tomorrow, if she can.
Of course, Doctor.
Any time in the day that's convenient to you will be quite all right. And meanwhile, I'll write out a prescription your husband can have filled. Will you step in a minute, Mr. Harrison?
Sure thing. I'll be with you in a minute, Mary.
All right, darling.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Harrison?
All right. What is it, Doctor? Bad news?
I'm afraid so.
Does that mean Mary's going to die?
No, Mr. Harrison. Not that serious. But within a few months, she will be confined to her bed. I'm afraid she faces a life of invalidism.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison.
Doctor, there must be something you can do for her.
Well, I don't want to raise your hopes, but...
Yeah?
There's one doctor in this country who, through a very remarkable type of operation, has been able to help people like your wife.
Why didn't you say so? Let's get him.
Well, I must warn you, Mr. Harrison, this operation doesn't always meet with success. In many cases, the patient shows no improvement at all. After all, it's still in the experimental
Look,
stage.
if there's one chance in 100, I want Mary to have that chance. Now, please, get this doctor to operate on my wife.
All right, I'll try. But his services are in great demand. And, well, his average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Of course, if you can't afford that, he might consider the circumstances.
No, I can afford it. I can afford anything that Mary needs.
Very well, then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yeah, sure. You make the arrangements right away. I'll get hold of the money. I'll have it by tomorrow, sure.
Darling, help me off with my coat, will you?
Oh, sure. How you feeling?
Oh, my backache is much better since I took the medicine Dr. Norris gave me. I'm sure I'm going to be all right, Joe.
Of course you are. He's one of the best doctors in the city. He'll have you well in no time.
Did he tell you anything more, Joe?
No, not a thing. Except that the treatment may take a little time. That's all.
A little time?
Yeah.
Oh, dear, I hope it won't be too expensive. Your business has fallen off, and we've used up our savings
Now, don't
account.
you worry about the money. Don't you worry about anything.
All right, darling. I won't. But aren't you going to take your coat off?
No, I got to get that prescription the doctor gave me filled. Now, you just take it easy till I get back. I might stop in at the shop, too. There's something I have to tend to. Mr. Danvers, I'm Joe Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right. I've got to have it right away.
Unfortunately, the security you wish to offer your home is...
What's wrong with it? It's a swell little house in a good section. It's all in good repair. Houses are worth money these days.
Quite true. But you already have a first and second mortgage on it, and well, prices are falling, so I'm afraid we can't make any further loans on it.
I've got to have the money. I've just got to...
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you.
Then forget about the loan. I'll sell the house. Plenty of people want houses.
That's true, too, but I don't think you can possibly clear much over the mortgages on a sale. A few $100, perhaps. You see, those mortgages were issued when prices were at their peak. And now, well, things have changed.
Yeah, I see they have.
say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison.
No, I own a shop. You see, I'm a locksmith.
That means you're never certain of your income. Now, if you had a job, a regular income that could be depended upon...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I'm afraid I can't, Mr. Harrison.
But your ads say that you lend up to $2,000 on a personal note. I only want $1,500. Look, you got to let me have it.
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances, I'm sorry. Very sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
But I've just got to have it. I've got to. Sorry. Do you hear me? I've got to have it.
Sorry.
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 Sorry. Joe, you're not eating. And you're so quiet. Is anything wrong?
What? Oh. No, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
No, Mary, of course not. I was just thinking about some changes at the shop.
Darling, you don't have to lie to me. I know you're worrying. But I'm going to get better. Really, I am. I promise it.
Sure you are. Sure. Dr. Norris said so. You're going to be well in no time. Well, I have to go out now. I have an appointment with Horace Latimer. You remember I told you about him? We grew up together. I may be pretty late, so don't wait up for me.
Joe had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but he went to see Horace anyway, for they had been boyhood friends until their paths had separated. Horace had grown rich, and Joe hoped desperately that Horace would lend him the money he had been trying to raise all day. A sum that would mean nothing at all to Horace.
$1,500, that's rather a lot of money, Joe.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary. It's for an operation. I've got to have it.
I see. Well, now, why don't you try the bank? You have a house,
I
business.
have tried the bank, and a half a dozen loan companies. They all turned me down. They said my security wasn't good enough.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's too bad. But you know, I don't quite understand why you came to me, Joe.
Because we're friends, that's why. Because when we were boys, we agreed that each of us would always lend the other a helping hand if we could.
Boys don't understand business very well, I'm afraid, Joe.
Oh, I guess not. They don't understand business. They just understand friendship. You know, if I had the money, I'd lend it to you if you needed it.
I don't doubt that at all, Joe, and you can bet I'd lend it to you if I had it. But that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, you know, and, well, a couple of shaky investments that I'm trying to bolster up.
All right, Horace. Never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not going to lend me any money.
Now, really, Joe, I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Save your sorrow for somebody who wants it. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. I'll get it someplace. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Joe stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
Yeah, you're sorry. I'll bet you are. What a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine. I should have known better. I should have known.
Buddy?
Huh?
You speaking to me?
Oh, no. Sorry, I guess I was just thinking out loud.
That's okay. Hey, got a match?
Match? Sure, yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. Okay, hold it just like that. Make a move and I'll plug you.
Gun? Why, you're...
Yeah, this is a stick-up. Hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money, and so are you. Well, I only got $1 on me. Take that if you want it. Anyhow, it's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets.
Go ahead.
Wallet. And a leather case of some kind.
You'll find exactly $1 in that wallet. You made a mistake, I tell you. I don't live in this ritzy neighborhood. I just came here to try to borrow a little money.
One measly buck. But I'll bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah, well, I'll see for myself. This kit is full of skeleton keys and pick locks and stuff. What are you, anyway, a second-story worker?
I'm a locksmith and a safe repairman, if it's anything to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Now, how about taking that $1 and letting me go on my way? I'm in a hurry.
Not so fast, pal. Were you leveling just now when you said you were trying to raise dough?
Sure I was. I got to have $1,500 by tomorrow. And what's it to you?
You'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet.
Why not?
Because me and you are going to talk business. I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. 2 more beers, waiter. Well, Joe, is it a deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes.
Yeah,
And I know a house where there's a safe with plenty of dough in it. You and me together, we'll go get it. We'll make a team.
but burglary. I've never stolen anything in my life.
Listen, you need dough bad, don't you? And so do I. Plenty bad.
Yeah, but
You said you'd do anything to get it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Then what are you hanging back for? All you gotta do is get the back door open and the safe. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Then forget the buts. In a half an hour, you'll have your 1,500 and more. How else you ever gonna get it? Answer me that.
I don't know.
Hey, look. You saw all those big houses lived in by guys with dough. How'd they get it? They took it from somebody else, every one of them.
Yeah, I suppose so. You sure the money's there?
I'm positive. Look, I was casing the joint, and I looked in a window just in time to see the old geezer put a roll of bills in a safe you can open with your teeth.
All right, I'll do it. I gotta have that money.
And so, half an hour later, Joe and his newfound acquaintance stood in the shadows of the rear entrance of an imposing brick house, listening intently.
Not a sound any place. Good thing there's no dogs around. 1 o'clock. Everybody's hit the hay long ago. This'll be a cinch.
That lock looks easy enough. I shouldn't be doing this. Must be some other way to get the money.
Don't be a sucker all your life. You gotta take what you want in this world. Go on, get the door open. Gotta get inside before we're spotted.
Well, all right. It'll only take a second, I think. Yeah, it's coming. There, it's unlocked.
Let's get inside. Come on. There. Good. We're in, and nobody spotted us. The safe's in the library this way. Don't make any noise.
You sure there's only the 2 of them in the house?
Yeah. The old guy and his butler. Probably both deaf as posts. Here we are. Here's the library door. Come on in. The safe's behind a picture on this wall.
That picture there?
Yeah, that's the one. Now lift it down. There you are. There's the safe. Just a kid's toy.
Kid's toy? Nothing. That baby's tough.
Well, you can open it, can't you?
Yeah, but it'll take at least a half an hour.
Well, get going. We can't stay here all night. Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
I told you it was tough. It's coming now. There. Here.
About time, too. Now, let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. Wait till I open it, and we'll know what we got. There, look. Dough, cash, Mazuma. What did I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy, come on. Let's count it and divvy it up.
No. Never mind. Just give me the 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
You kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 that I need.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. Here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bill.
$1,500.
Just for an hour's work? Easy money, huh? Hey, look. What do you say we crack a couple of more cribs tonight?
No. I just want to get out of here now.
Someone's coming.
Someone's coming?
Yeah. Here, get behind this door. I'll take care of this.
What are you going to do?
Never mind. Now shut up.
Who's there? Jenkins?
Jenkins, is that you? The safe's open. The burglars. Jenkins! Jenkins, call the police, quick!
Nobody's calling any cops tonight, mister.
Why, you're a thief! Jenkins! Jenkins!
Maybe that'll convince you.
Why did you hit him?
What'd you expect me to do, hold his hand?
Wait a minute. He looks like he's dead.
I wouldn't be surprised. He don't seem to be breathing any to speak of.
That's murder.
So it's murder. You're in it just as much as me. Don't forget that.
Yeah. I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut the guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
Then come on, let's get going. Okay, here we are. Come on in.
Why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in. That's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
Well, I can't stay, Mike. My wife, she'll be worrying. I got to go home to her.
You've got worse things than your wife to worry about, pal.
What do you mean?
I mean the cops. Or have you forgotten you're wanted for murder?
No, I haven't forgotten. I'll never be able to forget. Why did you kill him? Why?
So we wouldn't have to go to jail. Would you rather have gone to jail, Joe?
Oh, of course not. Yes, I would. Well, I'm all mixed up. How did I get into this anyway?
You needed dough. That's how you got into this, and you got it. So cut out the sob stuff. We're in the clear. Nobody got a peep at it.
Why won't you let me go home? Why do you make me come to your room here?
2 reasons. The first is I want to make sure you know what it'll mean if you let anything slip.
I know. You don't have to tell me. I won't let anything slip.
If I thought you might, I'd slit your throat right now.
I won't, I tell you. I have to live, for my wife's sake.
Okay. And the second reason you're here is so you and me can have a little talk.
Talk? What kind of a talk?
Joe, I like the way you got that door and that safe open tonight. You and me got a future together.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. As soon as the heat's off, we're going to do another little job together.
Oh, no. No, I won't. I won't.
Yes, you will.
I tell you I won't. You can't make me.
Oh, yes, I can. Because if you don't, I can always send a little note to the cops telling them it's you they want for that killing tonight.
You wouldn't do that. That'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways away by then, but you can't get away. You got a business here and a sick wife. You couldn't leave them. Well, now you see why you're going to do what I say?
You dirty... You...
No, don't say it. You don't think you can pull a job and then go on as if nothing had happened to you. You're mixed up in murder. And somebody's always got to pay for murder. One way or another.
I only did it for Mary's sake.
Don't matter why you did it. You're in it now and you can't get out. Not without paying in some way.
I got a good mind to go to the police, to confess. Get this off my chest.
Oh, no, you don't. You see this gun? I'd plug you in a second if I... Get away. Let go of my hand. Let go.
You got me into this. You're not going to make me go any further into it. Take that away from you. Mike. Mike. He's dead. He's dead. He tried to shoot me and shot himself. I gotta get away from here. I gotta get back to Mary.
In a daze of horror, Joe Harrison found his hat and made his way to the street. His mind was a dizzy whirl of thoughts which he could not control. They went around and around in his head.
I'm a murderer. They'll catch me. They'll hang me. I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted the money. The money was all I wanted. The money to make Mary well, that's all. Now they'll catch me. They'll hang me. They must... I got to escape. Got to. Mike said the murder has to be paid for somehow. That isn't true. Sometimes you can escape if you're lucky. I just got to be lucky. I need a drink. Got to have a drink before I go crazy.
So Joe Harrison stumbled into a tiny bar on a dark street. Struggling to control his shaking hands and to keep his voice normal, he ordered a double rye and gulped it down. Then, as his senses cleared a little, he heard the radio at the end of the bar broadcasting a warning to the city.
The police department is asking you to be on the lookout for the following man, wanted for the brutal murder committed in Gramercy Park section 2 hours ago. Please make a note of the following description given by the victim before he died. The description follows.
Hey, look, buddy, what's the idea? What'd you shut the radio off for? Answer me, what'd you do it for?
Because I was sick of listening to it, that's why.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm not, see? And I got an idea maybe there was some other reason you didn't want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it on again.
No, you mustn't.
Well, I'm going to. And if you want to make a try for a break, I got a gun right here under the bar, you see? Now let's hear what the killer looked like.
I repeat, be on the lookout for a man of medium height, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair. If you see such a man, report at once to headquarters. We now turn you back to our regular night program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're kind of heavy-set and black-haired. For a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer, the way you didn't want me to hear the description. Just jumpy, huh?
Yeah.
Well, here, have another drink on the house, huh?
Oh, thanks. I gotta go home. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
Aghast at how close he had come to giving himself away, Joe Harrison hurried home. It was Mike the police were looking for, not Joe Harrison. It was Mike whose description they had. Joe Harrison was safe. Safe. Hardly able to believe in his own good luck, Joe reached his home and let himself in. Mary was already asleep. Quietly, he got into bed and at last fell asleep himself. A sleep troubled by nightmares that gave him no peace. When he woke, it was morning, and Mary was preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling. What time did you get home anyway? I waited up for you almost till 2.
I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop and did a little work. Forgot to watch the time.
And this morning you looked terrible. I know. You're worrying. About me. But you mustn't, darling. I'm going to be all right. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Norris called up last night. He wanted to talk to you. He said he had good news for you.
Good news?
Mm-hmm. But he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
Yeah, I think I know what it is. Yeah, sure. I'll go right over and see him.
Oh, but, darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
No, I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
All right, Joe. But please hurry back. I want to know what the doctor says.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Joe bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murder the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The man Mike had struck had given his butler Mike's description before he died, but he hadn't seen Joe at all. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or an accident and closed the case. Joe Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe? I'm safe. Sometimes you can get away with murder, not have to pay anything. If you're lucky. And I've been lucky.
When he entered the doctor's office, Joe's expression was that of a man who had just faced disaster and been rescued at the last moment. He seated himself and tossed the folded newspaper into the wastebasket.
Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you phoned that you had good news.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Yes, I called you last night after I got in touch with the surgeon I spoke of yesterday, Dr. Nelson Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
That's swell, Doctor. That's swell. I got the money right here in my pocket.
The money, yes. Yes, I was going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about that. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted. Then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mr. Harrison.
Oh, never mind, Doctor. I mean, here's the money. I got it right here. I want to pay for it. He's got to take it right away. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to cure Mary, isn't it? You said it would. You can't go back on your word now. You can't, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the chances are the operation would have cured your wife. But, well, unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? So what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards won't perform the operation now.
Why not?
Dr. Richards was tragically killed last night by a burglar who broke into his home on Gramercy Park.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Fate plays strange jokes sometimes, doesn't she? Poor Joe Harrison. He forgot that good can never come out of evil, and that crime must always be paid for by someone. If only he hadn't let himself be tempted. But he did. What became of him? Why, he devoted himself to taking care of his invalid wife, Mary. But his deed continued to weigh on his mind. And when she died several years later, he confessed everything to the police. I do hope his experience is proof that crime really doesn't pay. I always say... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joseph Julian, Elaine Kent, Palmer Ward, Kenny Lynch, and Bill Smith. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Flight from Fear.
Another strange and shivery tale of The Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryant, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Some foods just naturally go together, like bread and butter, ham and eggs, and coffee and Pet Milk. Lots and lots of folks who used to take cream in their coffee now use Pet evaporated milk. Not just because Pet Milk costs so much less, but because it makes coffee taste so good. Gives coffee the creamy color and mellow, satisfying flavor that coffee drinkers love. Now, let me tell you why Pet Milk is so right for coffee. The Pet Milk people take good, sweet country milk and remove more than half the water by evaporation. The result is a concentrated milk, which doesn't make your coffee taste weaker or watery. It just makes it taste better. And think of it, for the same amount of money you'd spend for coffee cream, you get more than twice as much Pet evaporated milk. So, for extra enjoyment, for extra economy, in your coffee, use Pet brand evaporated milk. Get several cans at your grocer's tomorrow. Statistics prove that there are two distinct types of duck hunters. There's the strong, silent type of sportsman who shoots well and talks little. And there's Mr. Magee. Now, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
can hardly wait for tomorrow morning to get out here, Molly, to get here. Boy, oh boy, when daylight breaks over Dugan's Lake, I'll be mowing down them mallards.
What's a mallard, dearie?
Nothing. What's the mallard with you? Oh! A mallard duck. It's a duck, Molly. A wild duck.
Oh, McGee, I wish you wouldn't shoot at those poor little...
Boy, I'll fracture him. You're looking at the dead shootingest, never missingest duck buster in town, kiddo. When I bear down on a moving mallard with my trusty old 12-gauge, that duck's as good as stuffed with wild rice right there.
The last one you brought home was stuffed with BBs. As I recall, it took two of us to lift it on the platter.
That was just careful shooting, did that, Molly. I took such careful aim at that duck that 12 other hunters hit him before I did. I had to shoot him on the way down.
Well, I don't know why you fellas should be so proud of shooting those innocent little ducks, McGee. I swear I don't. Why don't you pick on something your own size?
Oh, well, now, that just ain't practical, Tootsie. I shoot something my own size, we couldn't even get it in the oven.
No, I guess not.
And besides, it's not just the shooting, Molly. It's the sport of the thing.
It is.
It's the great man-to-man, give-and-take companionship that three good pals like I and Latrivia and Doc Gamble get out of going hunting together do.
I seem to remember that you three pals had quite an argument the last time. Something about who shot a certain duck?
Well, yeah. Doc Gamble did say that anybody else who claimed it was a dirty, sneaking thief. And Latrivia made some nasty remarks about a dishonest, immoral scoundrel. But I didn't get into it. I just sat there like a gentleman on the duck.
Well, I'm glad you kept your dignity, dearie.
I kept the duck, too. Well, I'd better get busy here and start getting my hunting stuff together, I guess, now.
What's your hurry? What's your hurry? The boys won't be here to pick you up until 4 a.m., you said.
Well, you know me. I'm always ready early.
Since when?
Since the time I was late and they went off without me. Now, let me see. I got my shotgun out. And hey, where's my shotgun? My shotgun. You see my shotgun?
Right there on the piano, dearie. Where you put it?
Oh, thanks. It's my turn to bring the shells for everybody, too, for all
You're
three of us.
bringing shells for all of us?
For all three of us. So I got doggone. Where's that box of shells? You seen the box of shells? I put it down there by the door. Why ain't it there now by the door?
Because that's the front door, and you put it down by the kitchen door.
Oh, yeah. Well, then where's my duck call?
What's that sticking out of your shirt pocket?
That's my duck call. Now, let me see if it's working okay. It's a little flat.
McGee, can you really fool the ducks as one of those things?
I'll say you can. When I'm really trying with this baby, anything can happen. I let go a blast on this thing out of Dugan's Lake last fall, and 3 moose came busting out through the bushes right behind me.
Heavenly days, I didn't even know we had moose around here.
Neither did I, but they all had them badges on that said Loyal Order of Moose. Lodge number 10. Seems their car busted down up on the road, and they were walking down through the tulies.
Just a minute. Come in. Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kids. Hi, daughter. Hey, Johnny, what you doing with the shotgun? Going hunting?
Yep, I'm going after some ducks out to Dugan's Lake.
Funny you should mention hunting, Johnny.
Yeah?
Reminds me of the hunter I used to be when I lived out west.
Oh?
Ever tell you kids about when I lived out west?
50 times.
At least.
Well, this will make it 51, kid. The west was full of buffalo in them days.
Yeah?
So I decided to get myself a partner and do some buffalo hunting.
Yeah?
I looked up an Indian chief named Bashful Beaver who lived in a wigwam with hot running water.
My goodness, how modern.
Hot running water was his squaw, daughter.
I see.
Well, sir, Bashful Beaver didn't think I could shoot good enough to hunt with him, so we had us a contest. Took turns shooting at a poker chip we had set up half a mile away.
Half a mile away?
Yep, Bashful Beaver shot first and missed. I shot 4 times, put 4 holes in the poker chip, and I still use it for a pants button.
Well, I hope it holds up better than that story did, because I believe it.
So, after we killed all the buffalo, I joined up with the Texas Rangers and started hunting outlaws, kids.
Still a hunter, huh?
Yep, I come across a fella named Boot Hill Mortis. Toughest outlaw in Texas. Quick as a flash, I yanked my gun.
Did you shoot?
Did I shoot? I shut out the lights, shut out the doors, shut up the alley, shot down the road, and I ain't been in Texas since.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and When Buddha Smiles.
Now, let me see. I got my gun. Iodine for the scratches when I fall down in the brush. My hip boots. Doggone it, what did I do with my hip boots? Where's my hip boots? I had my hip... Oh, I got them on. Well, now, let's see.
Did you take the butter out of the icebox? It's sitting on the kitchen sink.
Yeah, you can put it back now, kiddo. I'm through with it. The boots are okay.
The boots?
Yeah, my hip boots wouldn't go on account of my feet must have swole up or something, I guess, so I had the butter out to butter my heels a little. They're fine now.
Heavenly days.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing like a well-buttered heel, I always say. Say, incidentally, if you're looking for that wooden duck of yours, I moved it out on the back porch.
My decoy? I hope you handled that careful, Molly. I just finished painting that decoy. Touched it up a little.
Yes, say, I wanted to ask you about that. Why did you paint that duck with one eye closed?
Well, I'm trying out a new theory, Molly. That's a wooden she-duck, you see. And I figured the he-ducks would flock around more if they think the she-duck is winking at them.
Heavenly days. Is nothing sacred?
Gives her a kind of a coy look, you see. I figure a coy decoy, especially a coy she-decoy, will decoy more he-ducks than a decoy that don't look coy.
I
really need a boy decoy to go with it, because with a coy boy decoy to decoy the girl ducks and a she decoy to decoy the he ducks, I'll duck the decoys in Dugan's Lake and decoy more ducks with those ducky decoys.
Come in quick.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Hilo. Care to drop over tomorrow night for a duck dinner, boy? I'm Doc Gamble in the
Hey, speaking of duck dinner, pal, kids are all alike, aren't they?
Huh?
Yes, sir. They just hate to come in at mealtime. They'd rather stay out and play.
Huh?
But when Mom bakes one of those delicious pet milk pumpkin pies for dessert, everybody comes running. Nobody wants a duck dinner.
Oh. Oh, this is pathetic.
Oh, dear, I'm so embarrassed for the poor lad, Magee. The things he has to do.
Yes, sir. Mary Lee Taylor's great pumpkin pie recipe, pumpkin pie made with pet evaporated milk, is a favorite of good cooks the country over.
The country over Dugan's Lake is plastered with ducks.
Picture that rich, creamy smoothness, that beautiful golden brown color, that delicious spicy flavor.
Just like a canvasback.
Pumpkin pie is always a special dessert. And pumpkin pie made with pet milk, that good sweet milk evaporated to double richness, is an extra special treat on anybody's table.
Yeah, but what that's got to do with...
Mary Lee Taylor's pet milk pumpkin pie recipe is featured at your grocery.
Yeah, but...
And if you stop in...
Hey.
It's terrific.
Look, Ducky. I mean, Milky.
Yes, pal.
You want to go with us? We're leaving at 4 in the morning. It's only 8 p.m. now. That gives you several hours to get ready.
No. Thanks, pal. Count me out.
Oh, aren't you a hunter, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, indeed I am, Molly. In fact, I expect to do some big game hunting this weekend.
Big game hunting?
Yes, there's a big football game in town, and I'll be hunting for tickets. So long, pal.
Mr. Wilcox enjoys his little jokes, doesn't he?
Even the little bitty ones. Yeah, he kills himself. And it couldn't happen to a guy who deserves it more. Boy, I wish it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm so keyed up.
Oh, look, dearie, now. You've got about 8 hours before the boys get here.
Yeah.
Let's set the alarm clock, and then go to bed and get a good night's sleep before you go.
Hey, that's a wonderful idea, kiddo. Can I take my duck call to bed with me? Then if I wake up, I can practice a few...
Leave it here.
Okay.
You run on upstairs to bed. I've got a few little things to do, and then I'll turn in, too. A good night's sleep will do it.
So they went to bed early, but the sleep they got wasn't too good. At regular intervals, a plaintive little voice cried out in the darkness.
Molly. Hey, Molly.
What? What is it?
It's me, kiddo. You asleep?
Not now, Magee.
Oh.
Somehow an elbow driven into my ribs seems to disturb me. Just sensitive, I guess. What's the trouble?
Are you sure you set the alarm clock?
Of course I'm sure. It can't be more than 12 o'clock, and you've waked me up 6 times since we went to bed.
Well, I'm sorry, kiddo. I'm just on edge.
Well, get off your edge and try sleeping on your back. Good night.
Good night. Molly. Hey, Molly.
What?
It's me again.
Who else?
Are my feet out of the blankets, Molly? I got a feeling my feet are uncovered.
Oh, dear.
Oh, I don't want to catch cold. Can you see if my feet are uncovered?
Do they feel like they're uncovered?
Well, I can't tell with these boots on.
Go to sleep.
Good night.
Good night.
Molly. Hey, Molly.
You can spare the elbow, dearie. I'm awake.
Oh. Say, do you suppose I ought to call Doc and Latrivia and remind them? You suppose they might forget?
No, they'll be here. Can't you sleep at all?
No, I can't get my mind off them ducks.
Have you tried counting sheep?
Sure, but it don't work. All the sheep have got webbed feet.
Well, try again.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, dearie. It's 3:30. Time to get up. Well, what do you know? He's asleep. Magee, wake up. Well, if this isn't keeps me awake all night because he wants to go duck hunting. Well, by the 7 Sisters of Maud Murphy, he's going. Magee. Oh, dear, there's the boys in early. Just a minute, I'm coming. I don't know what there is about a ringing alarm clock that makes him sleep like that, but he ought...
Good morning, Molly. Hello, my dear.
Come in, boys. Himself is still asleep up there.
gracious.
His gear is all piled in the living room, except his shells. I put them here on the hall table.
Good. You going with us, Molly? Yes, why don't you come along?
Oh, no, no, thanks, boys. I just hate to see you kill those pretty little ducks. But you go on and drag Magee out of bed, boys. I'll put the coffee on.
Thanks, Molly. We'll get him up if we have to blast. Come on, Doctor.
Yeah, I've got some matches in case we have to set the bed afire, Latrivia. I've seen little BB Brain asleep before. It's the nearest thing to complete hibernation this side of a polar bear.
A polar bear is quieter, of course. Listen to that sawmill. Magee, wake up.
Waste of time, Latrivia. Throw the covers off him. That's it. Now, you grab his foot. I got the other one. Great Scott. Asleep with his boots on.
Oh, that's what it is. I thought I'd grabbed a hot water bottle. Come on, let's yank him out of here.
Well, never even fazed him. Frankly, I don't think the pleasure of his company is worth the trouble. But at this point, I'm just stubborn.
So am I. Grab his foot again, Doctor. We'll drag him downstairs like pulling a sled.
Okay.
Ready?
Let go.
What a mess you were. Magee, for goodness sake.
I think he's coming too, Doctor.
Did the clock go off? Oh, hi, Molly. Oh, what are you doing up? Hey, what am I doing down? Oh, hi, fellas. You ready already? Well, come on, let's go duck hunting.
All right.
Where's my gun?
Where's
the
your gun?
shell?
Right over there.
Where's my
Right
duck
there.
call?
We've got
Where's
it.
my pants?
Well,
Come on, let's go hunting.
All right, we'll go. The King's Men and Bella Bimba. Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba. Bells always ring, whether it's summer or winter or spring. We like the birds, just at the word, and sing this happy song. Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba. And sing this happy song. Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba. Look everywhere, lost in the air, dance through your life with a devil may care. Look in your heart, then you will start to sing this happy song. Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Marcoma, Bella Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba. You'll never, never go wrong as long as you sing this Bella Bimba, Bella Bimba song. Keep moving, fellas. Let's get down by the lake and get settled before daybreak.
Oh, it's cold out here. That's so. You're flapping my earmuffs.
Now, watch your step here, because there's a deep mud hole right there. Walk round it, Doctor.
Thank you.
Racket.
Over your boots, Magee?
Yeah. Ever step in a hole in your life that it wasn't over your boots? I hope it's dry in that duck blind because...
Come on, here's our blind here, fellas. Between those willows. Quiet now.
My gosh, you call this a duck blind? Just a cornstalk fence with a willow roof over it.
If you don't like it, my boy, I have a suggestion.
You'll have to do, I guess. My gosh, there's only one real way to make a duck blind.
Well, how would you make a duck blind?
Stick my finger in his eye. Don't you get it, Molly? Oh, she didn't come.
Shall I shoot him, Latrivia, or do you want to match me for it?
I'm afraid we can't shoot him unless he runs, Doctor. It's against the law to shoot them sitting.
Okay, I'll cut the comedy. It's getting light anyhow. Now, look, when them ducks start flying over, you guys watch yourselves, because when I start shooting, I get a little frantic, you see?
Listen. Oh, that lake is loaded.
Look at that.
Look, can you see them way out there on the other side?
Where? Oh, I see him. Oh, boy, is my trigger finger itchy.
Well, scratch it and get your head down. Don't scare them all away, Magee. Sit down, stupid. Hand me the shells, somebody.
Boy, oh boy, will I murder them mallards. Now, look, you guys. I'm a guest here, so I'll shoot first. After I get a limit, then you guys can go ahead and shoot at the next batch. Because...
Hold it. They're getting up out there.
Yeah.
Watch it. They're just starting to swing this way, and they can go.
Missed.
Nice shooting, Magee. If you'd waited till they got just a mile or two closer, you might have hit one.
Watch it. Here comes another flock.
Now, let him get closer now. Let him get closer. Don't shoot too fast now, you guys.
Look at that. Millions of holes. Let go!
How many we get?
None.
I think I must be leading them a little too far.
My sights must be bent a little.
One I shot at ducked. Just as I pulled the trigger, he swerved. Otherwise, I'd have got...
Shut up and shoot! Look at him go!
How many we get?
None.
I must be shooting high.
I must be shooting low.
The whole dad-ratted bunch dodged that time. What's the matter with them ducks? They're supposed to fall. Well, come on in the house. Molly will make us some coffee.
Yes, she should be very pleased with us, fellas. She didn't want us to kill those poor little ducks in the first place.
Yeah, say, I forgot about that.
Well, welcome home, mighty hunter.
Oh, it's nice to be back inside her swamp.
Hello.
How was the duck hunting? How many did you get?
None.
Not even one?
Not even one.
Skunked. The lake was loaded with them, but we couldn't...
Yeah, but... well, look, Doc and Latrivia, I got a confession to make to you men. I didn't try to hit those ducks.
What?
Oh, no?
No, sir. Molly felt so bad about us shooting them that I just couldn't bear to kill those little ducks. That's why I missed every shot on purpose. I aimed behind them every time.
Well, you're sweet, dearie.
What an inspiration. Well, I may as well break down also. I too, turned soft-hearted, Molly.
Did you?
I could have murdered those mallards, but for your sake, I shot behind them every time.
Well, you fellas aren't going to ace me out on this thing. I can miss ducks on purpose, too.
Huh?
I shot behind them, too, Molly, every time, just for you, my dear.
Ah, well, I'm so glad it turned out this way, boys. You've all been so sweet. But, I'll confess something, too.
Huh? You will? What?
I sat up half the night last night taking the BBs out of everybody's shells and filling them up with sand.
Well, for the love of...
Come on in the kitchen, boys. The ham and eggs are ready.
Fibber and Molly return in just a moment. When a young woman marries and starts to keep house, one of the first things she wants to learn is how to cook the foods her husband likes. And Pet Milk gives you young wives the help you want, because on every tall can of Pet Milk, there's a husband-tested recipe. Before any recipe is put on the Pet Milk label, it's sent out to homes like yours, where the wives try the recipe and report what their husbands say about it. And on Pet Milk labels, you get only those recipes which have been given a big okay by the husband. This, of course, is just one of the extras you get when you get Pet evaporated milk. Extra richness is another, because Pet Milk is double rich, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. That means extra amounts of nourishing milk substances, too. And then there's extra economy, for Pet evaporated milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. So, for husband-pleasing recipes, for extra goodness and extra economy, get Pet Milk, the first evaporated milk, the first choice of good cooks.
Let me check that again, Molly. You say the shells you put the sand in were in this box right here?
Of course. That's the box of shells you boys used, dearie.
That's the box of shells that Doc and Latrivia used, but I had a pocket full from last year that I shot with.
What?
Yeah.
Good one?
Yeah.
You mean?
Yeah. I must have been shooting behind them. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Most women go to a fortune teller sometime in their lives, but probably not every woman has young wife Sally Carter's experience. Because right after the fortune teller visit, she gets unexpected money, and 3 handsome men come into her life. And what Sally Carter discovers, any fortune teller would have had quite a time predicting, as you'll hear in the story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. On the same program, you'll hear the Pet Milk recipe of the week for cranberry salad, a tempting and colorful salad that's easy to fix. For a double measure of good listening, turn your dial to NBC next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Next, it's Big Town, then Playhouse on Broadway on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Greetings, thespians.
Good evening, Mr. Glenn. Hi, Bobby.
I think this story is going to make a good book, and I'll be anxious to know if it fools you people.
Oh, a fooler, huh?
Right. I think it'll keep you guessing right up to the last scene.
You know, Mrs. Glenn, I wonder if it's a good idea to keep people guessing.
I don't see why not.
Well, I'll bet there are listeners right now, for instance, wondering what news the sponsor has for them, and really, I don't think we should keep them guessing any longer.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Well, well, another body. Tonight's story opens in the comfortable office of Lieutenant Morse, a police officer of the modern school. A rather timid man is standing before the lieutenant's desk, and Morse isn't paying much attention to him.
Richover's the name, Lieutenant. Richauver. Richover. I live at 612 North Tennant Lane.
612 North Tennant Lane. Yeah, I got it. Complaint signed against somebody?
Well, no. Not a complaint against anybody I know, I guess. At least I hope not. You see, I found a body in the front yard.
Body in the front yard? You what? Did you say a body?
Yes. And I'm pretty sure, at least I'd be strongly inclined to believe, that the girl had been murdered.
Murdered? What's the girl's name?
I really couldn't say. You see, she's a complete stranger to me, Lieutenant Morse.
When did you find the body?
Not over a half an hour ago. As soon as I found it, I came right down to the police station as fast as I could.
Why didn't you phone?
I thought about that, but Elsa, she's my wife, she said, Harlan, my first name's Harlan.
Yeah.
You go right down there and tell the police about it yourself. See that they come right back here with you. If you phone them, they may be hours getting out here, so I came.
Yeah. Your wife's watching the body, is she, to see that nobody touches it or moves anything?
Oh, yes, she's very efficient. Elsa wouldn't let anybody disturb anything. You can depend on that.
Oh, hello, Gretchen. Now, looks like we got a story for you.
Hi, Mort. Hey, wait a minute. Not a story about Mr. Richover, Richauver, Richover.
You mean you know this man, Gretchen?
I don't believe I've ever met the young lady.
Oh, sure, Richie. Gretchen Talley, feature writer on the Chronicle. You remember me, Richie. Sure you do.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this all about, anyway?
Why, Richie's a genius, Morse. A genius for finding bodies. He finds more darn bodies.
Now, please, Miss Talley,
The last one was nearly 2 years ago. He didn't know from nothing, Richie didn't. Just found the body.
It was a very distressing thing. I came home from work and stumbled across the body right across the doorstep.
Yes, I remember. And the prosecuting attorney tried his best to hook you up with the case, but it was no dice.
You don't tell me. Well, just how many bodies have you found, Mr. Richover?
Richover. Richauver. Richover.
Yeah, Richover. Now, don't you worry about how I pronounce your name.
But it's rather an important thing to me, Lieutenant. Morse. Now, there's a simple name. Nobody could mispronounce that. But Richover. You've no idea the fantastic ways people can twist it around.
Forget it. I ask you a question.
Yes?
How many bodies have you found altogether?
Up to this one or including it?
Including it.
Why, 3 up to this girl. 4 altogether. You've no idea what an irritating thing it is to be forever stumbling into corpses, especially when they've been victims of violence.
Yes, I'll bet I haven't at that. Now, you don't know anything about this girl that's on your front lawn now,
I can answer that one for you, Morse. He never saw her before in his life.
Why, how did you know?
Oh, I'm psychic, Richie, and I'm not fussy like the judge was on that last case.
You know, I think you people actually suspect me of murder.
You don't say.
It's rather distressing when a citizen does what he should, makes a report promptly, does his duty, and then...
Then the nasty old police say to him, I bet you did it. That is irritating, I bet, Richie.
How was this dame killed, one you just found?
Why, I really don't know, Lieutenant. I've understood it was best not to move the body, and so I didn't examine anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know whether she was killed with a bullet or a meat cleaver, don't you? You could tell me that, couldn't you?
I'll bet it wasn't a bullet.
Why, no. No, I don't believe it was.
Those people you find, Richie, they never are killed by gunfire, are they?
Huh?
You should have been around when Richie discovered the other bodies, Morse. The pattern was always the same. You found it when you were coming home from work, Richie?
Why, yes.
And he'll be able to prove that he was at the office all day, Morse. And the coroner will testify that the victim was murdered at least 2 or 3 hours before Richie found the body.
See here. I don't have to stand for these insinuations. I'm a respectable citizen.
You're a respectable citizen, all right, Richie. You just have one bad habit. Finding bodies. Really, Lieutenant, this is preposterous.
It's not nearly so preposterous as that one man should find 4 murder victims, Mrs. Richover.
Oh, but surely you don't believe, not actually, that Harlan has anything to do with any of these murders.
Well, it isn't reasonable that one man should find 4 bodies.
Look how many people there are who've never found even one body.
Why, Harlan's practically timid. You've no idea how it distresses him when anything like this happens. And if you keep him locked up in that cell, there's no telling what it might do to him.
No. Well, I know what I hope it does to him.
What?
I hope it breaks him down to the point where I'll get a confession.
Oh, that would be much simpler than going to work. Actually going out and finding the real killer, wouldn't it?
Look, Mrs. Rishover, I don't blame you for standing up for your husband. But the long arm of coincidence just doesn't reach as far as you want me to think it does.
Then you absolutely refuse to let Harlan free?
I sure do.
In that case, I guess I'd better get him a lawyer.
Yeah, I think that'd be an excellent idea, Mrs. Rishover. And if I were you, I'd get a good one. Because Richie's going to need a dandy to get him out of this. Oh, hello, Gretchen.
Well, my own private sleuthing party didn't net me much more.
No, I didn't think it would. This is Mrs. Rishover, Gretchen. Miss Morse, the Chronicle.
I remember, Miss Morse. I hope nothing pleasant happened to her. Still sore about the write-up I gave you and Richie when you got married? Why wouldn't I be angry?
Hey, what's this all about?
Why, Richie'd found 2 bodies before he got married. Elsa's folks brought in a story about the wedding, and there wasn't any mention of the body business. I sort of fixed up the wedding story and gave it a little human interest. You were jealous. You were in love with Harlan yourself. Don't make me laugh, Mrs. Rishover. It's true. Harlan told me about how you fawned all over him after the second body was discovered, how you brought things to him while he was in jail, and when he got out, you invited him up to your apartment for dinner. A girl has to eat, hasn't she? Richie was darn good copy, and I wasn't passing up any bets. Here's the picture, Morse. Why, it's a picture of Harlan. None other. Well, what were you doing with it? You've no right to have a picture of him. I've been out showing that picture to everyone who knew Alice Woodson, Mrs. Rishover. That's the murdered girl's name, in case you're confused. Harlan finds so many bodies. Really? I flashed that picture on everyone who ever had anything to do with Alice Woodson. I'm trying to find a link. So you're a detective? None of the people who saw the picture showed the faintest recognition. But this has gone on long enough. Sooner or later, I'll find something to connect him with the murdered girl. You must read a great many detective stories. Richie isn't going to get away with it this time. 3 times is plenty. This time, he's out.
Hello, Lieutenant. You ready to start talking yet, Mr. Rishover? Rishover. R-I-C-H-A-U-V-E-R. Rishover. Yeah, Rishover. Gretchen Pally picked up a clue, Richie. A frail, slender clue that most cops wouldn't even bother to follow. And I think she's going to make something out of it, Richie. You know, you can't kill 4 people without making one mistake. What did she find? A girl had a ring in her purse, Richie. A cheap little ring with a rhinestone set in it. I don't know a thing about it. It's kind of a ring you can buy at any dime store. And there was one just like it on your keychain.
I didn't have any cheap ring with a rhinestone in it. Not on my keychain or anywhere else.
Yeah? Who are you trying to bluff, Richie?
I didn't, and that's the truth.
You didn't give the girl that ring and tell her it was an engagement ring?
Of course not. I've told you that I never saw the girl before in my life.
I know. You're sort of used to telling the police that, Richie. They've been kind of easy on you. But when they get tough, you'd be surprised how tough they can be. You know, they electrocute murderers in this state, Richie. You get out of here. The actual electrocution isn't so bad, I guess, but it's the getting ready for it. You know, when the barber shaves that spot on your head.
You get out of here. You can keep me in this cell, but I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to.
No, you don't have to listen to me, Richie. But I wish you'd think about it.
If you don't get out of here, I'll find another body.
Ah, now you're talking, Richie. So if I don't get out, you'll find another body.
I've never killed anybody yet, but I'll kill you, so help me. You and that cynical leer on your face. That insolent grin when I tell you the truth. You're driving me crazy.
You've been nuts for a long time, Richie. What was the idea of killing those babes, huh? Stepping out on Elsa and afraid you'd get caught?
I'd like to strangle you.
And you might get away with it. You've got away with 4 murders already. But then again, you might be stretching your luck just a little bit. You might... What have you done to me? Listen, Richie. You can't...
Oh, dear. I wonder. No pulse beat. Yes, he's dead. Quite dead. I told him he'd get into trouble, but... Suicide. Yes, that's it. He has a gun. Have to be careful. Handkerchief. No fingerprints. Put it in his hand. Like this. And press the finger. So. Help! Somebody help! Hurry! Now I'm done for, I suppose. Still, I wonder.
What caused Lieutenant Morse to drop over dead? And was Mr. Reshover responsible? Did he murder the other 4 people whose bodies he found? And can he be convicted? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Well, Another Body. The scene is Harlan Reshover's jail cell. His wife and Captain Corlett of the homicide squad are there, and Mr. Reshover seems to be somewhat bewildered.
Lieutenant Morse was trying to force a confession from you, wasn't he, Harlan?
Why, yes, he was. Quite nasty.
And he waved his gun at you, and you got scared and grabbed it from him, and you shot him to protect yourself, didn't you?
Just a minute, Mrs. Richover. Reshover, Captain. R-I-C-H-A-U-V-E-R, Reshover. Mrs. Reshover. I don't give a hang how you pronounce your name, but your wife can't coach you on a defense. I want to hear what you have to say for yourself.
But Harlan needs coaching, Captain Corlett. He's such a timid thing himself, and he'd get all involved.
That's the idea, Mrs. Richover. I want him to get involved.
But I don't, Captain. I love Harlan,
You keep
and
quiet for a few minutes. Now, I want you to tell me what happened, Richover. Why, it was like Elsa said. He waved his gun at me, and yes, I got frightened. I thought he was going to kill me, you see, and
I see. Listen, Richover. We get awful sore when one of our boys gets killed. Sometimes we kind of lose our tempers. And I think I'm about ready to lose mine right now.
But really, Captain...
You're a liar, Richover. Not even a very good one.
I don't know what you mean, Captain.
I had the coroner give Lieutenant Morse the works. As complete an autopsy as ever went through this place.
Oh, but really, Captain, you could see the bullet wound in his temple. I don't see why...
I could see it, too. The police like to get convictions when they think a man's guilty, Mrs. Richover. But they don't frame a guy by bumping themselves off.
But Holland's explained to you why he had to shoot Lieutenant Morse.
Look, lady, the guy was dead when that shot was fired.
Dead when... Oh, but that's silly, isn't it? If he was dead, then why should Holland...
Morse died of poisoning. He had a fresh pack of cigarettes in his pocket with only one gone. That one was in his left hand, about 2/3 smoked. Each one of those cigarettes contained enough poison to kill a horse.
For heaven's sakes.
The way I figure it, Richover gave Morse that package of cigarettes, not figuring he'd light one while he was still in his cell.
But, well, that's not right at all, Captain.
Morse lit a cigarette and dropped dead right then and there. Richover was panic-stricken because there was another body to chalk up against him. That's why he got out Morse's gun and fixed it up to look like suicide.
But it was suicide, Captain Corlett, really.
Look, everything about it was phony. The gun wasn't in the right position in Morse's hand. It wasn't held against his head at a natural angle. And part of the powder burn was on this cement floor. You don't think a man lies down on the cement floor to put a bullet through his head, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Please, Captain, can't he talk to me alone? Just a minute.
Yeah, sure he can. I'll leave right away.
Now, Holland, it was practically like the captain said, Elsa.
No, Holland, don't be a fool. But I have a microphone hidden somewhere in your cell. They're listening to every word you say. Whisper to me so nothing could pick up the sound. Then I'll figure out a story. You see, I'll tell them what you said to me. Then you must stick to whatever story I make up. Understand?
Yes, I understand, Elsa.
You're an awful babe in the woods, Harlan. But I love you. Honestly, I do. I'm here on business, Mrs. Rishover. Don't worry that it's a social call.
I don't want to speak to you.
I imagine you don't. But this has to be done, I guess.
You've no right to come barging into my home like this. You
know? I just wanted to check something, Mrs. Rishover.
What?
You smoke, don't you?
Why, occasionally, yes, not regularly. Why?
Have a package of cigarettes around now?
Why, I believe so, but what business of that?
Don't bother. I see one in the ashtray that doesn't have the brand name burned off. Oh, very interesting.
What are you driving at?
The brand name's the same as the kind Lieutenant Morse was smoking when he was killed. Interesting.
See here, you surely don't think
that you're implicated in any of Richie's murders? Oh, dear, no. But it is funny, isn't it? That you should smoke that same brand. By the way, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Yes?
When Richie found that first body, were you acquainted with him?
No, I didn't know him at all. I remember when Harlan and I were introduced, they told me he'd found a gangster's body in front of his door, and I was fascinated.
But that second body, you knew him when that one was found, didn't you?
Yes, it upset him terribly, and I was so sorry for him.
You knew the second victim, didn't you?
What? No.
I'm afraid you're lying about that, Mrs. Rishover. I think you did know the second victim.
I said I didn't really. You're being outrageous. I
think maybe you can commit quite a bit. The way I figure it, Richie's finding the first victim was an accident. One of those things that could happen to anyone. But it gave you an idea. There was a certain party you wanted to get rid of.
Get out of here. I won't stand for this.
You killed the second one and arranged things so Richie would find the body. I rather think he suspected, and that's why he married you. He was afraid to do anything different, afraid you'd kill him, too.
You can't talk to me this way. You lie about my knowing the man who was murdered. I didn't.
You married Harlan Rishover to keep him quiet about you and what you'd done. And then you set about trying to get rid of him.
Get rid of him? That's rather funny.
There's more than one way to get rid of a person. Harlan Rishover had found 2 murder victims. You reasoned that if he found a third one, he'd be suspected, which he was.
I was frantic when it happened.
For your third victim, you picked an innocent girl, one with whom you couldn't possibly be connected. Your sole purpose in killing was to convict Richie of murder.
That's not so.
When it didn't work, you picked a fourth one, another girl. You wanted to be sure this time, so you put a cheap ring in her purse and put a duplicate of it on Richie's keychain.
You lie. I never did such a thing.
The game's about over, Mrs. Rishover. I found the 10-cent store clerk who sold you those rings. She's identified your picture. Her name's Ann Burkle, and she lives in a rooming house over on Guide Street, 314 Guide Street. She'll swear that she sold you the rings. So instead of sending Richie to the chair, those rings are going to take care of you. But good. Goodbye, Mrs. Rishover.
Just where do you think you're going?
I'm going over to the police station to get Captain Corlett. I'm going to take him up to Ann Burkle's room.
I don't believe you are, Gretchen.
Oh! Where did you get that gun?
I've always had it around, Gretchen. I never knew when it might come in handy.
What are you going to do to me?
That all depends, Gretchen. There's the phone.
What?
I said there's the phone. Go ahead and call Captain Corlett.
What?
I said to phone Captain Corlett. Tell him to go to 314 Guide Street and question Ann Burkle.
I don't get it. You mean you actually left
I mean you'd better call him if you don't want to get a bullet through your pretty head.
But
you know the number. Go ahead.
You're going to kill me?
That remains to be seen, Gretchen. Go ahead.
Captain Corlett, please. Hello, Captain. I'm at Elsa Rishover's, and she's holding a gun against my head, Captain. Get here as fast as you can. Thanks. There. Now, you don't dare kill me. You don't dare. You thought I'd be afraid to tell him I was here, that you were threatening my life. But I did. I doubt that very much, Gretchen.
All right, Mrs. Rishover, drop that gun.
No, thank you, Captain. I think I'll just go right on holding it if you don't mind.
What?
No, don't worry. I won't hurt anybody unless it's necessary.
What's this all about, anyway?
Gretchen Talley was in love with Harlan. Fell in love with him during the course of his trial after he'd found the first body. She figured that finding a second body would be serious. You lie.
Out of talk, Gretchen.
She arranged for Holland to find a second body, and then she furnished the alibi for him when it looked like he was in a tight spot. It was easy enough for her to do, because she'd committed the murder.
I can check the records on the alibi, I guess.
I helped him a little in order to get a story, that's all. Gretchen thought he'd be so grateful to her that he'd marry her. But Holland was in love with me, and we were married. And when Holland and I had been married about a year, there was another body, this time a girl. The police hounded him, but his alibi was so perfect they finally had to release him. And then this last one. I went to Lieutenant Morse and told him what I suspected. He began investigating, and he had an accident. Well, you lie. You never talked to Lieutenant Morse alone. She was in Lieutenant Morse's office when they checked Holland's personal effects. She found the finger ring on Holland's key ring. Nobody else had noticed it. And she said it was a clue she'd like to follow up.
How about that, Gretchen?
Why, yes. There'd been a ring in the girl's purse. Why wouldn't I check a good story? I've never seen the girl she talks about, this Ann Burkle, who was supposed to have sold me the rings. But I'll bet if you'll go to her room, you'll find she's been murdered. If she's dead, you killed her.
Doggone, if I know what to believe.
She never intended to convict Holland. All along, all the murders she committed were supposed to get me out of the picture and get Holland for her.
Maybe we better let Mr. Richover get into this conversation. He doesn't seem near as guilty as he did.
What did you do with Gretchen Talley, Captain?
He's in a straitjacket, Mrs. Richover. Stark mad.
Is this the stenographer, Captain?
Yeah. All set to take it down, Sammy?
Sure. Just have him go a little easy, though. I won't hurry. Ready? I, Harlan Richover, R-I-C-H-A-U-V-E-R, make this statement of my own free will without any promise of clemency. I have never killed anyone. Miss Talley and I were business partners, and I was completely unaware that she had any romantic attachment for me until the episode of the ring. Episode of the ring. Okay. The first murder victim I found, I know nothing about. The other three whose bodies I found were killed by three different people, whose names I will give. Miss Talley, through her newspaper connections, had gained an acquaintance with numerous underworld characters. They paid us very handsomely to have me find the bodies, but threw suspicion completely away from the real murderers. Yet, there was never any real evidence against me except my being in the right place at the right time. Right place, right time. Until the ring business, I had no idea that Gretchen Talley was in love with me. Gretchen Talley had never killed anyone until the Lieutenant Morse and Ann Burkle murders. It was then I realized that she was trying to implicate my wife, trying to get her out of the way. The Lieutenant Morse murder made it apparent that Morse had been on the right track. With this finding of Ann Burkle's body, there remains no alternative but to clear my wife from all suspicion, which I gladly do. Harlan Richover, R-I-C-H-A-U-V-E-R.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Howdy, boys and girls. This is your wagon master, Ward Bond, to tell you how you can win a real live wagon train pony in your Edsel dealer's pony naming contest. That's right. Every Edsel dealer in America is giving away a pony. So just get your mother and dad to take you to your nearest Edsel dealer so you can name the pony at the same time your mother and dad go for a demonstration drive in the new 1958 Edsel. And if yours is the winning name, you'll win a real live wagon train pony. Just imagine. You can go for rides, teach him tricks, and you'll be the envy of every other boy and girl. So get your parents to take you to your Edsel dealer so you can put your pony name on the official entry blank that gives the easy contest rules. And you may win a real live wagon train pony. Adios, amigos.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello.
My name is Brandt, Marshal.
Come in, Mr. Brandt.
Thank you. Me and my boy, we got a ranch up in the South Fork of the Solomon.
Oh, what can I do for you?
Well, now, I ain't no ways responsible, you understand. It has been kind of put on me, you might say.
What has?
And the Indians started it. They was raiding for horses a couple of days ago. They'd have got him. Me, too, probably. But for this kid they had along.
A kid?
Yeah. He tried to come in ahead of the rest of the Indians, and he showed himself too soon. That's what happened. My son saw him in time to warn me. We put up a standoff fight, and the Arapahoes didn't get a single horse.
Oh, what's the trouble, then?
You know, we got the kid.
What?
Yeah, he's still there. Wilder than a deer. He got shot in the leg a little. We brought him into the house after. Now, I want to know what to do with him, Marshal.
Well, how old's the boy, Mr. Brandt?
It's hard to say. I bet he's 12, under.
Well, that's pretty young to be on a raiding party.
He sure is, but he's awful wild. He tried to kill me twice already.
Why don't you turn him over to a reservation somewhere? They'll take care of him.
No, I can't do that, Marshal. They wouldn't have him.
Well, why not?
Well, he ain't no Indian. He's a white boy.
A white boy?
Yeah. Sure acts like an Indian, though. I think he's been living with them Arapahoes a long time. That's what I think.
Well, I don't know what I can do, Mr. Brandt.
Well, one thing sure, Marshal, I can't keep him no more. It don't seem right for a white boy to go back to live among the Arapahoes.
No.
So you got to come up with me and do something about him.
Look, Mr. Brandt, I'm a U.S. Marshal. I'm hired to keep the peace, not plain nursemaid to orphans.
You're the only man I ever heard of around here. Thought might help that boy. Well, if you won't, you won't. Just have to run him off into the prairie, I guess.
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Brandt. All right. We'll ride back out with you in the morning.
I don't see nobody around, Mr. Brand.
No, my son be out with the cattle this time of day. I told him to lock that kid in the potato cellar when he had to leave the house.
That it over there?
Yeah, that's it. He'll be in there. Now, we just open the door, Marshal, and maybe he'll come out.
All right. You grab him if he runs, Chester.
Yeah, and you watch out for him. He'll do anything, that kid. Hey, kid. You come on out here. Stand back now.
Well, just look at him. You wouldn't hardly know he was a white boy, Mr. Jones.
Hello, son.
You've come to kill me, haven't you?
Oh, my goodness.
Now, nobody's going to kill you, son. We're just here to help you, that's all. Hey, you look pretty weak to me. Is it that hole in your leg, or haven't they been feeding you?
Well, he won't eat, Marshal. At least he wouldn't when I left. You been eating, kid?
No.
See what I mean?
It's easier to be tortured on an empty stomach.
Now, son, nobody's going to torture you, and nobody's going to kill you. I would like to have a look at that leg, though, where you got hit.
I'm all right.
Yeah, come on, let's go in the house and see for sure.
No, I don't...
Hey.
Oh, he's thin.
Yeah, I got him.
Poor old fella.
Why haven't you done anything about this bullet in his leg, Brad?
Well, I tried, Marshal. He wouldn't let me near it. He tried to bite me.
Well, he can't fight much now. All right, come on, show me where to put it.
My friend, you'll be sitting way up on top of the world when you slide into that live modern flavor. Live modern with a big red L&M. Light into that L&M flavor. L&M, best taste and smoke you'll ever find. Made from the Southland's finest cigarette tobaccos. And you get that full, rich flavor coming at you through the miracle tip. Pure white inside, pure white outside. The patented filter. The patent number on every pack guarantees a more effective filter on today's L&M. L&M smokes cleaner, tastes best. Light into that L&M flavor. You're really living when you do.
I carried the wounded boy into the ranch house, and I laid him onto a bed and went to work. He came to in the middle of the operation, but he didn't move a muscle or utter a sound. When it was over, I got some strong tea on him, and then he went to sleep. A couple of hours later, I noticed that he'd waked up, and I walked over to the bed.
You fixed my leg.
Well, of course I did.
Why?
You might have died if I hadn't. A wound like that gets infected.
The Arapahoes don't care if their prisoners die.
You're not a prisoner here.
Yes, I am.
Look, what's your name, anyway?
Yorkie?
Yorkie? Is that all?
That's all I remember.
Is that what the Arapahoes called you?
Yes, they won't give me another name till I'm a brave.
Well, Yorkie's a white man's name. Where are your parents?
Killed in a raid, they told me. I've been an Arapaho ever since.
Huh. What was your father's name? Do you know?
I was too young.
Then how come you remember English so well?
An old man of the tribe makes me talk every day. I don't know where he learned, but he says it'll come to use later when I'm a brave. There are wars against the white man.
Well, Yorkie, you are a white man.
Yes, but I live with the Arapahoes.
Well, you did, but you're back among your own people now. You got to learn to live a different life.
No.
You mean you want to go back with the Indians?
First, I have to make a big coup.
Make a big coup? What for?
I'll be killed if I don't.
What are you talking about?
I allowed myself to be seen and exposed to the raiding party. So I'll be killed if I don't make a coup and return with a scalp or some horses.
You? A kid like you?
Unless you kill me first.
Yorkie, nobody's going to kill you. You get that out of your head. And you're not going to kill anybody either. Or steal any horses, so you forget about that.
If I make a big coup, my mistake on the raid will be forgiven. And I'll be the youngest brave in the whole tribe.
Well, we'll argue about that later, but what were you doing on this raid in the first place?
A white boy must prove himself many times. It's harder than for an Indian. That's why they let me come.
I see. Yeah, you got yourself quite a problem, haven't you, Yorkie? But right now, why don't you go back to sleep for a while, huh? And I'll have some soup for you when you wake up.
Like a little more coffee, Mr. Brand?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Now, what you going to do about that kid, Marshal?
Well, there's not much I can do, Brent.
Well, you can't leave him here.
I didn't bring him here.
Marshal, I'm serious. Even if that was an ordinary kid, I got no way to raise him. But this one's bad. I told you, you've been after me twice already.
Well, he needs a scalp to take back. It's a matter of life or death with it.
I ain't taking mine.
You really think he might kill somebody, Mr. Jones?
Left alone, yeah.
But he's so young.
Well, I heard that Billy the Kid killed a man when he was 12. Age doesn't seem to matter much.
Can't you talk him out of it? Show him it's wrong?
I've tried, but Yorkie thinks like an Indian. He doesn't know anything about the white man's world.
I guess not. How's he feeling this morning, anyway?
Well, I hoped his fever would be down, but it isn't.
Well, he needs a doctor, that's what.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Brant, is this one of your guns?
Where'd you get it?
Yorkie had it when I went in there this morning. But he was too weak to use it.
I told you he's a bad one, Marshal. He'll kill someone yet.
All Yorkie understands right now is kill or be killed. Why don't you get your wagon, Brant? We'll take him into Dodge.
New kind of shoe shine, new, shine all out. A one, a two, a tell them what's new. Now all your shoes can keep a dancing shine with new Shinola, the liquid kind. 8 and 9, tell them it dries to a shine. No puffin' and no buffin', it dries to a shine. That new Shinola, the liquid kind.
Ever wish there was a ladylike shoe polish? One that would keep a lady's shoes looking lovely without making her work like a stevedore? Well, now there is. New Shinola Liquid Wax. The shine is new. A bright, self-polishing shine that covers up any scuffs or scratches, but never, never changes the color of the shoes you chose so carefully. The way it goes on is new, with a neat, flexible applicator that shapes to your shoe to spread the polish more evenly and accurately, and keep it a safe distance from your manicure. And, of course, the Shinola folks wouldn't think of having a lady rub or brush shoes. New Shinola Liquid Wax dries to a shine. Shine, ma'am?
The next few days, Yorkie lay on the couch in Doc's office, and he watched us with wild, restless eyes. In spite of his obvious courage, I think he was a little frightened. And when Doc was suddenly called on a case out in the country for several days, I had an idea. And I sent Chester to find Kitty.
You want me to nurse him? Is that it, Matt?
Well, partly, Kitty, but also I thought maybe you could talk to him a little. It's hard for him to trust a man, I guess.
Yeah, I know. Chester told me about him.
He'll be well enough pretty soon to get into trouble. Bad trouble.
I'll do what I can.
Kitty, try to get him to eat something, huh?
Yeah.
I haven't had much luck.
Yeah, all right. But you stay here.
Yeah.
Hello, Yorkie.
Who are you?
My name's Kitty. I'm going to take care of you.
Why?
Because you're sick. Wouldn't you take care of somebody who's sick?
Not an enemy.
We're not enemies, Yorkie. But even if we were, I'd take care of them.
Prisoners get well by themselves or they die.
Not around me, they don't. Anyway, you're not a prisoner. You can leave anytime you want to.
Is that the truth?
Yeah, of course it is. Unless you do something wrong, like killing or stealing. But we don't have to talk about that. I want to know about you. All sorts of things. What it was like with the Arapahoes, or what you remember about when you were younger.
I won't tell any secrets.
I don't want to know any secrets, Yorkie. But, well, maybe you can tell me... Well, did you have a mother in the tribe? Tell me about that.
I'm a white boy. They've never let me have a mother. Anyway, I was big enough I didn't need one.
You ever want one, Yorkie?
I don't know. I guess so, sometimes.
Yeah. Better to have a mother.
Mine was killed in a raid when they found me.
I know. Do you remember her at all?
No. Well, sometimes I think I do. Sometimes when I'm asleep.
What do you remember about her then?
I don't know. It's just a feeling, I guess. Sort of like being warm. Is that what it's like?
Yeah. I think that's what it's like, Yorkie. Very much like that.
Well, I'm hungry, Kitty. Would you let me have something to eat?
Of course I will, Yorkie. Of course I will.
Kitty spent as much time with Yorkie as she could manage, and whenever she'd been with him, he always seemed calmer and less frightened. And we began to have hopes that maybe the boy would take to his new life after all. Chester and I were busy, and except for taking some food up now and then, we turned Yorkie's care over to Kitty completely.
When'll Doc be back, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he sent word he'd have to be out there another day. I guess Miss Taylor's been real sick.
You reckon maybe Yorkie could just live with Doc?
Oh, I don't know what to do with him, Chester. Maybe he ought to be out on a ranch somewhere. I don't know.
That's where we got to do something with him.
Where's Yorkie?
He's upstairs, Kitty.
Have you been up there today? Have you seen him?
Well, no.
Well, Yorkie's gone, Matt.
What?
I'll go take a look.
I've already searched the place. He isn't there.
Well, let's go look in the street, Chester. Maybe somebody's seen him.
You better find him. That's all I can say.
We'll find him, Kitty. Don't worry.
Maybe he's got a hold of a gun somewhere.
I hope not. Anyway, if he's as smart as I think he is, he'll locate a horse to get away on first. Maybe a couple of them.
Just when I was beginning to think you was going to settle down a little.
You never know. I still got faith in that kid somehow. Well, let's cross over to Moss Grimmick's stable there, huh?
There's Moss yonder.
Yeah. Hey, Moss.
Oh, Marshal. Chester.
Oh, Moss.
I was going to come see you, Marshal.
Oh?
That kid you brought into Dodge the other day.
What about him?
I caught him trying to steal one of my horses.
You got Yorkie?
Where is he, Moss?
Back here. He put up quite a fight for a sick boy, Marshal. A little wildcat. Had to tie him up, finally. Throwed him in the saddle room there. Sure a mean one. There he is. Little devil, he'll hang yet.
Here, give me your knife, Chester.
Don't untie him, Marshal.
I'll handle him all right, Moss.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Yorkie, I'm sorry this happened. I'd have given you a horse if you'd asked me. There.
I wasn't going to steal him.
Then what was you doing riding him out of that stall, young fella?
Wait a minute, Moss. You say you weren't going to steal him, Yorkie?
No.
Well, what were you doing then?
Kitty didn't come, and I got lonely. I don't know.
Well, I think I do. You just wanted to be around something familiar, something you know. Isn't that right?
I guess so.
And you lived with horses all your life. You know them pretty well, so you came over here, huh?
I wasn't going to steal him. I just wanted to get on him.
You know, I half believe the boy, Marshal.
He's telling the truth, Moss.
Yorkie, I'm sorry I treated you rough. Now, why didn't you tell me?
What are you going to do with me now?
Well, Doc will be back tomorrow, Yorkie. If he says it's okay for you to stay up, you can. And in the meantime, Kitty will be there.
All right.
I tell you what, Yorkie, you get well, you come over here, I'll give you a horse to ride.
You will?
Sure, I got lots of horses. You can take your pick.
I don't understand you.
Well, he trusts you, Yorkie. We all do.
You shouldn't trust anybody.
Well, maybe not, but we do anyway. Hey, Moss, I got an idea.
Yeah, Marshal?
I don't suppose you could use a stable boy around here, huh? Some kid who really knows horses and who's used to hard work?
Well, I don't have much money, Marshal, but I could feed him a little. Maybe fix him a bed in the saddle room here.
Of course, a good boy is like a good horse, you know. There's bound to be some hot blood in him.
Try to lift my hair, I'll whop him good. That clear, young fella?
You're talking about me?
Well, of course they're talking about you, Yorkie. One thing, I can't hire nobody unless he has a whole name. Well, most Yorkie don't know his last name.
Well, call him anything. Kelly, huh? That's a good name.
Yorkie Kelly?
Grimmick and Kelly. Sounds all right to me. But you people get out of here now. I got work to do. And, Yorkie, when Doc says you're fitting, you come back.
I'll be back, Moss.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Year after year, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy this fine Lucky Strike tobacco to give you real deep-down smoking enjoyment. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 46, sold American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember last week, Jack had a dream that he went to the racetrack and bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. So now we'd like to take you back about 6 days. It's Monday afternoon. Jack is in the library of his home talking with his press agent, Steve Bradley.
But, Steve, I don't know what the...
I'm telling you, Benny, if you don't go for this publicity stunt, you ought to have your head examined.
All right, Steve. What is it? Quiet, Polly. Steve, what is it?
Well, this going to be slapped on the front page of every newspaper in the country. By tomorrow afternoon, the whole world will be talking about Jack Benny. Why, you couldn't have gotten this much publicity if you had married Margaret O'Brien.
All right, Steve, tell me, what is this big...
Hello.
Polly, quiet. Steve, you haven't told me what this is all about. For heaven's sake, what is this big story?
Benny, this is so big, it's even too big for me to tell you. What time is it?
4:30.
4:30. Turn on that radio. Erskine Johnson's on. I gave him the story, and I think he's going to break it today.
Turn on the radio, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Erskine Johnson in Hollywood. There's some very exciting news today from the film capital, and here's the hottest news of all. I've just learned that in the recent Gold Cup race at Hollywood Park, Jack Benny, famous tightwad of screen and radio, bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. The price was $17.20 to win. This netted the comedian exactly $646,000. What a break for Benny.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Steve, are you crazy? Have you gone nuts? Have you lost your mind?
Now, Benny, don't get excited. Come down off of that bookcase and let me talk to you.
But Steve, don't you remember I told you it was all a dream? It didn't happen. I dreamt that I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. Why, I wouldn't
Hold
bet...
it, Benny. Now, hold it. Nobody outside of this room knows it's a dream. Now, we're going to make them believe it really happened.
What?
It'll give you a new personality. Why, all your life you've been Benny the Skinflint, Benny the Cheapskate, Benny the Miser. Benny the Miser, Benny the Miser.
Polly, be quiet.
Now, from now on, it's going to be Benny the Spendthrift, the Plunger, the Sport, the Diamond Tim Brady of the 20th century. Everybody in America will be talking about the new Jack Benny.
Well, say it, Steve. It might be something at that. I guess it wouldn't hurt if people thought it really happened.
Can't hurt a thing, not a thing. I got to run now, Benny, and look. Whenever you're out in public, I want you to light your Lucky Strikes with $10 bills.
$10 bills? But, Steve...
All right, use 5.
But I don't want to burn a $5 bill every time I go around.
Okay, use 1, but wrinkle them so nobody can see the numbers.
But even $1 bills, I don't want to go around...
Couldn't he use a red-hot penny?
Yeah, I have plenty of matches.
You've got to impress the public, Benny. Now, this will be in every Hollywood column. Luella Parsons, Jimmy Starr, Hedda Hopper, Harrison Carroll, Harry Crocker, and Benny. Be sure to listen to your radio every night this week. So long!
Gee, Rochester, you know, he may have something. This may turn out to be a great thing for me.
Yeah, your dreams are getting better all the time.
They sure are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater. Oh, yes, there's big news tonight. There was nothing outstanding in the news last night. No one knows what the news will be tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's big news from Hollywood tonight. Jack Benny, the comedian, went out to Hollywood Park last Saturday and placed a bet of $85,000 on Challenge Me to win. Mind you, to win. Benny watched calmly as the horses ran and remained calm. The Challenge Me came up from far behind to calmly win the Gold Cup race. And the horse paid a big price, and Jack Benny won $646,000. Oh, yes, there's one happy soul in Hollywood tonight. And now, just 30 seconds for my sponsor.
Rochester, tonight's the night we're supposed to listen to H.V. Kaltenborn.
Yes, sir, I'll turn it on.
Good evening, everybody. Well, we have several new developments in the news this evening. Yes. And those developments come particularly from Russia. But before I give you the news from Europe, here's a very interesting item from our own country. It has been disclosed that Jack Benny, radio screen star, won $646,000 on Challenge Me in last Saturday's Gold Cup race in Hollywood. Benny, who has been known for years, is inclined to hoard his money. Yes, he placed a bet of $85,000 on the horse that won the race. This comes as quite a surprise to the nation. And now the latest developments from Russia. It seems that...
Turn it off, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, isn't this terrific? All this publicity, and the only ones that know it was a dream are Steve Bradley, you, and me.
And me.
Quiet, Polly. Rochester, I'm going upstairs and shave before I go to bed. Don't forget to come up and tuck me in.
I won't, boss. I won't. Doggone, the boss should have stayed a baby. He's scared of the dark, likes milk, sucks his thumb, and sleeps with a teddy bear. Well, I guess he never... Uh-oh, there's the door.
Good evening. I'm a reporter with the Associated Press. You're Rochester, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Fine. You're just the one I wanted to get my story from. Now, let me ask you something. Have you noticed any change in Mr. Benny since he won all this money?
Well, no, except that now he's strongly in favor of a large army and navy.
Yes, I can understand that. Now, an interesting sidelight on this story would be how Mr. Benny carried this money home from the track.
Well, I don't know, but I imagine in the usual way, in his shoes.
He carries his money in his shoes?
Uh-huh. You can tell his financial condition by his height.
Really?
Yeah, when he reaches 6'5", he's on his way to the bank.
Well, Rochester, this is all very interesting, and I'd like to ask you one more question.
Yes, sir.
I imagine since Mr. Benny won $646,000, he throws his money away.
Yes, but not far. Not far.
Well, he probably doesn't want people to think he's a show-off. Thank you very much, Rochester.
You're welcome. Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, I better go up and tuck the boss in. Tomorrow's Saturday, he's got a rehearsal. I hope he's asleep or I'll have to tell him a story. Let's see, I did Little Red Riding Hood last night. Oh, well, I'll do the Three Little Bears. He never remembers that. Yeah, that's the one.
There's quite a crowd around NBC today, isn't there, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Have you got the scripts, boss?
I've got them. Let's go in.
Let's see your passes before you... Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, hello, Mike.
Congratulations, Mr. Benny. Sure, it's the luck of the Irish you had at the races.
No, you heard about me cleaning up on Challenge Me.
That I did. How does it feel?
Feel? Well, to tell you the truth, it doesn't make me feel any different. I haven't changed a bit.
I was afraid of that.
Uh-huh?
I mean, I was afraid of you changing.
Oh. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's go on inside. Funny how everyone in town knows about me winning that money. See, that Steve Bradley did a terrific job on the publicity. I'm the most talked of man in the...
Jack, congratulations. Let me give you a big kiss. You know, Jack.
Wait a minute, Mary. Gee, I'm all out of breath. You never kissed me like that before. Gee, you got lipstick all over my forehead.
Gosh, Jack, imagine you winning $646,000. The things you can do with that money.
Yeah. I can buy limousines, a yacht, a new flint for my cigarette lighter.
Gee, I can't understand it. How did you happen to bet $85,000?
Well, it's all I happen to have with me. I was wearing low shoes that day.
You know, Jack, there's one thing puzzling me. Last week when you told me about this, you said it was only a dream.
Oh, you see, Mary, I was too modest to admit the truth.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen you bet more than $2 on a horse.
Well...
And even then, you give the jockey sealed orders to be open at the first turn.
That's the same, Mary. I'm telling you the truth.
Hiya, Jackson. 646,000 pieces of federal lettuce. Congratulations, Mary. Kiss me, you dove.
Well, you were supposed to congratulate me.
I know, but it's more fun this way.
No lipstick on his forehead. He's got a bad aim.
You know, Jackson, I can't get over you betting $85,000 on a horse.
Why?
Well, you've been so cheap all your life. You must have a dual personality.
Bill, I'm the same guy I always was. There's no such a thing as a dual personality.
Certainly there is. There are two sides to everyone.
What?
I got two sides to me.
What do you mean?
Well, there's one side of me that likes bourbon, scotch, gin, beer, and pretzels.
Yeah?
And then there's the other side of me that don't like pretzels.
Bill, you've got three sides. There's another side of you don't like music. Now, come on, we got to rehearse.
Jack, what kind of show are we going to do this week?
Oh, I don't know, but I think I'd like to do another sketch like Gaslight. You know, the one we did 2 weeks ago with Ingrid Bergman.
Say, Jackson, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. That Ingrid Bergman dame puzzles me. I never knew that Ingrid was a girl's name.
Why not?
Well, last year when I didn't want to sign that new contract with you, that's what you call me.
That was ingrate. My goodness, can't you tell?
Well, hello, Mary.
Hiya,
Phil.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack, and congratulations.
Well, Colonel Blimp.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wish you'd stop making fun of my weight. It's not my fault.
It isn't that?
No, gosh, Jack, being fat's no fun. Only yesterday I went to the doctor about it, and he said that my excess weight was due to a rare illness known as Umnivarium digestibilis equinarius.
What does that mean in English?
I eat like a horse.
Don, I could have told you that without Latin, you know.
Oh, but Latin's a wonderful language, Jack. Remember those immortal words of Julius Caesar? So roundium, so fermius, so fully pactium.
You're right, Donium. And at Julius Caesar's funeral, when Mark Antony got up before the crowd and standing over the body said, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco." Even Julius got up and took a couple of puffs there. All right, kids, now let's start with
Say, boss, the telephone operator's been trying to reach you. You got a long-distance call from New York.
Oh. Well, I'll take it on this phone here.
Say, Mabel. Yeah? Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. I wonder what Stella Dallas wants now. I don't know. I'll find out. Hello?
Operator, this is Jack Benny. You have a long-distance call for me?
Just a second, Mr. Benny. I'll check on it. Say, Mabel, did you handle a long-distance call for Mr. Benny? Oh, yeah, New York was trying to get him. I'll plug in the long-distance operator. Say, Gertrude, ain't that Jack Benny an amazing character? Yeah. I'll never forget how he kept buying me candy bars and trying to lure me up to his apartment to show me his etchings. And finally, like a darn fool, I went, "Gee, what happened?" He showed me his etchings. You know, I don't... Hello, NBC. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll plug you in immediately. Gee, Mabel, my switchboard's all filled. Benny's on the first plug, Gildersleeve's on the second, and Greenberg's on third. You'd think that some... Yes? All right, I'll tell him. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, operator.
That long-distance call was canceled.
All right, thank you. All right, kids, now let's start the rehearsal. Where's Larry Stevens?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, kid.
Gee, $646,000. Oh, boy, could I use that money now that I'm married.
Why? What would you do with all that money, kid?
I'd go on a honeymoon.
But I thought you went on a honeymoon.
Yeah, but this time I'd take my wife with me.
Oh. Well, kid, someday you may be as smart as I am. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal. Now, Larry, you go over your song while we go in the other room and read the script.
Okay.
Now, come on, fellas. Let's do
You came along from out of nowhere. You took my heart and found it free. Wonderful dreams, wonderful schemes from nowhere made every hour sweet as a flower for me. If you should go back to your nowhere, leaving with me a memory, I'll always wait for your return out of nowhere, hoping you'll bring your love to
How'd the rehearsal go tonight, Mr. Benny?
Fine, fine. Now remember, Rochester, don't you dare tell anybody that my winning all that money was only a dream.
Don't worry, boss. It'll be our little secret.
Boy, what a publicity stunt this is. That Steve Bradley certainly knows his business. He's really a genius. We're only a block from home now, Rochester. You can start putting on the brakes.
There you are, boss, right in front of the house.
More like it. Last night I had to walk back a block. Rochester, I'm going in. You put the car in the garage.
Yes, sir.
What time is it, Rochester?
11:15.
That late? 11:15, huh? Well, you can have the rest of the night off.
Thanks, boss. I'll run to the country for a rest.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's see. Where's my key? Oh, here. I have to get a longer keychain. This doorknob hurts my stomach. There. Gee, it's dark. Where's the light? Oh, here. Gee, I can't get over...
All right, Benny. Stick 'em up.
Yipe!
Come on, Benny. Get back in your shoes.
What? What is this?
It's a stick-up. Now listen, Benny. I want that $600,000 you won at the racetrack.
But I haven't got it. I didn't win any money. My press agent, Steve Bradley, he put it in the papers. It was just a publicity stunt. The joke's on you. See?
Now stop stalling, Benny. You keep your dough in a vault, and we're going down there and get it.
But I...
Get moving, and right straight for that vault or I'll drill you.
Yes, sir. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Huh?
No, Benny, I just want to get in that vault.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Now, I got this gun right in my pocket, so no tricks.
Yes, sir. I'll open the door.
goes there?
Oh, it's me, Ed.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Who's that with you?
Oh, he's
I'm a friend of his.
Yes, Ed, he's a friend of mine.
Well, any friend of Mr. Benny's a friend of mine. Come on in, browse around.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in a long time, Mr. Benny. How are things in the outside world?
Well, we won the war, and the boys are all coming home.
Good. I'll bet they'll give General Pershing a great reception.
No, Ed. You see, this
Cut out that chatter, Benny, and open that safe.
Yes, sir. Ed, I might as well tell you. This is a gangster, so don't make a false move.
Well, any friend of yours, a friend of mine.
Open that safe. Open that safe.
Yes, sir. Let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160,
back to 15, then left to 110. There.
I haven't heard anything like that since I broke out of San Quentin.
Look, mister. You can see for yourself. I haven't got $600,000. All I got in there is $10,000, and I need it.
$10,000?
Yes. Please believe me. The $85,000 I bet on the horse was only a dream. Look, that's all I've got. $10,000. You wouldn't take that from me, would you?
You're darn right I'll take it. Now, come on, hand it over.
My, this is thrilling.
Mister, please, don't take that.
Hand over that 10 grand or I'll plug you.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
All right. Now, both of you stay right where you are. And I'm warning you, don't move.
I'll go after him, Mr. Benny.
No, Ed. Put down that bow and arrow. He's got a gun. Oh, my goodness. $10,000. $10,000 gone. Darn that Steve Bradley with his publicity. It's all his fault. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. I said, Steve, it didn't happen. It was a dream. I dreamt that I won $600,000. But no, he had to go for his wild, crazy, stupid publicity. Ladies and gentlemen, sometime between October 29th and December 8th, your doorbells will be rung by a Victory Loan volunteer. Answer the doorbell and welcome him or her, because these are the Americans who worked faithfully and hard to make previous bond drives so successful. Although the war is over, we haven't paid the bill for it, and the quota for this Victory Loan is $11 billion. We'll make it. And by we, I mean you and me, the Victory Volunteers. All of us. This will be the last victory drive, folks, so it's really our last chance to show these fighting men still in our hospitals and all our men and women in uniform that we know they finished their job, and we'll finish ours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater and H.V. Kaltenborn were impersonated by Ollie O'Toole. Erskine Johnson was impersonated by Erskine Johnson. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend Effie Boone.
Sold American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right.
LSMFT.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Sure thing. LSMFT. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 out of 45 sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
There's fine smoking pleasure in fine tobacco, and Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Oh, my goodness. $10,000. There should be some action on this. I called the police hours ago. I'll turn on the radio. Maybe there's some news.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Nobody knows how he felt last night. No one can tell how he'll feel tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's a happy soul in Hollywood tonight.
And he's
This is the national...
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Mary Martin and Dick Powell in My Gal Sal. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. From a little Indiana town on the banks of the Wabash, two brothers once went forth to conquer the world. The younger wrote some of America's greatest novels. The older wrote some of her best-loved songs. The name of the novelist you all know, Theodore Dreiser. The name of the songwriter you may never have heard, but most of you will always remember On the Banks of the Wabash. It was written by Theodore's brother, Paul, who changed one letter of the family name and was known as Paul Dresser. Some months ago, Theodore Dreiser wrote the story of his brother's life. From that story, 20th Century Fox made the motion picture called My Gal Sal. And tonight we bring it to you with Mary Martin as Sal and Dick Powell as Paul Dresser. It's a brave story of a young man who met life with a smile on his lips and a song in his heart, and let the future take care of itself. Tonight you'll hear those songs, sung by Mary Martin and Dick Powell. Songs like On the Banks of the Wabash and My Gal Sal. Tunes like these are the best answer I know to some of the letters we've been getting in the past few months. Letters such as this one from Baltimore. A woman writes, I haven't missed a Lux Radio Theater performance in 4 years. I've been buying Lux toilet soap longer than that, so perhaps I have a right to make a request. You haven't had a play with songs in it for many weeks. What better time could there be than now? Maybe the songs will match the ones we women sing after using your product. I try to send you a little thank you note at least once each year. So thanks again for your program and for Lux Toilet Soap. I hope the lady likes our answer tonight as we raise the curtain for drama, song, and gaiety on the first act of My Gal Sal, starring Mary Martin as Sally and Dick Powell as Paul. In the gay 90s, all America, from Floridora girl to barkeep, was singing and dancing to the catchy melodies of a small-town boy from Indiana. His name was Paul Dresser, and his career was as gay and extravagant as the period he set to music. Well, perhaps not always gay. For there was a time, for example, when he was picked up on the road just outside of Jonesville, Illinois, picked up unconscious, wearing a suit of tar and feathers.
Oh. Come on, Sonny. Put your arm up here. Now, let's see if we can get the rest of that tar off.
Well, what is...
This may sting a little, Sonny. Are you awake?
Yes, I'm awake, all right. Say, how did I get here? What town is this?
No town. We're 5 miles from Jonesville. Seems you were run out on a rail or something, remember?
Oh, yeah.
We found you in a ditch. At first, we thought you were a turkey.
Did you find me?
No, it was one of the Indians.
Indian? In Illinois?
That's right. His name is McGuire.
An Indian name of... I guess I'm not awake yet.
Sure you are. We're Colonel Truckey's Kickapoo Indian Extravaganza.
Oh, a medicine show.
Mm-hmm. Kickapoo Indian remedy. Guaranteed to cure practically anything.
Hey, how's he coming along?
He'll be all right, Colonel.
Well, let's see what emerged from under that tar. Welcome, my boy. I'm Colonel Truckee. Well, you're looking much improved. What do you use to take the tar off, May?
Your cough medicine.
You don't say. Perhaps we'd better sell it as a spot remover. Young man, what occasioned this tiff between you and the population of yonder Jonesville?
Well, I was working for a man who was selling gold jewelry. I played the banjo to attract crowds.
Well, you obviously attracted them, but your music must have been quite horrible.
It wasn't my music. The gold jewelry turned out to be brass.
Brass, eh? Sounds like you were working for Corbin.
I was.
Well, any town that Corbin's worked is a desert for 3 months afterwards. I think we'll route our little extravaganza around Jonesville. Thanks for the tip, young man. By the way, I presume you're now footloose and fancy-free, eh?
What?
And he means, do you want a job?
Oh,
sure.
Provided, of course, that you can play better than I think you can. You play the piano, too?
Just you wait till you hear me, that's all.
Ah, good. Well, spend a few days getting on your feet, and we'll talk about it. May, give him a pint or two of Truckee elixir. Guaranteed to bring the flush of health to cheeks pale and wan.
I think some hot soup would be better.
Miss Collins, are you inferring to a stranger that our products have a peer?
All I'm saying is he's got to be stronger before he drinks any of your tonic.
Miss Collins, if nature had not endowed you so lushly with charms pleasing to male spectators, I would discharge you on the spot.
Hey, Colonel, you want to taste this medicine now? We just made up a whole batch.
Oh, let me see, McGuire.
Joe says it's the best yet.
Who concocted this vile concoction?
I did. Joe says
You've
it's the best...
deviated from the prescription, McGuire. Put in 20 pounds more sugar and perhaps a gallon or two of peppermint.
I'll fix it.
That's asthma cure the Colonel's making now. For rheumatism, we leave out the sugar.
All right, boys, all right. That's enough of the Kickapoo Indian war dance. Now just sit down over there and count your scalps. Ladies and gentlemen of Lynchburg, has anyone here tonight ever seen a sick red man? No. And why not? Because from generation to generation they've handed down the secret of this priceless cure which I have now bottled under the name of Kickapoo Indian Remedy for the benefit of the white race as well. Here you have nature's own remedy of herbs and roots with which the American Indian has always cured the ills of his loved ones.
Oh, Paul, the Colonel's up to the Kickapoo remedy. You better get out there.
I'm ready. Well, May, how do I look?
Another new suit?
Yeah, how do you like it? Not bad, huh?
But you bought 3 new suits last month.
Oh, but those others were just things to wear. This came from Chicago. I always wanted a check suit.
Hey, it's got a big city cut, all right.
Yeah, I just sent my measurements and the money, and it came back like this. From now on, those gents are my tailors.
Mm-hmm. I like the vest, too.
Yeah. Say, you don't think it's too loud, do you?
Green and red? Oh, no, it's fine.
Well, I sort of like it myself. Say, did you catch my act last night?
I watch you every night.
Well, don't miss me tonight. I'm going to try out a new specialty.
You'll be great. I'm glad you came with us, Paul. Awfully glad.
Well, thanks. You've been swell to me, May.
I'll bet you know why, too, don't you?
Sure. You like my act.
Hey, Dresser, you're almost on.
Ready and waiting, McGuire. Ready and waiting.
Say, May, we got the carriage straight tonight. Did you get a line on those two in the buggy?
No, who are they?
I don't know, some girl and a fella. She's a looker, all right. I bet she don't come from around these parts.
Go on, Paul, quick.
Yeah. Say, if this stunt goes over, I'm going to hit the Colonel for a raise.
You've got a fat chance of getting it. Go on.
Well, if I don't, I'll start my own show. All you need is an Indian and a couple of recipes. Catch the specialty, mate.
In true Indian fashion, Chief Mahoney Papa thanks you for your kindness and attention. Thanks them, Chief.
Gotcha. Witchy, Hachi, Coochie.
And now, while Chief Mahoney Papa and his brothers pass among you with a supply of this original Kickapoo Indian remedy, you will be entertained by Mr. Paul Dresser, who has just closed a season of brilliant piano recitals in the great city of Chicago. Mr. Dresser.
Good evening, folks. Good evening. Good evening to you one and all. And now, folks, rather than anything heavy, I thought I'd play something in a lighter vein. Tonight, a little composition of my own as yet untitled. With your kind attention. Come on, Sally. We'd better drive on.
Oh, not yet. I want to listen a minute, Fred.
To Mr. Paul Dresser, the brilliant pianist from Chicago?
I don't seem to remember Mr. Dresser billed in Chicago when we were there, do you?
Well, we never played the stockyard.
Oh, Fred, that's not funny.
Come on, Sally. You've got an early rehearsal tomorrow.
Just a minute. You know, that's a catchy tune, Fred. Maybe we did miss him in Chicago.
Not if he wore that suit.
Just the same, we could use a tune like that in the show.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as an encore, I will present a startling piano novelty. Ladies and gentlemen, before your very eyes, you are going to see a feat which has never before been performed by a musician. At one and the same time, I'm going to play the same tune as a duet on two pianos. With your kind attention. You were right, Sally. I'm glad we stayed. I wouldn't have missed this for anything.
It's awful to laugh at him, Fred.
How can you help it?
They ought to move those children out of the first row. He's going to fly off of that stool.
What's so funny back there?
Oh, Fred, I shouldn't have done that.
Let me through. Get out of the way, please.
Fred, he's coming back. You better drive on.
Oh, don't be silly. Who started that laughing? Was it you?
Yes, it was. I'm sorry. Really, I didn't mean to...
If you don't like my act, how about getting out of here? No, just a minute. Say, who do you think you are? Go on, get out of here.
I told you I was sorry. I apologize.
That doesn't fix anything.
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do.
I told you what you could do. Get out of here. Now listen, you.
Let him alone, Fred. I offered my apology, Mr. Dresser. But if you haven't manners enough to accept it, then I'm sorry for you.
Listen, you're the one who's in the wrong, not me. I was up there.
As a matter of fact, I liked your act. It was the funniest act I ever saw.
Funny? You think it was supposed to be?
Well, wasn't it?
Well, nobody else thought so. Nobody laughed when you started it.
But those two pianos and that suit, what could you expect?
Well, what's wrong with the suit?
Well, I suppose it's all right if you can stand the noise.
Here, this is the sort of thing I don't permit, Dresser. Get back on the stage where you belong.
Now, listen, these people...
Never mind, get back on the stage.
Oh, come on, please.
Now, if you folks will just move along, we'll get on with our show.
I'm sorry. I guess I lost my temper, too. Will you do me a favor? Will you give Mr. Dresser something for me? Fred, let me have 2 tickets for tomorrow night. I'd like him to be our guest.
Oh, you folks in the profession, too?
We're trying out Miss Elliott's new show at the Buffalo. Here you are.
See that he gets the tickets, will you?
Certainly.
And here's one of our posters. You might put it up in some likely spot. Good night.
Night, folks.
Good night.
Buffalo Theater. Sally Elliott in Bells of Broadway.
I'm the toast of the town in my Paris gown, a little naughty but nice. If I seem rather gay, little girls may say, I'm made of sugar and spice. I'm the toy that good times hardy, and she's so Johnny so true. I'm the toast of the town, but I hope to settle down to someone, maybe you.
If you're after love and laughter while you're young and free, come along with me, come along and see. Del Monte Coast, Dolly Shows, Fancy Floats, Belgian Boats, go for millionaires.
Who cares on the gay white way? Invite your girlie to the gay white way. It's always early for the lights are glowing, bright, glowing. They do a lot of Romeoing on the gay white way. It's so exciting that the night turns to day. And every little miss, like the little mischief on the gay white way. I thought we went down there to break up her act.
Yeah, I know.
All you did during the whole show was sit and stare. Anybody would think you'd never been in a theater before.
Well, that's right, May. That was my first time.
Huh?
May, I've got to get out of here.
What for?
Oh, I can't spend my whole life in a medicine show. I thought it was great stuff until tonight. Sitting up there on that red wagon playing a piano, it was wonderful. And then tonight we saw a real show. All of a sudden it hit me how cheap it is. It's like the suit I'm wearing. Yesterday I thought that was wonderful, too.
But it is wonderful.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's a hick suit. It's loud and cheap, just like the show. Oh, I've got a lot to learn, May. And I'll never learn it in these tank towns. I'm going to New York.
I'll go with you, Paul.
No, I'd better go by myself.
Paul, you can't just walk out on me.
You've been awfully good to me, May. You got me a job when I needed it. You helped me grow up. But I got to go on alone now.
I know what it is. It's that girl.
No, it isn't. But nobody's going to laugh at me. Not her or anybody. Someday I'll write a song and she'll come begging to sing it. Then I'll do a little laughing myself. Excuse me. Can you tell me where Broadway is?
Broadway and what, mister?
Oh, I don't know. I'm a stranger in New York.
Did you have to tell me? It's over that way.
Thanks. Hey, wait. What's that tune you're whistling?
What's it to you?
Go on, whistle it again.
Look, I sell newspapers. I'm a businessman. I ain't got time to entertain farmers.
Go on, whistle now. Here, I'll give you a dime.
All right. So now I'm a professional.
Go on, whistle it. Yes. Well, that's it. That's my song. Where did you hear it?
How should I know? Lots of guys are whistling it.
But how can they? I wrote it. It's mine.
Hooray. Why don't you go down to Tin Pan Alley and get paid?
Where is Tin Pan Alley?
28th Street. And tell them I sent you. My name's Beethoven.
I tell you, it's my song. I wrote it.
Look, I didn't publish the song. I only wish I did. I don't own the rights.
I've got the rights. I wrote it. Somebody stole it from me.
I know. Every time there's a hit tune, 50 guys claim they wrote it. This song was written by Sally Elliott. It's the best tune in a new show.
Sally Elliott? Well, that proves it. She heard me play it.
Well, you get out of here or will I call a cop? Sally Elliott doesn't go around stealing songs. She's too big a star for that.
Oh, she is she? Well, here, take a look at this. Can you read music?
Can I read music?
Well, can you?
No.
Well, get somebody who can. This is the song the way I wrote it, the same as they're doing it now. Sally Elliott heard me play it when she was in Buffalo with a show.
Come to think about it, that tune wasn't in the original score. They added it when they brought the show into New York. Say, maybe you got something. Hey, Harry, come in here, Harry.
Yeah, what?
Harry, what would you say if I said to you that Sally Elliott didn't write Come Tell Me and that this guy did?
I'd say we'd all better go out and get drunk after we sign him up.
Come on, hurry up.
Wait a minute, Mr. Howley.
Hey, where's Miss Elliott's dressing room?
Third door.
Thanks.
Now, just a minute. I want to make one thing clear. The music is mine, but I didn't write those words they're using.
Now, look, don't start the weekend. You're going to tell her it's yours, just like you said.
Sure I am.
That's the boy.
Come in.
Evening, Miss Elliott. My name's Howley. Howley and Collins, music publishers.
How do you do?
This is Paul.
Of course. This is Mr. Dresser, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Dresser.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Yes, I'll bet you are. People are usually glad to see the people they steal songs from.
No.
I didn't steal your song, Mr. Dresser.
Well, I didn't give it to you, did I?
Now, let me handle this. The whole thing will be worked out.
I doubt that very much. Get out, please.
Oh, no.
This is my dressing room. Get out.
Keep calm, Miss Elliott.
You expect me to be calm when he walks in here and calls me a thief?
I did not call you a thief, but you are.
Get out. Get out.
Now, wait. Let's all talk this thing over like gentlemen.
I've had all of this, gentlemen, that I can stand.
What's the matter in here?
Fred, will you tell this carnival tout that I didn't steal his song?
Now, look here, Havlin. If she's going to take that attitude, we'll sue.
I don't think that'll be necessary. Mr. Dresser, you and Miss Elliott have a great talent for irritating each other. Suppose you approach her now without breathing fire.
If she'll just quit stealing my songs, I won't approach her at all.
That's where you're wrong. The song isn't stolen. We admit it's yours.
You admit it?
Yes, we admit. We've never published the song. We've been looking all over for you, trying to get your permission. Right now, we don't want it.
Oh, yes, we do, dear.
Well, you'll have to talk to me about that, Havlin. I have exclusive rights to Mr. Dresser's work.
But not to Miss Elliott. She wrote the words.
She can have her words back. I'm going to write my own words.
Oh, you are. Ha.
What do you mean, ha?
Ha.
You're on it 2 minutes, Miss Elliott.
Fred, the song is out of the show. As of tonight.
No, Sally.
It's out.
Wait. The song is a good song. It's a hit.
It's going over because of the music. Well, it is.
Sure, the music is great.
But you're unknown, and it means a lot to an unknown to have a big star like Sally Elliott introduce a song. Later on, you can do things the way you want, right?
Well, I guess so, yeah. Once I get started, I won't need her or anybody.
Fred, listen.
It's all settled, Sally. You own the words, Dresser owns the music. Is that the idea, Mr. Howley?
It's a deal.
Good. Sally, meet your new partner, Paul Dresser.
Lieutenant, you're on. You're on, Lieutenant.
My partner. All right. Tell him to go back home, Fred. He'll send his royalties to the Kickapoo Indian Show. Do not think it's just an idle fancy. For all the world a lot of love, you know. If you mankind is fickle, still I love you. Come tell me what you're after, yes or no. By the stars that brightly shine tonight, Lord, I swear that I love you. By yonder moon that sheds its mellow light, Lord, I promise I'll be true. By the memory of a sacred past, Lord, in sunshine, rain, or winter's icy blast, Lord, I'll end my devotion to the last, Lord. What more can I say to you? Then I place my arms around his sweetheart. Then I tell to you my tale of love, of the future which now lies before us, far brighter than the skies above. Do nothing to just an idle fancy. For all the world a love and love, you know. If true mankind is fickle, still I love you. Come tell me what you're after, yes or no. Tell me what you're after, yes or
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Mary Martin and Dick Powell in Act Two of My Gal Sal. And now, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Been seeing any of our favorite stars lately, Libby?
Why, yes, Mr. Kennedy. I saw Joan Fontaine recently. She was wearing a uniform. And do you know, stunning as I've seen her look in a made-to-order gown, she looked even lovelier in that uniform.
What was it, Libby? Red Cross?
No, though Joan has the right to wear that, too. She was wearing a nurse's aide uniform. She puts in hours of duty at the hospital every day, you know.
And that's hard work, Libby.
Yes, but such rewarding work, Joan says. And busy as she is, she's just as beautiful as ever. And still depends, she says, on her daily Lux soap complexion care.
Well, that makes us feel proud.
You see, Joan has very fair, delicate skin. And she says daily Lux soap complexion care is a wonderful beauty aid.
Libby, won't you describe her active lather care?
Why, she says take an active lather facial. She just smooths the Lux toilet soap lather well in, rinses with warm water, then cold, and pats with a towel to dry. She likes the creaminess of the Lux soap lather. Says it leaves her skin feeling so smooth.
That creamy lather is active, too, Libby. You can be sure it removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt.
Well, one look at Joan Fontaine, Mr. Kennedy, and I'm sure every woman would want to try her complexion care.
There's a real beauty tip, Libby, for women everywhere. Why not try Lux Toilet Soap Active Lather Facials for 30 days? Use this fine, fragrant white soap regularly, as 9 out of 10 famous screen stars do. Then check up by looking in your mirror. It's a safe bet you'll be delighted with the new complexion loveliness you see there. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of My Gal Sal, starring Mary Martin as Sally and Dick Powell as Paul Dresser. Paul Dresser is a success, and a success to Paul means a dashing young man in flashy clothes who sleeps late and drinks early and is never on time for appointments. He's late for an appointment now at a surprise party that Fred is giving for Sally Elliott.
Surprise! Thank you. Fred, what is this? It isn't my birthday, is it? Oh, I hope not.
You may not know it, Sally, but this is a great occasion. Do you see that cake? One candle in it. Well, 1 year ago tonight, I became your producer. Also your devoted slave.
Oh, Fred, you're a darling. Everyone's a darling. Shall I cut the cake?
Well, wait if you can. We're not all here yet.
Who else is coming?
Sally, hold on to your temper. I invited Paul Dresser.
Oh, how nice.
Now, after all, the two of you wrote the biggest hit in New York. No reason why you should go around glaring at each other.
Oh, I have no objection. It's just that I despise him.
Sally, we need good music, and he can write it.
Of course, he may not have time to drop in on us. I hear he's personally closing every bar and cabaret in New York.
Yes, the heat of the limelight has made him a little thirsty. But he's young and still growing.
Yes, his head especially.
Sally, the way I feel tonight, I can forgive anybody anything.
No, Fred.
And by the way, that candle isn't just to celebrate our first year together. It's a sort of a pale imitation of the bonfire in my heart.
Now, that's the second pretty speech from you in 1 minute.
Wait till you hear the third. If you give the right answer, it'll call for a much bigger cake.
Well, you know how much I like cake.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Mr. Dresser has arrived. I suppose we can begin now.
How are you, Fred? Sorry to be late. I was playing the piano with Tony Pastor. They wouldn't let me break away. It's all right. Hello, Miss Elliott. Say, I'd like you folks to meet a good friend of mine. Miss Elliott, this is Mr. Sullivan, John L. Sullivan.
Hello, John.
Hello, Sally, me love.
Oh, you know each other?
Very well.
The only time I was ever knocked out of my life was the first time I heard Sally sing. Well, Paul, me bucko, let's sit down, get to drinking.
Sure, John, sure. Fred, it was nice of you to ask me here tonight. Say, what's the cake for? Somebody's birthday? Oh, I guess not, with only one candle. Oh, I get it. Say, this is nice.
What is nice?
Hey, John L., look at that cake. That's celebrating my first song hit.
Come tell me. That's a great song. World's champion songwriter, this boy. World's champion.
Oh, he's a great booster of mine, old John L. He thinks I'm pretty good.
Well, so do you, don't you?
What?
After all, you're a big success, aren't you? Why, you've taken New York by storm.
Oh, New York isn't so difficult for a fellow who can play the piano and doesn't mind buying a few drinks.
And just think, you've done it all on one song. No telling where you'll go if you ever write another song.
It's already written. I wrote it the other night in a bar down on Front Street. I'll play it for you.
Where you going, bucko?
I'll play my new song.
You are? Quiet, everybody. No talking. Dresser's written another hit. Gonna play it for us. Quiet there. Quiet.
Oh, Miss Elliott, I wrote the words to this one myself. Got a copy here. Look them over and sing along with me, will you?
Thank you.
Not at all. Here you are, as I dreamed that you would be. How near you are, just a kiss away from me. Although I know that we're on earth below, I feel we're somewhere on a star.
That's very good.
You like it? Here you are, and I love you much too well. How dear you are, dearer far than I can tell. Tonight I know it must be you, or no one. So if you want my heart, here you are. Go ahead and sing it.
Here you are, as I dreamed that you would be. How near you are, just a kiss away from me. Although I know that we're on earth below, I feel we're somewhere on a star.
Oh, that's lovely.
Here you are, and I love you much too well. Oh, dear, you are dearer far than I can tell. Tonight I know it must be you or no one. So if you want my heart, here you
Fine song, Bucko. Fine. All right, folks, you can talk now.
Well, Miss Elliott?
It's a very lovely song. I do like it.
You know something? When I hear you sing, I can't remember I was ever meditating.
I feel a little bit that way about you when I hear your music.
In that case, I suggest we be friends from now on.
All right? True.
Well, that isn't what I meant, but we can talk it over on the way home.
No, I came here with Fred. I'll be going home with him, too.
You're going home with me.
I don't think so.
When you're ready, just let me know.
Well, thanks for bringing me home, Mr. Dresser.
That's all right.
Too bad Fred was called away from the party. He might have saved you the trouble.
No trouble. Anyway, that message he got was a fake. I sent it.
Oh. Good night.
I'll see you in.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Oh, this is a nice hotel. I'd like to see the inside.
If you're referring to the inside of my suite, I'll give a party sometime and have you over.
Oh, don't go to all that fuss. I can see it now.
I'm sorry. Good night.
Not yet. Driver, through the park.
Yes, sir.
You take a lot of liberties, Mr. Dresser.
I know it. I'm going to take one now.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
It'll be one too many, I warn you.
We'll cancel all the others. This is the only important one. Sally.
No, listen, stop. Do you...
Well, do I get slapped?
I haven't decided.
You haven't the strength. You know, Sally, they tell me that a lot of people start out hating each other and end up this way.
Do they, Paul? There are 4 candles this time. This one's for Come Tell Me. This is for Liza Jane. This is for Here You Are.
And your guest of honor still isn't here.
Oh, he'll be along. Pat, did you send someone to Paul's?
He wasn't there.
Well, I guess he was held up someplace.
I know where he is. So do both of you. Why do we fool ourselves? Since society took him up, he ain't got any time for common play like us.
Oh, anyone as successful as Paul is bound to be lionized. And Paul likes fun.
What about you, Sally? Don't you like fun? You know, it's a queer thing about geniuses. You always hear of them burning their genius away in an attic. But you see them burning in the brightest places in town.
Paul's been working very hard. Why, he has a wonderful new melody, and he's writing the words. It's an idea about his home on the banks of the Wabash.
A farm song. Who cares about farms? Who ever heard of the Wabash? Hey, if the tune's any good, we could change it to the Hudson. Fine, Carter.
Well, the guest of honor is here, and I think we're going to need some more chairs.
Sorry to be late, Sal. Oh, Mariana, I'd like you to know Miss Elliott. Sally, this is the Countess Rossini.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Elliott? I have enjoyed your performances so very much.
Yes. I've heard a great deal about yours, too, Cantor.
I'm not quite sure what you mean. I am not a professional.
Oh, aren't you?
Now look, suppose we just get a couple of chairs here. We'll move the cake to a bigger table.
Oh, don't bother. I was just leaving.
Now, Sally, don't. I know you've been waiting, and
You've
I'm
had
sorry.
your last cake for me. The next one you'll get in the face.
Now,
And as
Sal.
for the candles, you can burn them at your wake. Good night.
Very striking. It's a pleasure to make clothes for someone with a figure like yours, Mr. Dresser.
Looks rather good, I think. Come in.
Hello.
Well, Sally, this is a surprise.
Are you busy?
No, just trying on a few new suits. I threw away everything I had and turned Jansen here loose.
Are those the new ones over there?
That's right.
Well, I suppose you do get a better price when you order them by the dozen.
I believe that takes care of everything, Mr. Dresser. I'll take the other one to the shop and get it back here in plenty of time for you to pack.
Thanks, Johnson.
I hope you have a very pleasant voyage, Mr. Dresser. Goodbye, madame.
I didn't know you were going away.
Well, I'd have told you if we'd been speaking.
How long will you be gone?
Oh, just a little while. I thought I'd run down to Cuba.
That'd be nice. Well, what about the song, Paul? The Wabash song. We were going to put it in the show, remember?
Oh, Sally, I can't work around here anymore. I need a change. On the boat, there won't be anything to do, and I'll have plenty of time just for work. Oh, look, Sal, will you excuse me while I jump in the tub?
Well, I think I'd better run along.
Now, don't go. I won't be but a minute. See who that is, will you, Sal?
Who is it?
Well, Monsieur Dressel, may I see him, please?
He's busy right now.
Oh, but I have a message for him from the Countess Rossini.
Oh, I'll give it to him.
Oh, no, I regret. It is confidential.
Well, I'm his confidential secretary. He keeps nothing from me.
Well, the message is this. The Countess will meet Monsieur Dresser on the boat, not at her home.
Oh, she will she?
Yes. You will be sure you will not forget.
Never. Not if I live to be 90. Go to Cuba, Ray. Go to Cuba with the Countess in 12 suits. Where the scissors. I'll fix his 12 new suits. I'll fix them for him. If he wears these pants on the boat, they'll arrest him. 11 new suits. 10 new suits. I'll show him.
Where's Miss Elliott? Where is she?
Why, Mr. Dresser, she done gone out.
Good. Where does she keep her clothes?
Why, Mr. Dresser.
In here, huh? Good. I'll show her.
Mr. Dresser, what you doing?
I'll show her. She can't cut my pants off at the knees.
Why, Mr. Dresser.
I tell you, you have no right to hold me. Silence! But I didn't do any more to her than she did to me. Did you hear me?
What about this, Miss Elliott?
Your Honor, do you think I'd go into a man's apartment and cut his clothes to pieces?
Why, of course I don't, Miss Elliott.
Oh, much.
Let's have it quiet.
Miss Elliott, I'm going to find him guilty of willful destruction of property. What do you think the sentence ought to be?
Well, I don't think he should be hanged.
I'll hang him if you say the word, Miss Elliott. Well?
I just can't think of anything now. Should I let you know later?
Well, of course. I'll hold him till you make up your mind.
I suppose it's useless to remind you that I have certain rights.
Young man, that attitude will get you nowhere. First thing you ought to do is apologize.
All right, I will. Miss Elliott. Dear Miss Elliott, my boat is almost ready to sail. Will it do any good to say that I hate myself?
Yes. Just so that I'll knock one day off of your sentence.
No.
Give him 6 weeks, Judge.
Oh.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a few minutes, Mary Martin and Dick Powell will return in Act 3 of My Gal Sal. And now, let's listen in on a very feminine conversation.
Isn't Helen attractive? Yes, she always looks so fresh. Right out of a bandbox.
And she has so little time to spend on herself, too. Wonder how she does it.
Well, when a girl gets a compliment like that from one of her own sex, it means something. So let's ask Helen, how does she manage always to have that bandbox look?
I just take a tip from the screen stars. Use my complexion soap, Lux toilet soap, for a daily beauty bath. I guess every woman knows if her skin is really fresh and smooth all over, why, she's sure to look dainty and fresh, too. And that creamy Lux soap lather always leaves my skin beautifully smooth and sweet. Makes me sure of daintiness.
That's because Lux toilet soap's rich, creamy lather is active. It carries away the day's dust and grime in a twinkling, leaves skin flower fresh, smooth and soft as satin. screen stars say they love Lux Toilet Soap's costly perfume, too. The delicate, clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. Why not let their fine white beauty soap give you daily assurance of exquisite daintiness? Make this truly luxurious bath part of your regular beauty routine. It's very inexpensive. Lux Toilet Soap costs but a few cents. And because it's hard milled, each smooth white cake lasts and lasts. Here's a suggestion. Get a supply of Hollywood beauty soap, Lux Toilet Soap, tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Don't forget you have a backstage appointment with our stars right after the play. But now here's the curtain going up on the third act of My Gal Sal, starring Mary Martin and Dick Powell. The boat Paul Dresser had planned to take to Cuba is on the high seas, while Paul languishes in the city jail. But a pardon is now on its way in the person of a burly police officer.
All right, Mr. Dresser, you're out.
You mean I can go?
Yep. Miss Elliott fixed it with the judge this morning.
Huh, that's nice of her. After the boat sailed, huh?
She didn't say anything about a boat.
Oh, never mind. Thanks, officer.
Just a minute, Mr. Dresser. We're going along with you.
Where?
Your hotel. The judge gave me orders to keep you locked up in your room.
What? Why?
You get food and drink, but the judge said you don't come out till you write something called, the Banks of the Wabash.
Oh, well, all right. You win. So does she.
On the banks of the Wabash, far away, oh, far away.
Down my Indiana homestead wave the cornfield. In the distance bloom the woodlands clear and cool. Oftentimes my thoughts revert to scenes of childhood, where I first received my lessons nature school. But there is missing in the picture. Without her face it seems so incomplete. I long to see my mother in the doorway, as she stood there years ago, a girl to greet. Oh, the moonlight fair tonight along the water. From the fields there comes the breath of newborn day. Through the sycamores, the candlelights are gleaming. On the banks of the Wabash, far away.
Come in.
Hello.
Paul. Hello, darling.
You were wonderful, Sally.
Was I?
Mm-hmm. Here, I brought you something.
What is it? Oh, Paul, a necklace. Paul, are these diamonds?
Well, if they aren't, I'm out $10.
Oh, darling, that's beautiful.
Well, that's thanks for keeping me from going to Cuba.
You don't need to thank me. I did that in self-defense. But, Paul, this is the sort of thing men give women when they have a guilty conscience. What have you been up to now?
Nothing? Why?
I saw the Countess out front tonight.
So did I. As a matter of fact, she asked me to go to a party tonight.
Well,
Well, I'm here.
it's all over with the Countess then?
Finished.
What are you trying for? A duchess?
Oh, there won't be any more countesses or duchesses or even queens. Just you, Sally.
I'd like to believe that. I wish I could.
You can. I want you to marry me, Sally.
Marry you?
Well?
When, Paul? When the show closes?
No, Saturday night. Then, Then we'll have all day Sunday for a honeymoon.
Oh, a whole day. Well, what more could a girl ask?
What are you doing in my apartment?
I am Monsieur de Rochemont, and this is Monsieur Garnier. We represent Count Rossini.
Count Rossini? I didn't know there was a count.
There is usually a count where there is a countess.
Well, what are you two, lawyers?
No, we are seconds.
Second? You mean like...
Count Rossini demands satisfaction.
I guess you do mean that. Now, listen, if the Count's worried about the Countess, you can tell him to quit worrying. My friendship with her is a thing of the past.
The Count intends to make certain of it. I trust these weapons will meet with your satisfaction.
But those are... Well, they're pistols. Now, listen, I don't know anything about pistols.
Then perhaps you would prefer rapier?
Oh, no. There's nothing to fight about.
The Count thinks otherwise. He is waiting for you now. Will you come with us, or shall I inform the Count that he has challenged the crowd?
Now, listen. You're not going to inform the Count anything. I'll inform him myself. Come on.
This way, monsieur.
Just get this through your head. If there's going to be any fighting, it'll be with fists. And after I knock the Count's block off, I'll take you on.
In here, monsieur.
Well, say, what is all this?
Good evening, Paul.
Well, Mariana, what's going on?
Before you are killed, Cherie, we are going to fill you with champagne.
Champagne?
You must know by now that no one can turn down an invitation of mine.
But the Count, your husband.
Oh, he is at Saratoga, trying to cure his gout.
Oh.
You will forgive my deception, monsieur.
Very funny. Very funny. Next corner, driver.
Yes, sir.
You are not still angry with me, Paul?
Of course not. But I won't be accepting any more invitations. Sorry.
Oh, that can mean only one thing.
That's right. I'm getting married Saturday to Sally Elliott.
Well, what is so tragic about that? Are you going to stop living? I think everybody should be married. I am.
My marriage is going to be a little different. It's going to be complete, permanent.
Permanent? That's a long time.
I hope so.
My condolences, darling.
Thanks. Well, good night, Mariana. That was the nicest duel I ever fought.
I will challenge you again sometime.
Well, I
Good
hope...
evening, Paul. Or is it morning?
Sally.
I've been waiting for you, so I could give back your necklace.
Sally, wait a minute.
It won't take that long. I can tell you what I think of you in 10 seconds. You're a cheap, lying, scheming, contemptible four-flusher, and I hate you.
Sally, this isn't what it looks like at all. Sally.
What was it you said you were doing Saturday?
Funny, I can't seem to remember.
Sally Elliott goes on tour.
Sally Elliott breaks record in Chicago.
A new record was set by Sally Elliott last week in San Francisco.
Dear Sally, I've written at least 10 letters and torn them up. I want to tell you... Oh, what's the use?
You might as well know the truth, Paul.
What's wrong? Isn't the song selling?
Your last 4 songs haven't sold enough to pay the printing bill.
Well, it's a good song. What's the matter with the people?
Nothing. They just know a bad tune when they hear it.
Well, I don't see what you're crying about. What if I don't turn out a hit tune every time?
Get wise to yourself, Paul. You need Sally Elliott, whether you know it or not. You've needed her from the time you wrote your first song.
Suppose you leave my personal life to me.
I would if it wasn't interfering with my business. You were a valuable property once, but you haven't been worth a hoot since she left.
No, listen, it's just a temporary slump, that's all. I've been working, Pat. I've been working hard. Look, you see this stuff? I've got 10 songs here. I'll have enough for a whole show.
You mean a show with 10 flops in it? What's this one over here?
No, not that one. That's one.
Well, what is it?
Oh, forget that one.
Wait a minute. I sort of like this title, Paul. My Gal Sal.
I said to forget that one. It's no good.
I came all the way out here just to see you, Sally. I've got some pretty good numbers. A fellow by the name of Hastings wrote them. Now, look.
Oh, Pat, I don't feel like hearing songs tonight.
Neither do I. It's strictly business. Here, look them over, will you?
Pat, Sally isn't interested right now.
My Gal Sal. How's that for a title? Pretty good, huh?
My gal, Sal.
Yeah, it's great for you, Sally. The words fit you like a glove. You've just got to hear this one.
You're pretty anxious. You must have written it yourself.
Me? I hate music. But I got it hot from the composer's quill.
Who did write it?
Oh, a southern composer. From the South. A fellow named Fletcher.
I thought you said Hastings.
Yeah, sure. Fletcher Hastings, or Hastings Fletcher. Something like that. He's a friend of Harry.
Fred, listen. They call her Frivolous Sal, a peculiar sort of a gal, with a heart that was mellow and all-round good fellow. It was my gal, Sal.
You see? You see what I mean?
Fred, this might be something for the show at that.
Sure. It's great, Sal. Think of it. My gal, Sal, sung by Sally Elliott.
Everything is over, and I'm feeling bad. I lost the best house that I ever had. Is but a fortnight when she was here. Seems like she's gone, though, for 20 years. Oh, how I miss her, my old pal. Oh, how I kiss her, my gal Sal. Face not so handsome, but eyes, don't you know, that shone just as bright as they did long ago. They called her Frivolous Sal, a peculiar sort of a gal, with a heart that was mellow, and all round the fellow was mine. Old pal, your trouble, sorrows, and pain, she was always willing to share. A wild sort of death, but dead on the level.
Wonderful, darling.
Thanks, Fred. And Pat, thanks for getting the number for me.
Say, that reminds me. The author's in town. In fact, he's in your dressing room. He was too nervous to come out.
I'll go in and see him. His name is, Fletcher Hastings, isn't it?
No, I had it all wrong. It's Fitch. Was it Montgomery? Go on in and speak to him.
All right. Hello, are you Miss...
Hello, Sal.
What does this mean? What are you doing in San Francisco?
Pat told me you were going to sing my number.
Your number?
I couldn't stay away. You did it beautifully, Sally.
So you wrote it. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have sung a note of it. It would have stuck in my tonsils.
Why? Why did you beg for the number if you didn't want it?
Beg for it. They told me some long story about somebody writing it in the middle of a cotton field.
Oh, that was Pat playing Cupid.
You get out of here. And take that cake with you.
Oh, the cake. Oh, that's for you. I brought it all the way from New York. It's a little stale, but the sentiment's still fresh.
So are you. Get out.
Oh, no.
Get out or I'll break this cake right over your head.
You just try it. Hey!
I warned you.
Oh, come here.
Let me go.
I didn't come 3,000 miles just to get cake in my face. There's only one language you understand, and I speak it.
If you kiss me, I'll...
No, you won't. You won't have the strength. There. See?
Oh.
Oh, Sally. Frivolous Sal.
A very peculiar sort of gal.
With a heart that was mellow.
And all-round good fellow?
Was my gal Sal. Your trouble, sorrow, and care.
He was always ready to share.
A
Lux are off to my gal Sal and to Mary Martin and Dick Powell for a merry and melodious evening. By the way, Mary, this is your first curtain call here.
Yes, it is, Mr. DeMille, and my thanks to you and Dick Powell for making it so pleasant.
I was just wondering, C.B., whether you knew Paul Dresser back in your Broadway days.
Yes, I used to meet him around Broadway from time to time, Dick. He was writing those great songs when I was going from one manager's office to another looking for a job as an actor.
You know, Mary was telling me just before the play that she'll be on her way to Broadway tomorrow.
Going back for a play, Mary?
It's a musical show, Mr. DeMille, and still in the talking stage yet. But I'd like to go back to the stage for a while before making another picture.
Speaking of pictures, that's a beautiful musical number. You and Dick sing together in Paramount's Star-Spangled Rhythm.
Thank you, C.B. Oh, Mary, one of us should say something about his performance in Star-Spangled Rhythm.
You say it, Dick.
Oh, my appearing in that picture was just a gag. Acting doesn't matter to me. Dick, on the level, how was I?
Well, truthfully, C.B., I don't know an actor in Hollywood, not even Gary Cooper, that could have given a better performance in the role of Cecil B. DeMille.
Oh, I've got a much better part than that for Gary Cooper. We completed arrangements today for Gary to star in my next picture, The Story of Dr. Wassel. You may remember Dr. Wassel is the humble country doctor who was cited in a fireside chat by President Roosevelt for the evacuation of 9 wounded American sailors from Java during the Jap invasion.
That's a great choice, C.B. Gary Cooper will give a magnificent performance.
I'll tell you about another performance you can be proud of, Mr. DeMille. The way Lux soap helps to keep one's complexion just right. You know, I wouldn't be without it myself. I've used it for years.
You're in good company, Mary. Lux soap is a good old American custom. Now let me tell you about next week's play.
I think I've heard something about that at home.
I imagine. It's a drama with a thrill a minute. The Paramount screen hit, This Gun for Hire. And you can see why Dick had some inside information when I tell you that our stars will be Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger. This Gun for Hire is the story of a gangster and the girl he holds as a hostage when the law closes in. It's the picture that made Alan Ladd a star overnight. And next Monday night, he'll play this great part for us, with Joan Blondell as the girl.
Alan Ladd and Laird Krieger are really fine performers, C.B.
Richard, just wait until you get home.
Oh, yes. I like Joan Blondell, too.
Yeah, well enough to marry her.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. We'll have an encore from you two. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Alan Ladd, Joan Blondell, and Laird Krieger in This Gun for Hire. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Dick Powell may be heard on the Dick Powell Serenade every Saturday evening on another network. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger in This Gun for Hire.
You wouldn't know my husband now.
That's what Mrs. L.T. of New Jersey writes.
My husband was always tired and low in resistance. He wasn't getting enough vitamins and minerals. So he started taking Vims. And now he's like a different man.
If you are vitamin deficient, get that Vims feeling. Vims, the new vitamin mineral tablets, give you the 6 vitamin formula doctors endorse. 3 important minerals also. Remember, VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's sunny August and you walk the morning on Broadway, walk slow. Give yourself time to gather up things you want to save for memories. And stop now and then and look around. Beneath your feet, the concrete strikes glints of any color you want. And the passers-by are nicely proportioned with sun-tanned shoulders and dachshunds and breeze-tossed hairdos. And skyward, the copper sky and the blue. But mostly, the secret things that only you can see, set to the carousel music your mind makes. This is the day Broadway belongs to you. Just east of Broadway, where I was, in Detective Muggavan, ground floor apartment in rooming house on 49. And the man whose room it was.
Hang me by the thumbs. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Whose name was Joey Pell. And the man who was visiting him was named Herb Morey.
Hang me right alongside Joey if you want. Only I have no thumb on my left hand.
Okay, Herb, okay.
Well, I was just going to tell the lieutenant about my accident, that's all. To make conversation is one of the social graces. This I learned when I was...
okay.
Okay.
Look, could I say something?
Go ahead.
Nancy Lee likes to brain herself trying to knock down a building by auto which has stood up for the last 25 years.
I remember when they were putting up that building, how sturdy they made it. Pressed steel they used. I remember asking.
Shut up, Herbie. I'm talking.
Well, I'm just trying to prove to these fellas.
I said shut up.
You ought to eat something, Joey. You're always like this when nothing's on your stomach. Well?
Look, Danny.
Joey.
Forget it.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Look, Danny.
Okay, what?
Nancy, 2 days ago, runs smack into this building and gets banged up. Drunk, the papers say.
They didn't say poison because we just found that out for sure this morning.
So what has that got to do with
Hey! Look, a monkey.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Go away, little Manny.
Little Manny? You know him?
Why don't you just shut up, Herbie?
Okay, brainy type. You get rid of the monkey.
Big Manny. Pull off the monkey, Big Manny. Nothing today.
Now, what was that?
Nothing.
I offered that monkey a nickel. He wouldn't take it. What was it? Couldn't be that monkey was taking betting slips on the races, could it? And Big Manny is making book? It couldn't be that, could it?
What a thought.
I only asked because we got a reader on an organ grinder who was doing that in Jersey.
Big Manny will say it was my fault.
Why don't you just shut up?
You ought to eat something.
That's a good idea. Take Joey downstairs for a cup of coffee, Muggavan. You can call Vice from the drugstore and mention Manny to them. I want to keep this phone open for a call from the hospital.
Now bring me back a sweet bun, toasted with butter.
I'll kill him.
Why?
Come on, Joey.
Yeah.
Well, here we are.
Herb.
Uh-huh.
How'd you lose your thumb, Herb?
You know Naden's Delicatessen on 3rd?
You worked at Naden's before you started to pitch for the Diamond Dance Palace?
Yeah, that's right.
You have anything to do with Nancy Lee's accident?
Well, you ought to be ashamed asking a question like that, long as we've known each other.
How long you known Joey?
5 years or so, I guess. Why?
I was just asking.
Yeah, I'd say it was 5 years. He was selling bears out front where I was pitching.
Bears?
Yeah, he's still doing it.
What kind of bears, Herb?
Kind you see every day on the street.
Oh,
yeah, you know, mechanical little bears you wind up and they move from side to side like this and walk around.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very nice item.
Herb.
Yeah?
Listen, Herb. Nancy Lee had an insurance policy that's going to pay off a lot of money.
Is that a fact?
It would have been only for $75,000, except that she had an accident, and there was a double indemnity clause in the policy.
And $150,000. Right.
Right. Herb.
You'd better ask Joey.
Herb, how come you and Joey are beneficiaries of this policy?
We're liked, I guess.
How come both of you... Wait a minute. Danny Clover speaking.
Dr. Sinsky, Danny.
How is she, Doctor?
I just called to give you the latest, Danny, which is not good. Nancy Lee Hunter's still a very sick woman. I called to tell you we put her in oxygen.
You'll keep me posted, won't you?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, Herbie. How come last week both of you were spreading it around town how you're coming into a lot of money?
Oh, is that what you're worried about?
That's part of it.
Well, ease your mind, please.
Why should I do that?
Well, we had a sure thing on a filly in Miami. We're just boasters, I guess. The filly ran out, Danny. We boasted for nothing.
What about BB, Herb?
Huh?
BB Barrett.
Well, how should I know?
You're really asking to be booked for murder, aren't you?
My wife would kill me.
Let's chat about BB, huh?
Well, gee, I don't know what to say about her. Hey, did you bring me the sweet bun? What's the matter?
I went to lunch with a shy cop.
You didn't eat? I can tell just looking at you.
The joint's crowded, and he's too shy to flash a badge to get service.
No coffee or nothing, huh?
Sit down, Joey.
You're not kidding.
We were just talking about B.B. Barrett.
From downstairs in the basement, I'll fix that. What's the matter?
You look funny jumping up and down, that's all.
I'm glad I entertain you, Herb.
Well, you're not the type, that's all.
What about B.B., Joey?
Me, Herb, and B.B.
The 3 beneficiaries to Nancy Lee's insurance policy.
Why not? Listen, you cops have called me a lot of things, so now you call me beneficiary, huh?
That's what you want to know, huh?
That's right.
You know the kind of girl Nancy Lee was, don't you?
Now, tell us.
Wild.
Brother.
Crazy wild, with the booze, with the fast cars. Anything that was rapid, Nancy Lee's crazy wild.
Brother.
Go on.
Keep him quiet, will you?
Hey, keep quiet, Herb. He's got the floor, so it isn't polite.
Yeah.
Well,
So Nancy Lee and me and Bibi and Joe.
That was 3 years ago, before I was married.
That was 3 years ago, before I was married. We 4 had a large bottle one night. All of us, got feeling floaty. Nancy Lee come up with an idea. Take out a policy on it, pay the premiums. He guarantees to be dead in 3 years.
That's the way it was.
That's the way it was. From a girl like Nancy Lee, it was the kind of idea you'd expect. Listen, listen, the kind of girl she was, everybody was surprised to see her alive from one day to the next.
How much did each of you put up?
Me, Herbie, Bibi, 15 grand each. Nancy Lee was going to die, so it didn't cost her a nickel.
It's just the kind of girl she was, that's all. You know...
What?
They say it takes all kinds. Now, here was a creature who did everything hard. When she played hard. When she loved hard.
Yeah, real nutsy, huh, did Nancy Lee?
so each of you put $15,000 in the kitty. Is that the way it went, Joey?
That's right. 15 grand per annum to pay the premiums, to buy her a car, apartment, clothes, various things.
You know, this and that.
Uh-huh.
You know how ladies are. Go give them a budget. Go ahead. The 3 of us form a syndicate and put up the 15 G's each and said, that's it, Nancy Lee. That's it, baby doll. You're not kidding.
You know, the first time I saw Herbie was talking to the photos in front of the dance place he pitches, so go ahead, blame him. He sits there and talks to himself.
What'd I do?
What is this?
Come here, baby.
That's what I like to hear.
Oh, baby.
Whisper something to me. Get rid of all the fellas. Tell all the fellas to come back several hours later with sandwiches and whatnot, huh?
The 2 you don't know are cops.
Detective Muggavan, ma'am, and this gentleman is Lieutenant Clover.
How do you do?
Quite well, thank you. Make mine on pumpernickel.
We're talking to your fella here about attempted murder. I'm glad you could join us.
How do you like yours, Joey? Cop's kidding, isn't he, Joey?
Men said they found poison in Nancy Lee. Men said that's why she banged the side of that building.
Kidding?
Why don't you listen to him? He's telling you, ain't he?
Kiss yourself in the light socket. Yes, pretty please?
I'm not kidding. Ask him.
That's right.
Now, just to keep it straight, you're B.B. Barrett, aren't you?
Just to keep it straight, it's Miss B.B. Barrett. Later to become Mrs. Joey Terrell. Little man, what now? Are you dying?
One of these days, I'm going to brain him.
Look, I got a real good sense of humor, and I laugh easy. What do you want from me, plasma?
Nancy Lee dies, you come into a lot of money, right, Miss Barrett?
Joey?
They know about it.
Joey said you know about it, so why ask me?
$50,000 each.
You did it in your mind. I had to sit down with pencil and paper.
Yeah.
That's right, cop. $50,000. You fellas...
Yeah, Muggavan. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, what do you call it? Uh-huh. Oh, thanks, Doc. Yeah, sure. That was Dr. Sinsky. Nancy Lee Hunter just died. Our Dr. Sinsky gave me a medical term why Nancy Lee Hunter died. When I couldn't understand it, he explained to me it was the name of a poison.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Yeah, Dr. Sinsky believes that Nancy Lee Hunter took or was given the poison, which made her crash the car.
Oh, watch this.
Come on, let's all go down to headquarters.
What for?
You'd pay attention, you'd know. Nancy Lee just died. The police, these fellas here, think she was poisoned. They want us to go down to headquarters to talk to us about murder.
Oh.
listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Do you know the facts of death? The simple truth is that unsafe driving is an open invitation to the Grim Reaper. It's amazing how many otherwise sensible and even brilliant people permit themselves to lose their perspectives to the point where a moment's speed, an instant's poor driving judgment, can result in disaster. Driver, if it's a gamble, don't take it. Be a pessimist and live.
Sunburst of a new August morning, and Broadway takes a moment from the swarm to lean against subway exit, to gird itself against another day by a quick rundown of mileposts of the long night past. There was the after-work bottle of beer at the corner bar, and the hazed reflection of a woman's mouth in the soap mirror. And remembered over supper, Junior remarking on the funny look on Pa's face. And mattress on the roof, then, your corner of sleep. And from windows of the street, the floating siren songs of the disc jockeys. And the dream fragments, where you're someone else, somewhere else. Somewhere else, fathoms low, Everest high, deserts wide. The dawn chill, then, the awakening, the waiting time clock. Sunburst of a new August morning, and try once more. Maybe it'll happen today. And at police headquarters, the normal phenomenon of all the mornings.
In August, it is good to be alive, Danny.
Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
And in order for you to more freely savor this feeling, on your desk, I deposit a container of hot coffee. And a hot Zimmerman bun likewise.
Well, thank you, Gino. May I ask a question, Gino?
It's allowed.
Well, I've thought about it a lot, and, well,
Out with it, Danny.
Sometimes I get in here, like this morning, maybe a half hour late, sometimes a couple hours. You always have a hot bun for me. How do you keep it hot?
Bish Pash, my secret.
Oh.
Any more questions, Danny? No? Then eat, drink, into the affairs of the day. A few leaves from the chapters in our records entitled Joey Pell, Herb Morey, which I will synopsize for you as after a while it becomes dull from repetitiousness.
Oh, thank you, Gino. Thank you for being thoughtful.
Don't mention. Joey Pell, a Broadway boy on familiar terms with the lads of Bunko Squad, for various street corner pitches, empty store pitches, the dropped blank at the telegraph office pitch, also friendly with the roving squad for floating crab games, anchored crab games, and various flights in the realm of Chuck-a-Luck and Fantan and so on and so on. As for Herb Morey...
They're out here, Danny, the beneficiary.
Oh, yeah, bring him in.
All right, break it up, lovers. The lieutenant says he wants you inside. Come on. Don't get lost, Herb. Stick with the crowd.
They do that, don't they? That Joey and Phoebe. They make a real tight bunch of crowd.
Let's put it this way, Herb.
Well, let's just put it, Joey.
In Baby here, I got a hive of honey. And in your wife, Herb...
What about my wife, Joey?
In your wife, Herb, you got a barrel of marinated olives.
I love you, Joey. The things you think to speak.
Oh, will you two break it up? Tableau's over. Jokes are over.
Joey and Herb, mug him and get them out of here.
Danny.
What?
Delicate with Baby, huh? Gentle with Baby, huh? Because I have the very highest type thoughts about Baby and deep respect and all inclusive...
All right, outside, lover. You too, Herb.
Wait. Joey, hold me a minute, Joey, like you do. I don't want to forget ever how you do that, Joey. Even for a minute. No, Joey, you go with a man like the man said.
It's a flipped world, baby. Put you in it, I like it.
That Joey fella, he loves me. If you get the chance, you look on that stone wall, that building on 39th. You look. You'll see scratched into the stone 2 hearts entwined and initials J and BB.
Sit down, Miss Barrett.
Oh?
I will move the chair in for you, Miss Barrett. Miss Barrett?
Sweet.
Thank you. Miss Barrett, if you
That's all, Gino. You can go.
Lieutenant? Miss Barrett?
You're sweet.
You're thinking.
Huh?
Sometimes around me, fellas think. I always know when. I let them. Sometimes even let Joey.
You really love him, don't you?
I can cry how much, or yell, beat my chest. You know what you're thinking?
What?
You're thinking, did I make Nancy Lee die?
Did you?
I will be very wealthy because Nancy Lee crashed her automobile.
You and Joey. 2/3 of 150,000.
Best part, me and Joey. I read there's a mountain in Rio someplace they call Sugarloaf. Me and Joey will sweeten it.
You're making it easy.
What?
I said you're making it easy. Easy to explain. Motive, in simple language to a jury.
You kidding? Get me a jury, 12 men and true. After me, they'll mark you low boy on the grease pole.
You kill her, drink with her, poison her, get her in her car.
Nancy Lee was very talented with that stuff herself. Very capable of a routine like that without any assist from me. From anybody.
From Joey, maybe.
No, not Joey. Don't you say Joey to me. Don't you dare. Yes, I will.
Sit down, Miss Barrett. Tell me about Nancy Lee. Miss Barrett.
About Nancy Lee. It's got me in it.
Tell me.
From 5 years ago. 5. I answered an ad in Billboard to the Blue Lagoon Dime a Dance. Nancy Lee auditioned right ahead of me. You ever see a Dime a Dance audition?
No.
You get this opportunity, you go see. Well, anyhow, from the audition, Nancy Lee and Bebe, like it was sisters, a sister act. Of interest to any type dancing fella you can mention. Me, quiet, smooth rhythm. Nancy Lee, crazy, flipperoo, gone, drums and percussion type. Between us, we could handle all fellas that had their dimes in hand. Then one evening, I met Joey. Joey.
Just about Nancy Lee, huh?
Nancy Lee didn't meet any Joey. She didn't want to. She told me. She wanted types. You know, we bought her a car, me and Joey and Herb. It was part of the deal when she came up with that insurance proposition. A car also. For how she promised us to die in 3 years.
Yes, I know. What's that got to do with
Well, this has got to do. From over the windshield of that car, she hung charms.
What?
Charms, like I wear my charm bracelet. But Nancy Lee's were bigger. Symbols, she called them. She used words like that. Symbols is the men she was going with at the time. There was 3 monkeys, for instance, representing one fella. Then there was a large radish molded from silver, for instance. And for a while there was even a baby shoe. A symbol, Nancy Lee said, of a toddler romancing her at the time. Crazy gone, Nancy Lee. Symbols for fellas.
And you were with her all the time, you and Joey and Herb.
No, for maybe a month we were with her.
You had an investment, $15,000 apiece, and you didn't...
Well, I'm saying it to you. For a month we didn't see her. We looked at each other and we said, why? So I took it in my own hands. I went to see Nancy, ask her why.
When was that?
You think I'm ashamed to tell you? Earlier of the same night when Nancy Lee beat her head against the building.
What happened?
She was bubbly is what happened. She said, why see our types when she now had a fella? One fella who put an end to all the others. A fella she thought she'd never have. Then she laughed in that way she laughs. And she threw me out. The man was coming, she said. So out you go, Bebe. You know what?
What?
Nancy Lee promised us to die in 3 years. Last night I looked up the date. She made it by 4 days early. Nancy Lee. A girl who never knew what time it was. Oh, you want me to walk out in the hall, Danny, while
No,
you
it's
call?
all right. Stay where you are.
Mugman speaking.
Bring Herb Maury in, Mugman.
Oh, look, Danny, right now I'm in the middle.
Good. Then I can count on you. Thanks a lot, Mugman.
Look, I have to sit here while that creep Herb Maury's in the same room with me.
Just relax, Miss Barrett. I want...
Danny, Oh, pardon me.
What do you want, Gino?
There is a Mrs. Herb Maury out here to see you, Danny. Shall I bid her
Mrs. Herb Maury?
at least 6'4" in her stocking feet?
Sure in.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Herb, what have you done with my Herb? This stuff has got to be cut out, you understand? You don't push Herbie around. Not when I'm around.
Just relax, Miss
Relax, how can I?
I brought him, Danny. Get in there, Herb.
Oh, gosh, honey, baby, if they told me you were coming, I'd have baked the fish.
You've
gone and got yourself into a mess, Herb.
Oh, look, honey, it ain't no mess. It's been a ball. It's been
Tell me about the ball you had when I get you home.
First, he's going to tell us something, Mrs. Maury.
Yeah, honey, baby. First, I got to tell Danny something. Then when we get home...
Herb.
Yeah, Danny?
Where were you the night Nancy Lee got killed?
Where was I the night? Honey, baby, you tell him where I was the night Nancy...
I don't know, Herb.
Oh, don't tell a fib, honey, baby. I was tucked under your arm, remember? My wife's a bomb.
I don't know where you were, Herb, the night Nancy Lee was killed. You wasn't home, Herb. I was alone, Herb. And I cried, Herb. You got us into a mess, Herb.
Get them out of there. Get Muggavan to clear the office of B.B., of Herb Maury, of Mrs. Maury. A big woman. The tears somehow strange from her, and Herb's comforting of her strange also.
Now, don't do that, honey, baby. You're in no mess. Just me.
And the door closed on them, and sit now in a new silence. Let the day drift, change color, change pace. And the thoughts, too, which concern a woman dead who had made promise to her friends and benefactors that her death was in 3 years, and who missed it by 4 days because there was drunkenness and poison and crash of steel into a building, which took precedence over time schedules and schedules for dying. And now the swifter draining of day. And remember something you hadn't eaten. And walk downstairs to the commissary, and the ham on white, and the coffee, and the cupcake with pink coconut, and twilight commissary talk. And when you come back to the office, Detective Muggavan has been waiting.
Hi, Danny.
You got anything this afternoon, Muggavan?
Yeah, a couple things.
Well, what?
For one thing, I made a routine check through the files on Nancy Lee Hunter.
Go on.
Beneficiaries weren't kidding. Nancy Lee would have made dying before long.
Oh?
According to records, about a year ago, she was brought into police emergency hospital pretty badly beaten. Real hurt. Said it was a man, but she wouldn't say who. Wouldn't prefer charges. Another time, they clocked her at 97 miles an hour on East River Parkway. She told the officer it was crazy to stop her. Another time, Central Park Zoo. She climbed the barrier to the tiger cage, stuck an arm in, challenged the tiger to take it. She would have made it, Danny. Maybe they should have waited.
Anything else?
Yeah, I found out where she kept her car. Went down there for a routine check. You never know.
Oh, go on.
It's a place where Herb and Joey and B.B. bought her the car. They've been taking care of it ever since. They got the wreck now. I talked to a man there. About a month ago, Nancy Lee drove it in, said wash it, lubricate it, and get rid of all those things over my windshield. Put this up. Just this.
Put what up?
This, Danny. A toy. Mechanical bear. You see guys selling them on the street. Cute, huh?
Yeah. Get them, huh, Muggavan?
Okay, inside, all of you. Here they are, Danny.
Herb, go home.
Huh?
Get out of here. Your wife wants you.
Well, I want to give you fellows a fair chance. I'm the small fellow with no alibi, remember? Call on me anytime, fellas.
Baby,
Uh-huh.
we're left.
Why? Hey, Danny, why are we left?
Who fed Nancy Lee the poison?
Well, not me, not him either.
What for? Why should I? Simple. For $50,000.
Well, so why pick on my boy? We each get 50 grand, Herb, me, him, everybody.
Not a bad return on a 15 grand investment, huh?
I sat down with paper and pencil on that one, too. We always get the same answers, you and me.
Oh, come on, you guys.
Hey, Joey has them. You take from Joey, Danny?
Yeah.
Second hand.
Both of you have got to eat. What for?
This toy was taken out of Nancy Lee's car.
You kidding?
He's not kidding, baby.
Joey,
Yeah?
right now I had a gun, I'd make holes all over you. Joey.
Look, they got nothing on me, baby.
What'd you just kill me for, Joey?
You're going to listen to me. Baby, look.
Don't touch me again. I just crawled when you touched me.
You think I loved her?
That whole month there.
You're going to listen to
That
me?
whole month, Nancy Lee's not seeing any of us except you.
Listen to me, will
And
you?
when I see her, she tells me about a new fella. She can hardly believe it. A fella she wants all the time and finally gets. And she hangs up a bear in her car. The symbol of my joy.
Say goodbye to her, Joey. Oh, just let me explain to her.
Why? Why do you want to do that?
Because I want you to think kindly of me. Because I want you to know I did it for you.
Thank you very much for killing a lady for me. That's just what I needed.
How long were we going to wait, baby? That crazy dame was going to live forever.
It was nice waiting. I was enjoying it. What'd you have to push it
We
for?
had dough invested, 15 GBs each. It had to be protected.
You didn't kill her. She'd have died some other way. Oh, Joey.
Oh, honey, darling.
You touched me. My skin just crawled again, Joey. Danny, can I go?
All right. I got nothing to say, fellas. I wanted the money because I thought I could make the love I had with Baby better. It was real wrong. Come on, Joey.
Broadway's sleeping now. The furious avenues of the night are still. Only the sleepwalkers are there. The seekers, the sodden, the huggers close of nothing at all. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Mary Jean Quast was heard as Bebe, Tony Barrett as Joey, Gigi Pearson as Mrs. Morey, and Hy Everback as Herb. Bill Anders speaking. Later tonight, CBS Radio's Gangbusters brings you an authentic story of diamond smuggling and operations that started on the Belgian Diamond Mart, paused briefly in Canada, and reached a surprising and lethal windup in New York City. Remember, tonight and every Saturday night, the program that brings you exciting mysteries of real life brings you your latest Gangbusters adventures on most of these same stations. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Noxima's two famous products.
Noxima Skin Cream for a smoother skin.
And Noxima Shave Cream for a cooler shave. Presents The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Are you ashamed to look in the mirror because your skin is rough and coarse, marred with externally caused blemishes? Well, You don't necessarily have to suffer with facial problems like that. Noxema can help your skin improve quick. And I mean quick. You see, Noxema is a medicated formula, a real aid to healing. Noxema quickly helps smooth and soften rough, dry skin. Helps heal externally caused blemishes. Prove it for yourself. Start right away to use Noxema night and day. Then, let your mirror tell the thrilling story. A skin that's lovelier to look at, softer to touch. So don't delay. Get Noxema from your druggist right away. And now, the mayor of the town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Agnes Moorehead as Marilli and Conrad Binion as Butch. In Springdale, it's a lovely Saturday morning in May. And in the White House where the mayor lives, the first citizen of Springdale and his ward, young Butch, are concentrating on loafing.
Marilli called you, Mayor.
Pay no attention to her, Butch. Maybe she'll go away.
She never goes away when she sounds like that.
No, but I always have hope.
Mayor, did you hear me?
Had I 3 ears, I'd hear you.
3 years?
What kind of talk is that?
Shakespeare.
Oh.
That's what Macbeth said when the 3 witches called.
Witches? Are you comparing me to witches?
No, not at all, not at all. Witches are plural. You're singular.
Well, we have to get busy right away. We're going on a picnic. It's all arranged.
Anything you've arranged, it'll be no picnic.
Oh, I was going to play baseball today.
Oh, Nancy, don't you two want to go? They'll be awfully disappointed.
They?
Ben Thorson and Kay Dickinson. This picnic was their idea, and it's a perfect day for it.
Oh, the weatherman says it might rain.
Oh, nonsense. That just proves it'll be a lovely day. He's never been right in his life.
Related to you, isn't he?
Only by marriage.
Oh.
What do you mean by that? Oh, that'll be Finn and Kay now. Go let them in, Butch. They want to borrow a thermos bottle.
Oh, okay, Marilli.
Hurry.
1 minute, I'm coming.
You know, Marilli,
Huh?
I'm flattered.
What?
Yeah, Ben is courting Kay. It's pretty nice of those two to want us to go along.
Oh, yes. Oh, good morning, Marilli. Good morning, Kay. Hello, Mayor.
Hello, Kay. Hello. How's the boys, Ben?
Oh, absolutely perfect, Mayor. Absolutely perfect.
Butch, run upstairs to my closet and bring down that hamper. I want to pack the lunch in that.
Oh, okay,
Will you?
Marilli.
Go on.
Wait a minute, you mean you are coming too?
Didn't you ask us?
No. No.
Excuse me, I have some hard-boiled eggs on the stove.
Marilli.
And,
Yes.
yes, Mayor, what?
You stay right here.
Here?
You told me we were invited.
Well, of course, I thought we'd be welcome.
Oh, you are, Marilli, of course.
Well,
You and me.
oh, naturally, I wouldn't dream of butting in where I wasn't wanted.
Mayor, you are all my friends, but Marilli thinks up something new every time I turn it on. She gets me so mixed up.
Well, very well. That settles it. I won't go on the picnic.
Now, Sven, you promised me no more fights with Marilli.
Well, Marilli always starts them.
Okay, I promise. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I'm not going.
Of course you come. You all come.
Sure we will.
No, not me.
I want you to come.
Don't shout at me.
Oh, look who's talking.
Honest to goodness, she makes me so mad.
So now, Sven, your promise.
Okay. But she comes.
Well, all right. All right, then, since you insist.
We'll be very pleased
Yes.
to come, Sven. Thank you. Now, excuse us for a minute. I want to help Marilli get the lunch ready. Come along, Marilli.
All right, Mayor. We won't be very long.
Marilli,
What?
you horned in on Sven and Kay's picnic.
Oh, nonsense. You heard the master.
All right. We're going. We gotta go. But you leave them alone once we get to Crescent Lake. You understand that?
Certainly. I think these eggs are done.
Butch and I will take our fishing rods.
Well, we won't need fish. I have plenty of sandwiches.
Crescent Lake is a good place for a boy and girl.
Potato salad and... How do you know?
I've been on picnics before.
Oh?
Of course, they're not like they were in the old days when we went by horse and buggy.
Oh.
You know, I remember one picnic I was about Butch's age.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was out in a boat, and it started to rain. And you know what happened?
You got wet.
Ah, no. Not enough to notice. But I pulled into that little island in the middle of the lake.
Oh?
The one with the old summer house on it. Hmm? There was a girl who had the same idea.
A girl?
Never met her before. She was from Crescent City.
Crescent City?
Yeah, she wore a white dress with red polka dots. And after a while, the rain stopped and the sun came out. Oh, I've never forgotten that day.
Well, don't stop there. Go on. I'm interested.
That's all there was to it, Merle. That's all. I never saw the girl again. I can't even remember her name. But I can still see her.
Probably a grandmother by this time.
Probably. I hope so. But our grandchildren won't have the fun we had. Everything happens too fast. Jet planes, speedboats, the atomic age. Well, they can have it.
Well, you can't stand in the face of progress.
Oh, yes, I can, really. In fact, there are moments when I'd like to spit in his eye. Nice out here by the lake, isn't it, Sven?
Ja, man, ja, this is okay.
Yeah. Sure is peaceful.
What are you doing sitting here?
Well, I spoke too soon.
Where's Butch?
Right down by the lake, putting the outboard on a rowboat. We're going fishing.
Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. Kay, come here, please. What is it, Marilla? Kay, I want you and Sven to go for a walk.
A walk?
I don't want to walk. I'm okay you're sitting here.
Oh, nonsense. Young people like you don't want to waste your time with us. Go out and walk in the woods. Listen to nature.
That's not a bad idea, Sven. She'll sound a lot better than you do.
And don't sit there like a lazy lout. Go for a walk with Kay. Go on.
You listen to me, Marilla.
Huh?
I walk when I feel like.
Well, fine. Feel like.
No, absolutely no.
I thought you promised Kay you wouldn't argue with me.
That's right, Sven.
But this is... Mayor,
Don't appeal to me now. Don't appeal to me. You go and take that walk. Marilla can't be heard after 4 miles.
Go on now. Go on. Scoot, go on.
Come on, Sven. It'll be fun.
Oh, for you, Kay, I do it. But that Marilla, crazy woman.
Oh. Well, that takes care of them.
Oh, the outboard's all ready, Mayor. Hey, we better get started.
Started where?
Fishing before the rain comes.
Oh, it's not going to rain. We have to unpack things and set the table and start a fire, boil water.
Morelli,
We are not eating until supper time. The weatherman says might rain. Those clouds across the lake look a bit heavy.
Oh, I'd know if it was going to rain. My rheumatism would tell me.
You'd never stop talking long enough to listen to it.
Well, that's enough of that. Now take this pail, both of you, and go down to the lake and fetch me some water. And not another word. We have a lot to do, period.
golly.
Thunderation. You got the whole afternoon to set up a picnic lunch. Say, Butch,
Yeah, Mayor?
where'd you put the fishing rods?
They're on the boat.
Oh, they are. Down by the water?
Yeah, Mayor. The boat's right here.
Okay, get in. We're going fishing. Boat tied up, Butch?
Yeah, Mayor.
Come on, run. I'm getting soaked. Summer house right up here.
How'd you know it was on this island?
Oh, just stuck in my memory. Hurry, up the steps.
Yeah. Whew. Hey, it's dark in here.
Yeah, I know.
Who's that?
Did you hear something, Butch?
Yeah. Who's there?
I asked first.
Hey, it's a girl.
Yes. Girl about your age.
Yeah. Hey, look, you can just see her white dress. Oh, hello. My name's Butch.
Hello yourself. Mine is Susan.
Susan. Oh, no, that wasn't her name.
Huh?
No.
What, Mayor?
Nothing, Butch. They say for a minute I thought you startled me a bit, Susan.
Well, I was canoeing on the other side of the island. I came in here because of the rain.
Oh, he's the mayor, Springdale.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Well, now I can see you. I'm doing very well. You're pretty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course, with the rain and the white dress and this summer house, you just have to be pretty. Susan, I'll bet you're from Crescent City.
That's right.
Oh, sure, I guess that. I know most of the Springdale kids, and I'd have never missed you.
Even the same words.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I was just daydreaming, Susan. Tell me, you're here with your folks, or they're picnicking?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'd probably never have met, hadn't rained.
But it did.
Yeah, it did.
Yes, here we are, with the rain outside and the wind whipping across the lake.
Oh, are you cold, Susan? You can have my coat.
Oh, I'm all right.
Go on, make her take it, Butch. Tuck it around her shoulders.
Oh, okay. Here.
I'm buttoning it up.
Thank you, Butch. It's a little big.
Yeah, you're little.
My gosh, the very same words. Huh, there are some things that never change.
Quick help in smoothing and softening rough, coarse skin. Apply Noxema night and morning. Then, write us your Noxema experience. If we read your letter on this program, we'll say thanks with a grand big gift jar of Noxema. Here's the letter that sent a gift jar of Noxema to Miss Beatrice Wilson of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
I have a very fair and sensitive skin and had a lot of trouble finding a skin cream that satisfied me. I found that cream in Noxema. It's been a real help in keeping my skin smooth and soft.
And you'll say the same once you try Noxema. So get Noxema skin cream right away. And now back to the mayor of the town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Well, history seems to be repeating itself. The mayor and Butch picnicking at Crescent Lake take shelter from the rain as the mayor did once long ago. And again there's a girl, not the one in the mayor's memory, but a girl of Butch's age.
The rain stopped, Butch. Butch.
Huh? What's that, Mayor?
I said the rain stopped.
Oh, yes, so it has.
Yeah. Hey, and look, over the hill there. The sun's coming out again.
I know, I ordered it.
Ordered it?
Yeah, Susan, for you and Butch, so your picnic wouldn't be spoiled.
Butch?
Easy now, kid. One at a time. You can't both talk at once, you know.
I'm sorry. You go ahead, Butch.
No, you. It was my fault.
No, I didn't have anything important to say.
Oh, neither did I.
Oh, for Pete's sake, somebody break this up.
Well, I was just thinking.
Yeah, Susan?
You and Butch were fishing, weren't you, Mayor?
That's right.
Yeah, we didn't catch anything.
I didn't. Not so sure about you. I guess your folks will be worried about you, Susan. You better get back to them.
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah.
Rain didn't last long. The day's young. We still have time for lots of fun.
Oh, it was fun. I mean, we're sitting here in the rain talking. That was fun, too.
Yeah, it sure was.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I guess I'd better get along.
Yeah. Guess you better.
Uh-huh.
Goodbye, Butch.
Oh, goodbye, Susan.
Good luck.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess I'd better get going.
Yeah, guess you better.
Well, how do we get back to that?
Here's your coat back, Butch. Thank you for lending it to me.
Butch.
Yeah, Mayor?
Why don't you go along with Susan?
Oh, Mayor, could he?
Oh, gosh, Mayor, what about our fishing?
Ah, never mind that. All you'd think about would be the one that got away anyhow. You go ahead with Susan and... Wait a minute. Wait. Here. Might need this.
Oh, $1, Mayor?
Yeah. There's a kind of an amusement park across the lake. You and Susan might want to ride on the merry-go-round.
They have a Ferris wheel, too.
Ferris wheel, huh? Well. That's new since my time. But the idea is still good. Go on and enjoy yourself.
All right. Come on, Butch. Goodbye, Mayor.
Goodbye, Susan. Goodbye. So long, son.
Oh, so long, Mayor, and thanks.
Thank you.
Me? Well, what for?
For proving that May is still May, and that the old saying holds true. The more things change, the more they're the same. Hi, Sven. Hello, Kay. Looking for me? I'm sorry to be so late.
Supper's all ready. Only Marilli.
Oh, she's awful mad. Oh, the rain.
Yeah, the rain only lasted an hour.
Yeah, I know, but Marilli spent the whole hour under a picnic table.
Mayor, where have you been?
I see what you mean, Sven. Gee, she's mad as a wet hen.
I heard that, Mayor. I should think you'd be ashamed to show your face after sneaking off the way you did. Where is Butch?
He'll be along.
Well, why isn't he with you? What happened? Is he all right?
I'm sure he's fine.
Oh, Mayor, you didn't let him go gallivanting off alone in these woods, did you?
He isn't alone. He'll be back.
Oh, I wouldn't trust you on a stack of Bibles. You're worse than the weatherman.
The weatherman?
Yes. I blame that rain on him and the mayor.
The mayor didn't have anything to do with the rain.
And the weatherman said it would rain.
Well, that's just it. He was never right before. He's deceitful, just like you are.
Stop picking on the mayor.
You won't stay out of this, then, Thornton.
I will not be quiet unless you are.
Yeah, you're in for a lot of talking.
The mayor is my friend. Leave him alone.
Thank you, Sven. Thank you. And may I ask what you're mad about, Marilli?
Didn't you sneak off without unpacking the basket?
Sure I did.
Yeah.
And if they'd been unpacked, the rain would have spoiled everything.
That's right.
I'm afraid they have you, Marilli.
What about Butch?
Butch is coming down the path now.
Where?
Oh, yes. Butch, come on, hurry up. We're sitting down to supper.
Pass the sandwiches, Sven.
Okay, Kay. Marilli.
Thank you. Potato salad, Mayor?
Yeah.
Come along, Butch. Don't dawdle.
You sit right here, Butch.
Yes. And what have you to say for yourself, young man?
What, Marilli?
What excuse do I get this time?
Nothing, Marilli.
Nothing?
Nothing at all.
Are you sick?
Of course he isn't sick. Have a sandwich, Butch?
Oh, no thanks, Mayor. I'm not hungry.
Not hungry? Uh-huh. He is sick.
No, I don't think so. The night after I first meet Kay, I don't feel like eating either.
Oh, didn't you, Sven?
No.
Butch Gardner, did you pick up a girl?
I didn't pick her up. The mayor was with me.
Well, the mayor's worse than you are.
Now, wait a minute, Marilli. She was a very nice little girl.
Well, we met her in the summer house in the rain.
You did? Why, that's
That's just like a story, Marilli. What did you do after you left me, Butch?
Oh, Susan and me?
Yeah.
Oh, we went to the amusement park. Oh, boy, it was fun.
Yes, it is. It's exactly like the time.
Marilli, never mind. Butch, would you get me the fishing rod? I left them down the boat.
Oh, sure, Mayor, sure. I'll get them.
Oh, why did you send Butch away from the table, Mayor?
Well, you saw how he looked. I didn't want Marilli to spoil Butch's day.
Spoil it? How would I spoil it
Butch
now?
thinks that this meeting in the rain is something special. Something that just happened to him. I didn't want you to tell him it happened to me, too, and another May, and another shower.
Oh, I wasn't even going to mention you.
You wasn't?
No, I wasn't. You see, well, I used to come here on picnics, too. And, does a tree still grow through a corner of that summer house, Mayor?
Marilli.
What?
You don't mean
Oh,
that
yes, it was raining. His name was Claude.
There certainly rains a lot around here.
You know, Sven, after supper, I'd sort of like to see that summer house.
Here comes Butch.
Oh, Mayor.
Careful now.
Mayor, I just thought of something. I never did find out Susan's last name.
It doesn't matter, Butch. Don't matter at all. If you ever meet again, you'll know her. And if you don't, you'll always remember that once a Maying you had a wonderful time.
Mister, you don't have to have a tough beard and a tender skin to appreciate Noxema shave cream, but it helps. As Jim Lawrence of Tacoma, Washington can tell you. He writes,
The first time any barber shaves me, he never fails to tell me that I have all the whiskers there are. Now, I shave myself, and thanks to Noxema, what was a task is practically a pleasure. Noxema softens even my tough, heavy beard, so my whiskers come off quick and clean, without pulling or after-shaving irritation.
Yes, Noxema shave cream really makes a difference. Soothes your skin as it softens your beard. So for a cooler shave, a soothing shave, get Noxema shave cream. Military service has given millions of men and women invaluable experience, taught them fine habits of responsibility. Many have acquired new skills which they are now putting to good use in industry. Employers agree that the returned veteran is a better man than before he entered service. Yes, that veteran's lapel button certifies that the wearer is a more valuable worker and a dependable civilian citizen. Remember to read the Radio Mirror story about the mayor of the town. It features Butch Marilli and, of course, the mayor himself. Read it in the June issue of Radio Mirror magazine. Our script tonight was written by Howard Breslin, music by Bernard Katz. Mr. Barrymore appears to the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of Two Sisters from Boston, starring Katherine Grayson, June Allison, Lawrence Melchior, Jimmy Durante, and Peter Lawford. Stay tuned in now for Ned Calmer and the news over most of these stations. Remember, Saturday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. Now, this is Ken Peters wishing you all a very pleasant good night for two famous products.
Noxema skin cream for a smoother skin.
Noxema shave cream for a cooler shave. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet strikes again.
We'll begin tonight's exciting story in just a moment.
Juvenile delinquency seemed to be on the increase in the city. Night after night, reports came to police headquarters, and the papers blazoned the headlines that youth was on the rampage.
It's a good time to pull a job, Kitty. Late enough for the boulevard to be deserted.
Yeah. There comes the car now, Joey.
Okay. Now go into your act, kid. I'll be right behind that tree back there when he stops. Well, you stall him along and come up on the driver's side. You get it?
Sure, I know, Joey. Go hide, quick.
Okay, do your stuff, kid.
Hi there. Looking for a ride? Going your way.
Well, I was hoping a bus would come along. Of course, it's so late.
Why wait for a bus when you can ride with me? What do you say?
I don't know whether I should or not. After all, I don't even know.
Okay, climb out and make it quick.
Hey, what's this?
I'm going to ride in your car, mister. But you're not. My friend over there has a gun.
You getting out, or do you want me to get
No, I'll get out.
Hurry up, Joey.
Still pointing his gun at you, mister, so keep quiet.
Hey, you can't take my car.
I'll be seeing you, sucker.
Look, Eddie. That's the coat the boss wants. See? There in that window.
Yeah. So that's it, huh?
Yeah. It's mink, Eddie. Worth a lot of money. And there's nobody near right now.
Yeah, okay. You go get in the car and have it ready. I got a rock in my pocket.
I'll get the car running in just a minute.
That kit's ready. Well, here goes. Yeah, now to get the coat. Yeah, I got it.
Take car at point of gun. Here you are, sir. Mink coat stolen from store window. Here you are, lady. Juvenile delinquency on the increase. Read all about it. That's the Lux Street. Head forward.
The following morning, Mike Axford, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, was at police headquarters talking to Sergeant Burke.
Sarge, them young tough sure are getting out of hand around town. Something's got to be done about it.
Don't I know it, Axford? You don't have to rub it in. We're putting some extra men out to keep a watch for them. Seems to be the same gang of them pulling off all the jobs that's been done in the last few nights.
Sure, and it don't seem possible young squirts like them could get away with it.
Yeah, they're plenty smart. Or else they got someone planning the jobs for them. Some older guy, maybe.
Yeah. And if they ain't stopped soon, there's no telling what'll happen. They'll be terrorizing the whole city.
If we can lay our hands on just one of them, then maybe we can get the ringleader. Believe me, Mike, we ain't going to stop till we do catch him. You can bet on that.
Meanwhile, Brett Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office with his secretary, Lenore Case, and the city editor, Gunnigan.
As much as I like news that makes the headlines, I hate to see so much front page space given over to crimes by juvenile delinquents. It's getting worse day by day.
I agree with you, Mr. Reed.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it, Chief.
It seems to me those young people are organized. Well, they seem to know just where to strike and just when to strike without getting caught.
Kids like that must come from the worst kind of homes, if they have any homes.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised, Gunnigan, if we found that some of them actually came from better class homes. Homes in which parents neglect to supervise their adolescent boys and girls. The place to stop the rise in juvenile delinquency is right there in those homes.
That's right, Mr. Reed. Too many youngsters and their teens are left to manage themselves, even in so-called nice families.
We'll get out an editorial to that effect in the next edition.
Okay, Chief. Send it down to me when you have it ready.
Well, you can toss one off, Miss Case. You seem to have the right idea along those lines.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best.
On Gunnigan.
Yes, Chief.
Here's a short paragraph you can put in a box on the front page.
Okay.
It's directed to the police, suggesting that if and when they catch the young criminals responsible for the crimes, which have held the headlines for the past few nights, they be given stiff sentences as an example to others. We'll run that in the next edition, too.
Just as you say.
Let's hope that the next time they try to pull off a job, they get caught at it. You can be sure the Sentinel will keep the subject alive until juvenile delinquency in this city is brought under control once and for all.
That evening, in a comfortable home on the west side, young Bob Hobart sat at the dinner table with his father and mother, waiting as they finished their coffee.
Say, Dad, how about a game of chess? Bet I can beat you 2 out of 3. Oh, sorry, Bob. Not tonight. Some other time. Oh, gee, Dad, you always say that.
Robert, don't pester your father.
But, Mom,
Stop slouching at the table, Robert.
Yes, ma'am.
Really, I've never seen a boy like you, Robert. You're always so restless. I should think for a boy of 16 you'd read some good books if you haven't any lessons to do.
My lessons are all done, Mom. Your mother and I are going out right after dinner, Bob. Be sure to put all the lights out downstairs when you go to bed. Golly, do you have to go out again tonight?
Robert, you have no right to question what we do. Remember, we're your parents.
Sure, Mom. I know. Say, can I have a few of the kids in for a while?
Mercy, no. I'm not going to have a bunch of hoodlums wearing out my good rugs with that crazy dancing and all that.
Oh.
No, Robert. Once and for all, you can't have them in.
Why don't you go to a movie or something, Bob? Here, go see a good picture somewhere. Thanks, Dad. Guess there's nothing else to do.
See that you don't stay out too late, Robert.
Yes, Mom.
Hurry, dear. We're supposed to be over at Emily's at 8, and it's almost that now.
I'll be right with you, Dora. See you in the morning, Bob.
Yeah, sure. Good night, Dad. I'll go to a movie like you said.
That's the way, son. You're big enough to take care of yourself now. Good night, and have a good time.
It was almost midnight when young Bob stopped at a jukebox cafe to get a soft drink.
Here you are, kid. Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Yeah, hi, kid. Who you with?
Well, nobody. Why?
Hey, why don't you come over to that booth and sit with us? Come on, bring your drink along with you.
Well,
Hey, you might as well be sociable. No use being alone and missing all the fun. How about it?
Okay. Don't care if I do.
Eddie, that's a good one. Hey, Eddie. Hey, that's all right. He's a kid looking for cover.
Hi there.
Hi, sit down.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Joey. That's Kitty. And that dope there is Eddie. Yeah, look who calls me a dope. What's your name, kid?
My name's Bob. You call me a kid, but I'll bet none of you are older than I am.
17. So's Eddie. Kid's 16.
Well, I'm 16, too, so I'm no kid.
Okay, then you're no kid. Hey, is that really a cola you had there?
Well, sure. Isn't that what you're drinking?
Yeah, sure. Cola. Plus.
Cola Plus. What's that?
Show him, Joey.
Anybody looking? Nah, go ahead. Here, Bob. A little of what's in this bottle will make that cola just right.
Well, hold on. I don't...
Yeah, just a minute.
Please.
There you are. Now, drink that down.
Gee, is that real liquor?
Is it real liquor, he said? Well, go on, taste it. It won't kill you.
Well, I don't drink, though. I'd rather not take any if you don't...
He is just a kid after all, Joey.
No, it isn't that. But...
Don't be a sap. Go ahead.
Well, okay.
Well, come on, take it all. Bottoms up. If you don't, you're a sissy.
No.
Golly, that's strong. Won't that make a man of you?
Oh, I don't like it.
Well, you get used to it. Say, Bob, how'd you like to make some easy dough? Maybe your old man gives you all you need.
Well, he does give me a little, not much. How can I make some dough?
Can you drive a car?
Well, sure, but I...
Well, that's it then. You can make $10 just for a little driving. Can you, Eddie? Sure. If he really can drive a car.
I said I can drive, didn't I?
Yeah, we believe you, Bob. Look, you got a little spare time before you have to go home?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Then you can earn that $10.
Well, how? If it's anything...
No. It's all in the up and up, ain't it, Joe? Why, of course. Bob, you don't think we try to pull anything funny, do you?
Well, no,
He's afraid, Joey.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Don't mind Kit. She's just trying to get your goat. Now, here's the dope, Bob. Kit here is Eddie's date, see? Now, my date works in a neighborhood movie right down the street. We have my car tonight. Well, I want to go over and wait for my date, but Eddie and Kitty here want to go on home. Now, you drive me to the theater and take them home and come back with a car to me. That's all. And I'll give you $10.
$10 for just doing that?
Oh, I don't care how I spend my dough. I get plenty. How about it?
Well, all right. I don't see any harm in that.
Good. Let's get going right now. Hey, you see, Bob? So many cars, you have to double park. Come on in a minute, Eddie. Kitty? Yeah. Just say hello to Millie. Okay. Right out, Bob.
Might as well keep the motor running, Bob. We won't be long.
Yeah, don't go on.
Oh, we won't. Come here, you two. Hey, the cashier's just getting ready to leave the booth. Now, Kitty, when you see that she's unlocked that little door behind her, you rush up to the window and do your stuff. And she's unlocking it now. Come on, we'll get around behind the booth.
Pardon me a minute.
Too late, Joey. The last show's about over.
Oh, I don't want a ticket. Fact is, I found this ring in the theater, and I thought I'd better give it to you.
Oh, thank you, honey. You know, I'll probably come back looking for it. Hey, it looks like a...
Hold it, sister. Don't make a noise. Take that bag of dough. Okay, get it for the car. Ready, run.
Yeah,
okay, hurry up. Now sit down and put your head on your elbow. If you make a sound, I'll plug you one. Now stay that way for a while. Come on, hurry up. Okay, Bob, get away from here and make it fast.
Hey, wait, you...
Get going, I said.
that theater cashier. You're nothing but a lot of crooks. I'm going to call
You know
the
what's
cops.
good for you, Bob? You just keep driving and fast.
Yeah, he better. What a sap. Now he'll have to play along with us whether he wants to or not.
I won't do it. I won't.
Yes, you will, Bob. You see, if you squeal on us, or if we get caught, you'll go to the pen right along with us. Now, just think that over for a while.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Joey's threat thoroughly frightened young Bob Hobart, and he became an unwilling member of Joey's little gang. A few evenings later, after the theater holed up, Mike Axford entered Britt Reed's apartment just before dinner.
Hi, Reed. Dinner ready?
Well, Cantor's getting it ready now, Axford. Oh, what's your hurry?
Oh, you wait a bit, I guess. Matter of fact, I dropped into a jukebox joint and had a bit of a snack to tide me over.
And you walk in yelling, "Is dinner ready?"
Sure, why not? Is a healthy man I am to have such a healthy appetite? Oh, by the way, I ran into young Bob Hobart. Remember, he's the kid you had Gunnigan give a part-time job to last summer.
Oh, yes, Fred Hobart's boy. I didn't see much of him when he was here, but I think I remember him. Slim, dark hair, nice looking.
Yeah, that's the one. Sure, and I thought he was having trouble at first when I heard him talking in that joint.
What made you think so?
Well, it was like this, Reed. I was sitting in one of them booths having a snack when I heard someone talking loud just across the way.
Look, Joey, help me out. I'm not going to come to your place tonight. Seeing all those headlines scares me. Even if
Shut up. Now, you listen to me. Now, shut up, I say. I thought I recognized that voice. It's young Bobby Hobart. I wonder... Quiet on I speak to him. Whether you want to or not, you have to come there tonight, and I'm... Hi there, Bobby. Remember me?
Oh, Mr. Axford. Sure, I remember.
Who's he? Bobby? Are you having trouble with this guy? From what I heard,
No, sir. It's a friend of mine, Joey. Joey, meet Mr. Axford from the Daily Sentinel.
Hi, Joey. You come here on purpose to talk to Bob? No, but I just dropped in and saw him sitting here with you. I heard him talking loud.
Yeah. I guess you thought we were having a hot argument, huh?
Well, I heard
I'm having some of the gang over to my house tonight. Bob promised to come, but now he's trying to get out of it. Says those headlines scare him. He's afraid to be out.
Ain't that right, Bob?
Yeah, sure. We were just arguing about that, Mr. Axford.
I was telling them he'd have to come whether he wanted to or not, because I already made a date for him. We'd have one extra girl at the party, see? So that's it. Sure, and I didn't realize Bobby was old enough to have dates and all. Time sure flies, that it does.
I don't have dates, Mr. Axford. Well, that is, not very often.
Oh, well, it's okay for youngsters to get together in a crowd and have a good time. Can I give you a lift home, Bobby?
Oh, yes, thanks. It's almost dinner time.
Hold it, kid. You ain't through talking yet. You don't live so far.
Oh. Okay, Joey. Well, thanks just the same, Mr. Axford.
Don't mention it. I'm glad I saw you again. Drop around and see us at the Sentinel sometime. So long. So I left him there with his friend and came on home. Sure, and I was a bit surprised at the type of friend young Hobart was with. That I was.
From what you say, that Joey doesn't seem to be the right kind of company for a boy like Bob Hobart.
Oh, that's right. That Joey guy was much bigger than Bobby, though not much older, I'd say. Talked kind of tough, too. Oh, well, you never can tell these days. I'm going out and see how Cato's coming along. I want to get finished with dinner and get to cops' headquarters.
But tell Cato to hurry it up. I might have something to do tonight, too. Who can tell?
After dinner, Axford left the apartment. Britt Reed sat for some time in deep thought. Then he spoke to Cato.
Cato, I've been thinking about something Axford told me.
What's that, Mr. Britt?
Axford met Bob Hobart, a young boy who worked part-time at the Sentinel last summer. He was a fine boy, well-liked. His father belongs to the Pacific Club.
What about boy?
He was in the company of a bigger, slightly older boy, one Axford described as tough. The young Hobart was trying to get out of keeping an appointment tonight. Said something about all the headlines scaring him. He seemed nervous and frightened.
Why he be nervous about headlines?
Well, that's just it. Set me wondering. The headlines lately have all been about crimes committed by a youthful gang.
You think a Hobart boy has something to do with gang, perhaps?
Well, not willingly, if that is the connection. He was trying to get out of something and was being bullnosed by the bigger boy. Cato, it's just possible that in some way young Hobart is tied in with that gang.
Well, from what he said about headlines...
Yes. The fact that he said he was scared.
Well, perhaps if Green Hornet had talked with Boy...
Maybe the Hornet could scare him even more so that he'd tell something. It's worth a try. Come on, Cato.
Meantime, Mr. and Mrs. Hobart had gone out for the evening, and Bob lay across the bed in his room, nervously waiting for the time to leave for Joey's meeting place. Fear and apprehension filled the boy's mind. And as he lay with closed eyes, he failed to hear the window over the porch roof open slowly. Suddenly, he sat up with a start.
Oh. Don't be frightened, kid. I'm not going to hurt you.
What? Why, you're the Green Hornet.
That's right. And I know you're Bob Hobart. I came here to have a talk with you. About Joey and the others.
Well, then you must be working with them.
Maybe. Aren't you?
Joey sent you here. He sent you here to make sure I came tonight. I'll bet that's why you came.
Why shouldn't you meet Joey tonight? Getting cold feet now that the cops are hunting for you? You should have thought of that before you started your crime life, Bob.
Well, I didn't start. They made me join them by a trick. Now I can't break away from them. If I try or tell anyone, well, I'll go to jail.
Maybe if you told your father or went to the cops.
No, they'd fix me if I did. Joey said so. They got me to drive the car the other night. I just met them. I didn't know they were going to hold up that theater. And if they're mixed up with you, there won't be anything.
Listen to me, youngster. I don't like a bunch of young kids horning into my stuff, see? If you're not really in with one of that gang, maybe there's a way out for you.
What do you mean?
Tell me what they plan to do tonight. I'll see to it that they get caught and that you don't get mixed up in it.
No, I don't dare tell you.
Okay, son. Maybe if I tip off the cops about your connection with that gang, they'll get plenty out of you.
But, gee, I don't know what to do.
Look, they'll make you the fall guy sooner or later, Bob. I'm out to break them. Come on, tell me.
Well, they're going to hold up the Jukebox Cafe at midnight when it closes. We're all to meet there and wait till everyone else goes out.
So that's it, eh? And they'll all be there?
Yes, all of them. And I will, too. I have to be.
Okay, you go with them. If you tell them you talk to me, I'll tip off the cops. Or worse.
No, I won't, honest. But what are you going to do?
You'll find out later. And if you do as I've told you, maybe you'll get out of all this mess. Remember, keep your mouth shut and forget about the Green Hornet. So long, Bob.
It was a few minutes before midnight. Joey sat with Eddie and Kitty in one of the booths. Every few seconds, Joey glanced across the table at Bob Hobart. Then he spoke in a low tone.
Now get hold of yourself, kid. And make sure you don't pull nothing funny. After everybody clears out, there'll be no one here but the owner.
It'll be a cinch. What are you going to do to him?
That depends on how he takes it. Don't it, Joey?
Yeah. Hey, there he comes now. Getting ready to close the place.
Everybody out. Come on. I want to get some sleep tonight. I got to get up in the morning again. Let's go.
Just sit tight now. I'm going to stand up. He's coming this way.
Hey, everybody's out but you folks.
We're not going right yet, mister. This is a holdup.
Oh, no, you don't, kid.
You asked for it.
Hey, what did you do that for?
Shut up. All right, Kit, you go lock the door.
Okay, Joey.
Eddie will get the cash. Bob can carry some on him just in case.
I locked the door, Joey. Nobody can get in now.
You forgot about the back door, sir.
Hey, what? The Green Hornet.
Do something, Joey.
Put a bullet to him.
No. Let go of my arm. What's the matter with you?
Oh, get that gun and...
Not so fast, girl.
Let me go.
Have a bit of gas.
No.
I'll get you, you little... grabbing Joey's arm. You nice boy with bottle. Get that gun. You're not so tough, fella. Now, the two of you. I got you covered.
Look, youngster. You just hold that gun on these tough friends of yours. Get some rope, tie them up, then call the police. We haven't time to play games with you. Let's go.
Hey, wait. Come back or I'll shoot. Oh, well, I guess I better do as he said. I'll call the police right now and then tie them all up. And then I'll have to take whatever comes.
find an excited group around young Bob Hobart.
That's all right, Bob.
Hello, Axford. What's happening?
Hi, Reed. I phoned you to come down so as to be in on a good story. Mr. Reed, we got that gang of young crooks that have been pulling off all them crimes.
Really? Is that one of them?
That's Bob Hobart, Reed.
Oh, so it is.
How do you do, sir?
Bob here phoned us in to say the gang of crooks was tied up and waiting to be picked up in the Jukebox Cafe.
Sure. When we got out there, we found this youngster standing holding a gun on him. There was 2 big boys and a girl in the gang.
They tried to say Bob was one of them, and he admitted he had been with them, but a note we found stuck in the door cleared it up.
A note?
Sure. A note.
Where's my son?
Oh, Robert, what happened? Why are you here? What have you done?
Gee, Mom, Dad, I don't know how to tell you, but...
What about that note, Sergeant?
Oh, yeah, the note. Listen to this, all of you. To the police. I'm leaving this note because I want you to know that a kid was smart enough to catch that juvenile gang before you did by playing detective and joining up with them. He was even smart enough to get a gun on me a while ago. So I'm leaving him to his glory and you to your chagrin. Signed, the Green Hornet. And it's got a seal on it.
Oh, Robert, you might have been killed.
But, Mom, it really wasn't like he said.
Don't be so modest, Bob. You did a good job. And even the Green Hornet admits it.
Well, Reed, you takes the headlines once more. But this time, 'tis good news.
Too bad the boy didn't catch the Hornet. That would have really been something. He's a bad one.
I don't think he's so bad, Sergeant. Listen to that, would you? That kid's a brave one, all right.
I'm sure, Axford, the Green Hornet admits that, too.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the left street. Take fire.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Cattle raising was the first great industry in the western United States. But the ranchers lived in constant fear of the outlaw bands that roamed the border country. It was not until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice that rustlers were driven from the new territory, and the frontier became safe for honest men and women. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of rustlers! Hello, Silver! Away!
A young woman riding a red bay raced along the rough and broken trail. Suddenly, a masked man on a white stallion flashed from the cover of a grove of trees and started after her.
Get up. Get along there. Get along.
Come on, Silver!
Get away from me. Get back. Let me alone or I'll shoot.
You kill yourself. Slow down.
I'm warning you. Get away.
Come on, Silver! Put down your gun. You can't shoot at this speed.
Go away and let me be.
Hold that. Hold, boy.
Let go of that bridle. Let me be. By thunder, I will tell you. Now let go or
You listen to me. You can do what you want in the way of risking your neck. That's up to you. But it isn't fair to risk the life of a horse as fine as that one of yours.
What?
I'll stop anyone I see riding a horse as you were.
Well, I'll be. It's the horse you're thinking of, not me.
I've heard that Ann Beckwood can take care of herself.
So you know my name.
Owner of the Box B Ranch.
Oh, and that's the answer. Hoist your hands.
Put your gun away.
Reach, I say. All fits in. I lose cattle, follow the trail here, and get stopped by a masked man that knows me. All right, mister, we'll have it out right here now.
I'll have to take that gun away from you, Mrs. Beckwood, if you don't put it in your holster.
Where's the stolen cattle? Speak faster, I swear to mercy I'll let you have a square between the eyes.
I'd better take that.
Get back. Get away, or else I'll...
There.
You... Oh, why didn't I have the nerve to shoot?
Now, put this gun away, Mrs. Beckwood, and remember that you can't fire a gun until it's cocked. That wasn't a very good bluff.
Bluff? Oh, what a stupid idiot I am.
Now, what's this story about stolen cattle?
You needn't try to act innocent.
Well, that's odd.
Huh?
I'm not acting, and you think I am. You are acting, and you think I don't know it.
What do you mean?
One minute you'll speak like a girl who's never seen the inside of a school. The next minute you forget yourself and speak very well.
You're crazy. You're a crazy, crooked sidewinder.
Suppose you forget your acting and tell me if you're really serious about cattle being stolen.
Yes. Look, mister, whatever your name is, I can't afford to lose those steers. 4 head of cattle won't bring much to you and your gang. Where are they?
I don't know anything about your stolen cattle.
Please help me. You don't understand how important it is. Jimmy followed the trail here, but he's not strong. His eyes aren't good. He came back with crazy notions.
Jimmy is your husband, isn't he?
How do you know so much about me?
I hear things about people in this part of the country. You and your husband took over the Boxby just about 2 years ago.
Yes.
You've lost 4 head of cattle out of over 200 head.
Don't waste time. Look, if you return those 4
What
head...
did Jimmy say when he followed the trail?
It doesn't make sense.
And what did he say?
If you didn't steal the cattle, you wouldn't believe his story any more than I did. If you did steal the cattle, there's no use telling you what you already know.
Come, speak up. If you want those Longhorns back, tell me about this trail.
Suppose you won't let me go ahead unless I do.
Tell me.
Well, the Longhorn steers were rustled away the night before last.
Yes?
Jimmy was almost beside himself yesterday morning when he found it out. Saddled up and started out following a trail that leads through this valley. He got as far as the canyon over that way and then came back.
Ann, if anyone told me about that trail, I'd have said they were crazy.
What do you mean, Jimmy?
The trail was easy to follow. It led right into the canyon, and I could see the marks of the cattle as clear as anything on the soft ground. And all of a sudden, the trail just stopped.
Stopped?
Disappeared. It was just as if something had reached down from above and picked that cattle off the ground.
Could that have been done?
No. The nearest wall of the canyon was over 100 yards away.
Perhaps the ground became too hard to take a print.
But it didn't. I tried every way to figure it out, and I couldn't. And I tell you, it's almost supernatural. It couldn't happen. Yet I saw it.
Well, Jimmy told Sheriff Bates about the trail, and the sheriff didn't take him seriously. Jimmy was furiously angry and decided to go to Shelby and get the rangers to help find the cattle. Oh, I know it seems like an awful fuss over 4 steers, but they are important.
Your husband is still at Shelby?
I suppose so. Time's so short, I thought I'd follow the trail myself. Well, why don't you laugh the same as the sheriff did?
You're too much in earnest to be laughed at.
Thanks for that, at any rate. Do you know where the cattle is?
No, I don't. Yep.
What are you going to do?
My friend will be here in a few minutes. I'm going to leave a message for him and then follow that trail.
Those stones you're piling up.
Tonto will understand the meaning.
Is that the way you leave a message?
Well, that's one way. Now let's follow the trail together, unless you prefer to go home and wait there for your husband.
I want to go with you.
Very well. Yep. Come on, Silver.
Get up there.
Jimmy Beckwood never reached the town of Shelby. He was stopped on the trail by two masked men who tied him up and carried him to a cave in the canyon.
What do you want of me anyway? How long do you two crooks figure to keep me hog-tied in this hole?
You'll find out.
What's the matter, Beckwood? Don't you like it here?
No, I don't.
No, ain't that a shame? You don't like it here. Maybe we ought to get him a feather bed and go and hunt some wild turkeys so as to feed him better.
That'll do. The agreement don't call for making him sore at us.
Well, what's the odds? We got our money.
Yeah, and we're going to get more when our job's done.
What is your job?
None of your business, Beckwood.
Did the boss tell you to waylay me?
Maybe.
Then it's the sheriff.
Oh, yeah?
I see it all now. Sheriff Bates was the only one that knew I was heading for Shelby and the Rangers. He's the cattle-stealing crook. Oh, just let me out of here and I'll break him.
Now, take it easy, son. You needn't think you're going to get out for a while yet.
Not for a good while. Just you stay sitting and keep your trap shut. Come here, Pard. I got to speak with you.
All right. What is it?
Jinx, he's mentioned Sheriff Bates.
Well?
Now, we don't dare take the risk of letting him loose. Do we?
We do what's ordered, Hood, and nothing more, nothing less. Just what's ordered, that's all.
But we better get word to Bates that Beckwood knows he's the one that ordered us.
Maybe so. Well, we'll see that Bates knows it before we let the kid get loose.
Maybe Bates will tell us not to let the kid get loose.
Hey, look. Someone coming into the valley.
A girl. Hey, ain't that Jimmy's wife?
So 'tis. Who's the masked man with her?
What's that?
Grab the kid.
My wife. Let me out of here.
Shut up! You'll give away the hideout. Get a gag on him.
Right.
I said let me...
You can see how clear and sharp the tracks are here.
Yes, I see.
Well, even Jimmy, who doesn't know a thing about following a trail, came this far.
The tracks seem almost too sharp.
What do you mean?
Look, right ahead, the tracks seem to stop. Rein up, Mrs. Beckwood.
Whoa there.
And we'll keep our horses back here so their tracks won't be mixed in with the others.
Looks as if Jimmy rode this far and dismounted.
Yes.
When he started for Shelby, of course, he rode along the top of the canyon. He didn't come down here at all. Look, you can see how deep the cattle's hoofs sunk in. They go right along here, and then they stop. See? It's just like Jimmy said. Why, I can't believe it.
How do you know, Mrs. Beckwood, that these prints were made by your steers?
Jimmy followed them all the way from our ranch.
I see.
There can't be any mistake about it. I followed them myself.
And these tracks are the same as the ones that you followed from the start?
The same?
Is there any way you can recognize these marks as the marks made by your stolen cattle?
Well, all steers make the same sort of marks, don't they?
Tonto will know more about that. And we'll get back to the horses and ride back to meet Tonto.
But what about the stolen cattle? Where could it have gone to? The ground couldn't just open up and swallow 4 heavy longhorns.
Well, why is it so important to you to get these 4 steers back?
I can't tell you.
Why?
I can't. I don't know who you are. I don't... Oh, you do talk like an Easterner. Oh, what have I said?
I don't understand.
You've misled me. You've been spying.
Spying?
Oh, you beast. You spy. I wish I'd shot you.
Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about.
Leave me alone. Just leave me alone, that's all. Get up there.
Silver, old fellow, that girl has a mighty mysterious problem. Disappearing cattle, Eastern spies. I wonder what's behind it.
There ain't no use struggling backward. That gag's tied, so it'll hold tight.
Now, what do you make of it, Pard? That woman's rid off alone, and the masked man's standing there studying the ground real close.
I don't know what to make of it. Reckon he spots anything about those cattle tracks?
I don't know. If he does, though, and spoils things for Bates, there ain't but one thing we can do about it.
I hate to drill the kid. Shucks, he ain't the sort that needs killing. If only he had the sense to vamoose...
Well, he ain't. And the sooner we see Sheriff Bates... Hey, look.
Now, what in thunder...
Who's that redskin?
I don't know, but he rode right up to the masked gent. Now, the two are talking.
And the tracks end right here, Kemosabe.
Tonto follow 'em. Them track plenty strange. Tonto take
close look.
Did Ann Beckwood pass you on the trail?
That's right. Tonto meet girl, her not speak. Tonto come this way, girl go other way.
And what are you looking at now?
This plenty strange.
What is it?
Track stop here. Other mark on ground. Go this way.
But the cattle couldn't have gone that way without leaving more of a track than that. I can't even see any marks heading that way.
Grass bent this way. Something moved this way.
I'll bring the horses. I seem to head right for the wall of the canyon.
That's right.
Even a man walking on this ground leaves a track. Now look, Tonto, you, even though you're wearing moccasins, have left footprints on the soft ground. And what could have made a track that's so faint that I couldn't even see it?
Tonto not know yet. Maybe soon we find out. Here, where track come close to wall.
Yes.
Now, feller come to hard stone.
You'll never be able to follow the track along the shale here, Tonto. If it had been made recently, the stones that were turned over would mark the trail, but it's 2 days old.
You wait.
Can you still see something to follow?
It go this way. Near cave yonder.
Oh.
Maybe feller hide in cave.
Have no choice, Jenks.
Sure as you're born, they're coming this way.
I say the best thing is to shoot them now before they get closer. That one is masked, Jenks. Likely there'll be a reward for him.
Stop using my name.
The kid is back deep in the cave. He can't hear us.
Stop it anyway. I don't like it. Hang it all. Bates won't like us having to do some shooting.
Well, that's just too doggone bad. If he don't like it, then he'll have to not like it. But I don't hanker to have a couple of slugs put through my hide just because the sheriff don't like shooting. If we gotta shoot, we gotta, and that's all there is to it.
I reckon so. Them two are right up close now, and they can't miss the cave.
And we can't afford to miss them. Which will you take, the masked man or the redskin?
Redskin. What's that?
Beckwood's fired a shot somehow.
Yeah, now we're in for it. That masked man's hurt us.
Start shooting. He's on guard now. Hurry before he hits cover.
You're shooting wild. Take aim. Drop him. Get the two of them.
Hold on. Look, there's Bates.
I got you covered. Drop your guns and hoist your head.
And stop that shooting from the cave.
Hold your fire, boys. I got 'em covered. Right. Now stand up, mister, and turn this way real slow.
Very well.
That's it.
Sheriff Bates. So you're in on this, huh?
I'm in on it is right. And you've got me in a doggone bad position by sticking your nose into things that ain't your business. Now, Dad rat it all, I've got to do something about you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. How to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger and Tonto followed the trail of the sheriff's men to the cave where Jimmy Beckwood was being held, they were surprised by the sheriff himself and taken prisoners.
Now, there ain't no use you trying to fight or get away, stranger, because I ain't in this canyon alone. My men are coming from behind you.
Your men welcomed us with bullets, Sheriff Bates.
You're lucky they ain't better shots.
And just what is your reason for stealing the Beckwood cattle?
That's my affair.
No, it's an affair of justice. For some reason, the loss of those 4 steers means a great deal to Ann Beckwood. We're going to see that they're returned.
Oh, yeah, huh? Well, we'll see about that.
Should we toss ropes about them, Sheriff?
Sure.
Now, 1 minute.
Keep them covered.
You're not going to rope us, and you're not going to capture us. Bates, you've been an honest sheriff. It isn't natural for you to turn this on us for 4 head of cattle. If you were involved in a large enough robbery to make you wealthy, I might think you'd be tempted by ambition.
But that isn't the case.
Rope him and be done with it.
You'd better hear me out. We aren't here alone. I'm giving you the chance to talk. If you don't, you'll have to pay the price for cattle stealing.
Big talk for a critter that's facing shooting irons. Yeah, get him roped.
All right, then. Come on, Silver.
Look out!
That's him, Tonto.
I'm going to get him. Ow!
Use their own rope.
That horse, look out! Get him off of me, he'll kill me.
Try to bring a gun up, huh?
Now, Tonto, rope him.
Down, Silver. That's enough, boy. Down.
I'm doggone near killed.
Too bad. But you're going to be roped just the same. How's the sheriff, Cantor?
Him come to by and by. Not hurt bad.
We'll put them in the cave and leave them there until we've looked around some more. You can walk, Hood.
I'm hurt, I tell you. I'm hurt bad.
Get up.
That horse was like to kill me.
Come on. Now head for the cave. I'll put your pal on my horse.
Me get sheriff on scout.
Now to the cave. All right, Tonto. Unload Scout. Good. You'll have to have your feet tied until we come back.
What hit me? Sheriff, wake up now.
Good enough.
You'll be jailed for life for this. You wait till we get loose.
Stop making threats you can't back up. What is it, Tonto?
Quiet.
I ain't going to take this sort of thing. Look out, don't knife me.
You keep quiet.
I heard something then, Tonto.
That's right. Someone back here. Me hearing make sound.
See who it is. And if it's a trap, we'll make these lawmen sorry.
I'm here with Gag. Tonto, take Gag away.
Let me out of here. I saw you two before. I saw you talking to my wife. Let me go.
Bring him here, Tonto.
Good. Get this through your head. Keep your trap shut, see?
I ain't said nothing.
I see that you don't. This feller tied. In back a cave. Tonto, let him loose.
Who are you? What was my wife telling you?
You're Jim Beckwood?
I am. I was riding for the Rangers at Shelby when these two captured me. They had their faces covered until they left to help the sheriff, but I knew that Bates was the ringleader.
You followed the trail of the stolen cattle, and it brought you here, huh?
Yeah. Then I went to Bates, and he laughed at me, so I started for Shelby. Hey, hold on. Who are you?
I'm trying to be your friend, Beckwood.
You're a spy.
Now, look here. Your wife said the same thing. I want to know what I'd be spying on and why that cattle was taken.
None of your business. I'm leaving.
You're not.
Let go of me.
You're staying right here until you tell me a few things. The sheriff has turned into a cattle thief for some mighty important reason. And what was there about those 4 steers?
I won't talk.
Maybe it'll be a surprise to you to know that you didn't follow the track of the steers.
What?
The track of the steers led into Colby Creek.
Sure, and out the other side.
No, Jim. The tracks that came out on the other side were not the tracks of your steers.
Well, they weren't. Then what in thunder were they?
Those tracks were made by men who wore wooden cleats on their boots to make tracks that looked like cattle. They walked beside their horses until they reached this canyon.
For what?
To mislead you, of course.
Why, the doggone...
Then they simply mounted their horses and rode away. You saw the tracks of the horses going to the edge of the canyon where the ground was rocky. But you were puzzled by the way the steer tracks stopped.
Yeah.
The marks weren't made as steers would make them, and they weren't nearly as deep in the ground as the hoof marks of horses. And that, you see, was the giveaway. When the men mounted, the hoof marks of the horses were deeper than before because of the extra weight.
And where are the steers?
If the steers were driven into the creek, they were probably taken down or upstream. Now, why would Bates want you to lose track of your steers for a time?
I can't tell you.
He knew that if the Rangers came, they'd see something that you wouldn't notice.
Just what you outlined, huh?
Exactly. That's why he had you captured and held here.
Look, I'll pay if you find that cattle. I'll pay you all the cash I've got.
Now, why must it be found?
I won't tell you that. Hang it all, stranger, can't you help me find it? It's got to be found before tomorrow morning.
Then you talk, Sheriff.
All right.
No, you won't. I'll get you if you talk.
You stand back.
All right. If you gotta have the story, I'll give it to you.
That's more like it, Beckwood.
Well, my wife's father was against our living in the West.
Why?
Well, he said it wasn't the right sort of a place to bring up a family. Ann and I made a deal with him. If we could start out here with so many head of cattle and live for a certain term and finish with so many head, he'd figure we could make a go of it. But he thought the West would lick us.
Oh, so you were close to winning, huh?
We'd win with those 4 steers back in our range. Part of the deal was that neither of us, Ann or me, was to say a word about the agreement. Well, now you've got the story.
Bates, did the girl's father get in touch with you?
Sure he did. And he said he'd give us the cash for a new courthouse and sheriff's office if I'd help him get his youngsters back east.
Don't you think Beckwood is the right sort for this country?
Maybe. Maybe not. But we need a new courthouse more than we do him.
Well, it's all off now. I've told the story.
Why were you to say nothing about it?
Because the old man figured if folks knew about it, they might help us.
Now, my knowing about it can't help you.
No. I'll have to tell Mr. Stevens that we didn't live up to the agreement.
I see. Jim, You have a horse around here, haven't you?
It's tied to the top of the gap with the horses of those two deputies.
Get the horse and go back home. If you'll follow both banks of the creek, I think you'll find the real tracks of your steers.
You lost anyhow by telling, so you may as well know where at they're hid. Look about a half mile downstream near a clump of cottonwoods. You'll find them tied there.
All right. If you'd only kept out of this, I might have got free and brought the Rangers. Hang it all.
Well, what about us?
Bates, I don't know yet whether Beckwood belongs in the West or not.
Neither do I. But that there
As for
courthouse...
that, how do you know the courthouse is more important than a brave young couple? It isn't for you to decide.
Unrope us and save the talk.
No. I think I'll leave you here for the time being. I suppose this man Stevens will be coming on the stage in the morning.
He will, and he'll expect me to meet him.
Very well. Come on, Tonto.
Hey, don't leave us here. Let us know.
We'll send someone to untie you tomorrow.
What we do?
Tonto, we'll meet Stevens in the morning when he gets off the stage. I'll
Get him up, Scout.
The next morning, the stage from St. Joe arrived on schedule, and a tall Easterner stepped down. Tonto was waiting with a buckboard, and...
You feller named Stevens?
Hey? Why, yes, my name is Stevens. Where's Sheriff Bates?
Me take you to ranch.
I'm waiting for Bates.
Him not come. You go see Beckwood?
Annoying. Bates was to meet me. Well, all right, then. I'll ride with you. Throw my bags on the wagon, won't you?
Coming.
That all?
That's all. Now drive those horses careful.
Get 'em up. Get 'em up.
Tonto drove the team for about a quarter of a mile. Then a masked man riding a white horse pulled alongside.
What's this? What is this, a robbery?
It's all right, Stevens.
Get away from here.
I'll change over and ride with you for a time.
This is not...
It's all right. I just want to speak to you.
That mask. A crook. An outlaw.
Nothing of the sort. Bates couldn't meet you because I tied him up. I borrowed the buckboard from Jim Beckwood so Tonto could meet you.
But
Beckwood had no other way of meeting the stage. You see, he didn't know I had taken his rig. Stevens, I want to have a talk with you.
I won't tolerate this sort of thing. Never in my life.
I'm afraid you'll have to tolerate it for a little while. Because, you see, I have something mighty important to tell you. Cattle stealing is dangerous business around here.
What about it?
Sometimes they hang cattle thieves. Especially when the cattle is taken from a man who's well-liked. Popular, like Jim Beckwood.
I don't know what you mean.
See that tree?
What about it?
That's where they hanged the last man who was caught stealing cattle. He hired someone to do his stealing for him.
What?
How would you like to hang?
Let me out of this wagon. I won't stand
You
for
be
this.
quiet and listen to what I tell you. We haven't much time, because we'll be at the Beckwoods in a few minutes.
I reckon there's no use trying to figure a way out, Ann.
Now, on top of everything else, you not being able to meet Father at the stage station. He'll be mighty mad.
That doesn't matter. We'll have to go back anyway.
But why? We have the cattle now.
Yeah, we have the cattle.
Just enough to meet Dad's terms.
Only, well, I had to tell that masked man.
Yes. Jimmy, it means a lot to us to stay here. I love the West.
Me too.
I want...
Yeah, you're thinking the same I am.
I'm afraid so, Jimmy. You were at the point of a gun when you talked, weren't you?
Well, that masked man had me a prisoner. If I hadn't told about the agreement, Sheriff Bates would have. And I wanted that masked man to get it straight. Get our side of it.
In court trials, when a man's made to say something at the point of a gun, it doesn't count.
Gosh, no one would know.
Can I come in?
Dad!
Well, girl.
Oh, Dad, it's good to see you. It's been so long. How'd you get here? Our rig was stolen.
I got a rig in town. Drove myself the last part of the way. You sure look fit, daughter. Looks like the West agrees with you.
It does. We love it here.
Son, how are you?
Fine, sir.
Well, I guess today is the day our agreement ends, eh? You young folks ready to go back with me?
No.
No?
We can talk about that later on, Dad. Jimmy will bring in your bags, and I'll get some lunch ready.
Now, hold on a minute. There's just one thing I want to get straight first off. How about that agreement? Who won?
Oh, we have the number of head of cattle you said we should.
Uh-huh, that's good. Hope you haven't forgotten there was more to the agreement.
We own the cattle, Dad, and it's all paid for. I didn't have any help, and neither did Jim. I didn't tell a soul about the agreement.
You've got a lot of friends around here, though, haven't you?
We hope so.
They'd help you if you needed help, wouldn't they?
Yes, but we didn't need help.
How about it, Jim? Did you tell anyone about the agreement?
Well, sir, we didn't take any help.
That's not the point, son. Did you keep quiet or did you tell? Out with it now.
Oh, it's no use, sir. I guess you'll have to admit you won.
Hey?
It's better, Jimmy. Tell the truth.
What truth?
Well, there was a masked man who put me on the trail of some cattle that was stolen. We kept our part of the agreement till yesterday, and then I went...
Good boy! Good boy! Ha ha! That's the stuff.
What?
You'll do, son. You'll do. The Lone Ranger said so.
The Lone Ranger?
He told me the whole story. But if you were strictly honest, you'd do for the West. You were honest, so you will do. But if you lied about it, you wouldn't have been the right sort for the West. But you didn't. You didn't. So if you want to stay right here, you stay.
Oh, Dad, you darling. Oh, you darling.
Here, Ann.
darling,
Great
darling.
Scott, Ann. Don't. Wait. Don't. Ann. Don't thank me. That masked man made me decide this way. Said if I didn't, he'd set your friends on me for hiring men to steal your cattle.
Dad.
He said that I should let you stay if you told the truth. And I guess he knew you would. Now, if you want to smother someone with grateful kisses, Ann Stevens Beckwood, find the Lone Ranger.
Just show him to me.
I'll silver away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, the Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The Flying Duck Murders, for Nick Carter and the Gold Thieves.
Carter, unless you think more of a large fat fee than you do of your life, I advise you to throw up the case at once.
Apparently, we don't look at this in the same light, Mr. Dalrymple. I expect danger, and I'm prepared to meet it.
I suppose you know that two other detectives have come out to this wild Montana country where the Flying Duck Mine is located trying to find the trouble. But do you know that neither of them lived to tell what they found?
How were they killed, Mr. Dalrymple?
They went crazy, Miss Bowen. Kessler, the San Francisco man, fell over a cliff, while Riley, the man from Chicago, dropped 600 feet down the main shaft of the mine.
Very interesting.
I feel quite sure that Nick won't share their fate.
May I inquire for whom you're acting, Mr. Carter?
You may. For Mr. Cecil Trenwick, an old friend of my father's and a large shareholder in the Flying Duck Mine. He said that you'd cooperate with me in every possible way.
I shall do what I can, certainly.
Good. I should like you to give me a letter to the superintendent of the mine, telling him that I'm a good workman and that you promised me a job. I shall disguise myself as a miner, using the name Dave Jarvis.
Very well. You said your name will be Dave Jarvis?
Right.
Ah, well. That'll do what you want. Give it to Mr. Nate Crosby, the mine super. He happens to be here in town this morning. Unless you change your mind and decide to return to New York.
Thank you, Mr. Dalrymple. But I'm staying here until my work is finished. Good morning.
Goodbye.
Good morning.
Wait a minute, Patsy. I wonder if Mr. Dalrymple is...
431, operator.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello? I want to speak to Nate Crosby. Okay, I'll wait.
Crosby? He's the mine super, Nick.
Yes, things are beginning to move already. If I open this door a crack, we'll hear better.
Nate, this is Dalrymple. Nick has done what he's been threatening to do for so long. He sent Nick Carter out here to investigate. Yes, Nick Carter, the one man in the world I'm afraid of. They've got to market the stuff right away. We can't wait any longer now. I've given him a note, give him the job he wants, and then take care of him. Yes, if you don't, it may mean curtains for all of us. Right, so long. And that will settle your future, Mr. Nick Carter.
I very much doubt that, Mr. Dalrymple.
Thanks for the attention, Mr. Dalrymple. But I intend to take care of my own future.
So, Mr. Dalrymple is in on the deal.
He certainly is, Gubby, up to his neck.
Well, at least we start off with one good hot prospect. What do we do now?
Get into your miner's outfit. Then take this note down to this address and give it to Nate Crosby, the mine super. Now remember, your name's Dave Jarvis, and Crosby's to give you a job in the mill.
Okay, Nick. Then what?
Well, first and foremost, keep your eyes open. Crosby will believe you're Nick Carter. So watch out for him. He'll try to put you out of the way.
And don't forget, Scubby, the detectives from Chicago and Frisco both came to grief.
Well, it's going to be different with the guy from New York.
Now, Patsy, you wait here at the hotel where we can get in touch with you if we need you.
Sure, Nick.
All right, get going, Scubby. I'm going out to the mine right away. You wait, though, and ride out with Crosby. And watch out for him.
Right, Nick. I'll keep one eye on him and one on the mine.
Well, thanks for the lift, Bud.
That's okay, pal. That's the super's office right there.
Thanks. I'll be seeing you.
You looking for someone?
You the super of the Flying Duck Mine?
No, I'm the assistant super. Clem Hendricks is his name.
Well, my name's King. I'm writing up an article about the mines of Montana for the Miners' Times of Kansas City. Any objection to me sticking around a while, looking things over?
None at all, Mr. King. Just so long as you say something good about us in your article. You want me to show you around?
No, thanks. I'll just drift around and see what I can pick up.
If anyone stops here, tell them I said it was okay.
Thanks, I will. Be seeing you. Now, find the boss of the day shift and get some information on how this place operates.
These are the mill stamping machines, Mr. King. They crush the ore very fine, and it is then sluiced through the battery boxes and carried over to plates.
I see.
The plates are coated with quicksilver or mercury, and the quicksilver picks up most of the gold and from the crushed ore. Now, this combination of quicksilver and gold we call amalgam.
And you scrape this amalgam off the plates and take it to the refinery?
Yes, Mr. King. The refinery separates the gold from the quicksilver and casts it into bars.
Very interesting. Well, thanks very much. I'll roam along and look the rest of the place over. See you later.
That's where you belong, you old hag. Down there with your flat your face in the dirt.
You strike, you
You bad, you old Indian witch, and I'm going to finish the job right.
Put down that knife.
I had to drop it between your ribs.
Never mind, drop that knife, I said.
You're the fool. Knock me down, will you? I'll show you.
Hey, Ledyard, put up that gun.
But Nate, this fella.
Put up the gun, I said. What are you trying to do?
Well, I was trying to make Zolanda behave. This fella interfered. It made me mad.
Zolanda, where is she?
She's right. Well, I'll be darned. She must have run away while me and him was arguing.
So you interfered, did you, mister?
Certainly I did.
You're King, the newspaper man, aren't you?
That's right. I'm here to...
I've been looking for you. I'm Crosby, mine superintendent. I'll give you just 15 minutes to get out of this camp.
So you're Nate Crosby.
I am. And I'm the boss here. And I say get out.
All right, Crosby. I'll get out. But I'll be back. I never leave a job unfinished.
All right, pick 'em up. You can carry them. I know they're heavy, but they have to have a solid lead lining so we can ship bodies in them. Put them in the old powder house and shut the door when you're through.
Okay, boss. Come on, fellas.
Okay. All right, get it up there. That does it. Now we're going to have to move some of these empty powder kegs to make room for all 3 caskets. Jarvis, you stay here and pile them up out of the way. Rest of you get the other caskets.
Okay, boss.
All right, hop to it.
Hey, Scubby, is that you, Nick? Where are you?
Behind these kegs. Start piling them up. We can talk while you work.
Oh, sure, Nick. What happened, Nick? Why are you hiding in here?
Crosby ordered me to get out of camp immediately, but the assistant super suggested I hide here until he gets me a ride back to town. Seems he doesn't like Crosby any better than I do. What's with you?
Well, I got a job as crusherman on the night shift at the mill.
What are these boxes you're bringing in here?
Caskets. Crosby told the teamster the bodies of the 2 detectives who got killed were to be taken up and shipped to their friend.
Right. Come them in with another box.
Get it in there.
All right, fellas.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nick, there were only 2 detectives who were killed. Who do you suppose the 3rd box is for?
For you, I imagine, Scubby.
What?
Remember, they think you're Nick Carter. I'm only Mr. King, newspaper reporter.
Well, I'll certainly see that casket stays empty.
Scubby, you know where the detectives are buried?
Well, the teamster told me that Crosby knows because he and a couple of the mill hands took the bodies away.
I see. Scubby, I've got an idea. When the men bring in the other casket, you go out with them. Then make some excuse to come back in here again.
Okay, Nick, I'll fix it. Quiet now.
All right, fellas, right here. That's it. All right, that'll do it, I think. Oh, hey, boss. I must have dropped my knife inside the powder house. Do you mind if I get it?
Do what you want, so long as you're not late for your shift at the mill.
Okay, boss, I'll be there.
Oh, clear, Nick, they've gone. Now, what's your idea?
First, shut the door, Scubby.
Oh, sure, Nick.
Now, Scubby, I want to see what's in these caskets. Here, I've got a screwdriver and my knife.
Oh, so have I. Look, I'll help you.
Good. Well, I'm glad they only use 4 screws to fasten these covers down. Makes it simpler.
But why do you want to see what's inside, Nick?
Got a hunch, that's all.
Yeah.
There, it's got it. You all ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's lift her up. Give me a hand.
Yeah.
Right. There. Uh-huh. My hunch is right, Scubby. The caskets are not lead-lined. The extra weight is due to this scrap iron in the bottom there.
Like Crosby said, they had to have lead lining so they could be shipped with the bodies in them.
These caskets figure in this game more than just as caskets, Scubby.
Well, Crosby told the teamster to have a fresh team hitched to the large wagon for him at midnight tonight.
I thought so. Scubby, he's going to take these caskets somewhere tonight. And I want to know where.
Yeah, but how are you going to find out?
I'm going with him. Hidden in this casket. I'll get in it and you put the lid back on.
Oh, but Nick, you'll smother in there with the lid down.
Scubby, you can put 4 small pieces of wood under the coffin lid before you screw it down.
Oh, but Nick, I wish you would...
Now, hurry up.
All right.
Pretty good fit.
All right. Now hurry up.
Okay, Nick. Keep your head down while I put the lid on.
Okay. There we are. Have you learned anything yet, Scubby?
Well, the only place in the mill where the gold could be stolen is the room where the battery boxes and the plates are.
Well, have you found out how they did it?
No, not yet. I hope to learn tonight when I'm on duty in the mill.
Good, Scubby. You take care of that end. Now, what's this end?
Yeah.
Well, here's good luck to us both. I suspect we both may need it.
Well, how's the great Nick Carter doing tonight, Ledyard?
You mean Mr. Dave Jarvis?
Yeah.
He's doing swell. Look at him. He's taking another drink. He's been hitting the water bucket steady for the last half hour.
Is the loco working?
I'll say. The bees are in his bonnet already. A famous Nick Carter will go the way the other two did.
Hey, what are you fellas doing dancing around like that? You can't fool me. There are a lot of billy goats. Oh, I'm thirsty. You gotta get me a drink.
Keep your eye on him. If he starts fighting, lay him out with a crowbar. Don't take any chances.
Okay.
Say what he's right into my shot.
Did you see that? He's heading for the cliffs, just like the others. The Landers mixture hasn't failed yet.
What's next, Crosby?
Ledyard, get my team from the stable at midnight tonight and meet me at the old powder house. Now we can put Nick Carter's name on the third casket. Ledyard, you sit on the top box.
I know that, boss. That's Hornet. I'd like to see his face if he knew I was in this casket.
What did you take such wild broncos for, Fibber?
They're the only fresh team in the stable. We got a hard run tonight over rough country, where no truck could possibly go. All right, Sam. Let them go and then climb up here with me.
Here they go. Watch them. Okay.
Ouch! Oh! Wish they picked a better road to drive on.
Now that the loco is done for Carter, we can bring this business to a successful finish.
Oh! I hope we're not going far at this rate.
You mean we're going to quit?
We sure are. We'll market the stuff and make a clean getaway.
This is the roughest ride I've ever had.
Hey, you going to market the stuff?
Leave that to me. I'll see that each of you gets it.
Stop them, boss! Stop them! Hold them in!
They're running away. One of the reins is broken.
Running away? I didn't count on this.
We're going to smash! Jump for your lives!
We got off just in time, boy.
Yeah. Hey, look at that casket, Crosby. The one with the lid torn off.
Huh? Oh, that's the infernal reporter I ordered to get out of camp this afternoon.
What was he doing in that casket?
Never mind that now. Get him while he's only half conscious.
Come on, Sam. Now you...
Good work, boys. That fixes Mr. Reporter. Tie his hands and feet with that rope.
Okay, boy. You won't fight no more for a while now.
Hey, look, Super. Here's a pair of handcuffs in his pocket and a couple of guns.
Hey, what kind of reporter are you? Going around with handcuffs and guns in your pocket.
You'll have to draw your own conclusions, Crosby.
I've drawn them already. You're here to help Nick Carter. But by this time, Carter's where neither you nor anyone else is going to help him. He's loco. Plumb loco.
Well, you never can be sure about Carter, Crosby.
I can this time. And I can be sure of you, too. All right, put him back in the casket, boys. Put the cover on. Nail it down if you can't find the screws. Here's some nails.
Come on, you. In you go.
I got out the last time I was in here, Crosby. But you won't get out this time. Get the lid on, boys. That does it. That's swell. That's enough. He can't do anything with his hands tied. Ledyard, you and Sam get the shovels that were in the wagon and dig a nice, deep hole. We'll bury our reporter friend with our blessings.
Hey, who are you?
You
chances now. You see, you hear, you know what me say.
Yeah, I know.
Good. You eat better now.
Hey, who are you?
Me, Zolander. You saved Zolander life. Zolander, your friend. You drink this. You feel eat better. Quick.
Thanks. Now, hey, tell me, how'd I get here?
Just before sun come up, me chase crazy man through woods. Then me hear gun shoot. See you run. You come, fall down by Zolander. Hurt in head. So Zolander hurt.
Well, certainly glad you were around when I passed out.
Crosby, you enemy?
Certainly is now. You say you were chasing a crazy man?
Him drink loco. But 2 other men come before.
I wonder if that could have been Scubby. Crosby said he was loco. Zolander, what did you want to find him for?
Me want save him life. Give medicine. Make him well.
But why did you want to save him?
Crosby give him loco this man. Zolander hate Crosby. Want save man. Crosby want kill.
Zolander, listen. I think this crazy... No, Scubby! No, put down that knife, Scubby! No, Scubby, no! Give me that knife! Give it to me! There.
No.
I hate to do this to you, but it's the quickest way, so...
No.
There. Quick, Zolander. Get me some rope. I'll tie his hands and feet while he's unconscious. Ah, poor Scubby. Looks as if he'd been through the war.
You rope. You tied.
Thanks. Now.
Make it medicine. Make him all better from loco.
There, Scubby. That should hold you now.
Here, medicine. Make him well.
There.
Give him drink.
Thanks. All right, Scubby, old boy. Come on, I'll drink this. Come on, drink it.
No.
Come on, drink it.
No, devils and boys.
There you are. Come on now. Come on. There you are. There. Come on, that. There, now. Hold it off.
Now, him sleep little while. Be all right when him wake up.
Poor guy. I'll untie your arms anyway. Take this coat off you, and you'll be more comfortable. Hey, what's this? Long coil of wire with a lot of metal discs attached to it. What? That's the answer. Of course. The mystery of the Flying Duck Mine is a mystery no longer. Well, Scubby, you feeling better now that you've had some sleep?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Why?
You don't remember what happened to you yesterday morning?
Well, the last thing I recall is going to the water bucket and taking a long drink. Seemed as if the more I drank, the more I wanted.
Well, that water bucket was loaded with loco weed juice.
What?
Surprised you didn't notice it.
Well, I'm surprised at myself now. But both the amalgamators, even Crosby himself, kept drinking. While pretending to from that same bucket. Well, they certainly had me fooled.
Look, Scubby. You remember seeing these discs strung on this coil of wire?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I recall seeing one of the amalgamators have it last night. Why, did I bring it here?
You did. And it breaks the case wide open.
Well, good for me, even if I didn't know it. Hey, tell me, Nick, what are those discs used for?
Here, I'll show you. Yeah. Now watch. Now, you see? This stuff I'm scraping off is amalgam. A mixture of quicksilver and gold. The men who worked in the battery boxes in the mill, the amalgamators, hung these discs and a lot more like them in the battery boxes right where they'd catch the best of the gold before it flowed over the other plates. They took out over half the gold that flowed into the boxes this way.
So that's where all those thousands of dollars worth of gold disappeared to.
Yes, Scubby. A very clever method of stealing the gold. Now, if we could only find out what Crosby and his gang do with the amalgam after they scrape it off their discs.
You want catch, Crosby?
Well, I'll say we do if we can. Hey, Nick, who was she?
Oh, that's Zolander. She saved my life. Oh, and yours too, incidentally.
Saved my life? How?
Well, that loco weed juice you drank is fatal. Well, Zolander gave you an antidote for it.
Oh, gosh, thanks, Zolander. Gee, I'm sure much obliged.
Crosby try kill me. Me fix him. Zolander know all about Crosby. You come with me.
Well, where are you taking us?
Crosby got cave inside mountain where he hide stuff. Come, me show you.
this is where Crosby hides out, huh?
Yeah. Too bad there's no one here now.
But they've been here today. Look there, Scubby.
Well, that looks like the scrap iron we took out of the casket in the old powder house before you hid in it.
Right, Scubby. And this scrap iron was in the other 2 caskets.
So they brought them up here. I wonder why.
There's the answer. Over there in that corner. And the Thayer's furnace.
And it's still warm, Scubby. Then we must have scared them off while we came up.
Wait. Let me take the cover off this retort.
Nick, is that gold in there?
That's just what it is. Part of the gold stolen from the mine. This is where the gang refined the amalgam they scraped off their discs. Much easier to handle gold this way because it weighs so much less. Now, since we know from what Dalrymple said that they never disposed of any of the stolen gold, they must have 800 or 900 pounds of it by now.
Hey, maybe they've got it hidden around here somewhere.
They did have, Scubby. But not now.
Well, what makes you think so, Nick?
Here. Take a look outside there. Been digging there very recently.
Oh, but of course, Nick, they had to dig up the bodies of the 2 detectives to ship them back home.
No, Scubby. The way it looks to me is this. After I got away from them last night, Crosby and his men took up the casket they tried to bury me in and
tried to bury you in? Hey, you didn't tell me about
that.
that.
About it later, Scubby. Right now I'm interested in what happened here. They brought the 3 caskets up here early this morning, loaded them up.
How could they load 3 of them? They only had 2 bodies.
No, Scubby. 3 caskets were loaded up. Don't you understand yet?
No, Nick, I'm afraid I don't. How could they be
Scubby,
loading up?
How good are you at riding a horse?
Riding a horse?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to ride years ago. Why?
Good. Zalanda, can you get us a couple of good fast horses right away?
For you, me, get 2 good horses quick.
Good. Come on, Scubby. Let's get the horses and ride to the railroad station before the eastbound train gets in.
But, Nick, what's all the hurry?
Well, unless I'm wrong, Scubby. These 3 caskets are going east on the next train. We've got to get there in time to stop them.
Oh, even Crosby himself would recognize us, these Indian costumes. Yolanda let us.
Well, we may need to be disguised before we get through.
Hey, you didn't finish telling me how you got away from Crosby and his gang when they started to bury you alive. What did happen, Nick?
Well, they dug the hole, and they put the casket down in it. I tried to pry the lid loose, but my hands were tied behind me. I worked on them, and just as they started throwing the dirt back on top of the casket, I finally got my hands free and untied my feet. Just then, I heard shooting and some female screaming.
A female? Out there in the wild?
Yeah. It was Zolanda, I found out later. Well, I managed to loosen the cover and push it up enough to see that Crosby and the men were watching something across the clearing. So I seized my chance and climbed carefully out of the hole on the opposite side. I started to run, but they saw me and started shooting. Fortunately, though, they were bad shots, and I was almost free when a bullet grazed my head. Must have stunned me, because I remember nothing more till I woke up in Zolanda's hut this morning.
Well, do you know what it was that distracted the men's attention?
Well, Zolanda told me that you were chasing her, trying to shoot her. She was screaming. You chased her around the other side of the clearing, and then went off after something else. It was just about then that you saw me running toward her. When Crosby saw me drop, he gave up the chase. Zolanda waited until they went back and then dragged me to her hut.
Gosh, Nick, we owe a lot to Zolanda.
Right, Scubby. And the best way we can pay that debt is to see that Crosby and his murdering pals end up where they belong, behind bars or in the electric chair.
Understand, Patsy?
Of course, Nick. You want the police chief to meet you at the station in 10 minutes, and you want Mr. Dalrymple and the president and treasurer of the mine to meet you in the chief's office in an hour.
That's right. Now be sure you get them all.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
These are the ones, Nick. These 3 here on the baggage truck.
Did you notice the names on them, Scubby?
Yeah. Joe Briley, Phil Kessler. Oh, and look, Nick Carter.
I'd rather be out here dressed as an Indian than in there dressed as a corpse.
One side there, rain in the face. We got to get these caskets into the baggage car.
Oh, just a minute. You see this badge? special agent.
So what? What do you want me to do?
Just leave these caskets in the baggage truck for now.
But they're supposed to go on
They're
this...
staying here, quiet.
Hey, look here, baggage master. Get these boxes on the train and be quick about it.
No be in hurry, mister.
Why, you Indian meddler, what the deuce do you...
You look behind you.
What do you mean?
Take your hat off, Scubby.
Sure, Nick. There you are, Mr. Crosby.
Dave Jarvis. Why, you...
Don't try to start anything, Crosby. I've got my gun on you.
where are you
getting these boxes off?
Hurry, your man, officer. These three right here.
Get your hands up, all of you, and fast. Hey,
What the
you
devil
can't
you
do
think?
that.
What is it?
Quiet, all of you. You three men are under arrest. Charged with robbing the Flying Duck mine and with the murder of Detectives Riley and Kessler.
Now, Mr. Dalrymple, I asked you and the officials of the Flying Duck mine to meet me here in the office of the chief of police because I want to show you what's in the casket that Crosby was taking back east with him. Now, the first casket is supposed to contain the body of Phil Kessler. All right, Scubby, open it.
Sure, Nick.
Gold. Gold bullion.
Yes, Chief. In these three caskets, you'll find the entire amount of gold stolen from the mine. Stolen by Dalrymple, the mine manager, Crosby, the mine super, and 4 of the workmen who worked in the amalgam room of the mill. They stole the amalgam, refined it in their own furnace, and buried it in 2 holes in the ground, which was supposed to be the graves of the 2 dead detectives.
Mr. Carter, that much gold would make the caskets pretty heavy. Wouldn't that extra weight be noticed?
No, Chief. Because when you ship a body by train, the casket has to be lead-lined and hermetically sealed. That means it weighs much more than the usual casket. Crosby, Ledyard, and Perkins were each going to take one of the caskets east with them as a personal baggage, which would prevent anybody from examining them too closely. One of the cleverest schemes I've seen in a long time.
But it wasn't clever enough, not with Nick on the job. You have to get up early in the morning to beat Nick.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, master detective, called The Flying Duck Murders or Nick Carter and the Gold Thieves.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
It's 8 o'clock. Welcome to Van Cristo Radio Theater. Tonight we begin a brand new series.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Let's join radio's great comedian, Fred Allen, for a visit to Allen's Alley before we return to tonight's story.
Well, Mr. Moody, tell me, has this cold epidemic hit your farm? My wife had a nasty cold. Did you call the doctor?
Yeah, go down quick, give her sulfur and molasses. Put in too much sulfur.
Well, how can you tell he gave her too much sulfur?
When my wife sits in the dark, she glows.
The inimitable Fred Allen and the members of Allen's Alley recall the golden days of radio whenever you like with your own phonograph. Introduce your young people to some of the wonderful programs of the pre-TV era. Van Cristo offers you great moments in radio, a chance to sample some of the best, the funniest, the most dramatic of radio's golden days. Jack Benny narrates nearly an hour of radio recollections and the actual voices and sounds from the great shows. Great Moments in Radio is yours for just $4.95 in check or money order to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston. Please yourself and help support the Van Cristo Radio Theater at the same time. Send your check or money order for $4.95 to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston. Now to the first episode of our new series on Van Cristo Radio Theater.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Broadway bandits who scooped up a fortune in silver coins until they learned that small change could add up to disclosure and death.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Police Commissioner, New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Sullivan, I understand you brought one of the persons involved in tonight's case here to the studio with you.
Yes, Don. But let's save our guest until later in the program.
Well, all right, Chief Sullivan. Now, you've told me that the most difficult task that faces investigating detectives is not locating a particular suspect, but rather learning who that suspect is.
That's right, Don Gardner. As soon as the identity of a criminal becomes known, his arrest is inevitable. But until the police are able to make identification, their job is most difficult indeed. About a year ago, there was a series of holdups on the Upper West Side, New York City, in which detectives were unable to get any hint as to the identity of the two criminals. One night, Lieutenant Hanson, in charge of the investigation, was phoning his headquarters to learn if there were any developments in the case.
Detective Division, Sergeant Ryan.
Hello, Sergeant. Lieutenant Hanson.
Oh, nothing doing so far tonight, Lieutenant.
Good.
This early, I think we'll hear from those boys yet.
Okay, Ryan, I'll be home if anything comes up. And, Ryan,
Yes, sir?
I've been sitting here all night trying to dope this thing out. They've been pulling a job a night for weeks. They've knocked over enough bars and liquor stores and motion picture houses. I want to grab these two men before we've got a killing on our hands.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Well, all right, you stop by my desk as soon as you check in tomorrow. I think we'll have to try something different in this case. Something very different if we're going to hook these fish.
Look, you want to take this movie house, you stick a gun on the cashier, you got the dough.
Okay. But we do it my way.
Oh, what's such a problem? A little heist and you got to make a production out of it?
Now, listen to me, Whitey. I want to make this as sure and as safe as possible. Every job we pull, we get closer to the end. The street looks clear enough now.
Go on before there's another line.
Cover me. If that cashier lets out a yell, I want to move.
What do you got a gun for?
Not the girl cashier. Stick here.
Where am I going to go?
Good evening.
Fine evening. How many, please?
How about the main picture? What time does it go on?
Last complete show begins at 9:22. Yes?
What time is it out?
12:18.
It's kind of late, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm only the cashier. If you like, I'll speak to the manager. Maybe he'll have him run the film faster.
Okay. You don't have to get wise.
I got a wise job, mister. People ask me wise questions for 8 hours. I try to give them wise answers. Now, how many tickets do you want?
One thing more. What do you do when you get through here?
I pull a double feature over my head and go to sleep.
I'll be waiting outside for you.
This place has 18 exits. I wish you luck.
I'm a long shot player from way back.
There's a bar down the street. Mario's.
I'll be there.
10:30.
At 10:30.
The name is Kay. Kay Lewis.
Okay, Kay. Mario's. If you don't want a ticket, buddy, let somebody in there that does.
Oh, sure. Help yourself.
10:30. Some people come to the picture show at 4:30.
What happened? I was ready. What happened?
Go on back to the joint. I'll meet you there.
Look, what's the matter? We were...
Hey, what?
You didn't go sour on this deal because of that cash.
I went sour on it. That's reason enough.
Now, look here.
Go on, I'll meet you home. Got a date with her.
You what?
See you later.
Enjoy yourself, Romeo.
I intend to.
So that's all there is to it. Dayton wasn't big enough for me. I had to have New York. You know when they say get lost? They're talking about me.
New York big enough?
My New York? My New York is a walk from your room, a sandwich at the drugstore, and 8 hours in a cashier's booth. Well, that covers me. What's your complaint?
No complaints.
Oh, Matt, everybody's got complaints. Everybody. What about you? What about your job?
I don't like what I'm doing, but I'm stuck with it. It's not worth talking about.
There's lots of things to do.
Not in my line.
What are you, a taxidermist?
How about another drink?
Later, thanks. I'm curious.
Not important.
What?
I'm a salesman.
Full of brush names?
Not exactly.
Well, who cares? Look, by way of information, I don't go out with everybody who buys a ticket from me.
Oh, I didn't buy a ticket. You remember?
I just wanted to get the record straight. Still trying to figure out why I said okay.
I figured out why I asked you. Maybe it's the same reason you said okay.
Maybe it's the same reason I left Dayton.
Wish you were back there?
I wish...
What do you wish?
What happens? Does some little guy pull a switch to turn it on? Is that what makes things start up inside of two people at the same time?
As long as it happens, what difference does it make, huh?
I guess how it starts isn't as important as how it ends. That little guy who pulls the switch is a devil. He turns off one, leaves it on in the other. I know. He left the switch on in me once before.
Oh, maybe the little guy can't help himself, Kay. Lots of things can happen.
Let's try not to let anything happen.
Nothing will, if I can help it.
Look at us. One drink apiece and we're practically tied up in a knot.
Not the drinking, you know it.
Sure, no. Since it's the beginning of a beautiful friendship, Matt, I guess you'll know sooner or later.
What?
It's awful. I've got hay fever.
Who cares?
No, it sounds like nothing, but come August 15th, I get to look like a sight.
Don't worry about it.
You don't have any secrets?
No. None that's important. Look,
Matt?
What?
You're not married?
No. Are you off at 10:30 every night?
Yeah.
How about tomorrow night at 10:30? Right here at Mario's?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. I'll be waiting for you. Hello, Whitey.
Well, Matt, how was the cashier?
All right.
Honest to Joe, I can't figure you out. Passing up a job we had laid out perfect just because you take a shine to a tomato? What's the matter? You wouldn't put a gun on it because you were ashamed or something?
I'm telling you when and where, Whitey. Ice in that box office wasn't a good idea, believe me.
Maybe for you it wasn't. I mean, it was okay.
Look, the end is coming, I know. I don't want to rush it, Eddie.
Oh, what are you always thinking about the end for? You've been working for years if you stop pulling phony deals right with that dame tonight.
That's enough about it.
Yeah? What, are you in love or something?
Okay.
Something like this you can never tell about. Liable to get wise, jam us up good.
That's my worry, Whitey.
Oh, it's his worry. Now, what do you think I am, a hunk of clay or something? I can land in Sing Sing as well as the next guy.
All right.
And I ain't ready to retire yet. I got some fun to have. What's the use of talking about it? I guess you found out quick enough she wasn't for you.
I'm seeing her again tomorrow night.
You're kidding.
I'll let you know when I'm kidding.
All right, if that's the way it is, I had enough. I'm through.
As long as I say so, you'll stick.
Yeah? Well, I'll show you how long.
Wait. Let go of me. Sit down.
Okay. Now, take it easy.
You got your reasons for being in this. I got mine. Mine is I'm stuck. Can't find a way out. Neither of us want to get jammed up. Do what I tell you and we'll be okay.
She goes for you think? Big romance. Well, tell her what you do for a living and what you are. See how fast she drops you.
I'll handle her. Leave it at that. All right, got an easy take lined up for tomorrow night. We'll do it.
I thought you were seeing her.
I am, later.
Well, at least it's still business before pleasure.
That's right, Whitey. Business before pleasure.
So, Don, the criminal Matt Wallach embarked on what usually proves to be an impossible feat. He was attempting to temper his life of crime by seeking the company of a woman whose reaction he knew would be violent when she learned the truth. And when she did learn the truth, her reaction went even beyond the wildest bounds of Matt Wallach's imagination.
We'll return to tonight's episode of Gangbusters on Van Cristo Radio Theater in just a few moments.
Der Zauberlehrling. Hat der alte Hexenmeister sich doch einmal wegbegeben. Und nun sollen seine Geister auch nach...
When you're trying to do business for someone, it pays to speak their language.
Et le grand-père marche de long en large, l'air inquiet. L'éléphant est derrière
In fact, it pays so well that smart businessmen make sure their advertising agency talks the language of their customers.
Design guys. They have to be designed. Yes, that's basically what I'm looking for. And then the main problem is exactly how do we reach them? I mean, what was it?
Like if your customers are engineers, then you speak to them in engineering.
The product is good, and we want to know exactly how we're going to be able to market it.
You started test marketing first in Seattle, right?
That's correct.
What was the response demographically?
Or if they're in packaged goods, you speak to them in
That's
marketing.
why we're talking about those wide-angle shots, right up from the heel,
tight on the bell.
Watch
Just
the
come up.
shirts. You know, the layouts that we had last week, baby.
Let me get them.
If they're hip, you hit them back. In spades. At Van Christo Associates, we know the languages of doing business. We know who to talk to, how to reach them, what to tell them, and how to say it to sell it. Van Christo Associates, Advertising, Boston.
And now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, that New York City detectives were seeking two men in connection with a string of armed robberies on the west side of uptown Manhattan.
That's right, Don. And in the course of police investigation into the case, Lieutenant Hanson struck upon an idea and was talking it over with Sergeant Ryan. Well, it could work, Lieutenant. We just might get a line on him that way.
There's a chance we will.
Yeah, maybe.
We've got a good enough description of the two of them.
Every place they've made, they've gotten themselves a lot of small change. They haven't overlooked a nickel. If they've got it, they're going to spend it.
I'll get men on it right away, Lieutenant. We'll see how it works out.
Isn't this better, Matt? Isn't this better than breathing that smoke all night at Mario's?
As long as you're here, baby, it's fine. I just don't like park benches in general. They plagued me all my life.
Got a battleship or a cruiser out there?
What difference does it make? War's over.
I was just wondering.
You wonder about a lot of things, don't you?
The wandering kid from Dayton, that's me.
You still wondering about me?
You're first on my list. After you come the battleships and the cruisers.
Nothing to wonder about, Kay.
Lots of things you haven't told me. You're holding out.
Am I?
You know you are.
Oh, some things are trade secrets, baby. Some things you don't even tell your mother.
You'd tell me.
Okay, let's talk about something else.
Well.
I said let's talk about something else.
The boats in the river are very pretty at night. I also like the way the lights from Palisades Park reflect on the water. Don't you like the way the lights from Palisades Park reflect on the water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, bad.
I'm a little mixed up, baby. Forgive me, huh?
Sure. I'll forgive you.
Well, Matt, what are you doing here?
Hello, Whitey.
Honest to Joe, you run into people in the strangest places. I said to myself, Whitey, it's a nice night to take a walk along the river. And I run into you. How about that?
How about it?
Don't I get an introduction to the ladies?
Kay Lewis, Whitey Brink.
How do you do?
Oh, I do fine. Fine. Matter of fact, Matt and I do fine together. We're partners, you know. Right, Matt?
Well, it was nice seeing you, Whitey.
Are you a salesman, too?
Am I a salesman, too? Didn't I tell you we were partners? I'm the persuader, he's the convincer. We do great together, don't we?
I can imagine.
Car's over there, Whitey. Wait there for me. I'll drive you home.
Hey, look, Matt, I like company the same as the next guy. I got a bottle on my hip.
Then wait in the car, huh?
Okay, I'll wait in the car. So long. Nice to have met you.
Yeah, very nice.
Not such a bad guy. He just likes to talk.
All salesmen do, with one exception.
Whitey's not really a salesman. He's just handy to have around. He likes to talk big.
Yeah, I understand.
You don't understand a thing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Why don't you take Whitey home? You told him you would.
Well, what about you?
I haven't made up my mind yet whether that's a cruiser or a battleship. I'd like to study it for a while.
All right. Have it your way.
Matt?
Yes?
Wait. What difference does it make? Battleship or cruiser? Would you like to drive me home?
Sure, I would.
Then let's go.
Well, go on, Matt. Say it. I've been waiting since you took her home, waiting for you to say it. Sure, I followed you to the pond. Go on, say it.
Oh, shut up.
What do you think you are? Better than me or something? What gives you that idea? You want to know what I think? I think you're worse than me.
Okay, I'm worse than you.
I'm a gunman, and I love it. They could stick me away for 20 years, and I'd come out and do the same thing. And you hate me, and you hate yourself for being what you are. You can't change it, brother. You might as well make up your mind to squeeze every nickel out of every sucker in town and enjoy it while the squeezing is good.
All right, let's go home and hit the sack.
Yeah. I guess we had enough for one night.
Oh, I knew you'd get jammed up. I knew it.
Shut up and listen to me. I'm not jammed up, Whitey. I'm through with her. The best thing all around, especially for her. She don't know it, but tonight was the finish. If I'm going to be a rod guy, I might as well be a good one. Good ones don't have time for square dames.
Well, now you're getting some sense.
Let's get home and talk. Got work to map out.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Sergeant. You want me to watch out these two guys, but I wrote it down how they look, eh?
That's right, Angelo.
Hey, and if two guys looks like this come in here and start to buying drinks with nickels, dimes, quarters, and so forth, I'm going to call the station house. Is that right, Mr. Sergeant?
That's about it.
Good. One more thing, Sergeant. If these two guys should come into my place, excuse me, custom. Hey, gentlemen, what do we tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, we'd like
Okay, everybody, get him up.
Hey!
Get him up.
Drop those guns.
Can't shoot, Whitey.
Drop that gun, boy!
Down your line.
One's dead, Lieutenant. I'm sure I hit the other one. I couldn't shoot any more on account of the pedestrian.
Well, keep the men looking around the neighborhood, Sergeant. Meantime, we'll get all the hospitals notified to be on the lookout for a man with a gunshot wound.
Well, if he is hit, he won't get far.
Any identification on the dead one?
He had a wallet in his pocket. There was a card in it. Gives an address up on Amsterdam Avenue. A few keys, a little change.
Okay, we'll check on that Amsterdam Avenue address. The other one might be headed there.
Kay, it's me. Matt. Open up, will you, Kay?
Oh, no.
I'm hurt, baby. Hurt bad.
Let me help you inside.
Yeah. Oh.
Come on, Matt. Is it all right? What happened? What happened to you?
I'm hurt bad. Easy, will you, baby? Easy.
All right. On the couch.
Yeah. Oh. Better. Much better.
You need a doctor.
No, I don't need a doctor. Don't get a doctor.
What happened?
I didn't want to get you involved, baby. I didn't know where to go.
I'll take care of you, Matt. What happened?
Well, I got in a fight. It doesn't hurt too much. It's just kind of dizzy.
Let's see that shoulder.
All right. Baby. Easy. Easy, honey. Hurts when you touch it.
Matt.
Yeah.
This is a bullet wound.
Yes, it's a bullet wound. Guy had a gun.
You need a doctor.
I don't want a doctor. I told you.
It'll get infected.
Well, fix it, baby. You got some iodine. You got some cotton. Fix it.
I'm not going to make it worse.
Fix it, will you?
All right. I'll get this stuff.
Kay,
Yeah?
come here, baby.
The sooner that's fixed, the better.
Hold my hand, will you? Sit. I'm nuts about you, baby. I've been nuts about you from the first minute.
You know, it's the same with me.
It wasn't any fight, honey.
I know it. You're in trouble, you and Whitey.
Whitey's troubles are over.
Oh,
I wish mine were.
no, don't say that. You can straighten yourself
Yeah,
out.
we walked right there. The cop was inside the place. We pulled our
Lie
head.
back there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's honey, if the shoulder comes out okay, I got a little dough on me, a few hundred. We could go south someplace, huh? Start all over again, you and me? Start all over again tonight? And right?
We'll see. When you feel better.
You come with me, won't you, baby? Won't you?
We'll talk about it. When you feel better, we'll talk about it.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Ryan.
I was just going to the call box to phone you.
Well?
They both whipped her, all right. The other one's name's Matt Wallach. He hasn't shown up yet.
No, I suppose he knows we're waiting here. What'd you find out about him?
The landlady couldn't tell me much. Confirmed the description, that's about all. Now, I sent her down to identify Whitey Brink's body.
Anything else?
Well, the fellow was the room next door. Said the two of them have been arguing quite a lot lately. About a girl. Wallach's girl.
That's interesting.
Her first name's Kay. You heard the mention she's a cashier someplace. A movie house, he thinks.
Well, I want a line on that girl by noon tomorrow. Come on. Let's have a look upstairs.
It's all right, Kay. I'm awake. What time is it?
Almost noon? How do you feel?
Lousy.
I don't wonder. You'll need a doctor sooner or later, Matt. I think the bullet's still in there.
There's only one hole, baby. It sure didn't come out, that's the truth.
Are you hungry?
No, you have to be at work, don't you?
No, that's all right. Matt, thought over going away with you. I didn't sleep last night thinking about it.
Well?
If you go, and if you want me to go with you, all right.
Baby.
But if we went south or someplace, it'd be the same thing all over again, wouldn't it? They kiss you here, they kiss you there. There wouldn't be any other way to get along except as you and Whitey did.
Guess not.
What happens when they find you?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
No, what happens?
Oh, 10 years and I'm lucky 5, maybe.
I'll get you sometime. Maybe even today.
All right. Bound to come.
Why don't you get it over with? Get it over with and stop the case. Aren't you tired of this running and running?
Yeah, but I don't relish even 5 years. Everything will be changed. I'll be changed. You'll be gone. I can't ask anybody to wait 5 years, even 1 year.
If it'll help, we can get married.
Before?
You still let us?
Oh, what good would it do? Me in, you out. No, I'll go someplace, get a fresh start.
All right. If you'd rather. I'll go any place with you.
Would you really marry me?
I said I would.
And then see me go away for all that time? Oh, you're crazy.
You're crazy.
You know something? Maybe I'm crazy, too.
Oh, Matt. It's better this way, not for you.
Watch my shoulder, huh?
Sorry.
You know, ever since I got in this thing, I've been looking for a way out. Well, I'm not hollering that I've been a bad boy and can't find a way to be good. It's just an awful mess. Thanks, honey, for showing me the way out.
You're welcome.
I guess more guys would do the same thing. They had something to hope for.
And this is Lieutenant Hanson, miss.
What can I do for you?
They said that you were the man I was to see.
Your name is Kay Lewis?
That's right. Kay Lewis.
You came to tell us where Matt Wallach is.
How?
We just traced your name. As a matter of fact, I was just starting out to see you.
He's at my place. He's hurt. He wants to turn himself in. He really does. He could have gone south. He could have gone any place. He wants to get straightened out.
And you talked him into giving up?
He made up his own mind.
All right. Let's go see him.
There's a couple of squads waiting, Lieutenant.
If the man wants to give himself up, Sergeant, he doesn't need squads. Come on, Stokes.
Yes, sir.
Well, Don, that was the end of another gang of bandits. Thanks to the influence of a sensible girl, the work of the police was made easier, and at least one criminal is on his way toward rehabilitation.
Stay tuned when host Don Gardner and Chief Sullivan return with their special guest on Van Cristo Radio Theater. Well, it's time now for our Radio Buff contest. Last week we asked you a question to which the answer was Don Magee, the famous announcer acting as a straight man for W.C. Fields. Don Magee, and our winner last week, Fred Wilkinson of Smith Avenue in Lexington, who will soon be receiving a copy of Orson Welles' famous production of H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds. Now, for the possibility that you may win a copy of this production, here is our question on the Radio Buff contest for this week. The brief bit of introduction you will hear in a few moments was the start of a famous radio adventure series, followed by many. The series continues today as a newspaper comic strip. What is its name?
Quaker Puff Wheat Sparkies brings you...
Yes, what was it that Quaker Puff Wheat Sparkies presented? Will you tell us the name, please, of that famous radio adventure series which today still continues as a newspaper comic strip? Mail your answer before this Tuesday midnight to the Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. We'll draw one winner from all the correct entries received. The judge's decision is final. Mail your answer now to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. once again, here is your host, Don Gardner.
Well, Chief Sullivan, you've brought a special guest to our Gangbuster studio tonight.
She's right here, Don, and she came to the studio for a very good reason. But I'll let her tell you about that herself. The young lady of the script, Miss Kay Lewis. Meet Don Gardner, Kay.
Hello, Mr. Gardner.
Well, how do you do, Kay? Well, I'd say, judging from what Chief Sullivan has just told me, you have something important to tell our Gangbusters listeners. So won't you go right ahead, please?
All right, Mr. Gardner. You see, when I found out that Matt Wallet wasn't a salesman, as he said, I was completely confused. I couldn't understand why he had treated me so well when all the time he was just a gunman. I thought it over for a while. Then I realized he was more than just that. Matt was a human being like anybody else. If he gave himself up, I knew there was a good chance that someday he could start all over again. So I talked to him about it. Fortunately, he agreed with me. Now, I just wish there was some way I could speak to every person who's in the same position that Matt was. I'd like to make each one understand he's cheating himself out of those things which his unearned money was supposed to buy. He can never have any freedom or security. He'll never escape the torture of knowing that he'll be chased and hunted like an animal wherever he goes and for the rest of his life.
Well, thank you, Miss Kay Lewis, for coming here tonight and bringing us this very important message. And thank you, Chief Sullivan, for a most exciting police case history. Our congratulations to all the police officers who helped bring this case to a conclusion. Gangbusters! Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Frank Reddick and Mercedes McCambridge in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Until we meet again next week, when I bring you another story in the night, this is Van Crystal reminding you that the extent of your own imagination is unlimited. One purpose of these programs is to help you exercise those imaginative powers. I hope we succeeded. Good night.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
If you insist on doing this your way, I can't stop you. But if you pull that trigger, neither one of us will get out alive. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Well, good morning, hey boy.
Oh, I just about to knock on your door.
So I see. You can put your fist down now.
Oh, yes, sir. Hey, you leaving?
No, just going down to the lobby to pick up some cigars. What did you want? You were going to knock on my door?
Oh, yes, sir. I bring a note for you. Here.
Thank you.
From lady.
From a lady, huh? Let's see now. Dear sir, I am given to understand you are available for hire as a guide and interpreter. If such is the case, kindly present yourself at room 409 this morning at 10 o'clock. Signed, the Honorable Diana Coulter. What do you think of that?
I think maybe it's almost 10 o'clock.
Now, how did the Honorable Diana Coulter ever get the idea that I was a guide and interpreter?
Could be maybe because I tell her.
You told her?
Oh, yes, sir.
What else did you tell her about me?
Oh, I show her you most excellent man with gunplay. Also, Class A, grade number 1 gentleman.
That was good of you, hey boy.
You're most welcome.
And do you mind explaining why you took it upon yourself to give me these recommendations?
Honorable Diana Coulter seemed to need guide. I figure you man for a job. She's a very nice lady.
So?
Also, she's a very pretty lady.
Oh. Did you say it was almost 10 o'clock, hey boy?
Yes, sir.
Then I suppose I better go and present myself. Your Columbia phonograph dealer is proud to present the new sound of pleasure, Stereo 1 by Columbia, #1 in the wonderful world of sound. Only Columbia's leadership and advanced engineering could bring you so many exclusive features, so many handsome models. There's a Columbia Stereo 1 phonograph for every room, for every budget, every listening need. If space is a problem, Columbia has a new stowaway speaker model. If you want twin stereo units, Columbia has them. If you want true stereo sound in one unit, Columbia has it in several handsome models. Thrilled to the excitement of true high fidelity combined with the realism of stereophonic sound. No matter what you want in stereo, Columbia has it. And your Columbia phonograph dealer is headquarters for Columbia phonographs. Portables start as low as $24.95. Elegant consoles start at the amazing low price of $129.95. See them all, hear them all today at your Columbia phonograph dealer.
Yes.
I'm Paladin. I received your note.
Oh, the guide. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Paladin, are you familiar with the interior?
The interior of what?
Well, your own country, naturally. Do you know the territory of Arizona?
Yes.
Can you guide me to a place called Shiprock?
I think so.
I've never met a guide yet who admitted ignorance of anything.
Then why did you ask?
The Oriental boy told me you claim some familiarity with firearms, too.
Some.
Have you ever seen one of these?
Martini Henry. I didn't know they sold those rifles to civilians.
Well, my uncle commands a regiment of Bengal Lancers. He insisted I bring it along to America to defend myself against the savages.
Good idea.
My brother has a plantation in the vicinity of Shiprock. It's what your people would call a ranch. I'm coming to live with him.
May I ask why? That's pretty rough country.
Because he is the only immediate relative I have left now. And in England, a spinster of my class doesn't have much choice. But that's neither here nor there, is it? I need a guide. Do you have references?
Oh, well, some people seem to find this adequate.
A card. Have gone, will travel. Paladin, the legendary knight of Charlemagne. Well, I suppose you look about as trustworthy as any of your countrymen. You'll do.
Thank you.
We start tomorrow morning at 6. You will get $2 per day, plus a $5 bonus upon my safe arrival.
I don't suppose you could manage to make that just a little more.
Sir, I am not accustomed to haggling. How much more?
Oh, say $50 a day.
That's outrageous. Do you realize that for 2 rupees a day in India, I could hire 2 elephants along with an experienced shikari to take me tiger hunting? $5 a day.
Madam, I'm not accustomed to haggling. Make it 40.
Oh, I should have listened to my uncle. He warned me all Americans are scoundrels. Well, I dare say you'd be no worse than the next man.
As it was, we could have used the 2 elephants. We had 7 pack mules, burdened to a slow walk with the Honorable Diana Coulter's possessions. In turn, I found her exasperating, infuriating, and amusing. But always I had to admire the dignity with which she brought her little bit of England to the wilds of the Arizona Territory. Una.
Why are you calling a halt, Mr. Paladin?
In the spring, the animals need water. We'll fill our canteens, give ourselves 5 minutes.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
Your assistance, please. Help me to dismount.
Oh, yes. Forgive me. Just a matter of principle, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing.
Oh, this is quite nice. I think we'll rest here for an hour. I'd like to bathe.
In that water?
Certainly. It appears clean. Why not?
It's ice cold. It just melted the snow from the top of that mountain.
Oh, excellent. Then it will be quite bracing.
Well, this is hardly a safe place in which to leave you alone, Miss Coulter.
I have my rifle here. Quite convenient should I need it. You may wait on the other side of that hill until I call you. I trust we understand one another.
Well, I don't think we do.
What does that mean?
From the top of that rise there, I spotted 6 mounted Comanche Indians. Now, they were riding slow, studying the ground for tracks. It looked as though they were wearing war paint.
Redskins? Oh, but my good man, don't you realize that running away is bound to make the worst possible impression?
Miss Coulter, when Comanches are at war, they're every bit as disagreeable as the tribesmen of India's northwest frontier, or have you forgotten Khyber Pass?
Oh, no. Oh, dear, no.
Now, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Paladin?
What?
May I say that thus far I have been most favorably impressed by the correctness of your behavior.
That's nice.
Please don't give me cause now to change my opinion of you.
I understand. Please feel you can trust me. 5 minutes, bathed and dressed.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should because
there's filter blend up front ahead of the filter, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend. Filter blend means fine tobacco, filter blend up front, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend.
Filter blend is a mighty good reason for you to smoke Winston, because it means tobacco specially processed for filter smoking, a Winston secret. You get Winston's own pure white, modern filter, plus the rich, delightful flavor of fine tobacco.
There's filter blend up front ahead of the filter, and the fun you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend, and makes Winston taste good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Back on the trail, I kept a sharp watch, and we seemed to have lost the Indians. Still, my uneasiness continued. Several miles further on, I stopped the pack train as I saw a family in a buckboard approach us, the wagon loaded with household goods.
Why did you stop?
I want to talk to that man.
Oh. Howdy.
Hello.
You figured to have any use for your scalp, turn around and go on back.
Comanches?
Burned out my neighbors 4 miles back last night. Killed them all. Better take my advice, mister. Turn on back.
Now, this lady's brother has a ranch near Shiprock. That's where we're headed.
I wouldn't take a step in that direction unless I had a regiment of U.S. cavalry in front of me. No, sirree.
This man knows what he's talking about, Miss Coulter.
You think I could bear not knowing whether my brother's safe or not? We'll continue.
But do you realize the danger?
We'll continue.
All right. Oh, we'll go on. Thanks anyway, mister.
Darn fools, you might just as well dig your graves right here. Get up there.
We continued on the trail into the hot Arizona sun until nightfall and made camp in a grove of cottonwoods, careful to avoid attracting the attention of the Comanches. Next morning, we started the last day's ride to Shiprock. We pressed the animals and ourselves and reached the ranch at noon. I didn't like the deathly stillness of the place. We dismounted and walked up the path to the house.
Quiet, isn't it? Perhaps they're all inside at dinner. Richard? Richard, I'm here. Children?
Anybody home? Wait here. Oh, no. Oh.
Paladin?
Don't go in there.
Paladin, what?
They're dead. All of them.
Dead? No. The Redskins.
Must have happened all in a moment. I never even had a chance to hide. We have to get out of here fast.
Oh, no.
Those Comanches may be back with the whole tribe.
They must be buried.
No, there isn't time, not even for that.
They will receive a proper burial.
Miss Coulter, if we don't leave at once, there are liable to be 6 graves here instead of 4.
I will not leave until they are properly buried.
All right, Miss Coulter. But we'll have to hurry. The shadows were long in the day as we paid our last respects beside the 4 fresh mounds of earth. The Honorable Diana Coulter was stiffly erect, the rifle that had seen duty with the Bengal Lancers held across her arms. She had not cried out or shed a tear, but her face had hardened into a mask of hatred and single-minded vengefulness.
Please continue, Mr. Paladin.
We brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. The Lord gave...
Paladin! I got him. He's dead.
Yeah.
Paladin, I shot the redskin. Are you badly hurt?
Well, I'm not exactly comfortable with this arrow in my shoulder.
Are you able to move?
I'd better be. That rifle shot will bring the rest of them down on us. Let's get back to the house.
Here, let me help you.
Yes. Thank you. Look, if we can make it, there's a trapdoor I noticed in the main room. Leads to a cellar.
Will it be safe?
We'll get there and hope.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently. Overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
When we got into the house, we could hear the Indians approaching on horseback. The trapdoor in the front room led down a ladder to a small hole in the ground. It was cramped and dirty, and the only light came from the cracks in the crude floor overhead. But it was a reasonably safe hiding place. The burning pain from the arrow in my shoulder was almost unbearable.
Are you going to be all right?
I hope so. I'm afraid I'll have to ask your help.
But of course.
Here, take this knife.
What for?
You'll have to relieve me of this arrow.
Oh, no.
Miss Coulter. Miss Coulter, I don't know just who else to call on right now.
But
There's a chance I may need that shoulder. Go on, take the knife.
They're here. Up there in the house.
Stop talking. Get that arrow out.
It's been quiet up there for some time now. Do you suppose they've gone?
No, not far.
I've no idea how long we've been down here.
It must be almost daylight. I'm going up to have a look around.
Careful your shoulder.
That's better. It's better.
Well?
It's clear. Yeah. Come on up. Quiet. Here, give me your hand.
Oh, the shambles they've made of this place.
This is only the beginning. They'll have it burned to the ground before they're through.
But where are they now?
They're probably still outside. Let's take a look out the window. All right, now, get down. Keep your head down. Now, look under those trees. No. Right in rolled up in their blankets.
They must all be asleep.
No. No, there's a sentry. See?
Look over there. Our horses along with theirs. Couldn't we make a run for them?
We'd never get past that sentry.
If we could just reach the horses. May I offer an idea?
Go ahead.
I suggest we employ a diversionary tactic.
A diversionary tactic?
I recall that Uncle found the strategy quite successful in his skirmishes with the tribesmen.
Now, you be serious, Miss Coulter. Our time is short.
I'm quite serious. I would venture to guess they haven't bothered to water our horses.
No, I don't think they would. And they haven't had any water since yesterday morning.
Then the poor beasts are thirsty. A pail of water placed outside and sloshed around a bit might very well attract at least one of them.
Yeah.
And if we can draw a horse up close to the window...
Well, you'll be gambling on the length of the tether.
Of course, it's all a gamble.
Wait a minute. The rope may reach if we go to the back of the house.
And if we're successful, we fasten a dummy figure to the horse's back.
A dummy?
Blankets rolled up, anything. It won't matter in this light. Then we send him off at top speed. Now, this will draw the sentry's attention, and we can make our run for it unseen in the opposite direction. It will only be a matter of precious minutes, but it could make the difference.
And that's a trick you learned from Uncle?
He talked a great deal about the regiment. Well, shall we give it a go, Mr. Paladin?
We'll give it a go, Miss Coulter. Diana went into the bedroom to get the blankets for the dummy figure, and I found a pail of water in the kitchen. When she was ready, we quietly slipped out the back door, well out of the sentry's watch, and tried to attract our horses with the sloshing sound of water. The tether was long enough to reach, and just as we had hoped, both of our horses came after the water. As they drank, I cut their ropes and we tied the dummy figure onto Diana's horse.
Is it fastened securely?
Yes. Now you get on my horse. Now here. I'll help you up. Now stay here. I'll head your horse toward the sentry, and if we're in luck, it'll stampede their horses. All right, ready?
Yes, send him on.
All right. Yeah. There goes the sentry after him.
Quickly, get on. We must hurry.
Right?
The horses are stampeding. Uncle knew what he was about, all right. Ready, Mr. Paladin?
Ready, Miss Coulter. Yeah! Yeah! Yes?
Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Miss Wong, come in.
Your pretty flowers you order for pretty ladies.
Fine, just put them down over there.
Hey, boy, say for me to tell you, carriage is ready. Waiting outside.
Oh, I guess I'll just go see if the pretty lady is ready.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
You sure pretty tonight.
Oh, you...
Cape, a top hat, white gloves. Oh, my.
Well, thank you, Miss Wong. I intend to really do justice to my position as a guide when I show San Francisco to Miss Coulter tonight.
I just called from the Honorable Diana Coulter room.
Oh?
She lovely, too.
Sure.
Oh, my.
Well, you've seen her.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Miss Wong.
Yes, sir.
I suppose as ladies do, she had her wrap laid out and her bag and her scarf.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes. Well, tell me, did you see anything of a Martini Henry?
A Martina Henry?
That's a rifle.
Oh, no.
Good.
Good.
Then I guess we're ready to go.
Car owners, have you ever heard of K-Site Smooth Seal?
Why, no. Why, no. Is it new? What's it do?
Well, this is off the record. Just between us boys, your automatic transmission, does it ever make a noise?
You mean a little kind of grinding? Does that little chatter matter? I hear a very weird whir sometimes.
It doesn't sound good, boys, but let's be sure. When you're sitting at the light and it goes to green, you put your foot down hard. Have you ever felt a sort of a jerk, a kind of a jar, or heaven help you, a real thud bump?
Oh, I've felt it.
Oh, me too.
I've had it, stranger. What do we do?
Well, don't buy a horse and don't trade your car. Just get yourself some new K-Site Smooth Seal.
New K-Site Smooth Seal?
New K-Site Smooth Seal.
New K-Site Smooth Seal? How will that help?
Why, it's made to soften those shrunken seals, which are apt to leak when there's power on the wheels. It stops those thud bumps, jerks, and jars that are apt to creep into these modern cars. Why, this K-Site Smooth Seal in one application can pack them all off on a long vacation. And it's less than $2 at your service station. A little new K-Site Smooth Seal, boy?
Come on. I'll go. And if it doesn't work?
You get double your money back.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin. Tonight's story was written by Simon Winselberg and adapted for radio by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright as Hayboy, Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong, and Virginia Christine as Diana Coulter. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
The Secret of Martin Doone. It was 9 o'clock. The block-long collection of frame buildings called Tamarack was dark now, except for its 2 saloons, the sheriff's office, and the Regal Hotel. Across the street from the hotel, in the narrow alley between the general merchandise store and the saddlery, a man waited, leaning against the side of the building, hidden in darkness. A 2-gun man, the tips of his holsters tied to his thighs with leather thongs. A killer. He had taken one of the horn-handled Colt 45s out of its sheath and was spinning the cylinder once again, checking it carefully, when the door closed across the street. He tensed, raised the gun expectantly, then relaxed again. Wrong man.
Well.
Excuse me, please.
Excuse me.
Oh, Sandy.
Hello, Cass. What are you doing in town this time of night?
Dad's working late at the hotel. Shipment of cattle going out in the morning.
I knew that already.
Huh?
That's not what I asked you. I said, what are you doing here alone after dark?
It's none of your business, Sandy Ransford.
Okay, so it isn't my business. Town full of wild-eyed cowpokes and liquored Injuns.
I can take care of myself.
All right, Cass, I give up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sandy. I've been on edge lately.
Yeah, so have I.
Things going bad?
Could be a lot better. I got 500 head ready to ship. 3 years now, fighting wolves and blackleg and brand blotches. That's what I got to show for it. Funny, isn't it? Your father and I, side by side. Him with the square D, biggest, finest ranch in the section. And me next door with my poor little triple O. Oh, Hoppy.
Hi, Sandy. Just checked with the loading yard, and they'll be ready to take your stock first next week, and... Oh.
This is Cassie Doone, Hop Along Cassidy.
How do you do,
How do you
Mr.
do?
Cassidy?
Hoppy's going to give me a hand with my first shipment.
I see. I'd better get into the hotel, Sandy. Dad will wonder what happened to me. Good night.
Night. What's the matter?
Did I run her off?
No. She just got the jitters tonight.
Her too?
Meaning what?
Heard a disturbing piece of news down at the loading yard.
Oh?
Dart Hannah's in town. The fellow I talked to said he wasn't sure, but he thought he was working for the young lady's daddy.
For Martin Doon?
Yeah.
But Hannah's no cowman. What's he doing on the square D?
He's pretty handy with a 6-gun. That's what they generally use him for. You haven't had any arguments with your next-door neighbor lately, have you, Sandy?
Not that I know of. Old man Doon and I get along.
Better think hard. Because I know one thing for sure. Hannah's here to settle somebody's argument. Come on. My windpipe's full of trail dust. Let's see if old Vinegar Face here will sell me a sarsaparilla without any wisecracks. Come on, Sandy. Hey, Ransford. Oh, sorry, mister. Look where I'm going.
Oh, no offense. No, not at all. Did you see Ransford?
Yeah, right here.
Funny. I swear I saw something glitter across the street in that alleyway.
And you're Sandy Ransford? Of the Triple O?
That's right.
And I'd like to talk to you, Ransford.
Okay.
Right now.
That's okay, too. What's the matter with you?
Not here. Inside.
Come on, Sandy.
Across the street in the alleyway, the killer cursed softly, holstered his guns as the door of the saloon swung to behind the 3 men. The 2 punchers, standing in the line of fire, had saved the life of the jittery little man in the tweed suit. But not for long. The killer's jaw set, he glanced up and down the vacant street. Then, a gun in each hand, moved softly toward the entrance of the saloon. He and Sandy Ransford maneuvered the frightened little man in the tweed suit toward the bar.
Over here, Sandy.
Yeah. This okay, mister?
Yes, I reckon so.
Well, hi, Sandy.
Pete.
Set up 3?
No, 2. This here's Along Cassidy, friend of mine. Fix him up with a sarsaparilla. And no wisecracks or he'll likely drill you between the eyes.
Don't believe a word of it, Pete.
2 snake juice and 1 sarsaparilla. And no sassback. Don't pay to take chances in my business.
Now, what's on your mind, stranger?
Well, I'm awful glad you fellas come along just when you did.
What are you scared of? You're shaking right down to your boots.
I ran onto something a while back. I reckon I should have kept my mouth shut about it. It's too late to do anything about that now. It's the kid here.
Who, me?
Yes. Are you lucky, Ransford?
I'm due for some. Sure haven't had any so far.
Well, you'll need it. You've got a fight on your hands.
Yeah? Who with?
Well, it's quite a story. So I better start from the beginning. You see,
Get down!
Got the light.
Hey, let me out of here! Let's go!
Hoppy!
Over here. Put up your gun.
It is up.
Whose shot was that?
I thought it was you, right close here.
Don't move. Keep flat on the floor. Stranger. Where is he?
I don't know. I can't see a thing.
Everyone get the lights!
Oh, shut up. Have to get a lamp from the hotel.
He's around here somewhere. Hey, mister, where are you? Who's this?
It's me, Pete, the bartender. Look, mister, you had no call to do that.
Huh?
I didn't mean no disrespect. It's a man's own business if he wants to drink sarsaparilla.
Hold it, everybody! Stay right where you are. I got a man posted at the front and rear doors. Don't anybody try to leave. No. Where'd the shots come from? Hold it. One at a time. Anyone see the flashes?
I reckon everyone was too busy hitting the floor, Jim.
Yeah, we was all down the floor. Who are you?
Along Cassidy, bar 20.
You see where the shots come from?
No, but I got a good idea.
Yeah? Where?
From outside the door.
What makes you think so?
Just a hunch.
Well, beats me. Whole place shot up. No one hurt.
Who said no one was hurt?
Well, you can see, can't you?
I can't see the man I'm looking for.
Who?
A little guy in a tweed suit Sam and I were standing at the bar with when the shooting started.
Sheriff. Yeah, what is it, Sam?
Here he is. Out here at the back door.
Come on, Cassidy. Keep your seats, boys. Be right back.
Over there.
Oh, yeah.
It's right where we found him. laying across the back stoop.
Right through the head. This the man, Cassidy?
Yeah.
What's his name?
I don't know. Conversation didn't get that far. Take a look in these pockets.
Hoppy. Hoppy, is it?
Yes, Andy. Looks like he had good reason to shake.
What do you suppose he was trying to tell us?
I don't know.
That's funny.
Huh?
Nothing in his pocket. Clean as a whistle. Looks like whoever shot him just as soon we didn't know who he was. You still think those shots come from the front door, Cassidy?
Yeah. The killer shot out the lights, moved inside during the excitement, and took care of our friend here. Then dragged him out on the back stoop and cleaned his pockets.
Well, that ain't as easy as it sounds. Of course, the lights was out for most 5 minutes, and everybody in the place was holding the floor down with his belt buckle. He might have got away with it if he... Well, what are you looking at, Cassidy?
His boots.
Huh?
Yeah. Awful dry this time of year, isn't it?
What's that got to do with it?
Nothing, maybe, but look at them. Covered with blue mud, dried hard. Where would he get into mud this time of year?
Hey, look, mister, we got no time for this.
Sorry, Sheriff, just curious.
Now, look, Mr. Cassidy, I went through all that with the sheriff just last night, and...
Yeah. That make it easier?
It helps. Like I said, I don't know what his name was. We don't keep a register here in the hotel. Figuring there's a lot of customers who just as soon not sign one.
Okay. So this little fella in the tweed suit checks in.
About a week ago. Had a couple of bags. One of them typing machines and some funny-looking junk.
What kind of junk?
Oh, big thing that unfolded. Had 3 wooden legs on it. Never saw one before. And a telescope.
A telescope?
Yeah. He rented a horse and took off the day after he got here. Didn't show up again till yesterday. Seemed nervous, kind of. Always talking and muttering to himself.
You hear what he said?
No, not much. Just something about a mistake he'd made. Over and over, he kept saying a terrible mistake. There's going to be shooting and killing. I didn't pay no attention, Mr. Cassidy. I thought he was crazy. We get some of those, too, you know.
You tell all this to the sheriff?
No, he didn't ask me. He mostly wanted to know what happened to the fella's luggage. Oh, he's mad in a hornet that someone got up to the room and cleaned it out before he got there.
Hoppy.
Yes, Andy?
Sheriff says we can leave now. Better get back to the ranch.
Look, that's to keep under your hat what you just told me, right?
Right.
Here's a turnoff to the Square D, Hoppy. My spread's about 4 miles farther, over the ridge there.
The ridge separates you from the dune outfit, huh?
Yeah. I guess I got no right to be envious. My land's good enough. But Dune's got the best cattle land in the state. Moccasin Spring, up on the ridge on his side, and the valley below it. You never seen graze till you seen that valley, Hoppy, right around his home range.
That is a queer one.
You still thinking about last night?
Yeah. Why would Dune want to tangle with you?
Look, forget Dune, will you? He's a good neighbor. I got no bone to pick with him.
I wish I was as sure as you.
The little guy had a private argument with somebody. He was scared crazy. He didn't know what he was saying.
You can be pretty big-headed when you want to be.
Now, wait a minute.
You wait a minute. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Martin Dune's out to get you. The little guy knew the story, and Dune hired Dart Hannah to take care of him.
That's a wild yarn.
You're not only pig-headed, Sandy, you're blind. Why? Is it on account of Cassie Dune?
Shut up.
Okay, Sandy, it's your funeral. If you want to play a lone hand, it's all right with... Wait.
Go on, what is it?
Peace and quiet, huh? Nice, friendly neighbors, you and Martin Dune.
What are you talking about?
Turn around, look over the ridge there.
Smoke.
Where is it?
The draw above the ranch house. I got my cattle up there.
Come on.
Smoke rise.
There it comes.
Look at the herd.
They're moving down ahead of it. We got to head them off before they hit the arroyo. Let's go.
We can't turn them.
Stay here and open up your six-shooter. I'm going to try.
go. Yeah, up the south draw. They'll hit the blind end and stop. Don't know how you did it.
What about the fire?
Just over the hump.
We got to stop it before it hits the ranch. Wind's changed. Where's your water?
Above the house. Dammed the creek.
You got any powder?
Huh?
Blasting powder.
Yeah, but...
We'll blow the dam and backfire. It's the only way. Let's go. Didn't get the ranch house, if that's any consolation. Where are the men?
Up the Box Canyon. Figured we could move the herd back out now. What's left of it?
How many did you lose?
100 head, maybe more. Swung over the edge of the arroyo on the stampede.
We just got here a minute sooner.
Yeah. 100 head gone. Water blown to thunder. Winter hay burned up.
Still think the little guy was crazy?
Don't rub it in.
How far is it to the Square D?
10 miles.
By the ridge?
It's longer that way.
It'll be worth it.
Why?
I want to take a look at the head of that draw where the fire started. If we're going to pay Martin Doone a visit, it won't hurt to have something to talk about.
What about it, Hoppy?
What's it smell like to you?
Coal oil.
That's what it is. Come on, we got another stop to make before dark.
Where?
You said Moccasin Spring was the only water running this time of year, didn't you?
Yeah.
Good. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, this is Doone's water supply. Runs down toward his ranch house over there.
Here's another one right here.
What are you looking at?
Stake in the ground here. There's another one 100 feet back.
Stakes? Well, who'd you reckon put him there?
Simple enough. Our little man in the tweed suit. I wondered where he got that blue mud on his boots.
I wish I knew what was stirring around in that head of yours, Hoppy.
It's kind of like a chuck wagon stew, Sandy. You just keep pouring things in, and sooner or later it turns into something you can use. You ready?
Yep.
We can do this the other way, you know. Go to the sheriff.
No, this is okay with me.
Good. Just keep your mouth shut and your hands close to your belt. If Doone wants to talk about it, that's fine. If he wants it the other way, that's fine, too.
Sit down, gentlemen. Have a chair.
Thanks. Okay. Well, I guess I'd better explain why we're here, Mr. Doone.
Oh, no need to do that, Cassidy. I know why you're here. About the fire this afternoon, isn't it?
That's right.
You think I'm responsible for it?
I didn't say that.
Sandy, you and I have been neighbors. Good neighbors. For 3 years now.
Let's not go into that.
No. It's important. You've had a struggle with the Triple O. Made yourself a small beef herd this year.
Smaller since the fire. By about 100 head.
Oh, that's pretty hard to tell.
That's right.
You think I'd have any reason to try to ruin you, Sandy? Me with the Square D, shipping 6,000 head a year?
I told you once we weren't accusing you. Yet.
No, wait a minute, Cassidy.
Let's get something straight first. There's no use beating around the bush any longer, Doone. The fire ran down the coulee from the top of the ridge. It didn't just happen. It was started. We found traces of coal oil up there an hour ago.
Well, of course you did.
Now, we're here to find out... What did you say?
I said, of course you found coal oil on the ridge. Because one of my men started the fire.
You mean you...
Wait a minute. You know what you're letting yourself in for, admitting that?
Well, I started out trying to explain that, Cassidy.
Maybe you'd better finish.
Well, with your permission, I will. I said one of my men started the fire. That doesn't mean I had anything to do with it. But he was my man. I'm going to take the responsibility.
Dart Hanna.
Right. He called himself Ben Larimore when he came to me a week ago. I put him on as a cowhand. I didn't know until yesterday that he's done other things in his time. That's why I fired him. And that's why he tried to burn my ranch.
Your ranch?
Yes. If the wind hadn't changed, he would have pulled it off. My hands were all in town with the shipment. There was no one here except the cook.
What do you mean you're going to take full responsibility, Mr. Doone?
Make it right with you, of course. Now, it seems to me you were going to sell out last year, weren't you, Sandy?
That's right.
What were you asking?
12,000. Included 200 head and a few horses. I changed my mind, though.
Well, how would 15 sound to you?
To sell out?
Yes. It's worth less than half that to me, but I put you in this spot, and it's only fair that I get you out of it.
You're mighty generous, Mr. Doone.
Well, I try to be a good neighbor.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of selling. This year, anyway, with my first herd and all.
Yeah, the fire might have changed your mind. There's a lot of work to be done around there now.
Hold it.
Hmm?
Nobody move.
The window?
Behind you. He's got a gun. Just duck back.
I thought I heard it open. Give me the nod, Sandy, and both of you hit the floor.
It's Hannah. He's going to kill me.
Take it easy. Go on. Talk so he can hear you about the deal.
Anyway, Sandy, I figure you'd want a fresh start. A lot of range upstate a ways.
Steady, Hoppy.
Yeah.
And a young fellow could build himself quite
You got him.
Hannah?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that sort of puts an end to the discussion.
Yes, but what am I going to do?
We'd better let the law take over, Doone. See you at the sheriff's office first thing in the morning.
Well, that's all I can tell you, Sheriff. If it hadn't been for Cassidy here, Hannah would have...
Sure, Doone.
Sandy, there's a letter for you at the post office from some engineering outfit, Clem says.
Thanks, Joe. I'll pick it up in a few minutes.
All right.
Well, let me know if you need me anymore, Sheriff.
Okay.
And we'll get together today, won't we, Sandy? About the deal?
Right.
He tells a mighty straight story. Sure giving Sandy a fair shake. 15,000 is a mighty good price.
Well, I've been wrong before.
I think you're just being ornery, Hoppy. Why would Hannah try to kill him?
That's easy. Because he heard Doone double-crossing. Blaming him for the fire. Probably figured Doone would spill on the murder, too.
But great Godfrey Cassidy, why? Why does the owner of the richest ranch in the district get himself tangled up in a mess like this?
Because he wants Sandy's triple O. And don't ask me the why of that one, because I'm not sure yet. I'm only making a long guess.
Go on.
If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to Martin Doone until I'm blue in the face. And if I'm right, I'll smile real pretty while you apologize to me. Fair enough?
Mm-hmm. And when do you plan to figure it out, Mr. Pinkerton?
Right now. Doone's had a good start. I got a hunch we'll...
Hoppy.
Huh? Oh,
Hello, Mr. Cassidy.
I'm sorry, Miss Doone.
What's the matter, Cass?
I couldn't help hearing what you said about my father, Mr. Cassidy. I've thought the same thing for a few days now, and well, you...
Go on, Cass.
He's right, Sandy. Father's after your ranch. That's why you saw me on the street the other night. I heard him tell Dart Hannah Mr. Coyle would be coming out of the Golden Spike Saloon and...
Coyle? Was that the little guy who...
Yes. I got Father to take me into town with him. I tried to find Mr. Coyle to warn him, but...
But why, Cass? Why does your father want to...
I don't know. I don't know.
Stay here with her, Sandy. In a minute or two, I think we'll find out why.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Doone. This here letter's addressed to Sandy Ransford.
Yes, but I just told you Sandy's up at the sheriff's office, and he told me to pick it up for him.
Well, you running errands for the Triple O these days, Mr. Doone?
Never mind the smart cracks. Give me that letter.
Well, you're sure Sandy said it's okay?
That's right, he did.
Okay, here you are.
Yes. Let me see.
Mr. Doone.
Hell, what?
I'll take that letter if you don't mind.
Going somewhere, Mr. Doone? Here, give me that.
Sheriff, listen to me.
Is this the letter you meant, Cassidy?
I see. Yeah, some engineering outfit. Sandy said to look it over.
Now, listen, both of you. I'll make it worth your while. You can't let them take it away from me. I'll pay you anything you ask.
Tell me something, Doone. How long did you expect to keep this a secret?
Until I could buy his ranch. I'd be safe then. It wasn't my fault, I tell you. It was my father. When he homesteaded the Square D, he bribed the government surveyor. Had him swing the line over to the ridge. He had to have the spring end and the valley. That's what built the Square D. The spring and that stretch of winter graves.
And it really belongs to Sandy.
The home ranch, everything. I didn't know it until Coyle came. He was a surveyor doing advance work on the railroad. He found the mistake. I tell you, it nearly drove me crazy. I could have bought the 000 for nothing last year, but I knew the kid wouldn't sell now. I had to shut Coyle up. I didn't know. I didn't know till now he'd written a letter.
I think we know the rest, Doon. If I was you, I'd send a message back to the Square D saying you won't be home for dinner.
Back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Where's Cassie?
Going home. Alone. She's pretty busted up.
Don't blame her. Nice kid.
Yeah. And you know something, Hoppy?
Huh?
Old Doon isn't bad either. It wasn't his fault he got into that jam. Reckon he just went out of his head when he thought of losing the heart of his ranch.
Yeah, that's the way it is with a lot of people, Sandy. If he'd come to you and laid it on the line, told you the range he'd worked over and built up for 25 years was really yours, you'd have worked out something with him.
Yeah.
Well, how does it feel to be the boss of the biggest spread in the section?
Wish I'd got it some other way. Say, what'd you do with the letter?
Letter?
Yeah, with all that stuff in it about the surveys, the property line and all, from the engineering company.
Oh, yeah. Might frame it and put it on the wall in your ranch house as a souvenir. Written on one of those new typing machines. Coyle left it over at the hotel, you know.
What are you talking about?
The clerk and I worked it out this morning.
Huh? That don't make sense. Says the same thing over and over. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. We hope you'll be back from Hopalong Cassidy. We hope you'll be back from Hopalong Cassidy. We hope you'll be back from Hopalong Cassidy.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
GT 206.
Metacom presents Arch Obler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. In a world which fills our hours with a multiplicity of little things, it's sometimes good to stand away in imagination and think of the great wonder of life itself. That out of the darkness of space came this great gift of consciousness. Tonight, with my distinguished actor friend Edmund Gwen, I'd like to bring you my play about this infinite wonder.
And so, my good friends, I can only add that I thank you with all my heart for the honor you have given me this evening. The newspaper men who are here would, of course, like me to make a sensational statement regarding the nature and the effect of cosmic rays. That is understandable. We know that these rays originate in the cold distances so far beyond our universe that the human mind cannot begin to grasp the reality of the endless darkness. We know that these cosmic radiations are continually bombarding us, changing the very structure of things with every passing second. Some of us believe that it is this radiation which, acting upon the atoms of primeval matter, caused the gradual evolution of the creature called man out of primeval slime. Yes, a popular magazine article recently headlined the cosmic ray as the essence of life. The essence of life. Perhaps. But where out of the frigid darkness come these radiations? Where? What lies beyond the reach of our greatest telescopes that is the source of this tremendous unseen flow of cosmic energy? Some of you stir restlessly. You are thinking our friend Sir Albert grows senile. Life grows short for him. He is looking out into the night with fear. No, my friend. It is not fear that makes me ask the questions whence and where. It is not even hope. It is wonder. Wonder at the source of this unending stream of power that drives across eternal space, bringing our universe what may be the very source of life. Now I say to you, what so many of you already believe in your hearts, that our world, and all we know of it, all things, all beings, is not mechanism, but the result, the expression of a thought, a great, transcending thought. I leave you with this question. Can it be that cosmic radiations are a direct expression of that divine, eternal thought?
If you'll sit here, Sir Albert.
Thank you, Harris. Thank you.
May I get you something?
No. Oh, just see that they let me rest here a few moments. I'm very tired.
I'd like to say it was a thrilling occasion, Sir Albert. So many of your friends who... those reporters.
Tell them I'll see them as soon as I possibly can.
Yes, sir. No, I'm sorry, Sir Albert cannot see anyone just now. He's indisposed.
Yes, I must see my father.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mrs. Lennox. If you'll step in. Good evening, Mr. Lennox.
Good evening, Harris.
No, not now. Sir Albert will be out in a moment.
Father, dear.
Grace? Well, my child.
Good evening, Sir Albert.
You too, Kurt. It was good of you to come.
It was an honor that few son-in-laws enjoy.
Oh, Father, we were so thrilled. It's been a wonderful evening. The hall out there, filled with such distinguished people. All of them there to do honor to you. Oh, I was so happy I started to cry, and Kurt got so embarrassing. Father, are you ill?
You? No. Just weary.
Oh, we'll take you home, sir.
No, there's no need for that. Harris here will take care of me.
Father, you are ill. Why didn't you let me know? We would have come back to London sooner.
How can I convince you? I'm quite all right.
But your face, I've never seen it so tired. As if you hadn't slept for days.
That's true enough.
You haven't been resting?
No.
But you've never been troubled with insomnia?
I haven't slept more than 1 hour a night in the past week.
Father,
There's no need to be alarmed.
Father, what is wrong, please?
Please tell us, sir.
Yes. Yes, telling you, the two of you closest to me, that would clear my mind, wouldn't it? It started exactly 7 days ago. I can't sleep because of a dream.
Dream?
Yes, dream. Dream, the same infernal dream, night after night for 7 days. A dream without meaning, a dream from which I awaken and then can't sleep again.
Is it something horrible, sir?
No, there's no horror in it. And yet, I don't know. All I know is that the recurrence of the dream is beyond endurance. I'll tell you something. A few moments ago, when I was out there on the platform looking down at all those faces, I suddenly had the impulse to ask them about my dream. What? Say to them, you, my colleagues, clever men of science, aren't you? Then answer me this. What of my dream?
Father, please come to our place for a fortnight.
Yes, do, sir. The fresh air, change of scenery. Yes. The fresh air.
Yeah. Why not? Change of environment may do me good, that's true enough. Yes, I will go with you.
I'm glad. The moors are getting so lovely, and we'll walk you around until you're all healthy again. Won't we, Kurt?
Right.
Don't you want to hear what I dreamt?
If you want to tell us.
Yes, I do. I want to very much. In the telling of it, there may be understanding. I go to bed, I close my eyes, I sleep. And suddenly I'm dreaming. I'm standing alone on the top of a windswept hill. It's very dark. I know it is cold, and yet I do not feel the cold. The wind sighs around me. I know it is wind, and yet I do not feel the movement of air. I stand there, Albert Camden. I know it is I, yet strangely I am free of body. I stand there in spirit only. Suddenly I look up. The darkness is gone. Thousands of twinkling stars and the icy brightness of the planets. Believe me, I see them all above me. Suddenly, far above me, a star grows brighter and brighter. It rushes down towards me, and I see it isn't a star, but a great thrust of flashing rays. Closer and closer they come to me, they cover me, and in me there is an unbearable yearning to fly up into them, follow the path of them, on and on and on. My whole consciousness tears with the want to go into those flying sparks. I feel torn into a million shreds with the want to go into them, follow them, I must, and then panic. A horrible feeling of panic. I cry out, I awaken. My dream is over, and I cannot sleep. Oh, there, I've told you.
Father,
You, daughter. And you, Kurt, you're young. Perhaps in the freshness of your mind, you can find an answer to this hallucination that comes to me in my sleep. Well, haven't either one of you anything to say?
60 years of research, Father. You've worked harder than any man I've known, and so you're tired. And so you dream. Come with us to the moors. You'll rest, and then you won't dream anymore.
Perhaps I want to dream again.
Fire's hungry. Another log, kid?
No, I think we'd better be turning in soon. Right, Sir Albert?
Yes, in a few moments.
Tired, aren't you? And no wonder. What was it, 15 miles?
Now, don't exaggerate, darling. 10 miles, and that's stretching it a bit.
Father?
Yeah?
You are feeling better, aren't you?
Huh?
I said your health, you're resting at night. It has been better since you've been here with us.
Yes, of course.
I'm so glad. Sometimes I was almost afraid that you... Oh, but I'm talking too much. And I should be sleeping. Well, off I go to my lily white couch. Good?
No, I think I'll have another pipeful before I turn in.
Well, if I'm spurned, I'm spurned. You, Father, going up?
No, I'll sit here a bit if you don't mind.
All right. But don't sit up late, you two.
We won't.
Night, Father.
Night, dear. Good night.
Wind's rising. Look at those sparks go up the chimney.
Kurt.
Yes, sir?
What I said before, it isn't true.
Sir?
I told Grace I've been sleeping well. I haven't, you know.
I guessed as much.
It's being worse every night.
The dream?
Yes. If I only could understand the meaning of it. I tell you, boy, it's like a familiar name you can't remember. The want of remembering grinds in your head until it's beyond endurance.
Is it the same as you told?
Yes, exactly the same. The hilltop, the feeling of freedom from body, that rush of sparks like music to my ears, the want to rise up beyond them, then the sudden feeling of panic and the horrible awakening. What does it mean? What? Every night, over and over. Why?
If I could do something, sir.
Do? What is there to do?
You're not a young man. The work's been such a strain. If you'd let yourself be examined, I mean a competent medical man who'd find that, well, the subconscious cause of your dream. You're not angry, are you, sir?
There's no reason to be angry.
I think I'll go up.
Good night.
You're not?
No, I'll sit here until the fire's burnt out. Good night, son.
I'd like to say that, well, the reason I suggested a psychiatrist was not that I understand, yes? Night. Good night, sir. I hope you'll rest well. Good night.
Sparks up the chimney. Rush of sparks. Why? Why? Oh, I'm tired. Tired. Sleep. But if I sleep, I'll dream. Dream. To sleep. To dream. To dream. 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 On a hill. Standing on a hill. So dark. Cold. Must be cold. I feel nothing. Why am I here? Dark. Lonely. Lonely. Sky. Stars. Millions of stars. Polaris. Arcturus. Vega. Nebula in Orion. Nebula in Andromeda. So many stars. Clusters. Endless. Worlds beyond worlds. So bright. So clear. Why am I here? Waiting. Yes, waiting for something. I don't remember. I've got to wait. I was tired. I'm not tired anymore. Why am I here? Why do I wait? What? A new star. So bright. Coming closer. Well, how can that be? How can a star? No, a meteor. Falling. Closer. So bright, my eyes are... Oh, now I've got to see. Brighter and brighter. Ah, the rays. Flashing rays. Closer and closer, closer and closer. I know you. I've seen you. Bright around me, covering me. Sparks covering me. Yes, I hear you. I want to. Yes, I want to follow you. Follow your path. I want to. I will. I'll go with you out. Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to follow your path. If I do,
Father, what is it? Oh, Father, please, wake up.
Grace, what? Someone screamed.
Father, it was Father. Oh, Father, please. Father, wait.
Oh, Grace.
You cried out.
What? Oh.
Yes, sir, you cried out. You did. What happened?
Cried out? The dream. I dreamt. The dream.
Now, who in creation? Yes. Infernally impatient of whether you are. Yes, where...
If I might come in, Reynolds? Sir Albert. Sorry to disturb you at this hour.
Come in, sir. Come in.
Thank you.
I had no idea, sir, keeping you waiting.
Quite all right.
The country, sir. Did you enjoy it?
My son-in-law brought me back to see a doctor.
You're ill, sir. A chair, won't you sit?
No, quite all right. What time is it?
Almost 11, Sir Albert. If you're not well...
Oh, somehow I had to come here tonight. Late as it was, I had to.
All the laboratory workers, we've missed you, sir. It's been a long time since you left London. Almost a month.
29 nights.
Did you say something, sir?
Nothing. Tell me, the work. Has it been going well?
Quite well, sir.
Outside, I could hear the whine of a generator.
Yes, sir. This here. We've gone right ahead with the work. We've gotten some rather interesting results by reverse excitation of the cathode fields. May I show you?
Yes.
Well, sir, the Regents asked us to devise some means of illustrating, or rather, visualizing cosmic radiation so that it can be demonstrated in the classroom. I devised this contraption. It has no authenticity, but it does visualize on this fluorescent screen what a rush of cosmic rays might look like.
Show me, boy.
Right, sir. You'll see. It does visualize cosmic radiation for the students. Watch, sir. See, sir? On the screen. Ah, Sir Albert. Sir Albert, what is it?
Well, same.
What?
The same, I tell you. In miniature, but the same.
I don't understand, sir.
The rush of sparks. The pattern of sparks, I tell you.
Sir Albert.
Don't look at me as if I was crazy. I've seen them. The same pattern of flying sparks, but 1,000 times greater.
Sir Albert, you're not serious. Cosmic rays, they aren't visible to the eye.
Glorious, driving through space, through the universe, showering the earth.
Sir Albert.
I've seen it, I tell you. I've seen it in my dream. Dream? Yes, in my dream. That's what I wanted to know, and now I do know. What I've been seeing in my sleep. Cosmic radiation. Cosmic rays. The path of them out of the infinite. Pouring out of one focal point in the darkness of space. Yes, stare at me all you want to, but I've been dreaming that night after night. I've been... Well, why do I dream that? I know what I dream, but I don't know why. But, Mr. Lennox, if Sir Albert...
Now, Harris, there's no need to be so disturbed.
But I've been with Sir Albert so many years. His strange behavior...
There's nothing strange about it. He apparently walked around the streets until he was exhausted. So, when he came home, he announced that tonight he felt certain he'd be able to sleep. Now, that's perfectly plausible and normal.
I don't like it, sir.
Harris, you're an old woman. Instead of that long face, you should be happy.
Should I?
Yes. For the first time in weeks, Sir Albert seems alive and animated, eager to go to sleep. Well, that sounds paradoxical, doesn't it? Well, see, I feel happy too somehow. That's the way you should feel. This is going to be good news for Grace, Mrs. Lennox. I think I'll telephone her. She'll be as pleased as punch that Sir Albert has come out of it all. Gone to bed and to sleep in a perfectly normal manner. Yes, to sleep in a perfectly normal manner.
Sleep. Must sleep. Must. The dream. Will I? But I must dream it again. Must. But if I sleep and don't dream. No. Will dream. So many nights dreamt that dream. Got to dream it again. Yes, again. Dream again. Once again. Oh, find out why. Dream again. Dream. Why do dream? Why? Why do dream? Dream. 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 On a hilltop. Yes, the dream. Dreaming and knowing that I dream. Cold. Feel the cold. I never felt the cold before in the other dreams. If this dream is as the others, sky will clear. Yes, stars. Millions of them. So bright. Oh, no, I can't be dreaming. So real. No, this can't be a dream. I'm not asleep. I'm not. Awake. I've got to remember. Sitting in front of the fire. Yes, I was sitting in front of the fire. Got up. Wandered out of the house. Yes, that's it. Not a dream. Wandered out into the night. On a hilltop. I'm here. Yes, I am. Stars so bright, everything around me so real. This is reality. It must be. No. A dream, I know. A dream. Waiting. Listening. For what? I can't remember. Something that should happen. Something that always happened in this dream. Oh, why can't I remember? I must remember. I will remember. What? A star? Out there? How bright. Oh, no, it can't be a star. No star could be so bright. A meteor. Yes, a meteor. Rushing at me. Oh, I'm afraid I've got to run. It's rushing at me. Why don't I run? No, I can't. So bright. My eyes are... That sound. The rays. Now I remember. Yes, I remember. Yes, the rays. That's what I was waiting for. Always in the dream, the rays. Coming down at me. Pouring from the sky. I remember. Why should I be afraid? Rays. I know what they are now. No. I'm not afraid. Rays. Glorious. Coming down. Closer. Soon they'll be touching me. Covering me. Glorious rays. In my dream, I'm seeing rays of the cosmos. Wonderful dream. Wonderful. Closer and closer. So bright. Shining. Glittering. Sparkling. Glittering around me. Covering me. I feel I want to go into them. Yes. Follow the path of them. Path of the rays. Let myself go up into them. Let them take me up into... No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Hey, but I wanted to know. These rays over me, if they are cosmic... Yes, I wanted to know. Always I wanted to know. In the dream. Wait, where they come from. What's beyond them. I will know. I've got to go up into them. Follow them. They'll carry me. Take me to where... They're lifting me. Higher. The hill. Gone. Moving so quickly I can't see. I can't breathe. No, stop. I'm afraid. Faster. Stars, galaxies, universe, gone. Faster, higher. Where? Glaring light around me. Where are they taking me? Yes, I hear. But what? Unending stream of power, driving across eternal space, bringing our universe what may be the very source of life. Yes, I said, can it be that these cosmic radiations are a direct expression of that divine, eternal thought? Divine, eternal thought? I remember, I said, but can it be? Can it be? Brighter and brighter. My eyes. I see again. What? Yes, I was right. It was the truth. The truth.
truth, Grace. Your father died peacefully, in his sleep.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Friends, the title of this story is Faith, Lime, and Charity. You see, I've been told by many people many times that I'm a hopeless case. But they're so wrong. Hopeless? Why, I'm full of hope. And for that matter, full of faith and charity. Faith in the great universal succor. Hope that he's coming my way. And charity, well, there's one cause that's always right in front of me. Every time I shave.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, Faith, Lime, and Charity.
Wealthy tourists have always been attracted by the romance of India and the beautiful Taj Mahal. And Harry Lime has always been attracted by the romance of beautiful and wealthy tourists. It was with this idea in mind that I took the train from New Delhi to Agra, which is the ancient capital city of India where the Taj is located. These travelers' shrines are happy hunting grounds for a gentleman of fortune like myself. You'll pardon my stress on the gentleman. I felt I earned the title by listening politely to the interminable prattle and snivelings of Mrs. Haley, the missionary's wife with whom I shared my compartment. I couldn't know that this innocent chit-chat would lead to bloodshed within 48 hours. And that the blood shed would be mine.
I suppose you're going to Agra to see the Taj Mahal, Mr. Lime.
Well, yes, among other things, Mrs. Haley.
I could tell you were a cultured gentleman the first moment I laid eyes on you, Mr. Lime. But all too many people see the beauties of India and never give a thought to the poor, benighted people.
Yes.
We must think of them, Mr. Lime. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
My husband is the Reverend Mr. Halley, you know. He's the head of the mission at Nandi Devi. He's given his whole life to these poor natives, caring for their bodies and their souls.
That's very nice. I'm sure.
We have an orphanage there, you know, one of the finest. But a terrible thing happened. Such a terrible thing. We had a fire just last week. Here, look at these clippings.
Orphanage at Nanda Devi destroyed by fire. Medical aid rushed to mission. Oh, I'm very sorry, Mrs. Haley.
That picture, that's my husband, Mr. Halley, standing there among those poor little Indian children. If I don't raise the money, he'll be heartbroken.
The money?
Yes, that's why I'm going to Agra. We need £3,000 right away to cover the emergency. And when we heard that Lady Edith Bannon Murdoch was in Agra, we decided to approach her. She's very wealthy, and her family had always helped the mission. I'm sure she'd never miss £3,000, and the mission needs it so dreadfully. But, oh dear, I just dread speaking to her. I'm not well, you know, and with the shock of the fire and everything.
Well, let me close the window. Perhaps there's too much draft where you're sitting.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lionel. That's awfully kind of you.
All right.
Oh, my, it's nice to find someone who's thoughtful. I'm so glad we happened to share this compartment.
Oh, so am I, Mrs. Hartley. So am I. Tell me more about this Lady Edith, what's her name?
Lady Edith Bannon Murdoch.
Bannon Murdoch.
She's in Agra with her fiancé, Sir Ernest Elthing, and his mother. I'm sure her heart will be moved by the plight of these poor orphans. But I'd give anything if I didn't have to approach her myself. If only I were stronger.
Now, Mrs. Hartley, this is only a suggestion, and you're quite free to say yes or no, but I was wondering if it might be helpful if someone else approached Lady Edith on behalf of the mission. Myself, for instance.
You? Well, that's awfully kind of you, Mr.
pleasure.
Lionel. But I don't know. Well, perhaps it would be a good idea.
By the time we arrived in Agra, the missionary's wife had gratefully agreed to let me approach Lady Edith for the cash. Here I should add, I think for the benefit of those with sensitive dispositions, that I had no intention of making off with the £3,000 needed by the orphanage. But I calculated that if Lady Edith was good for £3,000, she was good for 5. 3 for the orphans and 2 for Harry Lime. After all, if a man gives 3/5 of his income to charity, who can complain? This was a great stroke of luck, a ready-made scheme for relieving the overly rich. And so, armed with the credentials and the clippings Mrs. Haley had given me, I set out to find Lady Edith. Just as I arrived at the steps of the consulate where she and her party were staying, a large limousine drew up. I heard angry voices and hid behind a month-old copy of the London Times.
I don't care, Ernie. I think you're a miserable sport. Keep your voice down, Edith, and remember poor Ernie's indigestion. I'm tired of remembering poor Ernie's indigestion. Well, if you're going to marry him, you'll have no choice. Ernest was always a frail boy. But we came all the way to Agra to see the Taj Mahal.
Oh, I'm afraid Mother's right, Edith. I just don't feel up to anything tonight. Oh, you would insist that we go to that native place to eat, and all that blasted curry. Oh, I feel wretched.
Oh, come on, Ernie. You'll feel better out there in the open air. Couldn't we go tonight, just we two? Remember how we used to talk about seeing the Taj by moonlight?
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. Really, I am.
It's almost twilight now. The moon's coming up. Oh, it'll be lovely. Do come, Ernie.
Well,
I'm absolutely against it. You'll have to wait for another night when Ernest is feeling better.
Yes.
I can't have him out in the night air with his stomach upset.
That's right. Yeah, perhaps tomorrow night.
It's tonight or never. Ernie?
Oh, I think I'd better lie down.
Oh, you're impossible. Now calm yourself, my dear Edith. Don't be so impulsive. Come along inside and we'll have a nice, quiet evening together. Edith, where are you going? Driver, take me to the Taj Mahal.
Oh, but Edith, you can't go out there by yourself.
Oh, can't I?
My chivalrous soul could not bear the thought of the lovely Lady Edith having to visit the romantic Taj Mahal all alone. So I hailed one of the ancient and unlikely taxis that cater to tourists. Driver, take me to the Taj Mahal.
Yes, I...
I could have walked faster. The streets were thronged with children and donkeys and debris. And finally we reached the great red sandstone wall which guards the Taj. I jumped out and paid the driver. As his bony fingers closed over the rupees, they touched my hand. For the first time I noticed the native driver's face. The cheeks were sunken and the eyes glowed strangely like dark coals. I stared at him, fascinated as he spoke.
Remember, he who betrays the little one shall pay with his blood.
Yes. Then he was gone. I entered the gates. There it was, Taj Mahal by moonlight. The loveliest building in the world. Standing beside one of the 4 slender minarets, the loveliest woman in the world. As I approached her, she seemed not to see me, as if she were in a trance. I stood close beside her, but still she gave no sign that she was aware of my existence. We stood in silence, gazing at the shimmering reflections in the pool. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yes. It's the loveliest thing I've ever seen.
It's been said the sight of the Taj Mahal marks a new era in a mortal's life.
That's exactly the way I feel, as if this were the beginning of a new era for me. All the old things and the ugly things and the shabby things left behind. Only beauty.
It could be that way, Lady Edith.
You know my name?
Oh, yes. And if that were all I ever knew, it'd be enough. That and the memory of these few moments here by the Taj.
Who are you?
My name is Harry Lime.
How did you know me?
I sought you out. I knew you'd be here, alone.
How could you have known?
Sometimes the heart sees more clearly than the eye.
I shouldn't let you talk this way. We only met a moment ago.
And what has time to do with it? We find the Taj Mahal beautiful not because it took 20,000 men 20 years to build it, but because Shah Jahan loved his beautiful queen so much at the moment of her death that he vowed their love would escape from time. It was at that moment that this beautiful monument was created, not 20 years later when the final gem was set. Important things happen quickly, in the twinkling of an eye. His whole life has changed.
I almost believe you. But I must go. My car's waiting. Won't you let me drop you off, Mr. Lime?
That's very kind of you, Lady Edith. I'm staying at the Hotel International. Seated in the luxurious limousine, equipped with a correct English chauffeur, she became Lady Edith Bannon Murdoch. Gracious and casual. She chatted of this and that as if the moonlit scene had never taken place. By the time we stopped at the International Bar for a drink, we were talking and laughing easily together.
Do you know this is the first really pleasant evening I've had since I arrived in India?
Well, I'm honored. Some of the credit goes to the Taj Mahal, no doubt.
Some of the credit.
India's an amazing country, you know, such beauty and such squalor side by side. That reminds me, not that I want to spoil this evening, but did you hear about the tragedy at Nanda Devi?
Why, no. What happened?
Here, look at these clippings.
Mm-hmm.
I handed her the clippings Mrs. Haley had given me. Her face softened with sympathy as she read the plight of the homeless orphans.
Oh, what a shame. Those poor little children.
Yes, coming up here on the train, I met Mrs. Haley, the missionary's wife. That's how I happened to know about it. She's a frail little creature for a big job of raising 5,000 pounds the next few days to cover this emergency. I understand the mission is a poor one, but does an extraordinary amount of good work. Now they're in desperate trouble.
Oh, how dreadful. And how kind of you to be so concerned.
Mrs. Haley's story touched me considerably, so much so, in fact, that I agreed to help her raise the money.
Have you had much success?
None at all so far.
Oh, that's too bad.
I have a dreadful confession to make, Lady Edith. That's why I followed you to the Taj Mahal tonight. Mrs. Haley read in the paper that you were in Agra and asked me to approach you on behalf of the orphans.
Oh, is that why you approached me? On behalf of the orphans?
Well, that's why I followed you. But once I'd seen you, I'm afraid the whole thing went right out of my mind.
I don't understand.
Perhaps it's old-fashioned, but now that our acquaintance is on a more personal basis, I couldn't use it, that's all. No, I'm sorry I even told you about Nanda Devi.
I'm glad you did.
Let's just forget about it, shall we?
No, we shall not. In spite of your foolish chivalry or whatever it is, we shall not forget it. I insist on making the contribution.
You do?
Yes, I do. How much money did you say the mission was?
5,000 pounds to cover the emergency and start rebuilding the orphanage, but all this makes me feel...
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Harry. I really must get back to the consulate now. When will I see you?
How about tomorrow night? At the Taj.
Very well. I'll have the money for you then.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues today's story, Faith, Lime, and Charity.
I awoke the next morning to find my breakfast waiting for me. Evidently one of the native servants had brought it while I was asleep. On the tray, under one of the dishes, I found a note written in a strong hand that said, "Remember the little one." I pushed the food away from me. And that night I met Lady Edith at the Taj Mahal once more. She gave me the packet of bills, which I put in my pocket with a few more protests, and then we lingered on. She wore a simple evening dress, and there was a white scarf, I remember, over her head. You know, if the King Jahan could have seen you tonight, I think he would have forgotten about his queen forever.
Then he wouldn't have built the Taj, and we should all be poorer.
He would have built it for you. I noticed someone coming through the gates at the far end of the courtyard. Something about the slope of the shoulders looked familiar. As the figure approached, I saw that it was Sir Ernest, Lady Edith's fiancé. She rose to her feet.
Ernie, what are you doing here?
I might ask the same question, Edith. Come along.
I won't be spoken to like a child. What does this mean?
It means that you are coming back to the consulate with me.
Oh, I'm doing nothing of the kind.
Oh, Edith, please. You must come with me. I'll explain everything later.
Oh, very well, Ernie. I think it's rather rude of you. Good night, Mr. Lime. I hope we'll meet again.
I hope so, Lady Edith. Good night.
Ernie, I wish you'd tell me.
Something was up. Now all I had to do was get out of Agra, and fast. There was nothing to stand in my way. Nothing but a white-turbaned native who suddenly appeared out of the shrubbery.
You will come with me.
Well, who are you?
A friend of the little one.
Well, I'm very sorry, but I have some business to attend to.
Do not force me to use this gun.
Look here, what do you want over there?
You will do as I order. You will walk slowly through the gates. I will be a few paces behind you with this gun hidden in my cloak. You will not attempt to attract the guards in any way. If you make one sign or one move as we pass them, it will be the last foolish thing you ever do. I, Mustafa, swear it by the beard of the Prophet.
Okay, old man. Go.
Oh, no, you don't!
As the native came abreast of me, I quickly threw my weight against him. It's the only advantage I had. My life was dear to me, but so were the 5,000 pounds. He was caught off balance. I grabbed the skinny wrist and forced the gun out of his hand. But suddenly the other hand was holding a knife. It grazed my cheek.
Dog, now you will pay!
I used my head like a battering ram and sent him sprawling. In another second, he'd be after me. There was a white wall by the roadway. I vaulted over it. I was out of condition. I got to my feet, and then I caught a glimpse of something crouched on the top of the wall behind me. He jumped like a monkey and landed on my back, throwing me to the ground again. This time I was really out of breath. He pinned me down. I felt his knees pressing into my ribs and the cold steel of his knife against the flesh of my neck.
The soil on which you lie is holy soil. This is an ancient burying ground. I would not wish to desecrate it with the blood of an infidel, but it is for the little one. Allah will forgive me.
Now, wait. Wait a minute. I'll do what you want.
You will come with me with no further struggle?
Yes, anything you say. Just let me up.
On your feet and be quick. Here, perhaps a kick in the ribs will give you speed, white dog.
Go!
Now, quickly.
Where are you taking me?
Silence.
Okay. We made our way between the tombs toward a ruined building with a dingy dome.
Hurry.
What is this? The poor man's Taj Mahal?
It is an ancient mosque. Take off your shoes.
What?
Take off your shoes. This is a holy place.
Oh, you take that knife away from my ribs and I will.
I bring you to the little one.
I saw a faint reddish glow from inside the mosque. It was a lamp, held by a small figure, a woman's figure. She was wrapped in the women's garment of India, the sari. What kind of creature was this?
We meet again, Mr. Lime.
Mrs. Halley, the missionary's wife. What are you doing here?
Mrs. Halley. That was one of the greatest parts I ever played. For your information, my friend, Mrs. Halley is known by many names to many people, including the police. To my Indian friends, I am known as the Little One.
Oh.
When I had to leave England, I decided that a clever person could make a good living from rich white tourists. I came through Nanda Devi a few days ago and heard about the orphans and the fire. My native spies already had Lady Edith under observation. This was too good a chance to miss.
And so you posed as Mrs. Halley and used me to work for you.
Exactly, my friend. I knew enough about Lady Edith's personal life to feel that an attractive gentleman would have a better chance than an old woman. And so I used you.
You have a fascinating mind, Annie, or whatever your name is. I think we might get along.
Have a good laugh, Mr. Lime. It will be your last one.
What do you mean?
Your usefulness to me has ended. I want the £5,000 you collected from Lady Edith. Oh, yes, I know the exact amount you asked her for. One of my men cleaned your table last night at the International Bar. Everything you said was reported to me.
Oh, you're quite an operator, honey. Thus we can make a deal.
We will make no deal. You will give me the £5,000.
And if I don't?
Mustafa will kill you.
And if I give you the money willingly?
Mustafa will kill you anyway.
Oh.
I leave no loose ends when I finish a job, Mr. Lime. Your body will not be discovered here for days. By that time, I'll be gone. Now, come, we've wasted enough time. Hand over the money.
As she'd been talking, the feel of the cold, slimy stone under my bare feet gave me an idea. It was the last desperate chance.
The money, if you please.
Help! My ankle! It's a snake!
Ah! A snake! Help! Mustafa, kill it!
She dropped the lamp, and in the confusion I broke away from Mustafa, but not before his knife had slit my shoulder. I ran across the courtyard, holding the wound, the stones cutting my feet, the old woman's hysterics and Mustafa's curses still ringing in my ears. I don't remember where I ran or even how I ran. All I remember is sinking to the ground behind an old tomb and lying there while Mustafa's footsteps ran by. I waited until everything was quiet. Perhaps minutes, perhaps hours, I don't know. I dragged myself up finally and found my way somehow back to the road. I was free. I had the money. Now all I had to do was get away from Agra. As far away as I could get, and fast. The pain in my shoulder was like fire. My coat sleeve was covered with blood. My feet were bruised, but I ran. Pain soared. It seemed as if I were running down a hill that got steeper and steeper the further down I went. Finally, I reached the bottom. Then everything went black. When I woke, the Agra police was standing around me. I tried to sit up, but there seemed to be a great weight on my shoulder. I remembered about my arm. It had been bandaged. Slowly, the pain came back. Policemen were talking, but there was another voice I'd heard somewhere before. It was Sir Ernest.
This man is the imposter, I tell you. He collected £5,000 from my fiancée for a Mrs. Halley for the mission at Nanda Devi. I checked with the mission and found that Mrs. Halley has been dead for 8 years. He's a vicious criminal, I tell you.
Just a minute, Ernie. Let him explain. After all, there is an orphanage at Nanda Devi, and there was a fire a few days ago. It's not fair.
Oh, don't be such a fool, Edith. Just because you developed some sort of ridiculous infatuation.
Excuse me. I must make out a report. When did you first see this man, Lady Edith?
Shh. His eyes are open. Let him talk. Mr. Lime, Harry, what happened?
I told Lady Edith and the police the truth. More or less the truth. I told them that I'd met the woman on the train who'd claimed to be Mrs. Halley and had been taken in by her, an innocent tool in her hands, and all the rest of it. And Lady Edith believed my story. Couldn't tell about the policeman. He straightened up and spoke to another officer.
Bring in the prisoner.
The other policeman returned in a minute with a frail little figure. She glared at me.
Is this the woman you met on the train, Mr. Lime?
Oh, yes. She's the one.
You. How did you know I felt that way about snakes?
I took a chance, honey. I took a chance.
Take it away.
You can't do this to me. I'm a British subject. This man here is a criminal. He tried to do me out of £5,000. I'll vouch for Mr. Lime's character, Inspector.
There's no need for that, Lady Edith.
What do you mean, Inspector?
I mean that we're very indebted to you already, Mr. Lime. We picked this woman up on suspicion tonight. We've been watching her a long time, but we've never had any conclusive evidence against her. Now you've given us the testimony we need. Howling Annie, alias the little one, alias Mrs. Halley, won't be troubling wealthy tourists any longer.
Oh, Harry, what a dreadful experience for you, to be the innocent victim of that wretched woman. I know you never would have forgiven yourself if she'd got a hold of my money.
No, you're quite right. I never would have forgiven myself.
And thanks to you, the money's quite safe. The inspector found the packet in your coat and returned it to me.
No? Oh, fine.
I knew you'd be glad to hear it. And now I have a surprise for you that'll make all this trouble of yours seem worthwhile. You're coming to New Delhi with me next week.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the Missions Board of Northern India, it gives me great pleasure, on behalf of your well-known benefactor, Lady Edith Bannon Murdoch, to present the Reverend Dr. Halley with this check for 5,000 pounds for the restoration of the orphanage at Nanda Devi. Dr. Halley, your check.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I suppose it's true that every tale has a moral, even when the tale concerns Harry Lime. A friend of mine supplied the moral to this one the other day. He just got back from India, and he told me that he'd seen the new orphanage at Nanda Devi, complete with foundation stone, which he assures me bears the words, "In grateful tribute to Harry Lime, philanthropist." Nicely carved, too, he told me, and rather appropriately, with a cold chisel.
Well, it's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. Arizona is one of the 4 corner states. The other 3 being New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. It means that you can be in all 4 states at the same time when you're at the 4 corners where the boundaries of the 4 states meet. That point is marked by the 4 Corners Monument. Arizona joined the Union as the 48th state, and hence it is the last of the continuous United States to do so. Arizona attained statehood on the 14th of February, which coincides with Valentine's Day. Arizona, Utah, Nevada, New Mexico, and California were a part of Mexico at some point in history. Arizona became part of the U.S. after the country won the American-Mexican War in 1848. Phoenix, the capital of Arizona, is the most populous state capital in the United States. It is also the only state capital with a population of more than 1 million. The city was founded in 1867 by Jack Swilling. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I hope you enjoyed this stream, and I hope to see you again next time. But until then, God bless you and have a great day.